when the elves suddenly descended upon the technologically advanced blue star. The Dongxia Federation appeared prosperous on the surface, yet beneath it lurked turbulent undercurrents. Was this an unexpected amalgamation or a meticulously planned invasion? Zhao Yiyuan, a humble individual crushed by the torrents of time, embarks on a transformative journey from mere survival to awakening and rebellion, gradually unveiling the astonishing secrets behind the elves' arrival. In this world interwoven with power and intrigue, he must struggle for survival amidst conflicting forces, even challenging the very truths of existence. Passion, conspiracy, survival. In Resistance, this narrative transcends the tale of the elves. It is a battleground for humanity itself. Chapter 1. Resignation and Resolve. In Yujin Province, at Anping City's third high school, a middle-aged teacher with a square face and glasses stood at the bright podium, tirelessly reiterating the importance of the subject selection confirmation form. "Have you all understood?" he inquired. "This form is crucial. You must discuss it with your families and ensure their signatures." "Understood, Mr. Fong," echoed a chorus of youthful voices filled with dreams of the future. "I can finally become a trainer. Huh. My parents prepared everything for me long ago." Yet, this jubilant atmosphere failed to permeate the farthest corner of the classroom, where a chubby boy with short hair quietly inquired, "Yiyuan, are you truly going to forfeit the opportunity to select your initial elf? A mere scholarship is worth only 10,000, which seems hardly worthwhile. I heard that the initial elves allocated to our school include flying types. If the initial elf can fly, it would provide a significant advantage in the early stages." The boy being questioned, clad in a blue and white school uniform with slightly tousled bangs, possessed a resolute and strong demeanor, despite his unassuming features. Upon hearing his desk mate's words, he bit his lip and resolutely shook his head, responding, "Da Fei, my grandfather was recently assaulted by a group of ruffians and is still in the hospital. I need the money." "Alas," sighed the chubby boy, recognizing the weight of his friend's circumstances, and refrained from further persuasion. Having spent over 2 years together in high school, he understood that his desk mate, though raised in poverty by a scavenger, was remarkably independent and disciplined. Once he made a decision, it was not easily swayed, especially when it involved his grandfather. "All right, school is over. Please be cautious on your way home, and don't forget to get your parents to sign the subject selection forms." The teacher concluded his repetitive admonitions. "Yay, school is out. Finally, it's over. See you tomorrow. Goodbye, teacher." The students, like unshackled monkeys, rushed out of the classroom with exuberance. "Then I shall take my leave," and the young man in slightly oversized school uniform quietly approached the teacher, who was still tidying up the podium, and spoke, "Teacher Fong, regarding the matter of the priority selection offered by the school, I have made my decision. I would prefer a scholarship of 10,000 yuan instead." "What's the matter, Zhao Yiyuan? I recall that you were quite decisive when we discussed this previously. Why the sudden change of heart?" Teacher Fong, taken aback by the unexpected statement, adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and regarded this consistently top-performing student with concern. He immediately sought to dissuade him, saying, "Allow me to share a little insider information with you. This year is unlike any other. For students like you, who excel academically but come from less affluent backgrounds, the offerings are not limited to the usual Caterpie, Pidgey, and other commonplace Pokémon. This year, our principal has secured a flying-type Pidgey hatchling. This represents an opportunity for you to level the playing field with those for better-off families. Do not let a small sum lead you to a greater loss. Once you become a trainer and gain admission to a prestigious Pokémon university, you will realize that 10,000 yuan is hardly significant." "Teacher, I understand." As he looked at his earnest and well-meaning homeroom teacher, Yiyuan felt a wave of gratitude. Although this teacher was merely an ordinary individual who did not gain admission to a Pokémon university, it was undeniable that he was a commendable educator. "However, my grandfather was recently assaulted by a gang of ruffians and is currently hospitalized. I am in dire need of funds." The unwavering determination in the boy's eyes left Teacher Fong, who was still contemplating further persuasion, with a heavy sigh. "Ah, I see. Well, I understand now. Fortunately, the decision is not yet final. I will speak with the grade director shortly." As the homeroom teacher, he was well aware of his students' family circumstances. Zhao Yiyuan, an exemplary student, had been raised with great difficulty by a scavenger, and although they were not related by blood, their bond was stronger than that of many actual kin. The unexpected situation with the elderly man was simply a matter of fate. It is indeed a pity, for this student had his initial Pokémon been a flying-type Pidgey, he would not have lagged far behind those receiving the starter trio, and, at the very least, he would have started at a respectable level among his peers in Omping City. Coupled with his solid foundation of exceptional Pokémon knowledge, he could have been a candidate for admission to a prestigious Pokémon university. Now, having lost this opportunity, he is likely to end up like himself, with the best outcome being a position as a teacher within the system. With this thought in mind, Teacher Fong instinctively reached for his phone, feeling the urge to temporarily cover the medical expenses. However, as his hand brushed the pocket, the images of his wife, children, for elderly relatives, and the long-time Companiona mosquito Pokémon whose abilities had diminished to the novice level flooded his mind, prompting him to withdraw his hand. He was merely an ordinary teacher. With so many mouths to feed at home, it was impossible for him to extend his generosity to every student in need. After years of teaching, the initial fervor had long been tempered by the realities of life. "Thank you, teacher," the youth uttered, devoid of much fluctuation in his demeanor. After expressing his gratitude, he exited the classroom. Having lived 2 lives, with the previous one spent as a seasoned worker in society for 5 years, he had encountered an abundance of experiences, endowing him with a mindset distinct from that of an ordinary student. Although it was regrettable to part with Bobo, the flying-type sprite, witnessing his grandfather who had raised him for 18 years suffer due to financial constraints in accessing medical care, forcing him to return home and endure pain alone, was an ordeal he simply could not bear. Humans are not mere plants who among them can remain unfeeling. Over the course of this lifetime, he had watched the white hair of that elderly man gradually emerge, consuming the black strands bit by bit. Furthermore, the youth possessed confidence that, even with the most common of sprites, he could carve out a remarkable path in this world. "System," he silently intoned, and a luminescent screen appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. Name: Zhao Yiyuan. Age: 18. Occupation: student. Skills: Mastery of High School Chinese 432100000. Mastery of High School Mathematics 625100000. Proficiency in Basic Sprite Studies 7891000. Proficiency in Sprite Material Studies 9421000. Basic Mastery of Sprite Cultivation Theory 524100000. Sprites none. Sprite Proficiency Template Conditions not met. Indeed, this was the extraordinary ability that accompanied his soul into this otherworldly reincarnation. Over the years, Zhao Yiyuan had discerned the remarkable utility of this power. Specifically, the data proficiency template, which bears the elegant moniker known as Heaven Rewards Diligence on certain online literature platforms. While he could not allocate points, the example of mathematics illustrated that as long as he diligently practiced a mathematics exam, his proficiency would increment by 1, with no bottlenecks in sight. Chapter 2. Exchange and Family. Although he had yet to explore the sprite proficiency template due to the absence of sprites, he surmised it would likely resemble his own character panel. By diligently practicing, he could transcend any limitations. Consequently, the importance of innate talent would diminish. Of course, should his assumptions prove incorrect, it mattered little armed solely with his character proficiency panel. He was confident he could attain considerable renown in the academic realm, and subsequently use this to supplement his journey as a trainer, thereby achieving remarkable accomplishments. This was the foundation of Zhao Yiyuan's audacity to enroll in the Sprite Science program, despite his humble background as a scavenger. He vividly recalled the numerous aimless ruffians at school who had mocked him for his aspirations, deriving amusement from his endeavors for quite some time. Tap, 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 he walked along the street outside the school, traversing the lush greenery. Alone and solitary, he deviated from his usual path, turning left into a dimly lit alley. This locale, devoid of functional surveillance due to years of neglect and obscured from sunlight, had become a favored spot among students for resolving certain matters discreetly. It is reasonable to expect that at this hour, shortly after school has dismissed, a group of rebellious youths, sporting dyed hair and smoking habits, would typically congregate here. However, today the area appears desolate, with the ground, usually littered with countless cigarette butts, significantly tidied up. Clearly, this is the result of the diligent efforts of 2 students, one with yellow hair and the other with a greenish, punk-inspired style. As they clean, a red-haired youth clad in a sporty outfit from the Howley brand approaches leisurely. "You've arrived, Zhao the academic, and I've been waiting quite some time." The blue and white school uniform he wears is carelessly tied at the waist, dragging on the ground and stained with various marks, yet he seems utterly unconcerned. Such inexpensive attire, worn and soiled, could easily be replaced. Money. Zhao Yiyuan states bluntly as he observes Zhao Yuan's approach, showing no inclination for small talk. I've already informed the school that I relinquish my priority, rights it will undoubtedly be yours in due order. All right, Zhao Yuan replies with a satisfied smile, promptly producing a thick wad of cash and handing it over. His family possesses a modest fortune, engaging in small business ventures, and at third high school, one of the less esteemed institutions in Anping City. His academic performance, second only to Zhao Yiyuan's, and his decent background allow him to maintain a semblance of prominence. Since acquiring this priority right amicably is feasible, he sees no need to complicate matters. After all, the influence of his family pales in comparison to that of the League's law enforcement. However, as he watches Zhao Yiyuan meticulously counting the money with a serious demeanor, a flicker of disdain crosses Zhao Yuan's eyes. My father was right. Someone as impoverished as Zhao Yiyuan, regardless of his academic prowess, will never rise above his circumstances due to his narrow perspective. That's right, it's 20,000 League coins. Yes, that's correct. Rest assured, I won't disclose this. It's my personal choice. Nodding, the youth carefully tucks the money into the lining of his uniform before turning to leave. Once he has distanced himself, the two yellow-haired, green-clad subordinates approach him with a sycophantic demeanor, mimicking gestures gleaned from television dramas, and whispering, "Brother Yuan, should we give him the money halfway?" Zhao Yuan's eyes briefly flicker with temptation at the thought. 20,000 is not an insignificant sum for a student eager for attention and ostentation. However, he quickly recalls his father's admonitions and promptly delivers a sharp reprimand to the two. Fools! Am I the sort of person who goes back on my word? Besides, if that guy decides to retaliate and reports us to the League's police, claiming coercion and bribery concerning the educational resources for Pokémon, none of us would emerge unscathed. Yes. Brother Yuan is indeed wise. On the other side, feeling the reassuring weight of 30,000 yuan in his pocket, including the 10,000 provided by the school, Zhao Yiyuan feels considerably more at ease. The red-haired Zhao Yuan has proven to be an unexpected boon. His family holds some influence, and he had learned a week in advance about the rare Pokémon with promising qualifications being distributed by the school. Thus, under his father's guidance, he had sought Zhao for negotiations. However, at that time, his grandfather had yet to encounter difficulties, and naturally, he could not agree. After all, who would refuse an advantage in starting conditions? A Pokémon with decent qualifications, like a Pidgey, generally costs no less than 100,000 in the League's breeding facilities. Yet now, with the unpredictability of life, he finds himself with no alternative. Of course, the young man had his doubts about the uncanny timing of his grandfather's incident just 2 days prior. Nevertheless, upon reflecting on the character of Zhao Yuan, who, aside from his penchant for ostentation, had no significant blemishes on his record, he decided to postpone any further inquiries. Being a mere impoverished student with no connections, he felt he had little choice. At the Second People's Hospital of Anping, he approached the reception. "Hello, I am here to settle the bill for patient Zhao Jin in room 302. The total amounts to 16,740 yuan. Here you go." Very well, the payment has been successfully processed. After settling the outstanding medical fees and covering the remaining days, Zhao Yiyuan returned to the well-lit ward with a bowl of thin porridge. Although it was a shared room for two, fortune smiled upon him as the bed on the right remained unoccupied, allowing him to sleep there for the past few days, with the nurses turning a blind eye. "Grandfather, it's time for dinner. Your favorite century egg and lean meat porridge." "I'm up." The elderly man leaned against the bed rail. His face, lined and gaunt, appeared even more aged against the backdrop of his white hair. Yet, his spirits seemed to rise. A century ago, the emergence of the extraordinary beings known as elves had catalyzed rapid advancements across all facets of technology on Blue Star. Injuries that once required months to heal, such as fractures, could now mend in a mere week. As the two savored their porridge, the old man's eyes, slightly clouded, revealed a flicker of concern. "Zhao Yuan, perhaps we should return home. Although the doctor has provided some concessions, staying here still incurs considerable expenses. It's unsettling for your grandfather to reside in such a luxurious place, making it difficult to sleep peacefully. Moreover, you must save your scholarship for purchasing provisions for the elves. You chose the elven studies, and expenses abound. I cannot be a burden to you." Hearing this, the young man gently grasped the frail hand of his grandfather, offering reassurance. "Grandfather, we only need to stay for 4 more days before your discharge. Besides, Dr. Zhang has already submitted the willingness to cooperate if we leave now. It would be a disservice to him." He has invested considerable effort into securing this medication for us. Indeed, that is true. Furthermore, do you still doubt my academic performance? Knowledge is power. Recently, I participated in a competition and won an award, which earned me a scholarship of 5,000 yuan from the school. Please rest easy and remain here. We can manage these last few days. With that, he produced a small stack of 100 yuan bills from his pocket. Ah, how wonderful. My Yuan has truly made something of himself. Swayed by his grandson's assurances and the tangible evidence of his success, the elder relented, no longer insisting on leaving. Chapter 3: Opportunities for the Common Folk. Grandfather, lacking formal education and scarcely able to recognize a few characters, found solace in the reasonable words of his grandson, who, with the support of the doctor, assured him a continued stay in comfort. In his dreams, he often marveled at his grandson's achievements. That day, the young man himself was too exhilarated to find sleep. I wonder which initial spirit I shall be bestowed with. A caterpie, a horned beetle, a bidu, or perhaps a tylo. Bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, the 18-year-old Zhao Yiyuan's face radiated with anticipation. Although he had ceded his right to choose first, it was precisely this relinquishment that rendered the impending decision laden with uncertainty. This parallel world, strikingly reminiscent of his previous life, had undergone a cataclysmic rupture over a century ago, leading to the emergence of myriad spirits across the skies, lands, and oceans of Blue Star. Initially, humanity wielded an advantage with their firearms, yet as more peculiar spirits manifested, the very laws of this world began to evolve. To this day, only a handful of firearms retain their efficacy. In their stead, Pokémon trainers emerged as the new arbiters of a nation's strength, determining its capacity to safeguard its territory and populace. Fortunately, the Eastern Xia Alliance stands as one of the foremost nations globally, placing great emphasis on nurturing Pokémon trainers. 3 decades ago, following a stabilization of the situation, a national policy was enacted to incorporate Pokémon studies into compulsory education. With 12 years of mandatory education, students in high school are introduced to various courses in Pokémon studies, elevating its status beyond traditional subjects like language, mathematics, and politics, thereby becoming the 4th core subject, with recent trends suggesting it may soon surpass the latter. After 2 years of immersion in Pokémon studies, during the final semester of their senior year, students will confront the choice of specialization. Those aspiring to become trainers and excelling in Pokémon studies will be allocated to specialized classes, focusing on the knowledge related to Pokémon. Notably, students who demonstrate a solid understanding of this curriculum and pass the assessments will be provided with a selection of common Pokémon offspring, even in the absence of their own spirits. Zhao Yiyuan is fortunate to benefit from this policy. Initially, upon the announcement of this policy, nearly all students who passed the assessment chose Pokémon studies in the first 3 years. After all, it represented an extraordinary ladder to alter one's fate. Regrettably, the harsh reality shattered the lofty dreams of many. Setting aside other concerns, the most fundamental issue remained. Pokémon sustenance posed a significant challenge. One must recognize that spirits are not mere common pets. They wield extraordinary energies. These energies are not conjured from thin air. Consumption necessitates replenishment. Although the air of Blue Star contains some, it is woefully insufficient to meet demand, thus necessitating energy-rich food. Even the most basic feed can cost several $1,000s a month, akin to the salary of a working-class individual. Moreover, novice trainers receive no subsidies from the Alliance and are unable to undertake tasks from the Pokémon Center. In other words, at this stage, one must either rely on familial support or venture into the wilderness with determination. However, in the wild, with merely an inexperienced elfin cub and a novice trainer who has learned solely from books, how many can truly bring back their lives? Of course, one could subsist on ordinary food, but while this would ensure the elfin's safety, its prowess would gradually diminish, likely remaining at the apprentice level and ultimately losing all extraordinary traits. Correspondingly, such individuals would falter in the crucial examinations during their final year of high school, necessitating the relinquishment of their elves and a return to the mundane existence of a commoner in the following year. In truth, such occurrences are rare. After all, if any inclination towards this were evident, the homeroom teachers would not be oblivious and would undoubtedly offer gentle counsel to dissuade students from wasting both a precious elf and a year of their lives. Soon, the cycle of days and nights resumed. "Grandfather, I'm off to school. Please remember to eat breakfast," Zhao Yiyuan reminded the elderly man, who was just waking up, before swiftly shouldering his satchel and hurrying towards 3rd high school. Every student he encountered along the way radiated excitement, though it was apparent that the number of students was notably fewer than usual. Nonetheless, the atmosphere on the streets was more fervent than ever. Pokémon fortune bags. Bring good luck. Come take a look. The Wish Star, Jirachi's luck bag. Buying one is sure to grant you your desired Pokémon. How much for one, shopkeeper? 50 Alliance coins. On the main thoroughfare leading to the school, numerous vendors had congregated, selling luck bags. With many students adopting a mindset of better to believe than not as they purchased one, only to draw favorable fortunes. After all, such ventures, which require minimal investment, could hardly provoke the ire of customers. Embracing a sense of mysticism, he too bought a Jirachi fortune bag, undoubtedly containing a slip proclaiming that wishes would surely come to fruition. Indeed, it is as rudimentary as the ones I crafted in the past 2 years. With a self-deprecating thought, he tucked the newly carved rough wooden board into his pocket. The scene shifted, and by 8 a.m., the classroom of Class 5 in the final year was sparsely populated with 15 students. Compared to the original total of 40, this represented merely a quarter of the class. Among the 25 students who had been eliminated, some were poor performers in Pokémon studies, while others, despite passing assessments, voluntarily withdrew due to familial constraints. After all, a monthly expenditure of several thousand is no small burden for a modest family, not to mention the costs of training resources. In fact, Zhao Yiyuan was likely the most financially strained among the 100 preparatory trainers in the entire grade, had it not been for his consistently top academic performance. Teachers might have directly advised him to withdraw. All right, everyone is here. Let us proceed to the multimedia conference room. As the last of the students, the chubby Lu Fei, arrived, Teacher Fong at the podium led all of Class 5 out of the classroom. On the road, although the line of students remained relatively orderly, hushed discussions among them never ceased. Gao Yu, which Pokémon are you planning to choose? One inquired. I think the Spinarak is quite good. Its battle capabilities surpass those of the Caterpie and Weedle, and it evolves at a decent pace. I just wonder if my rank will allow me to select it. Jejia, are you really going to choose the Budu? Its final evolution requires a leaf stone, which is rather expensive. Even the chubby desk mate leaned over, whispering, Yuan, are you truly relinquishing your right to choose first? The boy simply nodded in response, appearing unfazed. Though it's a bit of a pity. You should still be among the top tier, which means you'll have more options. Unlike me, who's ranked in the lower half. I might end up with only bug-type Pokémon. As he spoke, the chubby boy patted his belly, looking somewhat dejected. The young man turned to his close friend, reassuringly patting his shoulder. Bug types aren't so bad. They require less food, grow quickly, and should help you pass the college entrance exam without issue. Oh, but their lifespans are short, the chubby boy lamented, fully aware of the reality but still feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. His family was not affluent, and they had not prepared a Pokémon in advance, relying solely on the initial Pokémon allocated by the Alliance. Coupled with the fact that the Pokémon assessment only required a score slightly above passing, he had little choice. Don't worry, Dafe. Our primary goal is still the entrance exam. As long as we perform well, we can still acquire good Pokémon. True, Yuan, you're right. Thus, engaged in their quiet exchange, the 6 classes, totaling 105 aspiring trainers, arrived at the multimedia conference room for the opening ceremony. There, Principal Lu and Senior Grade Director Qin Shan were seated in the front row. However, unlike past occasions, this time, the 2 middle-aged men were not alone. They were accompanied by 3 Alliance representatives dressed in black and blue uniforms, with a notably young woman leading them. Commissioner Lin, the students have all arrived. Shall we begin? Director Qin, who usually wore a stern expression, now spoke in a tone of eager servility to the woman. Hey, Yuan, did you see that? Qin is actually smiling. How creepy. What is so surprising? The people from the Provincial Bureau are in charge, and even the weakest among them is a senior trainer. Plus, she is young and beautiful. She must have connections. After saying this, Zhao Yiyuan turned his head to the other side. There, he spotted an Alliance-branded backpack, bulging with what must be their initial Pokémon. At this moment, Principal Lu, having received the nod from the intermediary, rose and approached the podium. Ahem, dear students. It is a pleasure to see another batch of aspiring trainers. Regardless of the world, the long-winded speeches of leaders remain consistent. Oh, how much longer must we endure this? Principal Lu certainly has a gift for oration. No wonder this registration ceremony is taking so long. Next, let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome Commissioner Lin, who will address us. At long last, the lengthy discourse of our bald-headed principal has concluded, and he reluctantly relinquished his position to the poised Commissioner Lin, her high ponytail swaying gracefully. As the sound of her high heels echoed, a woman in a fitted dark blue uniform ascended the podium. Zhao Yiyuan was granted the opportunity to gaze upon her visage. Her slender, willow-like brows framed a pair of enchanting eyes, and her delicate nose and jade-like cheeks appeared slightly flushed, likely due to the warmth of the heating. As her lips parted slightly, a melodious voice emerged. "Dear students, I am Lin Yan, the representative dispatched by the Education Bureau of Alliance City to oversee this year's registration for the preparatory trainers of the senior class. Those of you who already possess Pokémon, please proceed, under the guidance of your teachers, to occupy the first 10 rows on the right. My colleague beside me will utilize the detection machine to assess your Pokémon and register each of you. Provided there are no issues with the process, you shall soon receive your trainee trainer certification. Class 1, those with Pokémon, follow me. Class 2 students, if your parents have prepared Pokémon, please line up and join me on the right." Under the leadership of their respective teachers, the once 100-strong line soon buzzed with anticipation, and within moments, over 40 individuals had made their way to the right side. Among them, some hailed from well-to-do families, looking down upon the ordinary Pokémon provided by the League, while others, having performed poorly in assessments, opted for subsidies, choosing to purchase their own. With keen eyesight, the young man discerned the image and details of a Bidoof on the machine's screen, though its score was a mere 63, just above the passing mark. Should he opt for a Pokémon from the League, this would indeed place him at the bottom of the hierarchy, destined to receive a Caterpie. In contrast, the stocky boy beside him boasted a score of 71, still holding some promise. Yet, before he could contemplate further, the charming commissioner's voice resonated once more. On the left table, dozens of Pokeballs had been meticulously arranged by type. Among them, there was but one flying type. The combined total of normal, grass, and water types was fewer than 30, while bug types numbered around 40. For those remaining on the left, please line up according to the published ranking of assessment scores. Rest assured, this ranking list has been verified against the records of the City Education Bureau, ensuring its accuracy. The large screen prominently displayed the final rankings for the Pokémon science scores. Remarkably, Zhao Yiyuan, who had achieved a score of 95, bore a label indicating his voluntary relinquishment of priority selection rights, thus elevating the originally second-ranked Zhao Yiyuan, with a score of 90, to the top position. Yuan Gu is amazing. Yuan Gu is number 1. Amidst the praises from his two green-yellow companions, the red-haired Zhao Yuan confidently strode to the front row, casting a challenging snort in Zhao Yiyuan's direction as he passed. The scoundrel! If it weren't for you yielding to him, how could he have claimed the first spot? Such audacious behavior left the chubby boy beside the youth quite displeased. However, Zhao Yiyuan, having lived 2 lives, chose to act as if he had seen nothing. He gently patted his companion on the shoulder and proceeded to stand in line, dutifully taking the second position. He was well aware that absolute fairness is a mere illusion in this world, where some individuals are born at a starting point that others can only aspire to reach in their entire lifetime. Curiously, given Zhao Yuan's family's business background, it seemed peculiar that he could not afford a flying-type Pokémon. Was he truly being frugal over a mere 100,000? First up, Zhao Yuan. At the call from another male member of the Alliance, Zhao Yuan confidently stepped forward and immediately selected the flying-type Pokémon, Pidgey. "I hope you will treat your Pokémon well. Please proceed to the right to register." The official in charge of maintaining order stated this in a rote manner before allowing him to move on. One could see that the usually proud expression on his face was now filled with delight. Next, Zhao Yiyuan. Upon acknowledging his name, he approached the long table. Although there were numerous Pokeballs, the varieties were limited. There were only a few types: Rattata, Bidoof, Tylo, Spinarak, and Caterpie, totaling less than 10. As the Pokémon panels were inactive, he could only rely on his knowledge to discern which Pokémon possessed superior potential. Unfortunately, most Pokémon were locked within their balls, sleeping, making it difficult to distinguish their qualities. "Students, you have 1 minute remaining." At the kind reminder from the male member nearby, the youth's gaze met that of a newly awakened Pokémon, with its purple fur and sharp incisors. He made his choice. "It shall be you, Rattata." Resolving in his heart, he swiftly picked up the Pokeball containing the drowsy Rattata. Chapter 5. Pokémon Proficiency Panel. It is important to note that while the initial Pokémon dispatched by the Alliance have all undergone training and conditioning, they were nevertheless put under hypnosis before their departure as a precaution. The fact that this Rattata awoke early indicates that its spirit is superior to that of the majority of Pokémon. As the saying goes, even among short individuals, some can rise to prominence. Being slightly better is still an advantage. Moreover, Rattata is considered a relatively good choice among the 78 available Pokémon. "Well, I hope you will treat your initial Pokémon well." The male trainer from the Alliance, equally perfunctory, gestured for Zhao Yiyuan to proceed to the right. "Thank you, esteemed sir." The youth bowed respectfully and walked towards the designated area. At this moment, 3 trainers still remained unregistered to the right, and he positioned himself behind Zhao Yiyuan. Upon noticing Zhao Yiyuan's arrival, the red-haired boy leaned forward, a mischievous glint in his eyes, and inquired, "Are you curious why, despite my family's wealth, I chose to select this Pidgey?" Curiosity evaded him. Yiyuan turned his head aside, unwilling to invite discomfort upon himself. The die was cast. Whatever secrets lay beneath were no longer of his concern. "Rest assured, I shall show you when the time comes," he said with a light-hearted chuckle. Soon, it was Zhao Yuan's turn. After placing the Pokeball upon the concave device, he deliberately stepped aside, allowing Zhao Yiyuan a clear view of the information displayed on the screen. Pokémon, Pidgey, gender, male, type, normal flying, ability, keen eye level novice, learned moves, tackle, entry, sand attack, entry, inherited move, detect, entry, though he voiced indifference. The boy could not suppress a glance. Initially, the Pidgey appeared to be an ordinary specimen. However, upon noticing the final entry regarding its inherited move, his pupils constricted in surprise. The presence of an inherited move indicates this Pidgey possesses commendable potential. No wonder he chose it. With this realization, despite having lived 2 lifetimes and knowing full well that his previous choices were indeed the most prudent, a twinge of regret tugged at his heart. Understanding is one thing, yet accepting it within oneself is quite another. After 2.5 years of studying foundational Pokémon knowledge, it was common knowledge that while the League had yet to meticulously categorize Pokémon potential, similar to human learning, some individuals excel effortlessly while others toil through sleepless nights only to achieve mediocre results. Even among the same species, disparities in talent were evident. The presence or absence of inherited moves significantly dictated a Pokémon's potential. Though this Pidgey had only inherited a move useful against Ghost-type Pokémon, its value would undoubtedly increase, fetching upwards of several 100,000. In a small third-tier city like Onping, this sum was not insignificant. While Zhao Yuan's family business could afford it, subsequent training funds would surely be insufficient. No wonder he sought Pokémon distributed by the League. "Hey, my Pidgey is quite impressive, isn't it, Zhao Yiyuan? You'd better step up your game. Don't let yourself be relegated to the ordinary class after the first monthly exam," Zhao Yiyuan boasted, tossing his freshly minted novice trainer's certificate with pride before returning to his seat. Since entering high school, he had been overshadowed by this impoverished lad for 2.5 years. At last, his fortunes were about to change, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Fear not, I shall continue to keep you under my thumb." The clay figure still bore a flicker of defiance, having been provoked by the arrogant child 2 or 3 times. Zhao Yiyuan retorted with a sharp reply, then stepped forward to place his own Pokeball into the recess. Pokémon, Rattata, gender, male, type, normal, ability, guts, strength, beginner level, learned moves, tackle, beginner, tail whip, beginner, quick attack, beginner, inherited moves, none. Through the registration computer screen, it became apparent that this was merely an unremarkable Rattata. The young trainer, however, did not feel disheartened. After receiving the proof of his status as a novice trainer, bearing his name, he expressed his gratitude and made his way to a nearby seat. The ceremony was yet to conclude. Once everyone had collected their trainer certificates, a swearing-in assembly would follow. However, as he settled into his seat, a sudden notification chimed in his mind. He promptly summoned the system and noticed that the proficiency panel for his Pokémon displayed that the conditions had been met. With a surge of excitement, he whispered to himself, and a simple template materialized before him. Pokémon Rattata, level 5, moves, tackle, beginner, 5100, tail whip, beginner, 7100, quick attack, beginner, 16100. Indeed, this is quite similar to my proficiency template. How splendid, he thought. Thus, as long as I enhance Rattata's move proficiency, even if its level is lower due to resource limitations, I can still contend against stronger opponents. Overwhelmed with emotion, he instinctively grasped Rattata's Pokeball once more. With a soft pop, Rattata, who had just been napping, curiously peered at the world outside. Its black and red eyes met his, and the friendly creature let out a cheerful squeak. "So, this is the trainer destined for you, little one. Quite promising," he said warmly. "Hello, Rattata. You cannot be released just yet. We shall converse properly once the ceremony concludes." Zhao Yiyuan managed a smile as he spoke softly. Rattata, unsure if it understood, bobbed its little head in excitement, its face alight with joy. Pokémon nurtured in the Alliance's breeding facilities, particularly those assigned to novice trainers, tended to exhibit a friendly disposition towards humans. Observing this exchange, Zhao Yiyuan, holding a Pidgey-s Pokeball, raised an eyebrow in disdain. As they were not in the same class, he was unaware that Rattata had awakened early. He merely assumed that Zhao Yiyuan was having a silly moment with his Pokémon. I possess a far superior Pidgey and am wealthier than Zhao Yiyuan. I must excel in the upcoming monthly exam and secure the top position. As time progressed, more commoners who had selected their Pokémon took their seats. The individuals at the front still pondered their choices, taking their time, but as the options dwindled to only Caterpie, Metapod, and Weedle, the selections were made increasingly swiftly. Yiyuan, I am not a bug-type Pokémon. How delightful. Seated among the 32 participants was a plump boy, his face alight with joy as he approached, extending his hand to offer a Pokeball. Strangely, a phantasmal panel appeared before the youth, automatically displaying the information of the Pokémon contained within. Pokémon Oddish Level 5, Moves, Absorb, Beginner, Sweet Scent, Beginner. Is this due to the activation of the Pokémon panel? He pondered, immediately glancing at the others nearby who were toying with their Pokeballs. Chapter 6. I swear, Pokémon Mewtwo, Level 4, Moves, Vine Whip, Beginner. Pokémon Caterpie Level 5, Moves, Tackle, Beginner, String Shot, Beginner. Poison Sting, Beginner. After observing several entries, Zhao Yiyuan confirmed that indeed, upon activating the Pokémon panel, he could easily view the information of others' Pokémon. In the heat of battle, this would be tantamount to acquiring intelligence in advance, an invaluable advantage. Furthermore, the panel delineated the strength of Pokémon with greater nuance. The tiered levels provided a more intuitive assessment than the League's simplistic high, medium, and low classifications. From his observations, he surmised that the novice low tier likely referred to Pokémon of level 5 or below. The weakest among them was a Caterpie, possessing only a level 3. Yet it was still classified as a novice low tier. Notably, within this realm, the classifications of low, medium, and high tiers were exclusive to the novice level. The subsequent tiers, beginner, intermediate, and advanced, lacked such subdivisions. The literature suggested that this structure was designed to help novice trainers clearly perceive their growth and establish a solid foundation. What's wrong, Yiyuan? Why are you suddenly lost in thought? The plump boy, sensing the youth's distraction, waved a hand in front of him, successfully drawing his attention back. Congratulations, Dafe. However, once it evolves into a gloom, you might find it a burden, he added playfully, pinching his nose and waving his hand dismissively. I wouldn't disdain an oddish. Once it evolves, I certainly wouldn't turn my nose up at it. Gloom's nectar is a prized tonic. If you find its odor unbearable, I shan't share it with you. Boss Lu, I was mistaken. Do save me a portion of Gloom's nectar. As the two exchanged light-hearted banter, all students completed their registrations. The beautiful officer ascended the stage once more and announced, first and foremost, congratulations to the 105 students present on officially registering as trainers. On behalf of the Dongxiao Pokémon Alliance, I invite all novice trainers to join me in a solemn oath. All present, please rise and place your right fist beside your ear. At the sound of this command, the students promptly stood, aligning themselves to perform the designated oath gesture. I solemnly swear to respect and cherish my Pokémon, pledging never to abandon or forsake them. I vow to stand with the Human Alliance and the Eastern Xiao Alliance, shielding my nation and its people from adversity. In the spacious multimedia conference room, the air was thick with the fervent oaths of youth, and as I surveyed the gathering, I noticed many students with shining eyes and surging spirits. Beside Zhao Yiyuan, Comrade Dafe raised his voice to its utmost, shouting with fervor, his face flushed with excitement. It must be said, this oath-taking ceremony easily ignited the passions of these adolescents. Even I, unwittingly, found myself swept up in the atmosphere, my heart swelling with exhilaration and ardor. In conclusion, I wish everyone a path of triumph on their journey as trainers. May you cut through thorns and sail far and wide. Applause erupted like thunder, and with a smile, Lin Yin descended from the podium. After exchanging a few words with Principal Lu and Director Qin, she departed through the side door with two colleagues. Upon registering the Pokémon information, she realized that this year's cohort at 3rd High School was rather unremarkable, lacking any particularly noteworthy talent. Thus she decided against wasting time, as she still had to visit 2nd High School in the afternoon. Now, each homeroom teacher ushered their students back to their classrooms to discuss the holiday arrangements. Class 1, over here. Class 2, over there. With the conclusion of the Rookie Trainer's Oath Conference, Zhao Yiyuan returned to Class 5 of the senior year. Once all the students were seated, homeroom teacher Mr. Fong cleared his throat and began. This time, we have a 3-day holiday. Everyone should return to familiarize themselves with their Pokémon. Remember to arrive early on Wednesday morning to check the bulletin board for class assignments and proceed to your new Pokémon classes. Understood? Understood. Upon hearing about the 3-day break, the students' faces lit up with joy. Noticing that most were solely focused on the holiday, Mr. Fong's expression dimmed slightly, And he cautioned, moreover, as someone who has been in your shoes, I must remind you, during these 3 days, do not only think of leisure. The initial class assignments upon your return are merely provisional. After moving to your new classes, there will be a month-end exam that will impact your resource allocation for the latter half of the year. So, utilize these 3 days to train your Pokémon diligently. Got it, teacher? Hurry up and let us have our break. Some students absorbed his words, while others remained preoccupied with the holiday. Mr. Fong, having said his piece, simply exclaimed break time before exiting the classroom. Vacation time. Let us go. Li Hang, shall we battle Pokémon? Let's go. My Taiana is quite formidable. But my Caterpie is no slouch either. As soon as the teacher left, the students within the classroom erupted like wild horses set free, gathering in small groups to rush out, most of them eager to engage in battles. As if they had just received a brand new toy they could not wait to show off. Yiyuan, shall we battle too? Are you in? It is said that Zhao Yiyuan spent 200 yuan to book a venue for the entire afternoon, allowing us to play freely. The chubby classmate beside me was also somewhat tempted. After all, it was his first time acquiring a Pokémon. Who hasn't he dreamed of battling fiercely like those renowned champions? In response, Zhao Yiyuan shook his head and advised, Defei, we haven't even familiarized ourselves with our own Pokémon. How could we possibly engage in battle? While the Pokémon from the breeding house are generally trusting of humans, can you guarantee they will obey your commands without even having met you? Moreover, if they were to get injured, we would have to spend money on their treatment, which would not only waste our funds, but also our time. Teacher Fong's final advice holds merit. 3 days is quite ample. The 3 consecutive questions left the excited chubby boy bewildered. He scratched his head and awkwardly chuckled. Then I suppose we want to go. You really think things through, Yiyuan. After a small compliment, he continued, so what shall we do now? Let us head to the Pokémon shop to buy some Pokémon food and energy crystals. We cannot afford to waste these 3 days. Having answered his classmate's inquiry, the young boy slung his somewhat worn backpack over his shoulder and guided the chubby boy out of the classroom. Giving up the priority selection rights had granted him 30,000 alliance coins, a substantial portion of which went towards his grandfather's hospital bills. Coupled with the 2,000 to 3,000 yuan he had saved from his part-time job, Zhao Yiyuan now had nearly 15,000 yuan in hand. This sum, he believed, would suffice for a month. As for the month following, he recalled that he had ranked first in last year's first monthly exam in his senior year, which came with scholarships and scarce resource grants. Chapter 7, Starting Strong. As they walked down the street, it was evident that the frequency of Pokémon sightings had significantly increased. Tadpoles, hyena dogs, gasballs, and even a fire-type, Slugma appeared. The chubby classmate became increasingly fascinated, and upon seeing the dazed, yellow-brown Slugma, he eagerly grasped Zhao Yiyuan's shoulder, his eyes filled with envy. Fire-types, known for their formidable offensive capabilities, were considered rare Pokémon for common folk, and their prices were beyond their means. Calm down, Defei. As long as we nurture our Pokémon well, when the time comes for your second Pokémon, you can choose whatever you desire. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he grasped his friend's hand and hurried towards the Pokémon shop. The closer they got to the shop, the more Pokémon they encountered. Utilizing the system's detection methods, he verified a portion of his suspicions. Level 15 is deemed an apprentice stage by the Pokémon Alliance, a minor threshold at level 5. The initial Pokémon provided by the Alliance were all positioned at the mid-level threshold of the apprenticeship stage, further affirming the prowess of the Alliance's breeding houses. Levels 16 and 25 fall within the realm of novice trainers. Just moments ago, on this street closely associated with Pokémon, he had spotted a level 19 large dog and a level 22 gentleman moth. As for the intermediate trainer's Pokémon, there had been no encounters. The Pokémon shop resembled a convenience store, distinguished solely by the enormous red and white Pokeball emblem adorning its facade, symbolizing its affiliation with the Pokémon League. Additionally, beside the Pokeball emblem was a dragon-like insignia representing the Dongxia League. With a soft beep, the automatic door slid open, revealing a dazzling array of goods that momentarily dazzled the young boy's eyes. Unlike his classmate, the chubby boy, who had a Pokémon, the boy's grandfather did not possess any. Thus, there was no need to purchase Pokémon-related items. This was his inaugural visit to the Pokémon shop. Yuan, what do you want to buy first? The sections for Pokémon food and energy crystals are separate, the experienced Defei casually explained as they entered. Having already accompanied his father on numerous food purchases, let us check out the energy crystals first. Before stepping inside, Zhao Yiyuan had reminded himself to refrain from impulsive spending, intent on utilizing his funds judiciously, hence his goal was clear. All right, the energy crystal section is over here. With that, the chubby boy deftly guided the young man through the various product aisles. Before long, They encountered fist-sized energy crystals radiating a shimmering glow. Due to their varying attributes, the colors of the energy crystals differed. The normal-type crystals were typically white or transparent, grass-type crystals were green, and water-type crystals were blue, with these three varieties being the most prominently displayed. Zhao Yiyuan noticed that in the upper right corner, there were red fire-type crystals and purple psychic-type crystals, though their prices were significantly higher than those of the more common attributes, often doubling or even exceeding them. Yuan, you must be looking to buy normal-type energy crystals, right? Since we're both at the novice level, we'll undoubtedly require inferior ones, which cost 1,000 league coins each. I wonder if the money my dad gave me will suffice, DeFei remarked as he crouched down, pointing to the least expensive inferior energy crystals situated at the bottom. Let us start with 3, Zhao Yiyuan decided, eager to observe the absorption effects on his little Rattata, carefully lifting 3 transparent crystals. A pained expression crossed his face. These 3 minuscule items cost as much as his grandfather would earn from scavenging for over a month, equivalent to his entire summer's part-time earnings. As a high school student who had yet to reach adulthood and did not own a Pokémon, the avenues for earning money in this world were exceedingly limited, often involving the most arduous of tasks. All right, I'll take 3 as well, Lu Fei, the chubby boy, mimicked, knowing his academic performance was lacking, particularly in the elementary Pokémon nurturing course, where he barely scraped by in previous exams. His father, long burdened by the pressures of life, had forgotten much of his knowledge, and even their family's Hayork had deteriorated in strength due to lack of exercise, now barely qualifying as a novice. Perhaps even unable to compete with younger apprentice Pokémon. Having secured their 3 inferior grass-type energy crystals, they continued their leisurely conversation as they made their way to the Pokémon food section. If I were to discover a vein of energy crystals in the wild, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune. A standard low-quality energy crystal is worth 1,000 alliance coins. What are you thinking, DeFei? If we truly found it, with our abilities, we would be unable to safeguard such a treasure. Upon hearing the chubby boy's daydreaming, Zhao Yiyuan promptly shattered his bubble of fantasy. Energy crystals are a peculiar mineral substance that emerged on Blue Star a few years after the appearance of the elves. According to texts, this phenomenon is attributed to the fusion of secret realms with the spatial dimensions of Blue Star. Although much of the unique energy from the elven realms dissipated into the atmosphere with the emergence of the elves, a small portion settled within the Earth's crust, naturally forming energy crystal veins. These crystals can assist in training, allowing elves to absorb them and enhance their strength, exhibiting remarkable efficacy with minimal side effects. Consequently, their discovery sparked a frenzy among trainers, leading to fierce battles over energy crystal veins. Ultimately, it was the concerted efforts of the 5 major alliances of Blue Star that quelled this worldwide chaos and initiated research into the phenomenon. It is said that intermediate and lower-grade energy crystals can now be artificially crafted by high-level elves, rendering them a renewable resource. Thus, under the Alliance's price control, they are not excessively exorbitant. Low-quality energy crystals are best suited for novice-level trainers, priced at 1,000 Alliance coins each. Low-grade crystals, optimal for entry-level trainers, cost 5,000 Alliance coins each. Intermediate energy crystals, ideal for mid-level trainers, are priced at 30,000 Alliance coins each. As for high-grade and premium crystals, their prices remain unknown. In fact, the most expensive offerings in the elven shops of Onping City, a third-tier city, are intermediate energy crystals. The reason for the escalating prices at higher tiers lies in the fact that stronger elves require higher-grade energy crystals. After all, only with the purity of energy within the crystals can high-level elves absorb them more effectively. Historical experiments conducted by the Alliance revealed that under equivalent conditions, a high-level elf absorbing 1,000 low-quality energy crystals would not be as beneficial as absorbing a single high-grade crystal. Conversely, the Alliance does not recommend providing high-grade energy crystals to lower-level elves, as this may induce a state akin to oxygen intoxication, adversely affecting their growth and development. Upon arriving at the elven food section, the two noticed a significantly larger crowd than in the energy crystal area, with several more display racks filled with various offerings. The majority of passers-by were young trainers, alongside a few white-collar individuals clad in various uniforms. Although they had abandoned the adventurous path of trainers, they continued to care for their elves, treating them as cherished members of their households. Chapter 8. Little Rattata Yiyuan, what quality of food do you wish to purchase? Let's opt for low-grade food together. We have energy crystals, so it's unnecessary to spend excessively on nutrition. After all, Little Rattata and Walking Grass are still at the lower end of the novice level. With that, the chubby boy picked up a bag of greenish feed. The size is roughly comparable to that of A4 paper, filled to the brim with azure granules, prominently labeled with the words grass type, general purpose, daily amount. Zhao Yiyuan, without a hint of dissent, similarly acquired a substantial bag of basic feed. This sustenance is indeed sufficient for novice-level Pokémon. Take the rather rotund Father S. Hayork as an example. It has been subsisting on the basic normal-type feed he possesses, barely maintaining its primary strength. It serves as a common staple for the average pet owner. Many who have forsaken the path of a trainer, or merely regard their Pokémon as companions, resort to this cost-effective basic feed, as they no longer harbor hopes for their creatures to battle. Nevertheless, there exists a disparity in strength between novice and initial-level Pokémon, coupled with variations in species, resulting in differing appetites. The Alliance's designated daily amount is calibrated for mid-tier novice Pokémon of small to medium size. Returning to the example of the hefty Father S. Hayork, while its size is appropriate, due to its strength and the lack of supplementary resources, that single bag of basic normal-type feed can only barely provide 2 meals. Consequently, as the chubby boy mentioned, his family supplements its diet with ordinary meat and bones, which has led to a continual decline in its strength. Fortunately, the Hayork has resigned itself to a life of leisure, indulging in daily meals and television, having long dismissed any concerns regarding its prowess. Hello, that will be 500 yuan. After effortlessly paying for 15 days' worth of food and 3 energy crystals, the two exited the Alliance shop. As they looked up, they were met with a cacophony of cries. Cater Pie, don't die! Whalemare, pull yourself together. Quickly, someone save my Duskull. Not far away, at the Pokémon Center, a group of students clad in uniforms from 3rd High and 2nd High rushed in, cradling their Pokémon in desperation. Clearly, these were fervent fools who had just acquired their Pokémon and hastily sought to engage in battle. Oh, the youthful exuberance we once possessed. One remarked. Ian, do you remember, 8 years ago, you two were swept up in such fervor? Witnessing this scene, many trainers couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, the chubby boy was taken aback, patting his chest and exclaiming, that was close. Thankfully, Yiyuan, you stopped me, otherwise my Oddish might have ended up at the Pokémon Center as well. I just saw Chun Fong and Luo Jun over there, both in tears. Indeed. So for the next 3 days, you should familiarize yourself with Oddish at home and train it. After all, Uncle was once a novice trainer and surely knows the basic training methods. With that, the youth, carrying a hefty bag of feed, waved farewell. Hey, Yiyuan, why don't you come train at my house for these 3 days? As you said, my father was once a novice trainer, and Hayork is a normal-type Pokémon, which would certainly be more effective than you training alone. Upon encountering his dear friend about to leave, DeFei promptly spoke up. He genuinely wished to assist this companion, with whom he had shared a desk for 2.5 years. Hearing his words, Yiyuan paused briefly, yet after a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, DeFei, but my grandfather is still in the hospital these days, and I cannot rest easy. I must stay by his side. Oh, very well. You must take care, Yiyuan. After their brief farewell, they parted ways, with Yiyuan hastening towards the Second People's Hospital. The scene shifted to the hospital room. Grandfather, I'm back. Zhao Yiyuan is back. Come, let grandfather see what Pokémon you have caught. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the elderly man, who had been resting with his eyes closed, struggled to rise using the bed's railing. Grandfather, let me help you. Seeing this, the young boy quickly stepped forward to support the old man, who then noticed 2 meals sent by the medical staff on the nearby counter. I told you, I would be late for lunch. You should eat first, the boy said. The elder, with his frail hand, touched the meal box and replied, It's fine, Zhao Yiyuan. Let us eat together. Sharing a meal is delightful. With that, he handed the boy a box containing a special order of braised pork ribs. Such was the nature of the old man, always eager to share the best he had with his loved ones. Grandfather, let's eat together. Yiyuan did not decline. He understood that if he did not eat, the elder would not either. It was better to share the meal, ensuring that the old man would consume a few bites. Before they began, he produced a Pokeball. Grandfather, I caught a Pokémon. It's a Rattata. As he pressed the button, a beam of red light shot forth and materialized on the counter. Rattata. The little Rattata, perched on the counter, curiously looked around, its whiskers twitching as if sensing something. It then turned its gaze towards the young boy, instinctively recognizing him as its trainer. Rattata. The Rattata squinted its eyes, displaying a docile demeanor. It clearly remembered the lessons from the breeding facility. Hello, little Rattata. My name is Zhao Yiyuan. I will be your trainer from now on. I look forward to our journey together. Upon witnessing the Rattata's gentle nature, Zhao Yiyuan felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. He immediately reached out to stroke its soft purple fur, which felt delightful to the touch. Being the diligent student he was, he also gently rubbed the center of the Rattata's back, a crucial acupoint for them. Rattata. Indeed, upon being touched in that spot, a more joyous expression crossed the little Pokémon's face. Just then, it caught the enticing aroma of food nearby, and its stomach let out a loud growl. Rattata. Embarrassed, the little Rattata lowered its head and covered its eyes, sensing something amiss, and then it patted its own belly. Ah, I see you're hungry. Here, have a piece of rib. From now on, my little Yuan will rely on you for care. This scene elicited hearty laughter from the elderly man, who picked up his chopsticks and placed a meaty rib on the lid of a box beside the small Rattata. Although the little creature longed for a taste, it refrained from indulging, understanding that it should not consume food from strangers unless its trainer permitted it. Thus, Rattata quickly turned away, letting out a pitiful squeak. The aroma of the braised ribs was truly enticing. Little Rattata, this is my grandfather, my dearest relative. You should greet him first. The youth affectionately patted the rodent's head before making the introduction. Rattata, capable of understanding human language, immediately called out to the elderly man and pointed at the rib, then patted its own chest, as if to assure, "Fear not, Grandpa. After devouring this rib, I shall protect my trainer." Chapter 9. Leave it to Rattata. Haha. Go ahead and eat. You must take good care of my little Yuan. The exuberant little Rattata brought forth peals of laughter from the old man, who personally placed the meaty rib before it. With a joyful cry, Rattata began to gnaw and chew, its sharp teeth slicing through the meat like finely honed blades, leaving its mouth slick with juices. In no time, it polished off the rib entirely, even sucking the marrow clean from the bone. Come, there's more. Seeing that Rattata had finished, the elderly man eagerly reached to grab another rib for it. No need, Grandpa. The Pokémon needs to grow strong and cannot rely solely on ordinary food to fill its belly. I've purchased its special feed. Saying this, Zhao Yiyuan produced a bag of white packaged feed along with a small bowl. This iron bowl, crafted from a special material and gleaming silver, was a promotional gift for purchasing 10 or more packages. It was durable enough to withstand even the most corrosive Pokémon. With a swift motion, he tore open the package and filled the bowl with the grayish-white pellets. The nearby Rattata caught a whiff of the enticing aroma, wagging its tail excitedly, its eyes brimming with anticipation. Go ahead, little Rattata. With the command given, it sprang to the ground and began to eat voraciously, its eyes narrowing in bliss. These common Pokémon hatchlings typically consumed such basic feeds in breeding facilities, often competing for their share due to communal dining. Now, being able to indulge in a full bowl was immensely satisfying. One cannot deny that the League has thoughtfully considered the initial personality training of starter Pokémon provided to commoners. Of course, the enticing aroma was undoubtedly enhanced by various human culinary seasonings, which prompted the little creature to occasionally leap onto the counter, chirping at the old man and gesturing with its tiny paws, indicating what it wished to eat. In response, the elderly gentleman would smile warmly and offer it a morsel. Ultimately, this little creature devoured an entire bowl of feed, followed by a substantial portion of a boxed meal. Plump and content, the round little Rattata lay blissfully on its pillow, radiating satisfaction. Oh, how fortunate I am to have such a trainer, thought the Rattata, who had been accustomed to abundant meals since birth. After indulging and resting for half an hour, it was time for training. Do you understand? The young trainer inquired, poking the Rattata's belly. Rattata? Training? The sudden mention of these words caused the still-sated Rattata to tilt its head in confusion. This left Zhao Yiyuan with a knot of unease in his heart. Could it be that little Rattata had an aversion to training? Despite the fact that Pokémon from breeding facilities generally embrace training, personality can be unpredictable. With a large enough sample, there are always a few fortunate ones who prefer a life of leisure. This tendency is particularly prevalent among those from private breeding facilities, although Pokémon distributed by the League can exhibit similar traits. Fortunately, after a moment's hesitation, the Rattata managed to roll over, patting its round belly and exclaiming with gusto. Rattata, brimming with confidence, it was ready for training. Well, let's wait until you've digested your meal first. Haha, Yiyuan chuckled, relieved. Rattata, noticing its own belly, the little creature felt a tinge of shyness. It's not my fault. The food was just too delicious. This amusing display brought laughter to the elder, evoking the feeling of having a little grandchild. After more than half an hour of rest, the Rattata's plump belly had digested its meal. Rattata, trainer, I'm ready. It bounced around excitedly, its eyes gleaming with a fighting spirit. All right, let's head to the garden downstairs. With that, the young trainer waved his hand, leaving the Rattata momentarily puzzled about returning to its Pokeball until Zhao Yiyuan patted his right shoulder prompting an immediate reaction. Rattata, with a delighted cry. A purple figure swiftly leapt onto the young man's shoulder, curiously surveying its surroundings. No creature is inherently fond of confinement in small, oppressive spaces. Perhaps a more luxurious Pokeball would suffice, but this basic red and white ball, even with spatial technology, offered less than a square meter of room. Yet, from the moment they gained awareness, they were taught to accept their Pokeballs. "Grandpa, we're off." "All right, you two take care," the elder replied, affectionately patting the little creature's head as Zhao Yiyuan eagerly descended the stairs. Upon reaching the expansive ground plaza, they observed a few patients clad in blue and white hospital garb wandering about, as well as several scattered Pokémon frolicking joyfully. The Sandshrew, the standing-tailed Pokémon, and the small Rattata are all common creatures. Most of them are brought in by the family members of patients, serving as companions for their loved ones. In the midst of a busy schedule, a wise Pokémon can, in some sense, act as a caregiver. Of course, to ensure safety. He noticed a few nurses attending to the area. The arrival of the young boy went largely unnoticed. The activity square experiences a considerable flow of movement, and as long as no incidents occur with the patients, they remain unobserved. Soon, Zhao Yiyuan discovered a secluded corner of the square, where a lush green belt surrounded three sides. At the end of the stone-paved path stood a withered poplar tree, its stout, gray-white trunk thicker than a person's waist. This location was chosen not only for its seclusion and minimal disturbance, but also for the presence of the dead tree, which would serve as an essential target for impact and electric moves. "Come down, Rattata, we shall commence our training." Upon hearing this command, the little creature promptly leaped down, brimming with readiness. "Let us first observe your move, Rattata. Use tackle against that withered tree." Without hesitation, Rattata scurried forward, a faint white light emanating from its head. With a resounding thud, it collided with the base of the tree. As for the power of the attack, well, the withered tree remained utterly unmoved, merely producing a sound. This was to be expected. After all, a novice Pokémon at the lower tier possesses a minimal level of skill, rendering its threat level exceedingly low. However, the boy, who was attentively monitoring the training progress, noted an increase in Rattata's skill proficiency. Tackle, Novice, 6100. He watched in awe as it transitioned from level 5 to 6. "Let us try again, quick attack." With a noticeable expression of delight, Zhao Yiyuan continued issuing commands. Rattata, having taken a few steps back, re-established its stance, its entire body glowing with a faint white light. Then, with a swift motion, it dashed forward once more. Thud! Another crisp impact echoed, yet the tree remained immobile. Nevertheless, the speed of this maneuver was indeed 2 to 3 times faster than the previous tackle. The panel displayed an increase in value. Quick attack, Novice, 18100. It rose from 17 to 18. After executing 2 consecutive attacks, Rattata was panting. After all, it was still a fledgling Pokémon at the novice level. However, it gazed expectantly at the observing boy. "Very good, Rattata." In response, Zhao Yiyuan showered it with praise, recognizing that young Pokémon, much like children, require encouragement. Otherwise, even the highest enthusiasm for training could be extinguished. Indeed, upon hearing the boy's commendation, Rattata's eyes sparkled with joy. Without the need for command, it instinctively executed its third technique, the tail wag. The slender, purple tail swayed rhythmically like a conductor's baton, emitting a faint white energy. However, the withered tree, being an inanimate object, remained unaffected. Yet, Yiyuan noted that the proficiency of the tail-wagging technique had increased from level 7 to level 8. Following this display, the little Rattata lay on the ground, panting lightly as it awaited the next command. Observing this, the boy, understanding the limited energy of his Rattata, decided to have it practice a technique first, as this would likely yield visible results and enhance its training enthusiasm. Moreover, it would expedite the mastery of the move. It is well known that the proficiency of a technique significantly impacts combat effectiveness. For instance, entry-level moves require an opportunity from the opponent, as the few seconds taken to gather energy can easily be interrupted, diminishing the move's power. Scholars throughout the history of the league have conducted comparative studies, revealing that even among Pokémon of the same type and equivalent strength, differing levels of technique mastery result in about 70 effectiveness for entry-level moves and a slower execution time of 12 seconds. A trend that persists even in higher-level Pokémon. Thus, it is widely accepted that only techniques mastered to a proficient level are deemed viable for battle. Of course, in the case of novice trainers just starting out with their Pokémon, such distinctions matter little. The basic levels of entry and proficiency can typically be achieved through diligent practice from both the trainer and the Pokémon. However, attaining higher levels of mastery, great success, or perfection is not so easily accomplished. Moreover, this pertains to ordinary techniques. According to various texts, the difficulty of enhancing proficiency increases with the complexity of skills. Without a certain degree of talent and perseverance, it is nearly impossible to achieve perfection, even after a lifetime dedicated to honing the most common tackle moves. Yet, with the proven principle of diligence rewarded, the notion of bottlenecks is non-existent for him and his Pokémon. With this thought, Zhao Yiyuan's excitement intensified. It is widely acknowledged that higher technique proficiency results in swifter execution and reduced energy consumption, even allowing for unique alterations. Entry-level moves are disregarded in this context. Proficiently executed moves are utilized normally, exhibiting their intended power. Expert-level moves can be unleashed almost instantaneously, consuming only 70 of normal energy, while allowing for simple modifications. Mastery enables nearly instantaneous execution of all moves, consuming merely 50 of the normal energy. Perfection, however, remains a mystery. It is unclear whether no Pokémon has ever achieved such mastery, or if it is simply unspoken. This categorization also resolved some of the fragmented memories from the boy's past life. He recalled instances from the anime where, apart from divine beasts, there were several occasions featuring devastating beams of destruction and fiery sunlight that could be unleashed in an instant. Perhaps he was overthinking it, returning from his daydreams. The young boy crouched down before the little Rattata, beaming with a smile. Rattata, let us focus on practicing our collision technique for now. Trust me, after around 50 repetitions, you will surely notice a difference. By the time we reach 100, the power of this move will significantly enhance. This is a unique gift that only I, as your trainer, can offer you. He spoke with unwavering confidence, for his own proficiency panel reflected the same. A little over halfway through a level, one could already feel a change, and surpassing it was even more evident. The little creature, understanding its trainer's intent, was somewhat skeptical. Though still young, having been raised in the Alliance's breeding facility, it was no naive country mouse. It had observed and heard about the variations in mastery over techniques. The Pokémon with higher mastery were all those who practiced diligently each day. 50 repetitions yielding results and 100 leading to breakthroughs seemed implausible. Even for those progressing from novice to proficient, the guardian Pokémon in the breeding facility practiced dozens of times daily, with the quickest taking over a week to advance. Though Rattata had limited schooling, it was no fool. It would train earnestly, and there was no need for the trainer to flatter it with empty reassurances. Looking at its trainer, pointing at itself and then at him, shaking its head with a serious expression, the boy began to understand Rattata's sentiments. Amused, he gave it a playful tap on the head. How could I possibly deceive you, little Rattata? Just try it as I suggested, and you'll see. Rattata, resigned yet determined, nodded in agreement. You are the trainer, your word is law. It then began to practice the collision technique, producing a series of soft thuds in rapid succession. Observing this, Zhao Yiyuan nodded in satisfaction and commenced his own basic physical training, such as push-ups and sit-ups, in the nearby open space. A trainer is not merely one who commands. They must also engage in their own training. The rules established by the Alliance only apply within the towns, while Pokémon and those in ancient, forgotten realms do not adhere to such regulations. They engage in one-on-one battles that are fair and just, targeting only the Pokémon and not the trainer themselves. Despite the extraordinary energies unleashed by the Pokémon invasion, which had undoubtedly enhanced human physical capabilities compared to his previous life, they still could not rival the prowess of Pokémon, let alone the absurdly exceptional physicality depicted in the anime. In fact, as the literature suggested, even elite trainers might not match the extraordinary constitution of those portrayed in the stories. Chapter 11. The Way of Heaven rewards diligence and self-strengthening. However, after completing a set of push-ups and frog jumps, the rhythmic sounds of collision came to an abrupt halt. Zhao Yiyuan curiously glanced beneath the tree, discovering that his Rattata was panting heavily. Seeing the trainer's attention shift, it hurriedly explained while gasping for breath. From the erratic energy it exuded, it was evident that the little creature had exhausted itself, unable to execute any moves and visibly fatigued. The young man glanced at the proficiency of the move, noting that it had used tackle 15 times, reaching the entry-level proficiency of 28,100. As previously mentioned, entry-level moves not only lack power, but also consume more energy. Thus, it was clear that Rattata had truly pushed itself to the brink. This realization filled him with a sense of satisfaction. All right, I understand, Rattata. You should take a break now. Exhausted, Rattata, tongue lolling, nodded in agreement and was about to lie down for a brief rest when it noticed its trainer still performing squats. his forehead glistening with sweat under the warm sunlight. Moved by this sight, the little creature mustered its strength to stand up, eager to continue training. No, Rattata. Seeing its shaky stance, Zhao Yiyuan quickly intervened. We mustn't overexert ourselves. Excessive fatigue can harm your body. Once you grow stronger, you'll surpass me, and I will watch you train. Upon hearing this, Rattata's eyes sparkled with determination, and after nodding in understanding, it settled down to rest. In truth, if he were to utilize an energy crystal, it would hasten Rattata's recovery. But he refrained from such extravagance, choosing instead to save 1,000 Poc dollars for the evening when he would present it to Rattata for absorption, hoping to see how much it could enhance its abilities. Thus, Zhao Yiyuan trained for another half hour, during which Rattata nearly fully recovered before resuming its energetic practice of slamming against the tree. Its enthusiasm soared, for it had begun to sense a transformation in its moves. Perhaps it was due to the innate sensitivity of Pokémon, beings of extraordinary nature, that Rattata's perceptiveness surpassed that of humans. My trainer is truly exceptional. I must strive even harder. With this thought in mind, Rattata trained with renewed vigor. After a 36-minute break, during which Rattata had completed 15 tackle moves in about 12 minutes, Zhao Yiyuan utilized this time to jot down notes. Of course, Rattata was not a machine. There were slight variations in the timing of its rests and attacks. As the training progressed, fatigue would naturally increase, so on average, it could be expected to gain 15 to 16 proficiency points per hour. They had commenced their training shortly after noon, which meant that by around 6 p.m., they could potentially reach proficiency with this move. Such an accomplishment would be remarkable for any Pokémon. Gradually, as the sun dipped lower in the sky, the golden rays of the setting sun illuminated Rattata, who persistently sprinted again and again. Despite its fur being drenched in sweat, the joy in its crimson eyes was unmistakable. Rattata. As the final impact struck the tree trunk, a profound and ethereal coolness permeated the mind of the little Rattata. It sensed a deepening understanding of the impact technique. Attempting to channel its energy once more, the previous obscurity now vanished. "Pooh, Rattata!" exclaimed the delighted creature, rushing to call out to the young boy. "Haha, I wasn't deceiving you, was I, little Rattata?" Zhao Yiyuan said, ruffling its head with affection. "Though our conditions may not be as favorable as others, with diligent effort, even one as humble as a mouse can ascend step by step, compelling those once lofty to look up at us." "Pooh, Rattata!" Upon hearing these words, the little Rattata raised its head and enthusiastically echoed back. It immediately thought of its companions from the nurturing facility, Charmander, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, Torchic, and Totodile, who enjoyed the best conditions available, complete with private rooms and delectable meals. "I shall prove myself stronger than all of you." Beneath the withered poplar tree, a modestly dressed youth and a panting little Rattata sent forth their heartfelt cries towards the yet-setting sun. That evening, after sharing dinner, the little Rattata was eager to descend once more for training. "Pooh, Rattata! Pooh, Rattata!" It tugged gently at Yiyuan's clothing, its face alight with excitement. "Haha, you two may go down, but remember to return by 9 o'clock. Don't trouble the nurse on duty. She has her hands full." The elderly man on the hospital bed chuckled, waving his hand to indicate that Yiyuan need not remain by his side. "All right, grandfather, if you need anything, just ring this bell," the boy said, conveying the message with brevity before leading the little Rattata back downstairs. They soon arrived beneath the poplar tree where they had practiced during the day. In contrast to the daytime, the training ground at night appeared more desolate, with few people around. "Little Rattata, your body isn't sore anymore, is it? Please don't deceive me. If your muscles still ache, we can practice tail wagging instead." "Pooh, Rattata." The little creature decisively shook its head, pointing to several acupoints on its limbs, indicating that the earlier massage had been quite pleasant and that it felt no pain. This brought a sigh of relief from Zhao Yiyuan, feeling that the 2.5 years spent on basic Pokémon nurturing were not in vain, as he had mastered the subject. "All right then, let us practice Thunderbolt," he said softly, and immediately, the little Rattata was enveloped in a white glow, swiftly darting towards the tree's roots. Bang! Thunderbolt Proficiency Level 1. It was evident that the entry-level Thunderbolt, much like the previous impact, remained somewhat rigid. Its trajectory was easily discernible, requiring a target object for successful execution. Thus, it is said that introductory techniques are ill-suited for combat. Meanwhile, he himself was practicing the third set of the Alliance calisthenics. Stretching exercises 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No embellishments or disparagements. The nationwide promotion of calisthenics indeed serves to strengthen the body and enhance physical fitness. Having mastered the third set of calisthenics, Progressing from elementary school through high school and reaching the fourth stage of proficiency, he speaks with authority on the subject. It is noteworthy that prior to attending school, even though his grandfather provided him with the best, familial constraints left some areas lacking. However, after dedicating himself to this practice, especially achieving mastery in the third stage, his health improved significantly, allowing for greater nutrient absorption, and his physical development gradually surpassed that of his peers. Chapter 12, Upgrade. After finishing their meal and taking a brief rest, they descended the stairs, and it was nearly 7 o'clock. The technique Lightning Flash is executed with a speed that surpasses that of a collision. Thus, 2 hours of training had elevated the proficiency of little Rattata by 33. Just over 100. Technique, Lightning Flash entry level, 50,100. Little Rattata, who had just finished resting, was eager to continue his vigorous training when a large hand reached out to him. All right, little Rattata, it's time for us to return to the hospital. With a noticeable expression of regret, little Rattata felt the thrill of becoming stronger with each passing moment. It was truly a remarkable experience. Nevertheless, he obediently shook off the sweat and grime from his body and swiftly leaped onto the youth's shoulder. Such a good boy. After offering a casual compliment, the duo headed towards the inpatient department. Although he could have asked the duty nurse for assistance in opening the door, he preferred not to trouble anyone, as it was the duty nurses who had cared for his grandfather while he was in school. Upon returning to the hospital room, he found the elderly man peacefully asleep in bed. As little Rattata entered, he intended to greet his grandfather, but Zhao Yiyuan quickly covered his mouth. Shoo! He signaled with a finger, then continued, Grandpa is already asleep. Let us keep our voices down so we don't wake him. Little Rattata nodded in response, then stealthily climbed onto the other bed, allowing the youth to massage him. Despite the immense comfort, he bit down hard on his lip, striving to suppress any sounds. Soon, after about 10 minutes of massage, little Rattata felt a significant alleviation of his aches and pains. As he opened his eyes, he was captivated by the transparent crystal before him. Is this for me as well? As a being of extraordinary nature, little Rattata sensed the crystal's immense value. It contained untamed elemental energy. Should he absorb it, his strength would undoubtedly surge to new heights. Indeed, this is your reward for today's commendable performance. As you retire for the night, allow yourself to absorb this essence. However, be mindful not to utilize it for replenishing your own energy, as that would be quite wasteful. As the words of Rattata faded, the little Rattata eagerly accepted the crystal, nodding enthusiastically. Very well, I shall freshen up and then retire. You may cuddle the energy crystal as you sleep. Rattata sought a soft corner, and with eyes half closed, the little Rattata began to absorb the energy quietly. Upon witnessing this, the youth, having spent 10 minutes refreshing himself, smiled gently before burrowing into the covers. After a long day's toil, he swiftly succumbed to slumber. The little Rattata, enveloped in warmth, also succumbed to sleep. The luminous moonlight gradually shifted with the passing hours, and around 11 o'clock, a sudden white light emanated from the little Rattata. The peculiar sensation jolted it awake. As a rodent-like spirit, it possessed an innate vigilance. Upon awakening, it immediately sensed the changes within its body. Its energy had surged, and its limbs felt remarkably stronger. Had Yuan checked the panel in his dreams, he would have discovered that the little Rattata had ascended from level 5 to 6. According to the League's classification, it had advanced to the intermediate stage of apprenticeship, marking its departure from infancy. This naturally instilled a profound sense of enhancement within the little creature. After the initial joy, the little Rattata turned its gaze towards the energy crystal it clutched. Upon closer examination, it realized that its energy had diminished by approximately half. Had it consumed that much already? Cautiously placing the crystal down, the little Rattata leaped off the bed. It yearned to test its newfound strength. Gripping the ground with its limbs, it assumed a stance, instinctively preparing to unleash a quick attack. However, as it began to channel its energy, it recalled the confines of the room and immediately halted its movements. Are Yuan and Grandpa still asleep? It cautiously glanced at the two beds, noticing both individuals were still in deep slumber, which brought it a sense of relief. With a subtle wag of its tail, the only maneuver it could execute silently, it unleashed a faint white energy that vanished into the cabinet without a trace. Yet, the little Rattata was exhilarated. It felt a newfound fluidity in the energy it wielded during its moves, with consumption levels, rather, the energy within its body, having significantly increased. Had it not experienced the thrill of becoming stronger over 100 times that afternoon, it might not have even realized this change. In its excitement, the little Rattata was eager to immerse itself in training, particularly with quick attack, just 50 more repetitions away from a breakthrough. The thought of late-night training briefly flickered in its mind but was swiftly extinguished by the tightly shut doors and windows. The exhilarated little Rattata even attempted to leap back onto the bed to sleep, but the thrill kept it wide awake. There was no choice but to opt for the tail-wagging technique. After upgrading its energy, it managed to perform the tail-wagging move a staggering 17 times before finally exhausting itself and crawling into bed to sleep. Naturally, the boy's admonition before sleep resonated within it. Hence, it deliberately chose to sleep opposite the energy crystal, avoiding any unconscious absorption of energy to restore its stamina. The morning chorus of the hospital's designated Pidgey and Spearow alarm bells roused Zhao Yiyuan from his slumber. Upon awakening, the caregiver delivered breakfast, and after washing his face, he was ready to partake. The little Rattata had already stirred and practiced for over an hour alongside him. An elderly man, already awake, smiled and gestured towards the little Rattata, which was energetically wagging its tail. The little Rattata, being a rodent Pokémon, inherently possessed nocturnal tendencies, thus waking late, yet rising early. However, it still did not awaken earlier than the grandfather. As the elder aged, he found himself increasingly restless, particularly with the thought of spending considerable sums for food and lodging each day. He refrained from voicing such concerns, fearing it would worry his grandson. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiyuan hastily accessed the Pokémon panel, noticing that the little Rattata's tail-wagging skill had ascended to level 45. He realized the little creature must have practiced secretly during the night. He quickly checked its status, anxious that this extra training might affect its performance today. Fortunately, the panel indicated that it remained in good health. Moreover, he discovered that it had indeed leveled up. Little Rattata, you've leveled up. Let me see. The boy, filled with excitement, dashed to the cabinet, completely forgetting about washing up and having breakfast. Chapter 13. Little Rattata, oh how I have missed you. A day apart feels like 3 seasons. Observing the trainer's astonished expression, little Rattata posed charmingly for inspection. Of course, during this novice phase, it had merely enhanced its energy, so there were no significant changes, which Zhao Yiyuan failed to notice. Indeed, little Rattata, you have become even more handsome and robust. Although he could not express it quite so bluntly, he offered a few compliments instead. In response, little Rattata joyfully twirled around twice. After a quick wash, they shared breakfast. When suddenly the boy remembered something and inquired, Little Rattata, have you fully absorbed that energy crystal? In response, the little Rattata, lounging and digesting food while watching television, promptly scurried to the corner of the bed and unearthed the transparent crystal. From its unblemished luster, it was evident that it had been completely consumed. Last night, after recovering, little Rattata had returned to rest atop the energy crystal, and after a night of absorption, it had thoroughly depleted it. Indeed, expensive items yield remarkable results, thought Yiyuan as he gazed at the energy crystal he had consumed in just one night. The shimmering object inevitably caught the attention of the elderly man beside him. This is an energy crystal. Yiyuan, where did you acquire this? I recall it to be quite costly, despite being merely a scavenger. The old man was well aware of the energy crystal's reputation, thus recognizing its appearance. It was a reward from my school for achieving first place in the Pokémon studies. Yiyuan fabricated a tale to alleviate the old man's worries. Indeed, times are advancing. In my day, such opportunities were scarce. Yiyuan, remember that once you become a trainer, you must diligently serve the Alliance and your country. Yes, I shall remember, grandfather, he replied with unwavering conviction. Although the truth diverged somewhat from his words, it was undeniable that the Dongxiao Pokémon Alliance had indeed provided a pathway for the children of common folk. Moreover, the stability that his generation enjoyed in the city was a hard-won legacy, forged by the blood and sacrifice of the Alliance's predecessors. Thus, whether in this life or the last, he harbored a fondness for this nation. In the days that followed, Zhao Yiyuan continued to conduct training sessions with his Rattata. Each night, he would provide another energy crystal, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days slipped by. As the morning sun filtered through the sheer curtains into the immaculate hospital room, the elderly man, now able to rise from his bed, cautiously approached and tugged at the covers of his grandson. This subtle gesture roused Yiyuan, who had been restless in slumber. Grandfather, what time is it? I need to head to school, he asked, rubbing his eyes as if awakening from a dream. It's still early. I'm too old to sleep soundly. It's only 5:30. You can afford to sleep for another hour, the grandfather replied. No, I can't sleep any longer. It's better to get up. Just as he threw off the covers, the equally awakened Rattata leaped onto his lap, greeting him cheerfully. Good morning, Rattata, Yiyuan said, affectionately ruffling the energetic little creature's fur, a smile blossoming on his face. Pokémon, Rattata, gender, male, type, normal, ability, guts, level, intermediate, 8. Learn moves, tackle, 112, 1000, Tail Whip, 102, 1000, Quick Attack, 504, 1000. Focus Energy, 154, 1000. Inherited Moves. None in the span of 3 days, Rattata had undergone a remarkable transformation. With the aid of 3 energy crystals, it had attained level 8, completing half of its journey through the beginner stage. Although it seemed that 1 crystal elevated it by a level. This was partly due to Rattata's previous level of 5, which was on the verge of promotion. Furthermore, the energy provided by the feed at lower levels was not to be overlooked, contributing to its evident advancement. Certainly, the most crucial aspect lies in the proficiency of the techniques. The previous 3 moves have all been elevated to a proficient level, and at level 7. Rattata has also grasped the Qi gathering technique through its bloodline inheritance, enhancing it to proficiency. The possession of self-enhancing moves was one of the reasons Zhao Yiyuan initially chose Rattata, which remains quite appealing. After completing his morning routine and having breakfast, the young man comforted his grandfather, who wished to be discharged from the hospital immediately, before shouldering his backpack and setting off to school with Rattata. Along the way, Rattata perched curiously on his shoulder, glancing around at the unfamiliar scenery of the 2 streets. Numerous humans donned outfits similar to a UNS, accompanied by many Pokémon that Rattata had never encountered before. Among them was a Budu, while the silver-gray canine was a Rockruff, known for its keen sense of smell. The creature with the large tail was a Furfrou, a Pokémon renowned for its vigilance. Noticing Rattata's fascination with these unfamiliar Pokémon, Yiyuan quietly explained their characteristics, ensuring Rattata formed an impression of them, as they would likely be future adversaries. As the boy and his mouse conversed while walking, a chubby boy with squinted eyes suddenly appeared around the corner. Yiyuan, you're up early. Upon seeing the newcomer, a smile spread across the young man's face. Defei, good morning. Rattata, resting on his shoulder, waved and squeaked in response. Hello, Rattata, Defei exclaimed, then picked up the Budu at his feet. Budu, this is my good friend Zhao Yiyuan and his Pokémon Rattata. Why don't you greet them? At this, Budu slightly perked up its drooping leaves, appearing somewhat shy. Hello, Budu, Yiyuan replied, and then scanned the Pokémon with his system. Pokémon Budu level 7 moves, Absorb, Proficient. Sweet Scent, Beginner. It was evident that Defei had indeed heeded his advice over the past 3 days, diligently training. With a father experienced as a trainer, the progress achieved in such a short span was quite impressive. Observing Budu's growth, it was clear that its strength had significantly improved. After all, at this age, self-discipline is not a common trait, akin to a child proudly flaunting a new toy for days on end. In fact, the Pokémon previously encountered were mostly around levels 5 or 6, with their move mastery being at a beginner level, which represents the standard of the average populace. Yiyuan, I've been training diligently these past 3 days. My dad even sought help from a colleague with grass-type Pokémon to assist Budu in mastering Absorb. Now, Budu can actually utilize that move in battle, Defei boasted, his head instinctively lifting with pride. Chapter 14. Little Rattata and the Walking Grass. How about a Pokémon battle, Yiyuan? It's still early in the day, perhaps feeling emboldened by rigorous training. Or perhaps simply eager after a prolonged absence from battle. The chubby boy was filled with anticipation. His father's colleagues had remarked that his Walking Grass had now attained a level of prowess among its peers. Yiyuan chuckled softly, preparing to decline, when suddenly, the little Rattata perched on his shoulder let out a cry. Purrat. Its gaze was brimming with combativeness. The little rodent was eager to test its current strength. Understanding its intent through its eyes, Yiyuan reconsidered and said, All right then, since you're looking for a challenge, I won't hold you back. Hey, don't underestimate my Walking Grass. It's quite formidable now. Upon hearing this, the Walking Grass responded with enthusiasm. Yiyuan merely smiled in reply. Let us head to the construction site on Shilin Street. It's nearby and quite spacious. Good. Imagining the thrill of finally surpassing his academically gifted desk mate, Lu Fei's round face beamed with excitement. The Walking Grass had undergone specialized training from an experienced mentor, mastering the Absorb technique in just 3 days. Even though Yiyuan had also perfected a move, Absorb was a unique attack that drained an opponent's energy while replenishing its own. This could potentially wear down little Rattata. After a 5-minute walk, they arrived at a corner of the construction site, where they observed a large expanse of land, already bustling with workers. In the distance, they could make out several muscular Machoks lifting heavy objects. However, the distance was too great for any detailed information to be scanned. Still, to be working at the construction site, one would at least need a basic level of strength. Moreover, Machoke was not a Pokémon easily obtained by ordinary trainers. It was considered a rare Pokémon for both Yiyuan and Lu Fei. Let us go, Walking Grass. At this moment, Lu Fei's attention was fully devoted to the impending battle, oblivious to his surroundings. Mana, the Walking Grass complied eagerly, jumping in front of its trainer. Go, little Rattata. With a sweeping gesture, a purple figure darted into the fray from approximately 20 meters away. What incredible speed! Just as Lu Fei marveled at little Rattata's swiftness. A voice rang out. The match begins. Walking Grass, use sweet scent. As he prepared to issue another command, he suddenly heard the voice from the opposing side again. Thunderbolt. Before Walking Grass could harness its grass-type energy, a flash of purple lightning surged toward it. With a resounding crash, the bewildered Oddish was sent tumbling through the air. How could this be? The chubby boy's squinty eyes widened in shock, resembling those of a startled doe. Continuing with the onslaught, Zhao Yiyuan, adhering to the principles of Blitzkrieg, refrained from engaging in idle chatter with his comrade. Seizing the moment of confusion enveloping De Fei, he issued another command. The previously halted Rattata sprang back into action with remarkable speed. Oddish, utilize Absorb. With limited options, the chubby boy could only command it to employ its strongest attack. However, it took Oddish several seconds to regain its footing. Given the proximity of their positions, just as it began to gather a glimmer of green light, it was once again sent flying with a resounding thud. This time, its eyes spiraled in a daze, rendering it incapable of continuing the battle. Oddish, a frightened De Fei rushed over, cradling it in his arms. Fear not. If you bury it in the soil to absorb some nutrients, it will soon awaken. Yiyuan, having approached as well, began to dig a hole as he spoke. The Rattata, witnessing this, offered an apologetic smile and joined in the digging with its tiny paws. Before long, through their combined efforts, a small pit was excavated. After placing Oddish within, sunlight bathed it, revealing a gentle green luminescence on its form. With clarity returning to its gaze, Oddish emitted a comfortable sound and cast an apologetic look at its trainer. They had suffered defeat in their first battle together. It's all right. Oddish, we'll strive together once more. Lu Fei reassured, gently patting Oddish's head. He then turned to the young boy beside him, exclaiming, Yiyuan, you truly exemplify the brilliance of a scholar. I never anticipated your strength. Rattata's Thunderbolt must be well practiced by now. When the time comes to compete for class president, I am certain you can outmatch that arrogant redhead. In response, the boy simply stroked Rattata's soft fur, choosing not to elaborate further. He understood Lu Fei was referring to Zhao Yiyuan. Although they had yet to check the class placement announcements at school, having spent considerable time there, they were well aware of how previous senior classes had been organized for students who had just received their Pokémon. The initial month determined class placements based on performance in Pokémon studies assessments. The better the scores, the more resources available in their respective classes. After all, novice-level Pokémon were generally regarded as mere pets in daily life, possessing little offensive capability, especially for those who had just acquired their Pokémon and had yet to engage in serious training. Thus, the first month was predominantly based on academic merit. The class president would also receive a share of the school's allocated resources, albeit modest, which Zhao Yiyuan was determined to secure. With only one semester remaining before the college entrance examination, the mere 10,000 alliance coins he possessed was insufficient for a sustainable future. However, a lingering sense of uncertainty resided within him. The flying-type Pokémon, Bobo, certainly held an advantage in the early stages. Even the restriction of its flight height during battles posed a challenge. Moreover, Zhao Yuan's family circumstances surpassed those of the average individual. Should he dedicate these 3 days to rigorous training, he would undoubtedly become even more formidable. I hope this kid has squandered the past 3 days as usual. After a moment of introspection, he patted the shoulder of his companion, De Fei, signaling that it was time to depart. At this point, the Walking Grass Pokémon had nearly completed its recovery and eagerly emerged from the soil. This skill is a fundamental ability possessed by most grass-type Pokémon, allowing them to heal their wounds through photosynthesis and rooting, a natural instinct inherent to plant-based creatures, rather than a specific move. They can recover from relatively minor injuries. For instance, the earlier encounter with the Rattata was intentionally restrained, merely triggering the protective mechanism of the Walking Grass. With energy shielding, Pokémon can gradually restore their health, albeit over a protracted period. Grass-type Pokémon inherently possess the ability to shorten this recovery timeframe. Chapter 15. Class assignments. Which class are you in? Class 2. Why? I'm only 2 points below you. Gao Yuan. We're in the same class again. How wonderful. Class 1. I'm in Class 1. How splendid. Upon arriving at school, they discovered a throng gathered around the bulletin board, animated discussions echoing incessantly. Make way. Please step aside. The chubby boy took the lead, leveraging his size to push through the crowd alongside Zhao Yiyuan. Fortunately, the class assignment was printed in large letters, making it visible from a distance. Class 1, Zhao Yiyuan. Zhou Yuan, Lin Miao Miao. At first glance, he spotted his dear friend's name. Yiyuan, you're indeed in Class 1, truly deserving of being the top of the grade. After this comment, the chubby boy's mood dampened once more. However, I can no longer be your desk mate. From now on, you must take care of yourself. Your father will miss you. Get lost, you fatso. Initially, the sentiment was somewhat poignant, but the last remark shattered the boy's composure. For reasons unknown. Middle school boys often relish the role of surrogate fathers. Is being a pretend dad truly so delightful? Defei, you're in Class 2. At the very bottom, your luck is abysmal. What? Is that true? Lu Fei, who had been desperately searching the list for Class 3, immediately turned in surprise upon hearing this. Indeed, he spotted his name at the end of the Class 2 list. Class 2, 35th place, Lu Fei. Wow, I'm really in Class 2, Yiyuan. How fantastic. The excited chubby boy bounced around joyfully next to the young man. The Pokémon class, comprising 105 aspiring trainers, was divided into 3 groups. Class 1, the elite class with only 25 students. Class 2, the parallel class with 35 students. Class 3 is an ordinary class, comprising the remaining 45 students. Even if the resources are equally distributed among the 3 classes, the sheer number of students ensures that each individual receives a different share. Moreover, the key and parallel classes are the primary beneficiaries of the school's subsidized resources. It is important to note that class seating arrangements are not fixed. As previously mentioned, after the first monthly examination, there will be a reallocation of classes. In fact, this rule of promoting the capable and demoting the incapable will be enforced after every monthly assessment. This significant reform has been explicitly highlighted on the bulletin board. In the past, once the first monthly examination was concluded, there would be no further adjustments. How did things suddenly change like this? This is indeed a positive development. I heard that in the previous 2 years, there were seed players in Class 1 who underperformed, even worse than those in Class 3. Such individuals are nothing but parasites consuming the school's resources. Upon seeing this announcement, there are those who rejoice and those who lament. It appears that the school is under considerable pressure from above this year. First, they brought in a Pidgey with inherited abilities, and now they are implementing monthly competition rankings. Zhao Yiyuan, while contemplating this, wore a knowing smile. Given the school's emphasis on this initiative, it is highly likely that the resources allocated this time will surpass those of previous years, which is undoubtedly a boon for him, a struggling yet diligent student. Come on. Defei, I hope to see you in Class 1 a month from now. He playfully patted his friend's shoulder, jesting in the name of fatherhood. Before the chubby boy could respond, the two were intercepted by a trio of traffic light-colored companions. I see you might be lucky enough to accompany this chubby boy to Class 2. Let's just hope our top student doesn't end up in Class 3 with the two of us. They taunted, their laughter echoing in the air. The boy, wishing to avoid further conflict, simply pulled the chubby boy aside and continued on their path. This maneuver, however, unsettled Zhao Yiyuan, who was observing from a distance. Hey, Zhao Yiyuan, how about a duel? If you lose, you'll have to withdraw from the class monitor election. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiyuan halted. Recognizing that Zhao Yuan had ulterior motives, likely having heard some gossip from his father and wanting to stir trouble. But why should he agree? With a smile directed at Zhao Yuan, he resumed his journey down the corridor. Hey, Zhao Yiyuan, are you afraid? You cowardly turtle. Zhao Yuan, frustrated by the indifference, hurried to catch up and berate him. Such foolish provocation, Zhao Yiyuan mused, dismissing the taunts as mere buzzing flies, completely ignoring them. He had secured the top spot in the assessment, while Zhao Yuan was in second place, with a significant score gap between them. There was no need for a gamble. Why engage in such trivialities? Upon arriving at the classroom, they found 7 or 8 students already seated at the neatly arranged desks. As the chattering red-haired boy entered, accompanied by the famously indifferent handsome face beside him, recognition dawned upon the onlookers. Ah, that must be Zhao Yuan, with Zhao Yiyuan by his side, the academic prodigy. One wouldn't have guessed, but he is rather dashing, isn't he? Indeed, he is likely to assume the role of our class monitor, as has been customary in previous years where the top student leads the class. Hearing these whispers only deepened Zhao Yuan's gloom, yet he found himself unable to instigate a more outrageous act to compel Zhao Yiyuan into a confrontation. Despite his dyed hair and attempts at coolness, he remained, at heart, a diligent student who consistently held the second rank in his grade. He had faced warnings and reprimands, yet had never undergone any severe penalties or disciplinary actions. Thus, When Zhao Yiyuan chose a seat by the window on the left, Zhao Yiyuan could only take his place behind him, continuing his incessant chatter. It wasn't long before the sound of clicking high heels echoed through the classroom, heralding the arrival of a middle-aged female teacher. Her hair elegantly pinned up and adorned with black-rimmed glasses. Goodness, is that not the infamous teacher who retired 2 years ago? How could the school have reappointed her? We are surely in for a rigorous training regimen this semester. While some lamented this turn of events, others expressed delight. You don't understand, one student remarked. I've heard that during Director Long's tenure, our high school boasted a remarkably high acceptance rate for second-tier universities, with several students gaining admission to prestigious institutions. Indeed, Director Long is a seasoned trainer, and the school must have invested significantly to bring her back. If we can endure her training, we are bound to secure a place in a reputable university. Do not be so discontent. Similarly, Zhao Yiyuan was among those rejoicing. Although there are senior trainers in Anping City, a third-tier locale, none have taught at our school in recent years. After all, seasoned trainers could thrive in first-tier cities without the need to remain here. So it is indeed her, he mused. While Zhao Yiyuan behind him felt a complex wave of emotions wash over him. This confirmed the boy's suspicions. The wealthy family must be privy to some insider knowledge. Chapter 16. From now on, call me Teacher Lung. The murmurs of speculation did not disturb Director Lung as she ascended the podium. With a firm clap of her hands, she commanded silence, and the classroom fell into an expectant hush. Excellent. It appears you all still recognize me, she remarked, adjusting her glasses with satisfaction. You are the fortunate cohort. The former principal sought me out during the winter break, hoping I would teach for another year. And he secured considerable resources from the city's education bureau for this purpose. One student's Bobo is a prime example. At this, she cast a significant glance towards the left corner, where Zhao Yiyuan, who should have received the Bobo, sat alongside Zhao Yiyuan, who had taken his place. In response, Zhao Yiyuan proudly tossed his vibrant red hair, viewing it as an achievement worthy of flaunting, as he had little else to boast about in comparison to Zhao Yiyuan. This flamboyant display undoubtedly attracted the attention of others, drawing their gaze towards the unfortunate individual involved. Such short-sightedness is truly lamentable. Forsaking the privilege of priority for a mere pittance, Zhao Yiyuan must be filled with regret. He may not even realize that this time, the top reward is Bobo, which will inherit its techniques. What a pity, considering his outstanding performance. The murmurs of the onlookers reached the ears of the young man. Yet his confidence rendered him impervious to their words, leaving his expression remarkably composed. This elicited a nod of approval from Director Long, who was discreetly observing from the podium. The adage "a poor child matures early" holds true. After teaching for over a decade, she has encountered numerous children from struggling backgrounds who exhibit remarkable maturity. Given equal resources, such individuals tend to flourish far more readily than sheltered blooms. Now, everyone, please settle down. After swiftly navigating this minor test, she transitioned to the main topic. As for how you address me, please refrain from calling me director. From now on, I will be your homeroom teacher for Class 1 and also the instructor for practical Pokémon training. You may simply call me Teacher Lung. After writing her name on the blackboard with a series of sharp chalk strokes, she turned back to continue. As seniors, because you have chosen the Pokémon program, at least 2/3 of your classes will pertain to this subject. My Pokémon training course will comprise more than half of that. So I personally advise you to bring a bottle of healing potions daily to ensure your Pokémon has sufficient stamina for tomorrow. Otherwise, I fear the school-provided class potions may be insufficient. This statement sent a shiver down the spines of the 25 promising students present. Now, let's skip the self-introductions. I have no interest in memorizing the names of temporary students one by one. Instead, I want everyone to line up in order so we can commence our lesson at the school's training grounds. With that, she waved her hand, signaling the first student on her right to stand. In no time, the line of 25 students arranged themselves neatly in the corridor. Let us go. Under Teacher Lung's command, this long line proceeded in an orderly fashion down the stairs towards the Pokémon training facility. Along the way, they encountered younger students and other seniors who had not chosen the Pokémon program, all casting envious glances their way. Ever since the Alliance designated the Pokémon program as a core subject within the educational system, every high school has constructed a Pokémon training facility. The third high school is no exception, its exterior resembling a vast rectangular gymnasium, adorned with the words Pokémon Training Facility alongside the red and white emblem of the Pokémon League. As each student from Class 1 entered the gym, they held their heads high, for they were now officially recognized Pokémon trainers. With a creak, the large door to the first floor of the venue swung open, revealing a space reminiscent of a basketball court, where the polished wooden floor gleamed under the bright lights. The ironwood, a non-native plant discovered in the Lost Wilderness, appears to be wood but possesses a hardness surpassing that of ordinary iron plates. Now, let us each take 2 steps back and release our Pokémon. Since we are in school, we are not permitted to unleash our Pokémon unless granted permission by a teacher. Come forth, Sandshrew. Out you come, Tylo. I choose you. Rattata and Wooper. As we retreated apace, in a flurry of red light, our Pokémon began to materialize. Woof, Rattata, Tylo. At 3rd high school, there are no true second-generation wealthy individuals, thus the caliber of everyone's Pokémon is quite similar. Zhao Yiyuan glanced around and noticed several Pokémon he hadn't seen before, including a Geodude and a Sandshrew, along with a Nidoran affectionately nuzzling its owner's fair thigh. Of course, let there be no misunderstanding. He was not gazing at the thigh, but rather scanning the information of these Pokémon. Pokémon, Tylo, level 7, moves, growl, beginner, scratch, beginner. Tail whip, beginner. Apart from its slightly elevated level, there is nothing particularly remarkable about its moves. Pokémon Geodude level 6, moves, tackle, beginner, defense curl, beginner. Mudsport, beginner. Likewise, this Geodude is no different. In fact, after observing a dozen Pokémon, it became clear that while most had reached the intermediate level, their move proficiency remained at the beginner stage, with only 2 or 3 showcasing a single move at an advanced level. It seems likely that they, like the chubby boy, had sought guidance from corresponding senior Pokémon trainers to hone their skills. After all, among such a large group, there are bound to be some who are clever and ambitious, especially since this class is already an advanced group. One can only imagine that the ratio would be significantly lower in the 2nd and 3rd classes. I almost forgot to check his. After a prolonged gaze at the Nidoran, the youth suddenly remembered something and turned his attention towards the red-haired boy. Above his head hovered a small bird, a delightful blend of yellow and white, unmistakably a flying-type Pokémon, Pidgey. Pokémon, Pidgey level 8, moves, tackle, beginner, sand attack, beginner, quick attack, beginner. Upon this observation, the tension in his heart eased considerably. Although its level matched that of Rattata, its moves were all at the beginner stage. It seemed he had merely sought to show off, resulting in a squandered opportunity, typical behavior for a youth in his phase of adolescence. At this moment, Pidgey was engaged in a conversation with 2 other flying-type Pokémon. One was another Pidgey, lacking inherited moves, significantly lower in value, and only at level 6. The other was a Pidove. Pokémon, Pidove, level 6, moves, gust, proficient, growl, beginner, though at a lower level, in this stage of infancy. It proved to be the stronger contender. After all, the wind strike technique is far superior to mere collisions or tail whips. However, during the rapid progression of the apprentice stage, this advantage is almost negligible. Chapter 17. The competition for class leader. While Zhao Yiyuan was observing others, he was, unbeknownst to him, also the subject of scrutiny from others. Just as the first peak is eternally memorable, although he relinquished his right of first choice. His commendable performance in the Pokémon studies still led Teacher Lung to regard him as a potential candidate. The energy levels are satisfactory, commendable. The traces of training are evident on the limbs and head, indicating consistent practice. After silently grating in her mind, Lung Runing shifted her gaze to other Pokémon. The energy fluctuations are unstable. It seems the energy crystal was not adequately trained. This detail is decent. The luster of this little Chincher's body is insufficient. It requires iron or supplementation. As a senior trainer, her understanding of Pokémon surpassed that of everyone present, allowing her to discern the general development of a Pokémon at a glance. After a brief uproar as the Pokémon emerged, they gradually quieted under the soothing presence of their trainers. Any student would know that the most daunting moments arise when a teacher falls silent for an extended period. Once tranquility enveloped the area, the female instructor at the front of the line flipped her right hand and retrieved her Pokeball. Come forth, Swampert. With a flash of red light, the entirely blue Swampert, with a somewhat dazed expression, materialized on the floor. With a weary yawn, it appeared on the verge of slumber. Yet, the chilling mist emanating from its body was impossible for those present, human or Pokémon, to disregard. It seemed to have received prior notice, as Swampert did not temper its imposing aura. Even when shared among 25 Pokémon, the presence of a high-level Pokémon was beyond what these little ones could withstand. Many Pokémon involuntarily trembled, and even the 3 flying-type Pokémon soaring in the air descended to perch on their trainer's shoulders. Yiyuan's little Rattata was no exception. He could feel the tremors coursing through the tiny creature's body. The disparity was indeed immense. Little Rattata, your body may falter, but your spirit must not waver. Hold your head high. Though the voice was faint, the sternness within it was something little Rattata had never encountered before. Pupurata. After adjusting itself, it made an effort to raise its head and even lifted its paw towards the dazed Swampert. Mouse. Though I am small, my trainer has said I cannot lose. And I shall not lose. Unfortunately, the oblivious Swampert, having seen through it all, did not bother to turn its head. It remained an unyielding force of pressure. The pale blue mist surrounding it began to intensify gradually. Ultimately, the first Pokémon succumbed to the overwhelming presence. The young Lien, a lotus leaf spirit, lay at the trainer's feet, wailing in distress. Indeed, tears serve as a means to release the burdens of the heart. As it cried out, a chain reaction ensued, causing the surrounding Pokémon to exhale in relief. At that moment, the observant Lung Runing finally spoke. Those who have wept, please take your Pokémon to that corner and comfort them properly. Additionally, those already lying down should also be counted. Her words cast a shadow over many, as those who understood their failure could only nod in resignation and lead their Pokémon toward the designated area. In the blink of an eye, only a handful remained, less than 10. Bobo, hang in there. Tawanku, hold on. Keep it up, Dodo go. The remaining trainers fervently encouraged their Pokémon. Alas, the revival cry, a skill only mastered by super newcomers, was beyond the grasp of these high school seniors. The vast disparity in strength made it all too easy for the less capable to falter. As the humidity thickened, the once resilient Pokémon began to succumb. The sound of them collapsing echoed one after another. Those overwhelmed departed with downcast expressions, retreating to the corner. Even Zhao Yiyuan's Bobo was the sixth to fall. Casting a puzzled glance at the little Rattata perched on the boy's shoulder, bewildered as to why the small rodent persisted despite trembling in fear. As the number dwindled to 3, the imposing aura of the Swamp King suddenly receded. You 3 have performed reasonably well. Yet given our limited time together of merely 1 month, I require only 1 class leader. Stepping forward, Lung Runing appraised the trio and their accompanying Pokémon with a playful glint in her eye. Rattata, Tawanku, and Kongwai. In her estimation, while all 3 Pokémon possessed similar energy levels, Kongwai held the upper hand due to its early mastery of numerous fighting techniques. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of the 3 shifted, and after exchanging glances, they displayed a hint of hostility. One girl with the Tawanku raised her hand and inquired, Teacher Lung, should there not also be a vice class leader? To this, Lung Runing, with her arms crossed, nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, there was initially to be a class leader and a vice class leader. However, Principal Liu has already stated that all matters concerning Class 1 of the 3rd year are at my discretion. The resources allocated to our 3rd high school are inherently inferior to those of 1st and 2nd high. Even if you are in the best class at our school, the resources may not compare to those of a middle-tier class at 1st high. Therefore, rather than repeating past practices, it is more prudent to consolidate resources and cultivate a figurehead. Her words resonated with many, as they recognized that a high-level trainer far surpasses numerous beginners and intermediates. However, they soon regained their composure and questioned whether pooling resources might lead to a reduction in the shares of ordinary members. Observing the students' expressions, Lung Runing offered a gentle smile and explained, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, for now, I am merely abolishing the position of vice class leader. Each of you will maintain your current allocation of resources. A collective sigh of relief escaped from those who had been languishing at the bottom of the rankings. Yet, this reprieve was only temporary. Should anyone fail to complete my training regimen, I would reallocate their share to those who ranked higher. This twist rekindled anxiety among the others. Very well, since Zhao Yiyuan has secured the top position in the Pokémon examination and persevered until the end, we will commence with a battle between Jean E and Li Fan. You two should prepare yourselves and adjust your states accordingly. Understood, teacher. The 2 individuals, upon being called, cast envious glances at Zhao Yiyuan, who was diligently massaging his small Rattata. Nevertheless, they lacked the courage to voice their objections and promptly focused on restoring their Pokémon's vigor. In truth, they were already quite pleased to have this opportunity, as it was customary for the class leader to be the one who excelled in the examination. Chapter 18. Data is not everything, teacher. I find this to be quite unfair. Just as silence enveloped the room and everyone was busy tending to their Pokémon, a dissenting voice suddenly rose. In the corner, Zhao Yiyuan, with a Bobo perched on his shoulder, stood up. Though a hint of fear flickered across his face, he mustered the courage to speak. I am the 2nd in the Pokémon examination. I should not be excluded simply due to your intimidating test. We are all still apprentice trainers, and our Pokémon have yet to fully evolve. A single test of endurance does not define our capabilities. As his confidence grew, Zhao Yiyuan felt increasingly heroic and tossed his red hair dramatically. His motivation for standing up was twofold. He was reluctant to forfeit the resources of the class leader, which were rumored to surpass those of previous years, especially with the additional resources from the position of vice class leader. Furthermore, he relished the idea of showcasing his audacity. After all, who in the entire third high school was unaware of his reputation for rebelliousness? Even Director Lung should take note of his presence. In response, Lung Runing's smile faded, and her bespectacled gaze bore down on the defiant student. Zhao Yiyuan, feeling the weight of her stare, grew anxious and hastily sought allies. Zhao Kaifeng, Zhou Kai, Lily, you all possess considerable strength, don't you? You also have the chance to contend for the class leader position. Surely, you agree with me? The individuals he mentioned were indeed among the top 10 in the Pokémon examination, yet none dared to respond or show support. It was then that the seemingly slumbering Swampert opened its eyes, exuding a gentle mist of pale blue water vapor. You are Zhao Yiyuan, correct? I concede that you have a point, it acknowledged. Isn't that right, Teacher Lung? I believe. Zhao Yuan's face lit up with joy, eager to continue voicing his objections. However, before he could finish his words, the water flow controlled by the Swamp King surged before him. Feeling the piercing chill, he dared not speak further and could only listen. Yet, I have stated that all matters concerning Class 3A are under my authority. Considering this is your first offense, I shall grant you a warning. Should there be a second, your resource allocation for this month will be halved. Do you understand? Entangled by the icy water, the young man who wished to appear unfazed quickly crumbled, for he sensed the looming presence of death for the first time. Moreover, I do not wish to see your crimson hair tomorrow. You must dye it back. After instructing the Swamp King to withdraw the water, she added another remark. Understood. Nodding like a timid chick, he retreated to a corner with a whimper. Though the other classmates remained silent, their piercing gazes felt like daggers, deeply wounding his pride. On the other side, the two individuals who had rested well stood at opposing ends. When Teacher Lung drew a line on the board, it transformed into a training ground approximately 20 meters long. The rules were simple. One Pokémon would be used, and losing combat ability or surrendering would constitute defeat. After briefly explaining the rules, she waved her hand. The match begins. Coyote howl. As her words fell, Genie's command was already given. A woo. Responding to her, the coyote on the left side raised its head and began to howl at the sky. Observing from the sidelines, Yiyuan noticed a faint white energy emanating from it, resembling a specter. Monkey monster, charge in and knock it down. Li Fan, a beat behind, hurriedly issued his command. Haga. I must admit, the monkey monster's speed is quite impressive. It leapt a couple of times and significantly closed the distance. However, it was already too late. With the aid of the system, Yiyuan discerned that the coyote had mastered its howling technique. As the monkey monster approached, it was likely to deliver itself right into the jaws of defeat. Indeed, just as the monkey monster prepared to kick, the coyote had completed its howl. Now is the moment, collide. Woof. With a surge of energy, the coyote dashed forward and, with a resounding thump, sent the monkey monster flying. Monkey monster. By the time it hit the ground, its eyes were spinning, having lost its ability to fight. Aside from the enhanced impact from the coyote's charge, the backlash from the interrupted kick was a significant factor in its defeat. Genie wins. Seeing this, Teacher Long, acting as referee, promptly announced the result of the match. Oh well. Beside her, the Swamp King yawned and voluntarily retreated into its Pokeball. To it, the battles of these fragile creatures were far less interesting than a peaceful slumber. After a 30-minute break, we shall determine the class president. After casually tossing a bottle of healing potion to Li Fan, she seized the opportunity to explain to the students. In my view, the recent battle favored the monkey monster more significantly. Does anyone know why? I shall reward a subpar energy crystal for the correct answer. At the sight of the glimmering energy crystal, the previously subdued atmosphere instantly ignited with enthusiasm. I know. The first to raise his hand was a boy clutching a mosquito incense tadpole. Very well, Chao and Xuan, you may respond. Because Li Fan's monkey monster possesses a considerably higher racial talent compared to the hyena, its initial form's racial talent is quite comparable to that of the typical starter Pokémon. I initially thought this answer would suffice. Yet I was met with the sight of Teacher Lung shaking her head. Does anyone else have alternative thoughts? After surveying the room, the eager volunteers hastily withdrew their hands. In such a brief span, their thoughts were confined to the differences outlined in their textbooks, leaving them devoid of further insights. This caused a slight shake of the head from Lung Running. I, Teacher Lung. However, at that moment, Zhao Yiyuan raised his hand. Very well, Zhao Yiyuan. Please share your thoughts. I believe it pertains to the trainer's command. Continue. This statement sparked a glimmer in her eyes. The hyena's prolonged howl requires a significant amount of time, and given the distance of 20 meters between them, the monkey monster could easily unleash its energy, equalizing their disparities. Once they engaged in close combat, I believe the monkey monster, with its diverse array of moves, would undoubtedly gain the upper hand. Well said, that is yours. With an approving glance at the young boy, Teacher Lung retrieved a low-quality energy crystal from her bag and tossed it toward him. Thank you, teacher. Holding the energy crystal, Yiyuan beamed with gratitude. Indeed, advanced trainers are quite affluent, handing out a $1,000 energy crystal as if it were mere candy for children. However, these words irked the girl who was busy grooming her hyena. Hyena, we must teach that little Rattata a lesson next time. She won through sheer strength. How can that person imply it was merely a stroke of luck? It is utterly outrageous. Chapter 19. Aspiring to be class monitor. Thus, it is imperative that everyone does not become overly enamored with the numerical values presented in textbooks. As trainers, we do not merely issue commands for our Pokémon to battle. At your current stage, you must learn to be the additional pair of eyes for your Pokémon, assisting them in identifying their opponent's weaknesses. Once Teacher Lung concluded her lecture, the hyena, which had sustained no injuries, was completely restored. Consequently, the frustrated Jean E. promptly volunteered, stating, "My hyena has fully recovered. Teacher Lung, let us commence the match." Very well. In response, Lung Runing nodded and instructed both participants to take their positions on either side. Since they had already conducted a previous match, no time was wasted explaining the rules. Go. Hyena. Rattata, let's go. Under the directives of two trainers, two Pokémon of markedly differing sizes leapt into the arena. The match commenced. With a single command, both Pokémon sprang into action. The mighty Houndoom let out a long howl to initiate, a move that Zhao Yiyuan had already anticipated. However, Jean E had no alternative tactics to employ, so she resorted to the same strategy. Meanwhile, the petite Rattata harnessed its energy, fully executing the strategy the young trainer had previously articulated. Strangely, after both Pokémon had enhanced their abilities, they found themselves locked in a stalemate, staring at one another without issuing any attack commands. What is happening? Why aren't they engaging? The onlookers, some of whom were still novices, wore puzzled expressions. Yet others had gleaned insight from Teacher Lung's earlier explanations, their faces reflecting thoughtful contemplation as they observed the tense standoff. Damn it, why isn't that Rattata attacking? Jean E's forehead glistened with cold sweat. She understood that her Houndoom possessed only two moves, Howl and Tackle, and that her opponent had seen through her strategy. She hoped to seize the initiative, but to her dismay, Zhao Yiyuan also refrained from giving an attack order. On the other side, the young trainer smiled, having discerned his opponent's intentions. Nevertheless, he had no intention of allowing the diminutive Rattata to confront Houndoom head-on. Use Tail Whip. At long last, the eager little Rattata's eyes sparkled as its slender tail began to sway rhythmically. The mesmerizing motion momentarily distracted Houndoom, causing its gaze to follow the tail's undulations, inadvertently lowering its defenses. Seizing the opportunity, a flash of lightning struck. Houndoom, use Tackle. Jean E shouted urgently. Unfortunately, by the time she registered the command, Rattata had already darted across the floor, leaving a trail of afterimages. Just as Houndoom was about to channel its energy, it was struck hard with a resounding thud. With a howl, Houndoom rolled several meters along the floor before groaning and rising unsteadily. Despite its substantial size advantage, Houndoom was not invulnerable. Let us do it again. Use Tail Whip. However, to Zhao Yiyuan, the opponent was merely a target. If it were a more formidable adversary like the monkey Pokémon that could counter Rattata, the battle might have posed a challenge, but with only two moves, Houndoom's victory felt almost fortuitous. Just as Rattata was about to continue its tail wagging, a calm feminine voice rang out. No need to continue, I concede. Zhao Yiyuan, you are truly impressive. The girl on the opposite side raised her right hand, her delicate features betraying a blend of strength and regret. You are quite remarkable as well. Once Houndoom's strength increases and its moves diversify, its battle prowess will surely see a significant enhancement. One should not strike a smiling face, since the girl has conceded. He too is willing to offer a few kind words. Humph, I will definitely defeat you next time. Meanwhile, the referee, Teacher Lung, announced the results in a loud voice. I hereby declare that Zhao Yiyuan shall be the class monitor henceforth. Let us all show our encouragement with applause. Under the imposing authority of Director Lung, the students began to clap enthusiastically. Next, she proceeded to outline the responsibilities and rights of the class monitor. Suddenly, she called out sharply, Zhao Yiyuan, step forward. As the class monitor, you must lead by example during our training sessions and diligently fulfill the tasks assigned to you. Additionally, It is your duty to ensure that your classmates are also meeting their training requirements. If our class fails to achieve even half of the training standards, you will bear the responsibility. Should you fail to meet these two criteria, I reserve the right to revoke your position and cease your resources. Do you understand? Upon seeing the stern expression of the homeroom teacher, he paused momentarily before responding loudly. Understood. Good. Now let us address the matter of resources, which is of utmost concern to everyone. This statement caused a stir among the students, but under the piercing gaze of Lung Runing, calm was swiftly restored. Firstly, as a key class, we are assured the most abundant resources. During regular school hours, the school's cafeteria will provide your Pokémon with a portion of medium-quality feed, ensuring each one receives adequate nutrition for training. Furthermore, for every week that you complete the training tasks I set forth and pass the assessments, you will receive a low-quality energy crystal. Upon hearing the term energy crystal, many students gasped, quietly astonished by the school's generous offer. At first glance, it may not seem like a substantial amount, but when calculated, it represents a significant sum for an average household with a monthly income of 78,000. With one meal of medium feed each day, and considering that the third-year students attend school 6 days a week, the allocation of one low-quality energy crystal translates to nearly 300 Alliance coins per student daily, amounting to almost 10,000 coins monthly. This figure pertains solely to resources, excluding various training equipment, training venues, and the esteemed instructors hired at great expense. Seeing the eager and excited expressions on the youthful faces, Teacher Lung felt quite satisfied and then dropped another bombshell. As class monitor, Zhao Yiyuan, you will be entitled to 2 portions of medium-quality feed each day, though you cannot take them away. I recommend that you continue to provide your Lotta with low-quality feed for breakfast, as it is currently in a developmental stage where an excess of medium feed may hinder its growth. I will heed your advice, Teacher Lung, the young man replied readily. Additionally, you will receive 2 low-quality energy crystals each week, contingent on passing the assessments. Furthermore, this month you will have one opportunity to choose a rare move for training, which you will learn until you master it. If the earlier discussions were relatively mundane, the final remark from Lung Runing elicited a collective gasp from the audience. A moment of astonishment. A rare technique indeed. In this intertwined parallel world, the absence of a move-learning machine meant that Pokémon could only acquire techniques through bloodline inheritance or by studying technique manuals, or alternatively, by seeking the guidance of experts. However, regardless of the method, the costs were considerably steep. Moreover, what Lung Runing mentioned was a rare technique, one that assured mastery. After 2 years of studying Pokémon science, Zhao Yiyuan had gained a rough understanding of the corresponding levels of techniques, which could be accurately categorized according to their power values in the game. 0 to 40. Ordinary techniques, 45 to 60. Rare techniques, 60 to 80. Treasured techniques, 90 to 120 and above. Ultimate techniques additionally. There were some secret techniques, such as Protect, Swords Dance, and Dragon Dance. Although rare techniques fell into the second tier, they still held significant value in Omping City, a small third-tier city, especially considering they were enrolled in the least prestigious high school. Thank you, teacher. I will certainly strive to excel, the young boy exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he bowed in gratitude to Lung Runing. However, this will have to wait until a week from now. I will only teach you once your training meets the standards, she replied. Following this stirring interlude, the vigorous training commenced. Everyone, run laps around the venue with your Pokémon. Much like our human exercise, running is the most effective way to train the entire body and gauge your overall aptitude. Those who persevere until the end will receive a luminous energy crystal as a reward. The glimmering energy crystal illuminated under the lights reignited everyone's enthusiasm. Yes, they chorused in unison, and the sound of hurried footsteps soon filled the air. This, however, caused a frown to appear on Lung Runing's face. Zhao Yiyuan, as the class monitor, please organize the group. Do not run haphazardly. It is too chaotic. Understood, teacher. After a moment to steady his breath, the young boy, alongside his Rattata, swiftly surged to the front of the line. Everyone, listen to me. Running in such disorder consumes a great deal of stamina and can disrupt our rhythm. This will negatively impact our performance, and we may not even meet the basic expectations set by the teacher, let alone earn rewards. Therefore, I will lead the way for this lap. Boys and girls, split into 2 lines and synchronize our pace. After 1 lap, the last person will take the lead, ensuring fairness and maximizing our energy retention. Those who made it into Class 1 were no fools. Upon hearing Zhao Yiyuan's words, they recognized it as a sound strategy. All right, we'll follow your lead. The group then proceeded to separate by gender, forming orderly lines. Even Zhao Yiyuan, who typically harbors a disdainful attitude, remained silent this time. The flying-type Pokémon certainly held a distinct advantage, and he was determined to secure this energy crystal to alter his teacher's unfavorable impression. The chaotic assembly swiftly divided into two distinct teams. The boys, led by Zhao Yiyuan, comprised 14 members, while the girls numbered 11. As they completed one lap, then 2, 3, and 4, the venue, though modest in size, began to see participants drop out by the 8th lap. Among them was a walking grass Pokémon, whose short legs strained valiantly to keep pace. Sun Jian, eliminated. The chilling voice of the woman outside rang out, prompting tears to stream down the exhausted walking grass's cheeks. Oh dear, it truly yearned to secure victory for its trainer. All right, it's fine, walking grass. We shall strive harder next time. The boy, equally drenched in sweat, affectionately patted its head in consolation. Subsequently, after the first dropout, more followed, second, third, and then a fourth, each falling further behind. Despite the varying abilities among the novice Pokémon, the gaps were not substantial. Even Zhao Yiyuan found himself collapsing when only 7 remained. Poochyena, too, lay flat on the ground, utterly exhausted, as a rodent-type Pokémon. Long-distance running was certainly not its forte. Even though it persevered with remarkable determination, it could not outpace the likes of Pidgey or Houndour. Well done, little Rattata. We just surpassed a limit. The boy refrained from dousing its spirit, offering a massage to relax its weary muscles while praising its efforts. Poochyena, next time, I will certainly break through even more limits to help you claim the championship. The little creature, beaming from the praise, raised its head and chirped enthusiastically. Ultimately, upon reaching the 14th lap, victory was claimed by Zhao Yuan's Pidgey. Pidgey, we won. We won. As they celebrated, their teacher, Ms. Long, tossed an energy crystal of the flying attribute towards them. Not bad, she mused. Though the latter part of her thought regarding the principal's influence on obtaining such a Pokémon remained unspoken, nonetheless, her gaze softened as she regarded this problematic student. Pidgey was widely regarded by trainers as an exceptional flying mount, distinguished by its endurance and speed. Zhao Yuan's Pidgey, bolstered by a formidable lineage, possessed innate qualities superior to the average Pidgey. In contrast, the other Pidgey in the class had only managed to complete 11.5 laps. Now, while we have a moment to rest, I shall demonstrate a more efficient massage technique. I observe that you all have grasped the basics quite well, and I believe with a couple more practice sessions, you will excel. As all were left fatigued, Ms. Lung seamlessly transitioned into a theoretical lesson, seizing the opportunity to impart further knowledge. Indeed, not a single moment is squandered, and the audience has come to comprehend why her teaching at 3rd high school has yielded commendable results. Firstly, it is essential to recognize that every Pokémon possesses sensory organs for energy, which aid in their physical recovery. Our massage techniques essentially stimulate these organs, enhancing their vitality and accelerating their recuperation. In truth, if the team includes healing-type Pokémon or possesses ample financial resources, utilizing potions and nutritional supplements for recovery would yield even more favorable outcomes. However, it is nearly impossible for anyone present to meet these criteria, both now and in the foreseeable future. After all, healing-type Pokémon and their corresponding techniques are not merely obtainable through monetary means. Consequently, everyone listened intently, with some even taking notes to capture the key points. Following this theoretical lesson, practical application on their own Pokémon ensued, leading into the next round of independent skill training. This time, they were escorted to a training facility brimming with abundant energy. Upon entry, all Pokémon sensed the disparity compared to the outside world. The extraordinary energy present here was at least double that of the external environment, allowing for swifter recovery and amplified power in their moves. Chapter 21. The Doubling Energy Training Room. This is the Energy Training Room. Although the chaotic infusion of various elemental energies prevents Pokémon from absorbing and cultivating these energies, it serves excellently for recovery and expediting training. Our class enjoys 3 hours of usage daily, while Class 2 is allotted 2 hours, and Class 1 merely 1 hour. This comparison elicited a proud expression from the majority of students present. Furthermore, the advantages experienced by Class 1 over Classes 2 and 3 were substantial, making them reluctant to withdraw. Observing the expressions of these children, Teacher Lung silently nodded in approval and began to allocate areas. General types were directed to one side, grass types to the right, flying types to the center, and water types to another designated area. Upon acknowledgement, everyone promptly moved to their assigned locations. Notably, the general type was the most populous, as these students, despite their less favorable circumstances, could still secure a commendable Pokémon through their outstanding academic performance. Little Rattata, let us continue training with Quick Attack. Upon arriving at a target, Zhao Yiyuan immediately issued the command. In his view, among the initial moves, only Quick Attack held potential for further development. Even as their strength increased, this move would remain valuable. In the heat of battle, seizing the initiative could very well draw the opponent into one's own rhythm. With a resounding thud, the attack struck the target accurately, prompting a notification regarding skill proficiency. Quick Attack Proficiency Level 2. This news delighted the young boy. What a splendid place this is. If only we could reside here. As the little Rattata radiated joy, it sensed the energy flowing in after executing its move, even in the absence of active absorption. The prospect of a swifter recovery filled it with enthusiasm, manifesting in swift, purple streaks across the field. At that moment, Teacher Long, who had approached to provide guidance, paused in astonishment. The move, known for its versatility and rapid execution, indicated that Zhao Yiyuan's little Rattata had mastered it to a commendable degree. While she had speculated during their earlier battle, witnessing it firsthand was still somewhat incredulous. Moreover, if she was not mistaken, the tail-wagging technique had likely reached a similar level of proficiency. Noticing the presence of someone nearby, Zhao Yiyuan promptly called out, Teacher Long. Yes, your training has been commendable. It seems you have achieved a level of proficiency. Could you share how many moves your little Rattata has mastered? 2 so far. Both of us have been training diligently. This little fellow is particularly adept at the lightning dash. Wiping the sweat from his brow, a result of push-ups, he calculated internally, yet chose to withhold one detail. After all, mastering 3 moves in just 3 days would be rather astonishing. Excellent. After a few words of praise, Lung Running fell into contemplation. This week's training objective was to have all students master 20 to 30 moves, thereby forming a rudimentary battle strategy to grant these aspiring trainers a semblance of combat efficacy. However, it appeared this young lad had already accomplished that. Utilizing the tail wag to disrupt opponents and lower their defenses, followed by a lightning dash assault, he had already distinguished himself among his peers. Elated yet uncertain, she pondered whether to assign Zhao Yiyuan additional training tasks. Teacher, I would like to continue practicing the lightning dash. It seems my little Rattata has taken a liking to this speed-oriented move, and it is becoming increasingly proficient, he suggested. Sensing Teacher Lung's hesitation and eager to seize the opportunity for further mastery. On the other side, the little Rattata, repeatedly executing the lightning dash, radiated excitement, leaving behind a flurry of purple afterimages on the ground. This prompted a nod of approval from Lung Running. Very well, you may continue your solo practice. It is essential to understand that the most challenging aspect of Pokémon training is not merely the comprehension or breaking of boundaries. Rather, it lies in the willingness of the Pokémon itself to train. Repeating the same move dozens or even hundreds of times is feasible. But when no discernible progress is felt after hundreds or even thousands of repetitions, even the most dedicated will lose motivation for such seemingly fruitless endeavors. This is true not only for the Pokémon, but also for the trainers themselves, who may find it unnecessary. After all, her ace, the Swampert, had only mastered a handful of moves despite having learned many. If this young lad truly masters the move Thunderbolt with his Rattata, it may indeed open new avenues. Having made a decision in her heart, she patiently continued to instruct the other students. Sun Yihong, with his tail-wagging technique, must learn to master his tail's control, otherwise, the direction of his attacks will be compromised. Lu Yao, the tadpole Pokémon, should be trained extensively in water play. As a water-type creature, enhancing its control over water is of utmost importance. Over there, the Snivy must avoid raising its tail while using tackle, as this will hinder its speed. It is crucial for it to maintain its tail and body in a parallel line. One cannot deny that having an exceptional teacher certainly minimizes the detours along the path of learning. Seizing the opportunity while their energy waned, Zhao Yiyuan recognized that this cool-headed instructor possessed significant skills. Under her guidance, the Pokémon executed their moves with noticeably greater fluidity and power. For the average student, this was indeed the most valuable resource. However, for Rattata, which merely needed to hone its proficiency, this environment was the most beneficial. Estimating the time, training in this facility allowed Rattata to increase its proficiency by over 60 points in just 1 hour, a pace 3 times faster than during its time at the hospital. With 3 hours of training each day, it was believed that in a matter of days, Thunderbolt would be upgraded to mastery. Soon, the morning passed in a blur. Everyone was left dazed from the training. When the session concluded, many Pokémon collapsed alongside their trainers. Indeed, training was not solely for the Pokémon. The trainers themselves also required physical conditioning. As the instructor stated, once you become a trainer, do not let your Pokémon lag behind. After all, wild Pokémon do not adhere to any league regulations, and those in the Lost Ruins are particularly aggressive. Alright, everyone, enjoy your lunch and take a proper rest. This afternoon, we will delve into the intriguing realm of the ruins. Goodbye, teacher. Thank you, teacher. These words sparked excitement in many. The phrase Lost Ruins has birthed numerous legendary tales. Chapter 22. Rattata invites you to snack on nuts on the second floor of the cafeteria. At the designated Pokémon window, Zhao Yiyuan procured a standard portion of medium feed for Rattata. As they settled at their table, the ravenous Rattata eagerly began to feast after receiving a nod of approval from the boy. Take your time, Rattata. No one is going to snatch your food. And there will be more for dinner. Watching the little creature munch happily, he couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Was it truly necessary to be so dramatic? Observing the boy's skepticism regarding the meal's deliciousness, Rattata picked up a piece of feed and offered it to him, its face brimming with anticipation. In response, Yuan did not refuse. He picked up the feed and, with a crunch, swallowed it down after just 2 bites. It bore a slight bitterness, accompanied by a fizzy sensation. Yet it was far from delicious, at least from a human palate's perspective. However, one could rest assured that the feed produced by the Elf Alliance is harmless to humans. Otherwise, he would not have dared to consume it. It simply does not cater to human taste buds. Indeed, it was rather palatable, thought little Rattata. Naturally, he would not voice his disdain for the taste, as he did not wish to upset the little creature. Parata, you find it tasty too, right? Then let me share half with you, it beamed, nudging its plate closer to the boy, gesturing for him to partake freely. However, the occasional glimmers of longing in its eyes betrayed Rattata's reluctance to part with its meal. It truly wished to savor more. Yet, Yuan also enjoyed eating. Thus, he decided it best to let the frail, weary trainer have it first. Although small in stature, the mouse had far greater stamina than a trainer lacking energy. There would always be time to indulge in another kind of food later. This thoughtful demeanor brought a smile to Zhao Yuan's face, albeit tinged with a hint of sorrow. Little Rattata, you should eat it. I am human. My diet consists of grains and vegetables, which differs from a Pokémon's eating habits. Although this is delicious, humans cannot indulge excessively. Too much of it would be overwhelming for our bodies. With that, he gently pushed the plate back. Parata. This revelation left little Rattata astonished. Such a delightful morsel, and yet humans could not partake. What a pity. Well then, it would be up to the mouse to relish it. With that thought, it resumed devouring the feed voraciously, even picking up the crumbs scattered on the table to stuff into its mouth. Witnessing this scene, Yuan softly patted the little creature's back, whispering a promise. Do not worry, little Rattata. This will not be the most delicious food you will ever taste. As long as we grow stronger, we shall savor far more delectable dishes. The creamy moo-moo milk, wild rare berries, and exquisite energy cubes, all awaiting our discovery. Parata. Although it could not envision the foods the trainer spoke of, the assurance of their deliciousness filled little Rattata's heart with anticipation. Its face clearly radiated dreams of the future. Parata. The mouse vowed to strive not only for its own culinary delights, but also to ensure that its trainer would partake in even better feasts. With that, it confidently pointed towards the window to the right of the corridor, where an array of meats awaited: braised pork, steamed crucian carp, sweet and sour tenderloin, and poached chicken. The little creature had noted how Yuan had cast several longing glances in that direction during mealtime. Moreover, with its extraordinary senses, it could discern that the energy from those meats was significantly more potent. The laughter of the boy, amused by the antics of the little Rattata, echoed in the air as he playfully patted its paw, thereby forging an unspoken bond. Just as they were about to finish their meal, a boy approached, leading a small Rattata, and shyly greeted, "Hello, class leader, I am Luo Hui, and my Pokémon is also a Rattata. May we get acquainted?" The other Rattata, unperturbed by the presence of strangers, leapt onto the table and called out to the Rattata still busy devouring its food. Rattata, was the response, as the other Rattata swiftly licked the bowl clean. I would never share my last morsel with a stranger. This reaction left the visiting Rattata somewhat taken aback. After rummaging through its belongings, it produced several nuts intended as treats. Rattata, these are for you, little mouse. You truly are a kind mouse. Upon seeing Yuan nod in agreement, it eagerly accepted the nuts and crunched away, obviously delighted. Hello, my name is Zhao Yiyuan. Pleased to meet you, the boy said apologetically after this brief interlude. Class leader, we are all trainers nurturing Rattata. I watched your training session this morning. It was truly impressive. Our use of quick attack lacks finesse, even with Teacher Lung's guidance. Our timing and speed pale in comparison to yours. Oh, is that so? Yiyuan replied, his eyes narrowing slightly as he scanned the Rattata currently sharing peanuts. Pokémon, Rattata, level 6, moves, tackle, beginner, tail whip, beginner, quick attack, beginner. After reviewing the information, he found it to be rather ordinary, an expected reality. Having received the Pokémon only 3 days ago, it was commendable that they had managed to break through the initial barriers of development. Unless one sought specialized instruction or possessed both talent and diligence, achieving proficiency would be a tall order. In this regard, most students in Class 1 were not remarkably different from those in Classes 2 and 3. They simply had longer access to training facilities and the advantage of instruction from the esteemed trainer Lung Runing, enabling them to gain a significant edge over their peers. Returning to the matter at hand, Yiyuan was well aware of Luo Hui's intentions, but welcomed them nonetheless. I can have my Rattata provide some guidance this afternoon. You can join us in the Pokémon activity room. Thank you, class leader. Don't worry, I have a few close friends who will willingly cooperate with you as well. Luo Hui responded cheerfully, grateful for the assistance. No need to be so formal. As class leader, it is my duty to support everyone and help our class excel. If your friend's Pokémon possesses the move Thunderbolt, they can join in the afternoon for a lesson. However, I cannot guarantee its effectiveness unless it's not a Rattata. Alright, we all understand the challenges of teaching moves. Nonetheless, I extend my gratitude to the class monitor. With that, Luo Hui, having received the promise, followed Yiyuan. And together they returned their utensils to the recycling area while engaging in conversation along the way. Such exchanges of human connection are inherently simple and pure, especially within the school. Chapter 23, The Lost Realm. Next, let us delve into the Lost Realm. In the classroom of Class 1 of the senior year, after the self-introductions were complete, the elderly teacher at the podium adjusted his glasses and turned to write 4 significant characters on the blackboard. In their seats, everyone displayed expressions of anticipation and excitement. Ah, the realm. How many legendary tales has it spawned? Ahem. First and foremost, let us discuss the origins of the realm. Surely, everyone here has played games and is familiar with game dungeons. In essence, the realm is akin to a dungeon, where the dimensions of time and space exist independently from our world. The sole distinction is that while some lost realms can be accessed countless times, others may only be traversed once. This has led to a myriad of theories regarding the realm's origin. Beginning with a premise rooted in gaming has undoubtedly captured the attention of the students present. The teacher contentedly sipped his tea before leisurely inquiring, who knows who the creator god of the Pokémon world is? Arceus. This question is so well known that even a 3-year-old would be aware. The traces of the white alpaca were frequently discovered during the first decade after Pokémon integrated into this world. But what are the gods of time and space? Time is Dialga. Space is Palkia. Yet another straightforward inquiry, and the mention of these 3 names left numerous students deep in thought. Time-space. Creation. The world exists in 3 dimensions. It felt as though they had grasped something profound, yet ultimately captured nothing at all. Chuckling at the troubled expressions of the students below, the teacher found joy in this yearly interaction with senior year students. Ah, young ones, behold the true world. When you embark on the path of a Pokémon trainer, you earn the right to pursue the truth. I am aware of what many of you are pondering. In fact, you are not mistaken. The world fusion theory posits that over a century ago, Pokémon suddenly appeared, accompanied by a rapid expansion of terrestrial and oceanic areas. Although this theory remains unproven, it is widely accepted within academic circles. The Pokémon world and our Blue Star world collided like 2 bubbles, merging together. As he spoke, he drew 2 large circles on the blackboard. Teacher, why is it that the Pokémon world merged into ours? Given the extraordinary power of the Pokémon, shouldn't their world be of a higher realm? Upon hearing this, someone from the audience immediately raised a counterargument. A well-posed question prompted the old scholar on the podium to cast an appreciative glance at the inquisitive male student. Each year, there are always those who come to support him, and this year was no exception. The exact reasons remain unverified within the academic realm. However, I personally lean towards the theory of apocalyptic destruction. It is well known that every mythical beast that has emerged possesses formidable power. Even the weakest, such as the Zapdos inscribed on ancient tablets, has the capability to raise cities and conquer fortresses. Thus, it is widely believed that the internal strife among these creatures has led to a world in ruins, allowing us to reap the benefits. Yet, are you truly convinced? As the old teacher became animated, he instinctively prepared to elaborate further, only to quickly realize his inclination and promptly covered his mouth. Ahem, regarding the subsequent theoretical speculations. You are still in your final year of high school, with your focus primarily on the college entrance examination, so I shall refrain from elaborating. Once you successfully enter university, there will be others to enlighten you. That will be your true starting point. This half-finished manner of speaking undoubtedly drew the collective teasing of all present. Come on, teacher. Why are you resorting to this again? Always talking about university. Ahem. Now, let us quiet down as we proceed to discuss the classifications of the lost secret realms. With that, the old teacher cleared his throat, rapped on the desk, and swiftly shifted the topic. The lost secret realms, as I mentioned earlier, are divided into those that can be revisited and those that are one-time experiences, scientifically termed as the true secret realms and the illusory secret realms. As the name suggests, true secret realms resemble fragments of a real world, allowing for continuous exploration and the discovery of the unknown. Any item you acquire within, even life itself, can be taken out. In contrast, illusory secret realms represent a person's dream, or more accurately, a recreation of memories. The beings and objects within are ephemeral. No matter how precious, they cannot be extracted, except in rare cases where one gains the acknowledgement of the realm's master or protagonist. This often leads to unexpected rewards. As he spoke, the old teacher swiftly inscribed several large characters on the blackboard. Lu Ran, the King of Heaven. This person should be familiar to all. Familiar, came the resounding chorus from the students. Of course, Lu Ran, the King of Heaven, is an idol for all trainers in the Eastern Xia region. At merely 32 years old, she has ascended to the throne of the Ice-type King, and she is not only stunningly beautiful, but also a hugely popular celebrity. Since everyone is acquainted with her, you must also know about Lu Ran's ace, the Dragonite. Indeed, this Dragonite was a gift she received upon becoming a senior trainer at the age of 22, after being drawn into an illusory secret realm. It is said that she fulfilled a wish for an elderly man within that realm, ultimately earning this Dragonite along with a comprehensive legacy of training expertise. Thus, Lu Ran achieved her esteemed position. Wow, who was that old man? I wonder if I could enter the illusory secret realm. How fortunate would that be? It is evident that the students in the audience are hearing this story for the first time, their faces brimming with yearning. However, Zhao Yiyuan's expression is somewhat peculiar. Riding the dragon, ice element, an elder, how strikingly similar. I had thought I had crossed into a parallel world. Could there be a chance to witness this? Just as he becomes lost in thought, the old teacher's narrative takes another turn. What you see are merely the successful ones. You must understand that in a phantasmal realm, if one fails to fulfill the wishes of its master, they shall be condemned to relive the cycle endlessly. Unlike a genuine secret realm, where one can simply find the path to emerge, a phantasmal realm is the most perilous, even if someone later deciphers its mysteries. Those who have delved too deeply may find no salvation, perishing alongside that illusory world. No, I certainly do not wish to encounter such a fate. How terrifying. With no evidence to guide us, who can truly discern the thoughts of the memory's master? It is nothing short of sheer luck. Indeed, I too would prefer to avoid such occurrences. Upon hearing these conditions, it felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over many, extinguishing their enthusiasm. Teacher, if I recall correctly, the genuine secret realms are marked and even controlled by the Alliance. What about the phantasmal realms? This question prompted the old teacher at the podium to shake his head. Currently, there are no definitive patterns. It is known that those who do not aspire to be trainers will not encounter phantasmal realms. Additionally, towns with large gatherings of people will not suddenly open spatial secret realms. Chapter 24. The Return of the Red 2000 Then, teacher, are you suggesting that the only way to encounter a secret realm is in the wilds outside the city? Another student in the audience raised their hand to inquire. No, it cannot be stated so definitively, the old teacher replied, shaking his head. It can only be said that it is highly probable. After all, Pokémon have only emerged in the last century, shattering the balance. While humanity has rapidly constructed a system by exploring the relics within secret realms and the wilderness, there is no doubt that in comparison to the Pokémon world, our various theoretical frameworks are still immature. Perhaps it will take several hundred years before we can confidently assert such a statement. To this explanation, most students nodded in partial understanding. Meanwhile, on the other side of the teaching building, in the expansive playground, various Pokémon frolicked joyfully, engaging in playful antics. Outside the square, two security personnel kept a watchful eye. As the students attended their theoretical classes, most Pokémon were reluctant to remain confined within their Pokeballs for extended periods. Hence the existence of this space. The teachers responsible for Pokémon training, including the stern instructor, had not assigned any additional training tasks to these younglings. The challenge lies not only in physical endurance, but primarily in their obedience. The Pokémon, bound to heed the commands of their trainers, can, of course, be be instructed by students to temporarily follow the directives of their teachers. However, over time, particularly when these young Pokémon and students lack a profound bond, complications are likely to arise. Thus, it may be more beneficial to allow them some leisure. Naturally, most students in the class are not naive. They have all been given the instruction to let their Pokémon train independently in the afternoon. Yet, witnessing the majority of Pokémon engaged in play, who among them can suppress their inherent nature? Consequently, the meadow is alive with the joyous sounds of Pokémon laughter. But in one corner, a few Pokémon are diligently training together. Behold, a petite purple Rattata is seen tirelessly sprinting back and forth. This is none other than Zhao Yiyuan's Pokémon. During the morning training session, 3 hours of effort have propelled this Rattata's proficiency in quick attack to nearly 200. Surpassing the 500 threshold has slightly enhanced its move's power and speed. Thus, this little creature is currently in high spirits. Although it lacks the advantageous environment, the thrill of constant improvement has endeared training to it. Even when other Pokémon invite it to play, it coldly declines. Playing lacks the exhilarating sensation of becoming stronger. Truly, they are a bunch devoid of ambition. It seems to sneer as it observes the frolicking Pokémon, even while feeling fatigued. Of course, the few companions training alongside it are held in higher regard, including Luo Hui's Rattata. "Hey boss, you're amazing." Upon seeing its newly appointed leader weary, it approaches to offer a massage, showering praises. At the same time, 2 Tylos, filled with admiration, watch on. These are indeed the 2 Pokémon that Luo Hui referred to as good friends. The Tylo and Rattata are quite similar, both capable of grasping quick attack in the mid-stage of their training. Thus, they have come to school together. Naturally, Rattata also shares some tips as per Yiyuan's instructions. Listen up, my fellow rodents. While practicing this move, it's essential to first ease into the energy mobilization, it advises. The massaging Rattata and the 2 Tylos perk up their ears, attentively listening. Occasionally, they test out quick attack, with the other Rattata benefiting the most, being of the same lineage and possessing identical anatomical structures. However, the resting little creature estimates that it will require approximately 45 days of rigorous training to master this move, especially considering the effectiveness of the training facility. In truth, this reflects the typical progress of an ordinary Pokémon. As time gradually passes, a sudden flurry of ringing announces the end of school, followed by the harmonious melody of dismissal. Ordinary students head straight home, while those with Pokémon residing on the playground hastily grab their backpacks and dash towards it. Pidgey, Rattata, one by one, the Pokémon, drawn by the familiar voices, joyfully leap into their trainer's arms. Zhao Yiyuan and his Rattata are no exception. Prior to becoming a trainer, he harbored some doubts. Despite the fact that most Pokémon of the same species appeared identical, how could one possibly distinguish them? Now, however, he understands that the answer lies within the Pokéball. The Pokéball, infused with the trainer's blood, forms an inexplicable bond with the Pokémon once it records their information. Through this enigmatic connection, distinguishing between Pokémon becomes effortless, and he can even grasp some of their meanings. Otherwise, how could he consistently comprehend Rattata's enthusiastic cries of Rattata, Rattata each time it paints? Let's go eat. As the class president, he has the privilege of a decent meal in the evening, so he affectionately pats Rattata, perched on his shoulder. Rattata, with its joyful exclamations. They make their way towards the cafeteria. In terms of Alliance currency, that's over $60, a sum not to be squandered. However, as he passes through a small grove, an unexpected figure emerges. Upon seeing the striking red hair, he immediately deduces the identity and quickens his pace to take a detour. There's truly nothing to discuss with such an overdramatic youth. Zhao Yiyuan, stop right there. The flamboyant Zhao Yiyuan, caught off guard while striking a pose, quickly gives chase. Pidgey, intercept him. Realizing he might not catch up, he commands his flying Pidgey to pursue. Following the order, Pidgey flaps its wings and takes off. Moments later, it blocks the path ahead of the youth. Rattata. Observing this, Rattata leaps to the ground, baring its teeth and adopting a combat stance. With it around, no one dares to bully Yiyuan. What do you want, Zhao Yiyuan? Though the school day has ended, they are still on school grounds. Zhao Yiyuan furrows his brow, offering a cautious reminder. He notices that 2 more lackeys, one with green hair and the other with yellow, have appeared from different directions. Rattata might hold its own, but he is uncertain about his own abilities. The commotion could easily attract the attention of security, leading to disciplinary actions for both of them. Don't misunderstand, Class President Zhao. Seeing that Zhao Yiyuan is poised for confrontation, Zhao Yiyuan gestures for his 2 lackeys to step back before continuing. I've come to propose a trade. It's still 20,000 Alliance coins. If you relinquish this month's opportunity to learn rare moves to me, I have the money right here. Chapter 25. Zhao Yiyuan. Your father will surely provide you with the best. Observing Zhao Yiyuan pull out 2 stacks of cash, Zhao Yiyuan smiles. He is certain that this must be another generous gesture from the uncle he has yet to meet. Moreover, it is likely that this fellow returned home for lunch and, after recounting the events of the morning, made a decision. He yearns for another clandestine transaction, but does he truly believe I am so easily swayed by monetary allure? And for such a paltry sum, huh? Zhao Yiyuan, do you think I have become foolish from my studies? 20,000. Previously, I was unable to acquiesce due to urgent matters. Do you genuinely suppose I am so naive as to overlook the value of rare techniques and this particular Pidgey? As he spoke, he gestured toward the Pidgey, which was grooming its feathers upon the shoulder of the red-haired youth. Pidgey? The sudden mention left the Pidgey perplexed, wondering why it had become part of the conversation. Well then, let us add a bit more. How about 30,000? Unfortunately, the response was still a shake of the head. 40,000. Now that seems reasonable. Zhao Yiyuan, how can a high school student be so greedy? Observing the young man painfully extracting 2 stacks of cash, Zhao Yiyuan continued to shake his head, his expression growing increasingly disapproving. If he was not mistaken, this fellow's father must have initially offered 40,000 in exchange for the opportunity to learn rare techniques. Yet this lad had greedily taken 20,000 from the outset. When it came to the prior transaction regarding the right of first refusal, had he not mentally noted this debt? Noticing the young man before him fall silent and stammer, Zhao Yiyuan remarked, Zhao Yiyuan, do you truly believe this learning opportunity is something I can trade? Would the school consent? Would Teacher Lung agree? Surely. You are thinking too simplistically. Hearing this question, Zhao Yiyuan scratched his head, appearing somewhat bewildered. He hadn't considered the matter so deeply. After failing to secure the class leader position that morning, he returned home to report to his father, then promptly brought over some cash. Reflecting now, he recognized that he had indeed rushed the process, failing to consult with his parents thoroughly. Observing the young man's hesitance to respond, Zhao Yiyuan understood he had strayed from the point. Well then, with such thoughts, it would be wiser to focus all his energy on nurturing Pidgey. After a month, he could legitimately defeat me, and learning next month would be no different. With that, he turned and departed. Very well, I, Zhao Yiyuan, accept your challenge. Zhao Yiyuan, I shall surely defeat you in 1 month's time. The declaration ignited the young man's competitive spirit, leading him to shout aloud, startling the sprinting Yiyuan. When did he issue a challenge, after all? Dinner consisted of a single Rattata-s meal. Although the cafeteria provided dinner for some boarding students in the afternoon, Zhao Yiyuan naturally wished to return home to dine with his grandfather, who remained in the hospital. Thus, the Rattata had also nudged some food toward him. Rattata, this is more than enough for you. The rest is for your trainer, he chuckled, watching the Rattata gesture wistfully. Do not worry, Rattata. I have not fallen so low as to be unable to afford food. I am simply saving my appetite to share a meal with my grandfather. Upon hearing this, little Rada immediately ceased her chewing and waved her paw, signaling whether she could take some back to share with her grandfather. I'm afraid not. These delicacies can only be enjoyed here and cannot be taken away. Having been denied, little Rada felt a twinge of disappointment, but with the comforting words of the youth, she resumed her meal. In truth, the prohibition against takeout was understandable. The portion sizes were difficult to quantify. Moreover, there was concern that some individuals might take food home to sell, as even a single serving of medium-grade feed could equate to a day's wages for an average person. The resources of the school were allocated with the hope of fostering students' growth, not for the purpose of being resold. Upon returning to the hospital for dinner, the youth offered reassurance to his grandfather, who was eager to be discharged. He then descended once more with little Rada to continue their training. Oh, that child truly is diligent. Indeed, he trained with his Pokémon every day, returning only as the doors were about to close. It was said that his family was not well off, and there was hope that he could secure admission to a prestigious university. Along the way, whispers could be heard. After all, returning only at closing time, drenched in sweat, was hard to forget. Little Rada, let us continue practicing quick attack. Upon hearing the command, the small creature did not hesitate and sprang into action. In an instant, the sounds of her swift movements filled the air. Meanwhile, at the Zhouji supermarket on Jinlin Road, Zhao Yiyuan, having dyed his hair back to black, was carefully returning 40,000 yuan to his father. Dad, Zhao Yiyuan declined. He said that the school and Teacher Lung wouldn't agree. He then proposed a rematch in a month, adding, don't worry. By then my Bobo will surely defeat that little Rada. All right, Zhao Yiyuan, you should go rest now. The middle-aged man, comfortably seated on the sofa, said little more, merely waving his son off to his room. As the door clicked shut, He withdrew a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke while reminiscing about his wife, who had sacrificed herself in the wilderness to save him. Ailing, I shall ensure that Zhao Yiyuan achieves greatness. I may lack the means to provide him with the prestigious 3 families or any Pokémon heritage, but I can offer him the best that I can see. As he muttered to himself, he opened his phone, preparing to dial a number. Just as he was about to make the call, images of Principal Liu from 3rd High School and Director Lung flashed through his mind. High-level trainers are not to be trifled with. Should I really slap them in the face like this? Perhaps not. After all, Zhao Yiyuan mentioned there's still a week left. That boy has no connections, no money. His training rank certainly cannot match that of others. We shall see then. With a snap, he closed his phone and proceeded to the restroom before heading upstairs. In the blink of an eye, 6 days passed, and once again at the Pokémon training facility, an air of tension enveloped everyone present. As the time for the weekly assessment arrived, this week's evaluation was neither particularly challenging nor overly simple. Previously, Lung Runing had mentioned that students were to command their Pokémon to execute a set of straightforward strategies applicable in real combat. Mastery of these techniques to a competent degree was essential for practical application. For instance, Genie's Sandshrew had only partially fulfilled its requirements, as it had only mastered the Long Howl move, which also took a considerable amount of time to execute, rendering it less practical in actual combat scenarios. If even the proficient Genie struggled, one could only imagine the plight of others, many of whom exhibited shifty gazes and fluctuating expressions. Furthermore, it was worth noting that this week's assessment would also involve practice battles against Teacher Lung's Pokémon, even if there would be considerable leniency. Those were still experienced trainers. Chapter 26. The Trials of a Trainer, however, Zhao Yiyuan and a select few appeared to be brimming with confidence. Among them was Zhao Yiyuan and his Pidgey. Pokémon, Pidgey level, 10 moves, tackle, beginner, sand attack, competent, gust, competent. As one progresses, gaining levels becomes increasingly difficult. Even with his father investing heavily in Pidgey by procuring energy crystals, there had been no advancement to the intermediate stage over the week. Nevertheless, Pidgey had awakened the gust move through its lineage and had diligently practiced until it became competent. Thus, Pidgey had restored the dignity of flying-type Pokémon. It was said that in private battles, it had never faced defeat. All right, who would like to go first? I won't call on anyone specifically, announced Lung Runing, adjusting her glasses, her gaze naturally falling upon the few students at the front of the line. I'll go, Teacher Lung. I'll be the first. Zhao Yiyuan eagerly raised his hand, seizing the opportunity to shine. Very well, Zhao Yiyuan, you may proceed with Pidgey to the right side of the arena. With a confident affirmation, he strode forward, not forgetting to cast a challenging glance at Zhao Yiyuan. Pidgey, let us give it our all. Pidgey nodded vigorously, soaring into the arena with a fierce glint in its eyes. This time, it would not bring shame to its trainer. Now, it's your turn, Kingler. Before them stood a lobster-like Pokémon adorned with a 5-pointed golden star atop its head and a deep crimson hue, its pincers clashing with a metallic clang, exuding a fierce demeanor. How intimidating. What Pokémon is that? That's Kingler, the evolved form of Krabby. It's my first time seeing one. Quite impressive. As they beheld the powerful presence of the Pokémon, the onlooking students were filled with excitement. Zhao Yiyuan promptly initiated a system scan. Sprite, Claw Lobster, level 33. Moves, Headbutt Claw, proficient. Bubble, proficient. Harden, proficient. Clamp, proficient. A comprehensive set of proficient moves at level 33. This sprite belongs to the intermediate category, yet it is on the brink of advancement to the advanced tier. Truly, as a seasoned trainer, even a casually summoned sprite exudes an air of extravagance. The Claw Lobster must suppress its strength to the novice level, refraining from employing any force exceeding that threshold. Furthermore, it is imperative to avoid retaliating impulsively and adhere to my commands. Upon hearing this, the once spirited Claw Lobster immediately deflated, casting a glance at the surrounding students and the diminutive creature across the field that was not even at the novice level. With a resigned sigh, it thought, oh, I must once again serve as a sparring partner for this group of youngsters. Subsequently, it expertly tempered its aura to align with the novice standard. How tedious. Several years ago, it was relegated to being a mere training partner due to its insufficient strength, and now, even after evolution, it remains in this same role. Why must being a lobster be so arduous? One wonders why the trainer does not pursue capturing other sprites. With this thought, it cast a forlorn glance at the Sludge King, who was peacefully dozing in the corner. They had arrived together. Yet how had it ascended to the advanced level while it remained stagnant? Very well, Claw Lobster, you possess more experience, and your armored body offers better protection than that of the Sludge King. It is indeed preferable to rely on you. Noticing the claw lobster's downcast expression, Lung Runing offered a few gentle words of solace. The claw lobster understood that it was currently the weakest member of the trainer's team, so it merely voiced a few grievances before hopping into the battle arena. All right, Zhao Yiyuan, you may initiate the attack. As long as your performance satisfies both me and the claw lobster, you will pass. Should you manage to leave a mark on the claw lobster, further rewards await. After succinctly outlining the rules, Lung Runing raised her hand, signaling the commencement of the battle. All right, Bobo, commence with sand attack. Zhao Yiyuan commanded without hesitation. Upon receiving the command, Bobo immediately flapped its wings vigorously. Soon, a vast cloud of yellow sand erupted from the ground, sweeping toward the claw lobster. Bubble beam. Upon witnessing this, Teacher Lung promptly countered. The claw lobster's pincers transformed into a bubble machine, unleashing a torrent of transparent bubbles that swiftly extinguished the encroaching sand by moistening it and causing it to fall away. Bobo, adjust the wind direction and unleash sand attack from all angles. Had this been a week prior, he might have been at a loss for how to proceed. But after acquiring considerable knowledge and receiving supplementary lessons from his father, Zhao Yuan's practical combat experience had indeed increased significantly. In midair, Bobo utilized its flight capabilities to continually shift positions, harnessing the wind to disperse even more yellow sand. The iron claw lobster instinctively sought to amplify its energy output, clearing the impediments to its vision. However, upon glancing back at the trainer who was scoring, it resignedly maintained the meager shimmering aura that enveloped it. Now, Pidgey, initiate gust. Seeing his strategy come to fruition, Zhao Yuan immediately commanded a decisive move. Pidgey, equally exhilarated, gathered its aerial energy within its wings. A powerful gust swept towards the iron claw lobster on the ground. Although the widespread impact dealt some damage, it left no lasting scars. Ultimately, while the iron claw lobster could suppress energy, its well-honed, robust exoskeleton remained impervious. Moreover, the dispersed nature of the gust attack inherently limited its destructive capacity. Now, unleash water gun. Just as Zhao Yuan anticipated he could continue to kite, a sudden sound erupted from the swirling sands. A water gun shot forth, striking Pidgey directly. Pidgey. The impact rendered it stunned and incapacitated. The iron claw lobster had just received the trainer's signal that the battle could conclude, prompting a slight increase in its energy output to send Pidgey flying. The energy of a newly advanced beginner level was distinctly different from that of an approaching intermediate level. Pidgey, witnessing such a swift and decisive defeat, left Zhao Yuan in disbelief. He hurried to his fallen companion, cradling it in his arms. Zhao Yuan, you have passed the assessment with a score of 85. Your application of the sand attack was quite commendable. This technique has potential for further development. If mastered, my iron claw lobster may struggle to locate Pidgey. However, your focus during the battle and Pidgey's instinctive cries need to be addressed. It was from these two aspects that I discerned Pidgey's precise position. Meanwhile, Lung Runing provided a brief critique of the battle and announced the scores. I understand, Teacher Lung. Thank you. This acknowledgement not only reflected Zhao Yuan's receptiveness, but also prompted contemplative expressions among the observing students. It became clear that even minor movements during combat could unveil vulnerabilities. Indeed, being a trainer is no simple task. Chapter 27. I am strong. Who will be the second? Hurry, or I will call names. After the evaluations, Lung Runing raised the attendance sheet, signaling for the next participant to step forward. I'll go, Teacher Lung, Zhao Yiyuan declared. Very well, it's your turn. Her expression brightened with interest upon seeing the raised hand. After a week of near-daily training, it was evident that despite the boy's efforts to conceal it, the prowess of his Rattata's quick attack had reached a level of mastery. In her heart, she had already assessed that he had passed the weekly evaluation. After all, a technique mastered at this level signified their potential. Although a week may seem a bit exaggerated, the essence of understanding is immeasurable, and even the first-tier cities in the provinces are not devoid of prodigious talents. Thus, she harbored no doubts and considered herself fortunate. For each year during the final year of high school, the Eastern Summer Alliance distributes numerous common Pokémon, inevitably resulting in one or two exceptionally gifted individuals. Now that such a fortunate soul had appeared in her class, she could hardly contain her delight. Zhao Yiyuan, you are certainly no match for Bobo. Upon hearing this exclamation, Zhao Yuan, who was applying ointment to Bobo's wounds, lifted his head, his eyes brimming with competitive spirit. Ever since Bobo had mastered the wind technique, he had privately challenged Zhao Yiyuan to a duel, even offering a wager of several hundred yuan, an impressive sum for a high school student, particularly one of modest means. Yet, this fellow stubbornly refused. leaving Zhao Yiyuan unaware of the capabilities of that little Rattata, save for its diligent training. Indeed, this was the prevailing impression of Zhao Yiyuan among most. Despite the resources provided by the school, such intense training undoubtedly required additional support, leading them to believe that Zhao Yiyuan, coming from a background of humble means, would likely rank around the middle of the class. Regardless of what others thought, the young man stepped forward, gently patting his Rattata on the head before allowing it to leap into the battlefield. In the arena, the spirited Rattata assumed its battle stance, bubbling with excitement. After such extensive training, it was finally time to showcase its prowess. It aimed to prove to those who underestimated rodent Pokémon that with determination, even they could be formidable. Pokémon Rattata, gender, male, type, normal, ability, guts, strength, intermediate level, 10, learned moves, tackle, proficient, tail whip, proficient, quick attack, mastered. Focus energy, proficient, bite, mastered. Inherited moves, none. Gazing at the impressive stats of his Rattata, Zhao Yiyuan's expression revealed a glimmer of anticipation. To keep pace with the top tier from last week's assessment, and in pursuit of the mysterious reward mentioned by Teacher Long, he had invested all his resources. Like other classmates from relatively well-off families, he allowed Rattata to absorb an energy crystal daily, enabling it to reach level 10 and successfully comprehend the formidable bite move. According to the game's power metrics, this move was classified as a rare technique among the elite of rare moves. His strategy was simple, a swift offensive, combining the mastery of quick attack with the proficiency of bite. He felt confident that even a novice Pokémon would not withstand the rapid onslaught. If he could wait a little longer for Rattata to master the critical move, Fong, and upgrade quick attack, it would not be impossible to defeat even intermediate-level Pokémon in a single blow. In the realm of martial prowess, speed reigned supreme. The young man understood that he lacked a strong background or an array of powerful techniques to combine. Thus, one must specialize in speed and decisiveness. With such dedication, even a little Rattata can slay gods. Back on the battlefield, observing the spirited little Rattata opposite him, Lung Runing smiled faintly and called out, "Yiyuan, allow your teacher to witness the prowess of your Rattata. You may attack first." "Understood, teacher." After acknowledging, he swiftly commanded, "Rattata, use quick attack." Upon hearing the command, the little creature wasted no time and, with a swift motion, transformed into a violet blur. Remarkable speed. This flash of lightning had evidently surpassed mere proficiency. Luo Hui, who also possessed a Rattata, was left in awe. Hardened. Witnessing such velocity, Teacher Lung was initially taken aback, then quickly shortened her command, issuing a direct order. Iron Claw. However, at this moment, the Iron Claw lobster was still executing its moves at a beginner level. Just as the metallic sheen enveloped it, Rattata, with its mouth swirling with dark energy, lunged forward. Splendid. The bite struck the side joint of the Iron Claw lobster, causing it considerable pain as it realized its armor had been breached. Unbelievable. It actually inflicted a wound. The power behind that bite is astonishing. This little Rattata possesses an extraordinary level of comprehension. The students observing the blood trickling from the right claw of the Iron Claw lobster were left speechless. Bubble Beam. Launch it away. Equally astonished, Teacher Lung immediately changed her strategy. She discerned that the Rattata, with its mastery of quick attack, was moving at a speed far exceeding that of the Iron Claw lobster. The only recourse was to use Bubble Beam in hopes of slowing the opponent down. Upon hearing the command, the Iron Claw lobster swiftly turned its left claw. Swish, swish, swish. A series of bubble beams erupted forth. Dodge to the left and bite again. Zhao Yiyuan remained unfazed. Rattata. Utilizing the residual momentum from its quick attack, the little Rattata leapt forward with remarkable agility. Mastery. This Rattata had undoubtedly perfected its quick attack. The ability to alter the trajectory of its movements with such finesse was a clear indication of expertise. The abrupt and rapid changes in motion left everyone astounded. Recognizing that this little Rattata had achieved mastery, it is essential to note that the majority of intermediate trainers' Pokémon have yet to reach proficiency in a single move. And yet here, a novice-level Pokémon displayed such capability. How could one not be astonished? How is this possible? How could he be so fortunate as to randomly select a Rattata with such extraordinary comprehension? Meanwhile, Zhao Yiyuan, fixated on the battlefield, wore an expression of disbelief. It was worth mentioning that he had enlisted the help of a mid-level trainer hired by his father, which had allowed his Pidgey to master 2 moves within a week, even adding a few tricks of its own. Yet, a destitute lad, through sheer effort, astonishingly surpassed him. Contemplating this, Zhao Yuan's mindset became somewhat unbalanced. Meanwhile, within the arena, the nimble Rattata leapt to the left, its mouth agape once more, unleashing a surge of dark energy. With a sharp thud, it bit into the left joint of the Kingler. Again under assault, the Kingler winced in pain, its eyes reddening. It possessed the strength to easily vanquish this little creature in mere moments, yet was unable to do so. What a vexing predicament. Chapter 28. The ongoing assessment. The Kingler unleashed a high-speed star attack. Observing this, Teacher Lung decided to employ a different area attack. A multitude of white pentagrams shot forth like a torrential downpour. In such a dense environment, no matter how agile Rattata was, it could not evade. With a resounding impact, it was sent flying. Rattata let out a cry, succumbing to unconsciousness. The Kingler felt somewhat embarrassed by this turn of events. It gently tapped its own head with its claws, repeatedly apologizing. It had indeed become a bit carried away, utilizing energy that seemed to exceed the limits of a novice Pokémon, resulting in this little creature being knocked out with a single area attack. It's quite all right, Kingler. We were prepared to concede anyway. You are truly formidable. Zhao Yiyuan, rushing over, responded with a smile before hastily making his way to the nearby medical kit. However, just as he was about to use the standard healing ointment provided by the school, Lung Runing approached. Use this instead. It will expedite your recovery and won't hinder your training. She tossed him a bottle of superior healing medication. Thank you, teacher. He, of course, did not refuse, opening the package and promptly administering it to Rattata. Before long, the little creature regained consciousness. Upon awakening, Rattata felt a twinge of sadness. To be knocked out by a single blow. How embarrassing. Nonsense, Rattata. The Kingler is on the verge of evolving into a powerful Pokémon, and you have done remarkably well. I dare say, you are the strongest in the entire class. Upon hearing its trainer proclaim it as the mightiest, Rattata's gloom dissipated, and it chirped joyfully. Indeed, being able to inflict 2 significant bites on the Kingler's shell was no small feat. However, engrossed in their exchange, the trainer and his Rattata failed to notice that Lung Runing was also tending to the Kingler's wounds nearby. Excuse me. How does one calculate the psychological shadow cast by the teacher witnessing one's self-praise in real time? It's rather urgent. Teacher, I apologize. Ultimately, he chose to express his regret. Yet, this amusing blunder elicited laughter from Lung Runing. What are you apologizing for? This is your and Rattata's prowess. The teacher is counting on you to secure the prize. So be confident. After speaking, she gently patted the young man's shoulder and returned to the arena with the iron-clawed lobster, its wounds expertly tended to. I announced. Zhao Yiyuan has achieved a score of 95. The lethality and speed displayed were truly remarkable. It is no exaggeration to say that among all the senior students I have mentored, Zhao Yiyuan ranks within the top 5, solely based on the prowess of a small Rattata. While this can be attributed to the innate talent of the Rattata, I believe it is more so due to their relentless dedication. Zhao Yiyuan and the Rattata have, to my knowledge, been the most diligent pair throughout this week. As the saying goes, diligence is rewarded by the heavens. I hope others will remember this truth. Effort does not guarantee success, but a lack of it will surely lead to elimination. My impassioned speech stirred the hearts of the other students. Teacher, we will strive as well. Let us practice harder. Nidoran, let us work together. Monferno. Observing the enthusiastic response, Teacher Lung nodded in satisfaction before addressing the areas for improvement. Of course, the deduction of 5 points was due to the limited variety of moves. In this week's assessment, I had granted the initiative, which allowed Rattata to attack with such ease. However, even in the most fundamental battle rules, opponents will not simply wait for you to strike. Thus, Zhao Yiyuan, I hope you reflect on learning some rare techniques after this assessment to help Rattata overcome this shortcoming. Understood, teacher. This admonition caused the previously proud young man to regain his composure, suppressing the burgeoning pride within him. All right, let us continue the assessment. The third participant. Please step forward and be bold. After providing feedback, Teacher Lung proceeded with the evaluations. With a gem like Rattata setting the standard, many who were training close combat techniques also exhibited increased enthusiasm. Thus, the third candidate raised their hand eagerly. Genie, it's your turn. Based on memory, she chose the girl with the hyena-type Pokémon, who had previously been the runner-up in the class leader competition. The battle was about to commence. Hyena, sand attack. Woo. The battlefield, filled with yellow earth, showcased the hyena's front paws glowing with a pearlescent light. Each strike against the ground unleashed a cloud of yellow sand. Before long, the surroundings were engulfed in a thick haze. With such dense smoke, the hyena can't see either, right? Yes, Genie might be in trouble, remarked a spectator nearby, covering their mouth and nose in concern. In this vibrant period of youth, Genie's charming demeanor allowed her to engage effortlessly with others, earning her considerable popularity within the class. Zhao Yiyuan's swift orchestration of class collaboration was greatly aided by her. Thus, his impression of her remained favorable. With solid foundational skills, he felt no anxiety like the others. After all, the hyena is a Pokémon known for its keen sense of smell. Even without sight, it could pinpoint the enemy's location using its nose. He was concerned whether the Ironclaw lobster would remain immobile for such an extended period. Indeed, the arena soon witnessed a shift. With a resounding bang, a shadow of dark gray was hurled from the fray. It was the hyena dog. Upon recognizing her Pokémon, Jean E rushed forward. Fortunately, the hyena dog's thick skin prevented it from losing its combat capability in a single blow. At that moment, the Ironclaw lobster dispelled the smoke, revealing its dark red armor now gleaming with a bright metallic luster. It had utilized the hardening move. Earlier, the Ironclaw lobster had enacted this technique. Similarly, the approaching Lung Running offered her commentary. Genie, your score is 80. The advantage lies in your adept use of the hyena dog's physical traits. The dense smoke cannot obscure its keen sense of smell, which is commendable. However, the drawback is evident. The time taken for the sand attack is considerably longer than that of the bubble move for your hyena dog. Although the discrepancy is partly due to insufficient level and incomplete techniques, a gap remains, resulting in a lower score compared to Zhao Yiyuan. I understand, teacher, the young girl replied, refraining from any rebuttal. The advantage of flying-type Pokémon at the onset is inherent and irrefutable. Subsequently, one by one, students approached for their assessments. Most managed to barely pass, yet a few were outright deemed unqualified and received harsh reprimands. Look at your peers. They immediately head to training after the assessment, remarked Teacher Long, casting a satisfied glance at Zhao Yiyuan and little Rattata, who were diligently practicing their biting techniques. And then there's you. It has been a week. Have you contemplated how to engage in battle? Chapter 29. Mysterious surprise. Furthermore, your daily resources will be halved, awarded to the top 5. Since you show no concern, do not squander the school's resources. They are better allocated to those in greater need. In the end, Teacher Lung announced the rankings along with the penalties for the bottom 5. This declaration cast a pall over those at the bottom, who realized that to meet the class's expectations, additional expenditures on tutoring would be necessary, filling them with regret. Meanwhile, the top 5, led by Zhao Yiyuan, were elated. It is worth noting that passing the weekly assessment, which occurs once a week, yields a subpar energy crystal. The bottom 5 would not receive this, meaning the top 5 would possess 2. Not to mention the extended usage time in the training room. Given that 1 hour can nearly increase proficiency by 200 points, they could potentially accrue an additional 300 points in a single day. Delightful indeed. That concludes this week's assessment. Everyone may head to the cafeteria for lunch. In the afternoon, we will resume our daily training, and I will outline the objectives for the second week's evaluation. With that, Lung Running waved her hand, signaling the end of the class. Ah, Teacher Lung, isn't there a cultural class this afternoon? Our history teacher mentioned there would be a quiz. Some students, seizing the rare opportunity to slack off for a day, immediately raised their voices in quiet protest, only to be swiftly rebuffed. In the afternoon, all the cultural class teachers fell ill, and I warned them sternly to refrain from any further complaints. This is a time when youth is filled with a desire for play, even though they understand the rarity of current learning opportunities. The initial tension often invites a longing for relaxation, which is a natural human response. In truth, had Zhao Yiyuan not experienced duality in his endeavors, coupled with a proficiency panel that constantly reminded him of his progress, he too would struggle to maintain such rigorous daily training. Once everyone had departed, Teacher Lung summoned him forward and presented a box. You have done remarkably well, Yiyuan. I initially thought you would abandon that Rattata, gradually becoming outclassed. Yet fortune has favored you once more. This exceptionally perceptive little Rattata may indeed be more suited to you. The small Rattata perched upon the boy's shoulder recognized the praise and responded with joyful bobbing of its head. Thank you for the compliment, teacher, the boy, clad in a slightly faded school uniform, replied with a shy smile. However, do not let this commendation lead to complacency. As I mentioned in my previous evaluations, you are still in the playful phase of battling games, and true combat is far from your grasp. Moreover, Omping City is merely a third-tier city, and the third high school is the least prestigious, with numerous young trainers throughout the city and province far surpassing your capabilities. Thus, you must continue to strive, maintaining your training intensity and enthusiasm, understood? Perhaps seeing hope in this young man, Lung Running adjusted her glasses, her expression filled with anticipation. Yes, I understand, Teacher Lung. I will keep working hard, exclaimed the boy, with the Rattata chiming in. Rattata will also do its best. Upon hearing the trainer's resolve, the little Rattata stood tall, outwardly displaying confidence. Very well, this is the mysterious reward I present to the first place. Open it and see. Receiving the box, Yiyuan opened it without hesitation, revealing a transparent energy crystal nestled within. Compared to inferior crystals, this one was purer and contained greater energy. This is a low-level energy crystal. Thank you, teacher, he exclaimed, quickly bowing in gratitude after making the comparison. The fact that a class-organized weekly assessment could yield a reward valued at 5,000 alliance coins was indeed astonishing. Yes, continue to work hard. In reality, Lung Runing had not initially intended to offer such a reward. The school's budget only allowed for items under 2,000 alliance coins. However, witnessing the small Rattata master the technique of quick attack in their daily training, she decided to acquire a low-level energy crystal specifically for him. She was aware of Zhao Yiyuan's family circumstances, and seeing his determination, she felt inclined to lend a hand after all her years of teaching. After all, to a high-level trainer, a low-level energy crystal is but a trivial matter. In the afternoon, as expected, all the cultural class teachers were indeed unwell, prompting Teacher Lung from the Pokémon Science Department to step in. Consequently, all 25 students found themselves once again in the Pokémon training facility. The training commenced with fervor, as it was the first time that classes 2 and 3 joined forces, sharing the afternoon session. 1 yuan, exclaimed the chubby Lu Fei, brimming with excitement as he dashed over during the break. My walking grass has significantly improved lately, the walking grass chimed in, casting a fiery gaze towards the still training little Rattata. Is that so, Defei? In the midst of their conversation, Lu Fei's eyes darted towards the walking grass. Pokémon, walking grass, level 9, moves, absorb, proficient, sweet scent, beginner, liquidation, beginner. Having gained 2 levels and newly learned the move liquidation, there was indeed considerable progress, though it was merely a slight edge over the bottom 5 in class 1. You've learned liquidation, right? Defei, you must train that move diligently during this time. How did you know, Yiyuan? The chubby boy was taken aback, his face a picture of astonishment. Isn't there a bloodline move chart for walking grass in the book? Besides, it seems like your walking grass just finished practicing. With green liquid still lingering at its mouth, he wouldn't reveal the truth, of course, merely pointing to the faint trace at the grass's mouth. Indeed, you are quite observant, as expected. Such keen perception earned Lu Fei's admiration, prompting him to step closer and whisper, Yiyuan, I noticed that the red-green duo seemed to be plotting against you after school when they mentioned your name. Don't walk home alone, wait for me, and I'll accompany you. Upon hearing this, the youth glanced around in surprise, failing to spot Zhao Yiyuan and his companions. Although the information remained unconfirmed, he gratefully replied to Lu Fei, All right, Defei, thank you. No need for thanks, we are brothers. With a hearty pat on the shoulder, the chubby boy exuded camaraderie. Before long, their brief 5-minute respite concluded, and the two hurriedly parted ways to dive back into the demanding training regimen. Perhaps due to the novelty of training alongside Class 1, Classes 2 and 3 found themselves matching the intensity and volume of the tasks, leaving the previously unburdened students of the other classes lamenting their plight. Thanks to Lu Fei's alert, Zhao Yiyuan took a closer look at the yellow-haired and green-haired Pokémon during the training breaks. Pokémon Snivy level 7, moves Growl, beginner, tackle, proficient. Tail Whip, beginner, this belongs to the yellow-haired student. Pokémon Spinarak, level 8, moves Poison Sting, proficient, String Shot, beginner, Nightshade, beginner. Wrap, beginner, this is the green-haired student's Pokémon. After reviewing the capabilities of these trainers' Pokémon, Zhao Yiyuan exhaled in relief. Truly, at this level, they would pose no challenge to little Rattata. After the afternoon training concluded, he proceeded to the cafeteria as usual, treating his little Rattata to a dinner of intermediate feed. Subsequently, he departed from the school gates alongside Lu Fei. However, perhaps due to the presence of the two of them, Zhao Yiyuan remained unprovoked throughout their journey. Well, I'm off then, Yiyuan. You ought to exercise caution. Thank you, Defei. After exchanging farewells, the two parted ways at the intersection. With little Rattata in tow, he walked for another 5 minutes until he was nearing home, the vibrant heap of discarded items coming into view, when suddenly, 3 students clad in the uniforms of 3rd high school leaped out in front of him. Zhao Yiyuan, come and battle me. The leader was unmistakably Zhao Yiyuan, who had recently dyed his hair back to black. Although his hair had returned to its natural color, the defiance etched on his face remained unabated, only tempered by the presence of the stern teacher Long at school. I have no interest. You have already lost to me in the weekly assessment, Zhao Yiyuan. The boy had no desire to engage, intending to walk past, but was thwarted as 2 Pokémon blocked his path. Ariados. The white horn of the spiral spider was already enveloped in purple toxic energy. Dugtrio. The black and yellow patterned hind legs of the snake-patterned bear were poised for a charge. Seeing this, Zhao Yiyuan's expression darkened. What? Are the three of you trying to compel me to call the security team? To actually incite your Pokémon to attack? To be frank, the threat posed by Pokémon at the novice stage is rather minimal, akin to playful kittens or puppies, yet the gravity of the situation warranted a serious response. Indeed, at the mention of the security team, their expressions shifted markedly. Nevertheless, Zhao Yiyuan, clearly unwilling to relent, stepped back only to continue. Zhao Yiyuan. Do not misinterpret my intentions. I merely wish to spar with you, to exchange experiences in Pokémon battles. But I recall that such exchanges require the consent of both trainers. I do not consent. You are merely directing your Pokémon to assault. Even if I were to let my Rattata incapacitate those two Pokémon, it would be considered self-defense. They are unaware of my Rattata's fierce bite. And you should understand that, Zhao Yiyuan. As he spoke, he released his grip on Rattata. With a swift motion, the little creature leaped to the ground. Rattata? Its face was filled with indignation as it fixed a fierce gaze on the two Pokémon poised to attack its trainer. Ariados. Dugtrio. For reasons unknown. Both the petite Rattata evoked a sense of trepidation in Ariados and Dugtrio, as if an innate instinct warned them of the danger this little creature posed. How about I wager these two inferior energy crystals against you? Cornered, Zhao Yiyuan could think of no other recourse and retrieved two substandard energy crystals from his pocket. Being a flying-type Pokémon, he had obtained some inferior energy crystals of the general type over the week. Not interested, was the cold response he received. Along with the sight of the boy's back as he turned to leave, he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. After the weekly assessment, he had left a profound impression on Teacher Lung. As long as he proceeded methodically, Zhao Yiyuan was confident that this juvenile, brimming with youthful exuberance, would inevitably drift further away from him. So why bother? Moreover, at this stage, the flying Bobo indeed held a significant advantage. The outcome of wild skirmishes was uncertain. And what if things went awry? However, just a few steps into his departure, Zhao Yiyuan, seemingly wounded in his pride, shouted, Zhao Yiyuan, you cowardly wretch. Indeed, while they dared not command their Pokémon to cause harm, it was entirely reasonable for a playful Pokémon to topple a pile of scrap or leave a few holes in a wooden house. After all, such occurrences were commonplace near the rubbish mountain where they resided. Exactly, Zhao Yiyuan. It's quite normal for a newly captured Pokémon to misbehave occasionally. The security team wouldn't concern themselves with such trifles, one of them asserted. Upon hearing their remarks, the youth halted, turning with a frosty expression. He had to admit, their words were not without merit. Such minor disturbances would typically garner only a couple of interventions from the security team, after which they would likely turn a blind eye. Yet, for the individuals involved, it was quite aggravating. Zhao Yiyuan, very well. If you insist on a confrontation, then 2 energy crystals will not suffice. You must present at least 5, or I shall report you to the teacher, and we shall see whose standing is more significant, yours or mine, as the top of the assessment. He knelt down to stroke the fur of his little Rattata, preparing to deliver a profound lesson to these individuals. In his eyes, these young ruffians, barely into adulthood, were particularly irksome, akin to unruly children. Only by inflicting real pain and instilling fear could they be deterred from causing trouble. 5. Do you have any more? I can only offer this flying type, leaving me with just 3. Upon hearing this ultimatum, Zhao Yiyuan rifled through his pockets and produced only 1 crystal, having just concluded the week. Retaining 3 was already quite fortunate. Boss, we bought it at home. What if? It becomes difficult to explain. The 2, upon seeing his predicament, each hesitantly produced 1 crystal, their faces betraying their uncertainty. They belonged to a modestly well-off family, and wagering 1,000 per crystal was a daunting commitment. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yiyuan took the crystals. Fine, I assure you, if anything goes awry, I will return them. That's good, as expected of the boss. So generous. The 2 green-haired lackeys sighed in relief, immediately showering him with flattery. They were well aware that Zhao Yuan's father was quite indulgent and their family circumstances were decent. After acquiring the 5 energy crystals, Zhao Yiyuan tossed them lightly, then raised his head slightly, saying, Zhao Yiyuan, should I lose, these 5 energy crystals are yours. However, if you lose, you need not worry about anything. Doesn't that seem a tad excessive? Though he was somewhat melodramatic, he was not foolish. Consistently ranking second required a certain level of intelligence. What do you propose then? If I emerge victorious, I shall make a modest request, to declare in our class group that I have been bested by Zhao Yiyuan. What say you? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiyuan furrowed his brow slightly. realizing that this overly dramatic youth still harbored aspirations for the class leader position and sought to tarnish his reputation. Should such an announcement be made, his recently stabilized role as class leader would undoubtedly become challenging once more, and it would also impair Teacher Lung's impression of him. Nevertheless, after surveying the uneven, pockmarked walls surrounding him, he nodded in acquiescence. Very well, I have no objections. Excellent, Bobo, proceed. With Zhao Yiyuan's consent, Zhao Yiyuan waved his hand, sending Bobo soaring into the air. You too, Xylotta. With a cry, Xylotta joined the boy's side. Chapter 31. What is so impressive about Xylotta flying? Bobo, ascend again, and then unleash a gust of wind. Once Xylotta assumed a battle stance, Zhao Yiyuan, having prepared in advance, promptly issued the command. Bobo flapped its wings and, with a swift motion, soared once more, surpassing the height of the wall, now nearly 2 stories above ground. A fierce gale swept through, and although its force diminished with distance, it still compelled Xylotta to cling tightly to the ground, its eyes straining to remain open, while its skin prickled with discomfort. Ha ha, Zhao Yiyuan, I assure you, I am not cheating. This altitude is entirely within the permissible limits for a fair battle. Zhao Yiyuan, having subdued Xylotta, was brimming with excitement. His words laced with arrogance. No matter how well you perform, your Xylotta cannot fly. I have one, and you shall await your demise at my hands. In response, the youth remained silent, having already devised a strategy upon agreeing to the duel. Xylotta, move close to the right wall and gather your energy. Upon receiving the command, Xylotta struggled to reach the corner, utilizing the terrain to mitigate some of the wind's force. Then, in a sudden flash, a faint white energy enveloped its form. With focused eyes, its muscles tightened in anticipation. The technique of energy gathering also subtly enhanced the user's physical prowess during its application. Useless, utterly useless. Bobo, aim for that corner and blow. Bobo, dominating the sky, was exhilarated and quickly adjusted its position, targeting the corner with its wing beats. What a thrill, what a thrill. The sensation of being untouchable while my opponent can only endure my onslaught. In its excitement, the little bird failed to notice that it had nearly reached the same height as the wall. Now, using the wall's contours as leverage, charged forth with a quick bite. Xylotta, realizing the moment, glowed with a brilliant white light. Harnessing its speed, it braved the wind and leapt onto the wall. With a swift motion, he leaped towards Bobo, who was still fanning itself. Alarmingly, Bobo was about to take flight. Although Zhao Yiyuan realized the impending danger, the flash of lightning was so swift that Bobo merely perceived a blur before a gaping maw of dark energy materialized before its eyes. Bobo, startled, it abruptly ceased its wind-generating technique, but it was too late. A sickening crunch echoed as blood splattered. The unfortunate Bobo, with its left wing caught, was violently yanked down by the powerful inertia of the little Rattata, feeling as though its bones were shattered. With a sudden tilt of its head, it succumbed to unconsciousness. How could this be? Bobo. The situation had reversed in mere seconds, leaving Zhao Yiyuan in disbelief. At that moment, Yiyuan, having snatched the energy crystals from the hands of the golden-haired boy, wore a beaming smile. These 5 energy crystals are now mine. Thank you for the easy gain of 5,000 yuan. Who wouldn't be delighted? However, considering that this boy was a classmate, and despite his eccentricity, he had not caused significant trouble. Thus, before departing, he kindly advised, Zhao Yiyuan, don't be ungrateful. In the critical moment, little Rattata had already held back. Hurry to the Pokémon Center. A treatment should not hinder your subsequent training. I look forward to your continued challenge. This condescending reassurance stung the pride of the overly confident youth once more, yet he understood that his immediate priority was to heal Bobo. Therefore, biting his lip in frustration, he shot a resentful glance before silently leading his 2 companions away. At that moment, the little Rattata, having jumped back onto the boy's shoulder, made a face and stuck out its tongue at the defeated opponent. I'm super strong. I can fly. What's so impressive about that? You performed splendidly, little Rattata, Yiyuan praised, reaching into his pocket to reward it with a few walnuts. The small creature, clutching the walnuts, immediately beamed with joy and began to crack them open with its teeth, producing a delightful crunching sound. Interestingly, this was a skill learned from Luo Hui's Rattata, as it seemed that rodent Pokémon generally enjoyed nutty snacks. Moreover, Teacher Lung had also suggested this practice, claiming it could help strengthen their teeth during leisure time. Consequently, his pockets were filled with various nuts, albeit at a considerable expense, most of which ended up in little Rattata's mouth. After strolling for a few more minutes, an unpleasant odor wafted through the air. Simultaneously, the once pristine street transformed into a chaotic mosaic of colors. Number 459 Omping Alley marked his residence, while 460 and 461 housed a massive waste transfer station. The community had grown accustomed to discarding their trash at the end of Omping Alley, and the incessant comings and goings of garbage trucks had rendered the area perpetually untidy, leading no one to take the time to clean it up. As I journeyed along, even the neighbors I encountered merely exchanged nods, a gesture of acknowledgement. This place is inhabited by the urban underclass. Those with some means have long departed. However, due to the remarkably low rental prices, there is a significant turnover of residents. Consequently, no one invests effort into fostering neighborly cooperation or friendship. Upon reaching the innermost part, before a small wooden cottage of a gray-brown hue, the boy's stern visage blossomed into a genuine smile characteristic of his youth. "Grandpa, I'm back from school," shouted Pilata, the little one, with equal exuberance. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by a creaking sound, the small wooden door, adorned with a lock and speckled with dark spots, swung open. A lean, elderly man clad in blue-black work clothes and wearing gloves greeted them with a warm smile. "Everyone's back. You don't have school tomorrow, do you? I went to the market today to buy some pork to make braised lion's heads for you. It will be ready shortly." "All right, little Pilata. Let us sort the cardboard boxes. We're having lion's heads for dinner." Pilata licked his lips, brimming with excitement. Although the food the trainer and grandpa prepared lacked substantial energy, it was undeniably delicious. Soon, wisps of white smoke began to waft from the dilapidated wooden home, accompanied by the sound of cardboard being torn. Laughter from the boy and little Pilata intermingled in the air. The elderly man in the open kitchen observed this scene with a smile, despite the poor surroundings. Having family together, striving for a better life, this was true happiness. In the evening, after dinner, the boy took little Pilata to a Pokémon shop, exchanging 2 flying-type and bug-type energy crystals for currency. Although unused, the shop offered a discount on the buyback, yielding 1,800 Alliance coins. Adding this to the remaining 2,000 coins he found himself with approximately 4,000 Alliance coins left. Fortunately, the school provided little Pilata with ample meals. Thus, what was initially meant to last for half a month should suffice for a full month. After deliberating, Zhao Yiyuan decided against making any further purchases. Taking into account the 3 ordinary energy crystals he had won from the traffic light trio, he still possessed 1 primary energy crystal and 4 inferior ones, which should be adequate until the next assessment. Though the primary energy crystals could not be fully absorbed by little Pilata during the novice stage, the purer energy could serve as a boost. Once saturated, a portion of that energy could facilitate a direct breakthrough to the late novice stage, or level 11. If the boy had previously wondered why some individuals had nurtured their Pokémon for years yet remained in the primary stage, he now grasped the reasoning after his own experiences. Simply put, advancement in levels truly required monetary investment. If one wished to avoid spending, the novice level might be manageable. But to progress through the primary stage with years as a measure was no exaggeration at all. The incident involving the 3 energy crystals that allowed the young Rattata to level up occurred during its juvenile phase. Since then, it took him 3 inferior energy crystals to progress from level 9 to 10. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Zhao Yiyuan recounted his actions and their outcomes to his father. The middle-aged man, plump and seated on the sofa, displayed little emotion as he listened. He retrieved his wallet, extracted a wad of cash, and remarked, "Zhao Yiyuan, your actions were not entirely misguided. It merely reflects an underestimation of Zhao Yiyuan's prowess. His esteemed recognition from Lung Runing speaks volumes of his capabilities. Take this money, and tomorrow, during your day off, purchase more energy crystals at the Pokémon shop." Zhao Yiyuan, relieved not to have been scolded, sighed. "Thank you, Dad. I understand, and I will strive to do better moving forward." With that, he accepted the money and ascended the stairs. Although his father was quite indulgent, the traumatic experience of witnessing his mother's tragic demise in his childhood made it difficult for him to express warmth toward his father. As the sound of a door slamming echoed from upstairs, the middle-aged man, still seated and smoking, raked his fingers through his hair, his expression shifting between gloom and contemplation. He had promised his late wife that he would provide the best for Zhao Yiyuan. Indeed, he had vowed to do so. Lost in unsettling memories, his eyes reddened as he extinguished his cigarette and stepped outside to make a phone call. "Hello, Brother Mao. It's South the same place as last time. I need a favor. Just a student who recently obtained a Pokémon. Have that little Rattata hospitalized, if you would. 30,000. All right. I'll transfer half of it to you first." Owning a supermarket and engaging in small business, he had encountered a myriad of characters over the years. It was imperative to be familiar with the local ruffians and street thugs. Meanwhile, at a bustling barbecue stall in the night market, several colorful, tattooed delinquents were enjoying skewers and drinks. Once the leader finished his call, he eagerly inquired, "Brother Mao, is there work to be had?" The man adorned with earrings and clad in a leather jacket nodded in response, gulping down a couple of swigs of beer before replying. "It's the same old man from last time, but this time, it's about dealing with his grandson. 30,000. 30,000 is a lot. Does that mean we're aiming to cripple him?" The other thugs exchanged astonished glances at the figure mentioned. "No, it's not about the person. It's about the student's newly acquired Pokémon, a rookie Rattata. Just inflict serious injuries. That kid is the class leader of the elite class at 3rd high school. His parents are quite influential." After finishing his words, Brother Mao savagely bit into a skewer of lamb. However, the expressions of the others turned awkward. "Brother Mao, this might be a bit risky. In recent years, the League has increasingly prioritized the training of reserve trainers. Having completed the college entrance examination, the consequences are now inevitable. At most, one might face a fine or a brief stint in detention, which pales in comparison to the 30,000 Alliance coins at stake. However, this is the early phase of the training for third-year students, and injuring a promising candidate from a key class would surely lead to dire repercussions. Once the incident is reported, the assailants will undoubtedly find themselves pursued, possibly facing an example made of them to deter others. They are merely street thugs, not seasoned criminals or outlaws. Thus, after exchanging glances, the group collectively turned their attention towards the gluttonous figure of a Hao, who was devouring food as if he were a famished spirit returned to life. He was a trainer they had recently encountered on the streets, seemingly suffering from some form of amnesia. Were it not for his possession of a novice-level Pokémon and his robust physique, he would not have easily been accepted into their ranks, especially given their recent losses in manpower due to conflicts. In this instance, the leader decided that the dirty work would be best assigned to this expendable pawn without any ties. Noticing the glint of anticipation in the eyes of the others, the leader, Mao Gu, furrowed his brow momentarily but proceeded to address a Hao. "I have a task for you. As you have heard, this job is worth 30,000 Alliance coins, and I will take a mere 5,000. I will give you 10,000 up front. Upon completion, I shall remit the remainder." The burly man, his mouth still smeared with grease, raised his head at these words. The sight of the stack of cash ignited a spark of greed in his scarred face. Though somewhat forgetful, he had grasped the significance of money over the past few days. 10,000 Alliance coins would suffice to purchase 2 low-grade energy crystals, which could not only heal his injured Pokémon, but perhaps even enhance its abilities. There was no alternative. He understood that, without any identification, he could not access the Pokémon Healing Center, let alone register his Pokémon with the Alliance. Although he had procured some healing potions from a shop, certain injuries could not simply be cured with mere medicine. After all, this is not a game governed by numerical values. Yet, for Pokémon, as long as they are well fed with energy, they can naturally recuperate. Thus, Ahau accepted the task. He took the money, gulped down a swig of beer, and, patting the Pokeball at his waist, flashed a grin. "Rest assured, Mao Gu, I will set out at dawn. Just provide me with the address and a photo, and I shall take care of it. Good brother. Come, let us drink to your success, Ahau. Wishing you swift triumph." The acceptance from this expendable pawn elicited smiles from the others, including Mao Gu. After all, he was an enigmatic drifter. Their brief acquaintance had hardly established any camaraderie, and his sacrifice would be inconsequential. Even in the event of unforeseen circumstances, they would still profit 5,000 Alliance coins, a considerable gain. Moreover, the absence of any identification on him, combined with the distinct style of his Pokeball, would conveniently allow the authorities to manage him, sparing them from any potential trouble. As the night deepened, the group continued to revel by the riverside, immersed in their spirited drinking and grilling. The night breeze fluttered open Ahau's jacket, revealing the bold letters emblazoned across his chest. Chapter 33, Night Battle. It was past 2 a.m. when Ahau, clad in a black leather jacket, appeared in Omping Alley. He believed that dealing with a novice trainer who had only acquired a Pokémon less than half a month ago would be a simple task. Therefore, he opted not to visit the Pokémon store to procure energy crystals to heal his Arbok's wounds. With this thought, he reached up to caress the purple serpent coiled around his neck. It was evident that the Arbok bore fresh scars, and its cold, slit-like eyes occasionally betrayed a flicker of pain. The healing ointment had merely treated its external injuries, while the more severe internal damage had only partially mended, leaving much to be desired. This significantly hampered its combat effectiveness, rendering it only slightly superior to a basic Pokémon kept as a pet. "Fear not, Arbok," he reassured. "Once we complete this job, we will have the funds to buy energy crystals, and you will surely recover." Upon hearing these words, Arbok flicked its tongue toward its trainer, filled with anticipation. In the thick darkness of the night, The man clad in black seemed to meld seamlessly into the shadows, moving silently and deftly to the doorstep of Zhao Yiyuan's home. Despite his memory loss, certain instincts deeply ingrained in his being remained intact. Here it was, no? For 59 Omping Alley. Gazing at the dilapidated wooden house before him, Ahao's face broke into a cruel smile. Go, Arbok. Slip inside and find that little Rattata. Sever its hind legs. Upon receiving the command, Arbok nodded, its sinuous body silently slipping into the crevice. This was not the first time it had accompanied its trainer on such a task, and it was quite adept at it. Yet, it was peculiar that this time, there would be no killing of humans or Pokémon. The scent of Rattata was still quite enticing. It was imbued with energy, and consuming it would restore Arbok significantly. Feeling a dull ache from within, Arbok's mouth watered slightly. Although energy crystals and various natural treasures like berries could be found in the wild, the laws of nature, survival of the fittest, where the larger devoured the smaller, prevailed. Consuming other Pokémon was also a means of replenishing energy and enhancing strength. In fact, certain Pokémon were indeed edible, such as the tip of a slowpoke's tail, the naturally seasoned leeks of a Farfetch'd, and the milk from a Miltank. Returning to the matter at hand, Arbok, with its heightened sensitivity to high-energy beings, swiftly located the position of the Rattata. In the dimly lit corner of the room, the Rattata was repeatedly using the move focus energy, its body intermittently flickering with faint white light. This technique was one that Zhao Yiyuan had insisted on mastering, as its practical application provided a comprehensive boost. Once mastered, it could be unleashed almost instantaneously, making the Rattata's bursts of power considerably stronger. Palada, Palada. Faster, faster. I will soon ascend once more. I, the little Rattata, shall grow stronger. With the lingering thought of the remaining few repetitions of training, I found myself unable to sleep after just 3 hours of rest. Observing that both my trainer and grandfather were sound asleep, I stealthily continued my practice. It was akin to watching a television series, just a few episodes shy of the grand finale. Rather than feeling drowsy, I became increasingly invigorated with each exercise. After all, tomorrow is a holiday, and Yuan assured me that I could sleep in a little longer. Practice, practice. 45 repetitions completed, 46. Almost there, almost there. The increasingly bright-eyed little Rattata was so engrossed in its training that it remained oblivious to the encroaching danger. Unlike the sheltered upbringing of Rattata, the Arbok had thrived in a harsh environment from a young age, and being a serpent Pokémon, it was a master of stealth, approaching without detection. Suddenly, as the little Rattata finished another round, a low growl echoed, sending chills through its fur. Instinctively, it moved, swiftly executing an evasive maneuver. Fortunately, having mastered the quick attack, it narrowly escaped the gaping, blood-stained maw of its foe. Palada, Palada, an enemy. Yuan, wake up quickly. Before it could discern the identity of its adversary, the little Rattata let out a frantic cry. The Arbok, unfazed, opened its mouth wide, gathering purple energy. Swiftly, a barrage of poisonous needles pursued the fleeing Rattata. It recalled its trainer's command: incapacitate this little Rattata's legs. Just as the Arbok unleashed its second wave of toxic needles, a loud crash echoed as an alarm clock struck, knocking it to the ground. The Arbok, rising again, cast a cold glance toward the bedside, where a young man clad in a tank top and shorts wielded a machete. Rattata, come to me. The icy touch of the machete's handle jolted Zhao Yuan's drowsy mind into a semblance of awareness. Although he was perplexed as to how an Arbok had infiltrated his home, it was evident that this creature was no wild Pokémon. Pokémon Arbok, level 19 moves: Poison Sting, Expert, Bite, Expert, Acid, Expert, Bind, Expert, Glare, Expert, Screech, Beginner, a wild Pokémon of level 19. Proficient in so many advanced moves, was indeed a rarity he had not encountered in years. It was clear that a trainer with ill intentions lurked in the shadows. Thankfully, the confines of the house were narrow, and the small room his grandfather had designated for him had once served as a firewood storage area. Equipped with tools for sorting scrap, otherwise, he would not have been able to procure a weapon so swiftly. At that moment, the Arbok hesitated, unsure whether to continue its assault, as it seemed to have faltered. Glare. As the hesitation lingered, a familiar voice resonated through the air. Bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, a scarred man stood before the pile of firewood outside. Upon hearing the command, the Arbok, no longer wavering, immediately straightened its upper body, its gaze fixed intently ahead. A faint, enormous serpent's eye manifested behind it. Do not look, little Rattata. Just a fleeting glance filled the youth's heart with trepidation, prompting him to swiftly shut his eyes. Meanwhile, he covertly instructed the approaching Rattata, quick attack, target that man's thigh. Upon receiving the order, the little creature hesitated momentarily. Having lived alongside humans, it had been taught not to harm them. Yet, upon seeing the resolute gaze of its trainer, it chose to obey, nodding slightly. Poison sting. Quick attack. In mere seconds, their commands intertwined. The Arbok unleashed a torrent of pungent green liquid from its mouth, aimed squarely at little Rattata. However, the small creature evaded the attack, darting out the window. With teeth infused with dark energy, it swiftly sank its fangs into the man's thigh. Chapter 34. Team Rocket. It is worth noting that Rattata's fangs are reputed to be capable of piercing steel. Although the young trainer's Rattata lacked the strength, the man was merely flesh and blood. Consequently, a substantial chunk of his thigh was torn away, exposing raw, bloody bone. But that was not the end. The young boy hurled his machete with precision, striking the man's right leg. With both legs grievously injured. The man let out a wretched cry. What is happening, Zhao Yiyuan? On the other side, the agonized screams awakened an elderly man from his slumber. Without time to don his clothing, the frail old man seized a wooden stick and hurried towards the commotion. At the end of Omping Alley, despite its name suggesting tranquility, those who resided there understood that it was anything but peaceful. At night, upon hearing any disturbance, the wisest course of action was to pretend nothing had occurred. Thus, when the old man arrived, the neighbors had not emerged at all. There, in the clearing, lay a man in a long-sleeved shirt, drenched in blood, sprawled on the ground, spraying a bottle of ointment onto his wounds. Beside him stood the hastily arrived Arbok, its cold, slit pupils fixated on them. It was determined to protect its trainer. What transpired, Zhao Yiyuan? The old man, noticing the bloodied machete on the ground, stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of his grandson. I do not know who he is, Grandpa. It was Rattata who discovered him sneaking into our home, leading Arbok to attack us. Concealing the shock in his eyes, the young man pointed towards the window. There, on the bed, lay a pool of putrid green liquid, hissing ominously. Any discerning observer would recognize it as a highly corrosive acid. Who are you? Why do you seek to harm my grandson? The elderly man's heart raced as he beheld the severely corroded floorboards, unable to fathom the dire consequences had a person been struck. His wrinkled face was etched not only with anger, but also with a lingering fear. Regrettably, at that moment, the man was unable to respond, and only the abashed snake remained on high alert. He had never anticipated that a student who had only recently embarked on his journey as a trainer would provoke a Pokémon to attack a human. Deep down, he had never considered such a scenario, which is why he had approached the window with such nonchalance. Now, however, he found himself immobilized, his legs refusing to move. With such grave injuries, the remaining half bottle of medicine could barely staunch the bleeding, leaving him at a loss for what to do next. Call the police. Call the police. Yuan, go fetch Grandpa's old phone. We need to contact the authorities and uncover the truth behind this enmity. All right, Grandpa. Without a hint of dissent, the young man instructed his small Rattata to stay and keep an eye on the abashed snake before hastily retreating to search for the antiquated device. He had salvaged it during a recycling venture. Otherwise, given the old man's frugal nature, he would never have considered purchasing it. As Zhao Yiyuan grasped the phone, he too was perplexed by the sudden appearance of a man intent on attacking him and Rattata. He pondered how, over the past decade, he had harbored no deep-seated grudges against anyone. His life had been a simple routine of school, home, and the recycling station. While minor squabbles had occurred, they hardly warranted such extreme actions. What troubled him further was the lettering emblazoned on the man's black long-sleeve shirt. While most might dismiss it as an ordinary printed garment, Zhao Yiyuan, possessing memories from a previous life, recognized the blood-red, oversized letters as the emblem of Team Rocket, nearly engulfing the entire upper body, reminiscent of the uniforms worn by the grunts in the anime. Instinctively, he recalled the words of the old teacher regarding the lost realm. In the true realm, everything is genuine, even life can be extracted. Initially, he had believed that life referred solely to the rare and powerful Pokémon that could be retrieved from the true realm. However, upon reflection, he realized that humans within the Pokémon world were also life. If trainers could return from the true realm by finding the correct path, why could the indigenous inhabitants of that realm not emerge? Gazing at the man sprawled on the ground, still writhing in agony, Yuan was convinced that he was merely an ordinary person, a human just like himself. As the old phone's ringtone echoed in his ears, he felt an urge to silence it and interrogate the man alone. He yearned to inquire whether this man belonged to Team Rocket, and if in that world, Ash or Red existed. What calamity has befallen the realm of elves, leading it to shatter into countless fragments? Yet reason dictated that he must refrain from action. Lacking both a solid foundation and sufficient strength, The wisest course to mitigate potential risks was to turn the matter over to the local authorities. Hello. This is the Public Security Office of Omping Street. A few moments later, a weary female voice emerged from the phone. Hello. I reside at number 459, Omping Alley. Just now, a stranger, a trainer, commanded a novice-level Arbok to attack us, and the corrosive liquid has even eroded the bed. The assailant has been subdued. Please send someone to take over. Upon hearing this, the duty officer at the Public Security Office instantly came to attention. Giving her cheeks a brisk pat as she replied clearly, Esteemed citizen, please keep a close watch on the perpetrator. We shall be there shortly, within 5 minutes at most. With that, the call abruptly ended, and she seized the internal communicator, exclaiming with excitement, Master, we have a situation. We need to deploy. The sudden outburst startled the middle-aged man, who had been napping, causing him to nearly topple from his chair. Vivi, have I not instructed you to maintain composure at the Public Security Office and to adjust your mindset? He replied with a hint of exasperation, donning his cap and stepping outside. My apologies, Master. The playful intern officer named Vivi stuck out her tongue and promptly recounted the situation. Master, there's a report from number 459, Omping Alley. A criminal commanded a novice-level Arbok to commit an assault. The caller stated they have subdued the assailant. This is a golden opportunity for us. Let's set off. Upon hearing this, the male officer's face also lit up with excitement. All right, let us wake up the big dog and head out. Yes. Thus, after a brief standoff of around 5 minutes, accompanied by the rhythmic beeping of the alarm, the officers from the Public Security Office arrived. During this time, Ahau had contemplated using the Arbok to attack the frail old man as leverage for his escape. Unfortunately, the Arbok's speed was no match for the quick-footed Rattata. Any movement would send the little creature darting to safety. Moreover, Yuan and the old man continued to hurl stones and sticks, rendering any escape impossible. Chapter 35. Bear Squad. The arrival of the police car cast an even deeper silence over Omping Alley. The denizens entrenched at the city's lower echelons had no inclination to spectate. Their only recourse was to bury their heads in the sand, avoiding any further troubles. Hello. You must be the caller? Stepping out from the passenger seat was a young, attractive female officer who bore a touch of youthful innocence. It was evident she endeavored to project an air of authority and calm, yet her sweet visage betrayed any semblance of aloofness. Yes, officer. The corrosive liquid has even caused my bed to collapse, Zhao Yiyuan responded earnestly, gesturing toward the window. The rough wooden bedboard was evidently in a state of disrepair, having succumbed to corrosion. How bold! Truly a remorseless criminal. With a flick of her right hand, a flash of crimson light erupted, summoning a robust houndoom onto the clearing. Its form was a striking blend of black and crimson, adorned with 2 curved ram's horns atop its head, and its tail resembled that of a legendary demon. Complete with white bone armor on its back and limbs, exuding an aura of ferocity that befitted its moniker as the Hellhound. This sight stirred envy in the young boy nearby. As part of the law enforcement agency, it was customary for each officer to be accompanied by a canine Pokémon. The ideal choice was the Arcanine, yet in Omping City, a third-tier locale, not every officer could afford the evolutionary stones necessary for its evolution. Even with league subsidies and internal pricing, the costs often exceeded 1 million, deterring many. Alternatively, the initial form of Houndoom, known as Houndour, served as a popular choice. Being a fire type, it did not require an evolution stone, making it the preferred option for most officers. Nonetheless, training fire types also incurred significant expenses, leading many to opt for the more cost-effective choice of the Rockruff. At this moment, a middle-aged male officer descended from the main seat, accompanied by a magnificent wolf dog with a striking black and gray coat. Upon its appearance, it barked sternly at the vigilant Arboks. Notably, the Arboks visibly shrank in stature, its eyes betraying a hint of fear. Indeed, the wolf dogs trained by typical officers are primarily characterized by their intimidating presence. With this thought in mind, the boy hastily retreated several meters alongside his grandfather and the little Rattata. The responsibility was now entrusted to the security team. 2 intermediate Pokémon would surely handle an injured Arboks with ease. Master, let my Houndoom take part. Seeing the concerned bystanders step back, Lu Wei's face radiated excitement. Houndoom, too, was filled with a fighting spirit, sparks igniting at the corners of its mouth. However, the middle-aged officer shook his head. Why not? It's just a beginner-level Pokémon. My Houndoom is exceptionally powerful. The young officer, taken aback by the refusal, expressed her confusion. In response, the man pointed at their surroundings with a pained expression. Look around you. It was evident that the area was littered with cardboard boxes and plastic bottles, and even the buildings were wooden. If we use fire, We risk setting others' homes ablaze. So, for now, you'll remain here to oversee the situation. All right, I understand, Lu Wei conceded, leading her Houndoom, which wore a similarly dejected expression, towards Zhao Yiyuan and the others. This was a precautionary measure, intended to prevent any harm to innocent civilians should the Arboks turn aggressive. Big Wolf Dog, use Sand Attack. Then charge in and bite down. Woof. Arboks, use Poison Sting. It was clear that the fallen Ahau was still desperately attempting to wriggle free. However, in the face of absolute strength, the counterattack from the Arbok was feeble, swiftly knocked to the ground, and rendered incapable of fighting. The performance of the Great Dane also reshaped the youth's impression of the least favorable choice. Unlike other wild canines he had observed, this middle-aged officer's Great Dane fought with remarkable fluidity. No matter how the Arbok attempted to change its tactics, the oppressive situation remained unaltered. Unbeknownst to him, the two security officers were equally astonished by his prowess. It is noteworthy that this was a mid-level Pokémon confronting a beginner, and even in a weakened state. The Arbok had struggled to resist for a moment. This clearly attests to the combat proficiency of the Arbok before them. Yet, the youth managed to subdue it with merely a novice-level Rattata. After regaining control of the situation, the middle-aged officer, Xiong, extended a friendly hand. Hello. We will need your cooperation to take a statement. I appreciate your assistance. Not a bother at all. Thank you for your hard work, officer. They followed him into the vehicle, and along the way, the ever-curious Lu Wei could not help but glance at the Rattata several times before inquiring. Does your Rattata possess some extraordinary talent to have bested that criminal commanding the Arbok? The Arbok is considered quite formidable among beginner Pokémon. Wei. However, before she could finish, she was promptly silenced by Xiong Tian's admonition. It is quite impolite to casually inquire about a trainer's Pokémon's personal matters, and it could even be perceived as a provocation. Oh, I apologize. I was merely asking out of curiosity. Upon hearing her mentor's words, the girl quickly recognized her mistake and offered her apologies. It's nothing, officer. My Rattata and I have been training diligently, and coupled with its inherent aptitude, it has mastered the quick attack technique, allowing it to seize the initiative and secure the victory. After Yin completed his explanation, the elderly man seated in the second row proudly chimed in. Indeed. My grandson trains rigorously. He is the class leader of a gifted program at school, and after completing his school training, he continues to practice at home every evening. In fact, if his Rattata can't sleep at night, it will even rise to train more. Zhao Yiyuan is his greatest pride. Pooh Rattata. Hearing praise while dozing against the headrest, the sleepy Rattata instinctively responded. I really am super diligent. Meanwhile, in the front row, the master and apprentice were left in a state of shock upon hearing the term mastered. You mean to say that this Rattata has only been in your possession for half a month and has already mastered quick attack? Lu Wei, just having exited school, recalled the time when Pokémon were distributed in her senior year, her sweet face full of disbelief. It is worth noting that her Houndoom had only achieved mastery of Flamethrower, and that was only through the costly evolution process. What? Just half a month? The driving Xiong Tian was so startled that he nearly collided with the vehicle beside him. As the white sedan next to them rolled down its window, an outburst of expletives was about to escape, only to be abruptly halted upon the realization that it was a police vehicle. An apologetic gaze was cast forth. My sincerest apologies, officer, it appears I was driving too swiftly. With that, the window was rolled back up, and the brakes were applied with a sharpness, yielding the right of way. In response, the bewildered expression of Team Bear was entirely justified as he interjected, muttering to himself, just half a month, merely half a month. And I've become proficient. Am I truly a waste? Half a month. Chapter 36. To be recognized by others is what defines a genius. Though proficiency is but a tier above mere familiarity, such innate understanding is profoundly elusive. It is entirely possible that a Pokémon under a trainer's guidance could toil for a lifetime without mastering a technique to this level. Understanding the application and grasping the underlying principles are two distinctly different realms. Which high school do you attend, young man? The first high school, I presume? No. I'm from the first class of the third high school. The first class of the third high school. This year seems promising. I heard from the captain that your principal seemingly made quite the investment, even inviting back the esteemed senior trainer, Teacher Long. Indeed, she is our homeroom teacher. As they traveled, due to Zhao Yiyuan's revelation of his talent, the demeanor of the two officers, Bear and Lu Wei, grew notably warmer. They initiated conversations, and the youth answered their queries, fostering a more amicable rapport. Having lived two lives, he was acutely aware of the significance of networking. Prior to this semester, due to his youth, he had been overlooked, and having only interacted with fellow students, he focused on solidifying his foundation through relentless practice rather than cultivating friendships. However, now that he was on the path to becoming a prospective trainer, it was essential to forge connections with influential companions. Thus, Zhao Yiyuan's statement was recorded swiftly, but by the time they wrapped up, it was already 3:30 a.m. After a yawn, he prepared to return home for some much-needed rest. In the earlier statement, he had portrayed himself as a typical victim, unaware of the reasons behind the incident. Thus, he refrained from divulging Team Rocket's suspicions. Ultimately, the root of the matter lay in his inadequate strength. Just as he and his grandfather were about to head home, the door to the duty room creaked open. "Wait a moment, Yiyuan. Let me drive you both back. It's late, and it's not safe for a student and an elderly gentleman." Lu Wei, having emerged, approached the entrance, jingling her keys to signal them to follow. "Thank you, Officer Lu, Sister Wei Wei," they both replied without hesitation. Indeed, venturing to the secluded end of Onping Alley at such an hour was fraught with danger. What is the thanks for? It's all in the service of the people. With practiced ease, she opened the car door, the engine igniting with a satisfying click, and the police vehicle vanished into the night. It is worth noting that typically, an individual summoned for a statement would not enjoy the privilege of a dedicated ride back. Upon reaching the end of Onping Alley, just as Yiyuan was about to exit the vehicle, Lu Wei unexpectedly extended her hand. "Wait a moment, take this money. It belongs to the assailant and serves as compensation for your loss of a place to sleep last night." Under the yellow glow of the light, it was evident that this was a standard bundle of cash, amounting to 10,000 alliance coins. Sister Wei Wei, noticing the young man hesitating to accept the money, the female officer shot him an exasperated glance and clarified, "You don't think I'm giving this to you out of sheer generosity, do you? I'm not that magnanimous. It truly comes from the criminal. When I was taking your statement earlier, my mentor had a brief inquiry with the assailant. He was indeed paid to deal with you. His fee was exactly 10,000 alliance coins." As she spoke, she firmly pressed the money into his hands. "Moreover, even if you refuse it, when he arrives at the detention center tomorrow, it will merely be a boon for the guards." "All right, thank you, Sister Wei Wei." With the conversation reaching this point, it would be unreasonable not to accept, so he gratefully took the money. The 10,000 alliance coins significantly replenished his previously barren wallet. "Well then, I'm off. Call me if you need anything." The female officer's face lit up with a sweet smile as she saw the young man accept the money. With a wave, she turned her vehicle around to head back. This was a special directive from Captain Xiong, considering the living conditions. It was evident that Zhao Yiyuan had not been faring well. Instead of letting the money enrich the guards at the detention center, it was better to extend a favor and earn goodwill. As a result of this commotion, the young man managed to sleep in until past 9 the next morning. "Zhao Yuan, it's time to get up for breakfast." "All right." It was his grandfather who had prepared egg noodles, prompting him to rise. "Good morning." Little Rattata seemed to have been exercising for a while. Upon seeing the young man awake, it turned its head to greet him. As a creature of the spirit world, its physical capabilities far surpassed those of an average human. "Good morning, little Rattata." He affectionately patted the small creature's head, poured it a bowl of food, and then went to wash up and eat his noodles. He took 5,000 of the alliance coins and handed them to his grandfather, explaining that it was compensation from the police after being retrieved from the assailant. The elderly man couldn't help but express his astonishment, repeatedly remarking how much better times had become. Outside the window, the old man was sawing wood, preparing to fix his grandson's broken bed. Last night, they had to make do with sleeping on the floor, but today he was determined to craft a new bed. Nearby lay a neatly organized stack of plastic bottles and cardboard boxes, along with an old tricycle. "Grandpa, I've finished eating. Let me take this scrap to Auntie." After slurping down the last spoonful of soup, Zhao Yiyuan began moving the sorted scrap onto the human-powered tricycle. "All right, the bed will be ready soon," the old man replied, lifting his head momentarily before returning to his task with the wood. "Let us go, little Rattata, let us take a stroll." As the call to venture outside echoed, the little creature's eyes sparkled with excitement. Despite its tender age, a playful nature resided within, yet it swiftly shook its head with determination. "I must train and grow stronger. Just an hour of training can enhance my abilities. I cannot afford to squander precious time." Gazing at the wooden post, a look of conflict crossed the young creature's face. The thought of playing outside meant foregoing training, and it felt as though it would lose a day. "Ah, little one, fret not. When you step outside, absorb this energy crystal. It will also augment your strength. Elevating your prowess to the intermediate stage will be immensely beneficial." Observing its demeanor, the trainer chuckled and produced a low-quality energy crystal from the bag, handing it over. Indeed, the trainer's words hold wisdom. The persuaded little creature eagerly accepted the crystal. climbing joyfully onto the young man's shoulder. Together, they set off on a human-powered tricycle. Being still young, rigorous training might not only strain the little one's body, but also keep its spirit too tightly wound, which is not ideal. Hence, on this day of rest, the trainer wished to provide some relaxation, ensuring that the little creature would not remain so tense. Furthermore, the little one's techniques had nearly reached a bottleneck. Pokémon, Little Rattata, gender, male, type, normal, ability, tenacity, strength, intermediate level, 10. Learn techniques, tackle, 347-1000. Tail whip, 254-1000. Quick attack, 172-1000. Charge, 100-51000. Bite, 101-51000. Inherited techniques. None. Chapter 37. A matter of pride. Zhao Yiyuan. For the 2 bags of items, the total is 1678. Here. And he has rounded it up for you to 170. Please check, said Aunt He, clad in a red sweater, as she tapped away at the computer and handed over a line of numbers. Yes, that is correct, Zhao Yiyuan replied, mentally calculating as he confirmed the results. Thank you, Aunt He, that is right. After double-checking the loose change, he expressed his gratitude and rode back with little Rattata, observing the dirty little creature. And he seemed to see a reflection of her younger self, once a stubborn child quarreling over mere coins. A faint smile graced her lips. This little rascal has certainly grown up, she muttered to herself before suddenly calling out, Hey, Zhao Yiyuan, come back for a moment. What is it, Aunt He? The boy, now slightly wary, regarded the portly woman with caution. Could it be that she has changed her mind and wants to reclaim that too? Impossible. Once it's in my pocket, it shall never leave. With that thought, his gaze sharpened, and his lips quivered slightly as he prepared for a verbal spar with Aunt He, hoping to showcase the prowess of the young rascal from 7 years prior. However, Aunt He retrieved a substantial bag of feed from a nearby parcel. Judging by its hue, it appeared to be of the ordinary variety, and indeed of inferior quality. Zhao Yiyuan, this should be just perfect for your little Lotta. It's all yours. The wealthy of today truly waste extravagantly, and this still has 2 months until its expiration. The somewhat dazed young lad watched as Aunt He loaded the hefty sack of feed onto his tricycle. By the looks of it, it should suffice for the little Lotta for over a month. Regardless, the little Lotta was quite pleased, knowing this was its sustenance. Thank you, Aunt He, Zhao Yiyuan said after a brief hesitation. Oh, there's no need for thanks. We are all from the same village, and this is hardly a precious item. They didn't want it, so I simply picked it up as a favor. Zhao Yiyuan, I heard you've been appointed class leader of the key class. You must strive to get into a good university and bring honor to Lomping Alley. With that, Aunt He returned to the recycling station, continuing to sort through the pile of useful refuse. Certainly, Zhao Yiyuan replied solemnly. Lomping Alley, though named after Lomping City, is notoriously known as an urban village and slum, often looked down upon by those from other areas. They may be petty and calculate against their equally unfortunate peers, yet deep down, they all harbor a desire to walk proudly down the streets, proclaiming to all that those who live and emerge from here are also part of Lomping City, and not mere country bumpkins to be scorned. Pull a Lotta. It seemed the boy's sentiments had influenced the little Lotta as it perched upon his shoulder, nuzzling his rugged cheek before energetically exclaiming, I will surely strive. Let everyone see our brilliance. Inspired by the little creature's enthusiasm, Zhao Yiyuan smiled faintly. Let us go, little one. It's time to head home. Under the midday sun, the boy and his mouse appeared to be enveloped in a soft golden glow. Time flew swiftly. Ever since that abrupt assault, life had returned to its mundane rhythm. Attending school, training his Pokémon, assisting his grandfather with collecting recyclables. Interestingly, Sister Weiwei mentioned that a significant figure had arrived at the Public Security Bureau, related to that miscreant, seemingly entangled in something substantial. Unfortunately, that villain had lost his memory, and attempts to use psychic Pokémon to hypnotize him yielded no useful information, leaving him in a vegetative state. This rendered the investigation into the mastermind behind the assassination utterly futile, which is indeed a lamentable circumstance. In truth, the only person he suspected throughout was the somewhat eccentric youth, Zhao Yiyuan. However, after several attempts to probe, he found nothing. This boy seemed entirely oblivious, instead igniting a fighting spirit within him, treating him as a rival, frequently returning to deliver an array of dramatic, youthful declarations. Furthermore, the friction with Zhao Yiyuan indeed falls within the realm of interactions among peers in school, and thus, deep down, Zhao Yiyuan does not perceive these matters as the root cause of his troubles. Ultimately, he has chosen to cast them aside. After all, it has been quite some time since that incident, and tranquility has returned. The foremost concern now is to prepare for the monthly examination. which approaches swiftly within a month's time. The school will re-evaluate rankings and class placements based on the results of this examination, a significant event for any student. Particularly for those at the bottom of Class 1, the days leading up to the exam are filled with frantic cramming, desperately hoping for a last-minute surge of inspiration. But Zhao Yiyuan views their efforts as futile, akin to a fruitless endeavor. On Monday, following the flag-raising ceremony, students from the first and second years returned to their classes, while the 105 aspiring trainers from the third-year Pokémon Science remained in the open area. Dear students, a month passes swiftly, and the time has come to assess your progress. The path of a trainer offers no standing still. One must advance or retreat. Each teacher guided their respective students toward the designated assessment areas. Under the clear blue sky, Principal Lu forewent a lengthy oration, delivering his message succinctly before heading to the training grounds. Having invested considerable resources in this cohort of third-year students, he was eager to witness the fruits of his labor, as it could profoundly impact his career trajectory. Class 1, come forth. Class 2, gather here. Class 3, assemble. At the call of their respective teachers, the initially large group swiftly divided into 3 distinct teams. Some wore expressions of trepidation, their fear and anxiety palpable, while others exuded excitement and eagerness. After all, the top 25 performers in this monthly examination would receive substantial rewards. In other words, a commendable performance could not only secure a place in Class 1, but also yield a handsome bonus. Is it true what they're saying? Just by entering Class 1, even if at the bottom, you'll receive 500 Alliance coins. It must be true. The school has truly gone all out this time. If the 25th place garners such a sum, how much must the first place earn? Despite the presence of teachers leading the way, whispers of speculation flowed continuously through the ranks. These were students aware of their capabilities and competing for a position in Class 1. It is undeniable that theory and practice diverged significantly. Initially, Class 1 was determined by the top 25 scores in Pokémon Science. Yet to become a formidable Pokémon trainer, theoretical knowledge is vital, but it must also be grounded in one's own Pokémon. To put it bluntly, given the conditions at third high school, if a student could leverage their family background to acquire a quasi-divine Pokémon, or even one of the starter trio, they would be elevated into Class 1. After all, those capable of obtaining such initial Pokémon do not rely on the meager resources of the school for sustenance and can thrive independently. Chapter 38. The monthly examination commences upon arriving at the Pokémon Battle Arena. The crowd discovered that trainers, already clad in their distinctive attire, awaited their arrival, alongside rows of Pokeballs. Next, I shall announce the regulations for next month's examination. Once the teams have arranged themselves and discipline has been established, the bald Principal Lu ascended the platform once more. Each class will have 2 battle arenas, and your chief examiners will be these seasoned junior trainers before you. Each of them is a veteran who has fought in the wild. You will engage in one-on-one battles with them, and your performance will be graded by both them and your homeroom teacher, with the average score determining your outcome. Ultimately, the top 105 students will be ranked based on their scores, with the top 25 being selected. In the event of a tie, the individuals involved will face each other, and the victor shall take precedence in ranking. As he spoke, murmurs of disbelief surged from the audience. What? We are to battle these seasoned junior trainers? Isn't that simply a recipe for suffering? My Metapod is only at the intermediate stage of its training. It has yet to evolve. How can it possibly hold its ground against a junior trainer? A single blow could send it reeling. My Kakuna has evolved, but what can it do? Even the top students from Class 1 are merely at the latter stages of their training. What is the school thinking? It's one thing to pit us against junior trainers, but to select those of such formidable caliber? The bald principal is ruthless. Silence. Quiet down. Upon hearing the rising chatter, Principal Lu, stroking his thinning hair, grew even more stern. Students, you must understand that being a Pokémon trainer is no trivial matter. If you lack sufficient strength and talent, have you considered what might befall you in the wild? Do you know the retention rate of trainers who have graduated from our third high school in Omping City over the past 3 years? How many of your seniors remain on the path of training? With each question, his tone grew increasingly forceful, and due to the enclosed nature of the battle hall, the echoes of his inquiries lingered in the air. Observing this, many students fell into a contemplative silence, their expressions grave. As current students of third high, they had heard their teachers discuss such statistics, but at the time, it had merely felt like a string of numbers, devoid of impact. Now, confronted by the disdainful gazes and scornful smiles of those seasoned trainers, they seemed to grasp why the figures were so disheartening. Very well, I will continue. After determining the top 25, those who feel dissatisfied may apply for a rematch. The challenge party cannot refuse. However, The challenger may only contest against someone ranked within 5 places above them. Furthermore, should the challenger fail, their resources for the subsequent week will be halved and awarded to the victor. At this point, his narrowed eyes suddenly swept across the assembly. I hope that students will abandon any frivolous or indifferent attitudes when commanding their Pokémon in battle. Such a mindset renders combat utterly meaningless. With that, Principal Liu passed the microphone to the waiting Director Qin Shan. True to his name, Director Qin, possessing a robust physique and well-defined muscles, towered over the ordinary students like an unassailable fortress, exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. As soon as he grasped the microphone, the students below fell into a profound silence. Ahem, let me elucidate the reward system for this month's examination. Those ranked from 25th to 16th will each receive a reward of 500 Alliance coins. For those in the 15th to 11th positions, the reward rises to 1,000 Alliance coins each. The 10th to 6th places will be awarded 2,000 Alliance coins, while the 5th position garners 2,500 Alliance coins, the 4th position 3,000 Alliance coins, the 3rd position 5,000 Alliance coins, and the 2nd position 7,000 Alliance coins. As for the first place, at this point, Qin Shan deliberately paused, eliciting eye rolls from the attentive students below. Naturally, after a brief interlude, a thunderous voice resonated once more. 10,000 Alliance coins. This figure stirred excitement among many, including Zhao Yiyuan, who stood at the forefront, instinctively clutching the Pokeball at his waist. To remain competitive, resources are indispensable. Particularly as one progresses, the demand for resources escalates. Although he had maintained his position at the top for the past month, amassing the most resources in the class, others benefited from familial support, while he had to rely solely on himself. Consequently, he had depleted the compensation funds provided by Sister Weiwei over the past 3 weeks. Nonetheless, all of this had proven worthwhile. He felt confident that his current Rattata would undoubtedly triumph over that Arbok if they were to cross paths again. Subsequently, each class began their assessments in the order assigned by their homeroom teachers. Yes, soon, 3 teams dispersed to 6 battle arenas. Class 1 was situated in the center, ensuring a clear view for those on the high platform. Class 2 positioned themselves to the left, while Class 3 took the right. After a brief organization of their ranks, the bespectacled Lung Runing spoke. Our class will commence the monthly examination starting from the 25th place, in reverse order. Now, Lin Jia, ranked 25th, and Sun Dong, ranked 24th. Please step forward and take your Pokeballs to participate in the examination. The 2 frail boys, called 4th, wore expressions of dismay. They had been relegated to the bottom due to their failure to complete routine training assessments. Yes, teacher, they replied meekly, taking their Pokeballs from their waists and making their way towards the 2 battle arenas. Remember to observe closely. I have previously mentioned that acquiring detailed information about your opponents before a battle can bestow a significant advantage. Seasoned novice trainers, at their core, are still mere novices. Since they must venture into the wilderness to make a living, they can typically afford to nurture only 2 or 3 Pokémon with combat prowess. Once the 2 laggards were stationed, Lung Runing's cautionary words echoed in the ears of the other students. These remarks ignited a flicker of hope in the hearts of those similarly ranked at the bottom who had not completed their training assessments. To put it bluntly, the reverse order of battles was clearly designed to have the underperforming students pave the way for the more accomplished ones. If the competition is ranked from strong to weak, those who have the opportunity to observe the assessment officer's Pokémon might devise some strategies in advance, potentially securing commendable scores. However, it seems they are destined to be eliminated from the first class. Contemplating this, a few individuals, plagued by uncertainty, glanced sideways, hoping that the top performers from classes 2 and 3 would falter. Regrettably, both classes were also represented by underperformers, and Class 3 had already concluded a battle. Metapod, are you alright? Metapod, a boy's voice resonated from the far-right battleground, filled with despair. In his arms lay a Metapod, its once vibrant green shell now marred by numerous cracks. Opposite stood a level 1, final evolution Shroomish, having retracted its right claw, with an expression tinged with remorse. It had not anticipated that the Metapod was merely a FAAD, succumbing to a single sonic punch that left it grievously injured. Typically, grass-type Pokémon are gentle in nature, thus it felt a twinge of guilt. Chapter 39, the junior Pokémon, Pidgey. Next contestant. Of course, the trainer of Shroomish and the head instructor of Class 3 harbored no sympathy whatsoever. Metapod did not receive adequate nutrition, resulting in its shell coverage falling below the species average. Trainer Wang Xian exhibits a sincere bond with his Pokémon. They each inscribed their evaluations on a blank score sheet, ultimately assigning scores of 60 and 62. averaging to a final score of 61, just barely passing. If he continues on the path of a trainer without any other opportunities, he is destined to be mere cannon fodder, a lifelong peripheral figure in the realm of bug catching. After all, Caterpie can evolve into its final form midway through its apprenticeship. With the final form of Butterfree capable of flight, it could at least momentarily entangle a Shroomish, even if it was not an outright opponent. Yet, a month has passed without evolution. Such individuals, with such backgrounds, are indeed ill-suited for this endeavor. On the other side, the two battlegrounds of Class 1 commenced their contests as well. The underperformers from both sides were at the latter stages of their training, both barely achieving level 11, which indicates the advantageous treatment of Class 1. After all, the underachievers in Class 2 were only at the mid-stage of their training. Lin Jia's Pokémon was a Spinark, while Sundong's was a Tadbulb. Zhao Yiyuan glanced at them briefly before shifting his attention to the opposing Pokémon. Facing the Spinark was a Machop, which he had only glimpsed from a distance at a construction site. Hey there! Although its height was comparable to that of a child, its muscular frame was impressive, with fists that cracked ominously. Species Machop, level 24, moves, tackle, proficient, focus energy, proficient, leer, proficient, karate chop, proficient, detect, beginner, low kick, proficient. Seismic toss, proficient. Almost all practical moves had reached proficiency. On the other side, the adversary of the Tadbulb was none other than an Arbok, its menacing patterns compelling the young boy to cast a lingering glance. Previously, he had felt indifferent when facing an Ekans, but now, confronted with its evolved form, he could not deny its overt aggression. Pokémon, Arbok, level 23, moves, Ice Fong, proficient, Fire Fong, proficient, Thunder Fong, proficient, Bind, proficient, Glare, proficient, Poison Sting, proficient. Bite, proficient. Although the energy level was higher, Zhao Yiyuan was convinced that the actual combat prowess of this Arbok far surpassed that of his own. This was not solely due to its evolution. The impressive array of skills it possessed contributed significantly to its threat. Arbok was known to master the three fangs upon evolution, paralleling the farmer's three punches, thereby enhancing its offensive capabilities. Moreover, it was a Pokémon that many aspiring trainers coveted yet feared. The exorbitant price aside, the inherently cold-blooded nature of snakes rendered them challenging for many to handle, posing a risk of backlash. Thus, possessing an Arbok marked one as a formidable trainer in the eyes of the chief examiner of Arena 2. The battle unfolded as expected, culminating swiftly with a score that, while better than the mediocre passing marks often seen in Classes 2 and 3, barely reached 70 points. Nevertheless, Lin Jia and Sun Dong expressed satisfaction, believing they would at least secure a place in Class 2. During this month, they had come to understand their own and their Pokémon's capabilities, realizing they were unable to keep pace with the relentless training of Lung Running. Achieving a smooth graduation and remaining at the local university to become an ordinary trainer would suffice. As time progressed, the seasoned examiners swiftly moved through the ranks, and soon it was the turn of the mid-tier students from each class to take the stage. Among them, Yiyuan spotted his former desk mate, the chubby Lu Fei, whose Oddish had reached a respectable level 12, making it one of the stronger Pokémon in Class 2. His opponent was a ground-type Sandslash, possessing a distinct type advantage. Oddish Sweet Scent. In Arena 4, as the Oddish prepared for its impending fate, the green fronds atop its head swayed, releasing a cloud of enticing yellow gas that momentarily bewildered the approaching Sandslash. Now absorb. After a month of training, during which he occasionally sought advice from Zhao Yiyuan, the chubby boy demonstrated a significant improvement in his timing. A stream of emerald light surged from Oddish, radiating brightly as it neared Sandslash, seemingly forcefully extracting something vital. The sudden pain jolted Sandslash back to reality, and upon seeing the delighted expression of Oddish, it was filled with fury. Little thing, how dare you steal my energy? With a swift strike, it sent Oddish flying. The energy that was gradually absorbed had not fully restored before he succumbed to unconsciousness. The startled little chubby boy hurried over to check on him. The battle with the Pokémon was executed with remarkable precision. Timing was impeccable. Emotions towards the Pokémon were genuine, and commands were executed with alacrity. Similarly, the homeroom teacher of Class 2 and the chief examiner swiftly scribbled their respective comments. The final score was 82. I actually scored 82. How splendid. Upon seeing the score displayed on the screen, the little chubby boy was elated, clutching his Pokémon and waving to Yuan, who was observing the match. My goodness. In his arms, the recently awakened Pokémon also wore a beaming smile. Due to the absence of stronger contenders thus far, the little chubby boy surprisingly found himself ranked 5th. which sparked a notion within him that he might ascend to Class 1. Impressive, Zhao Yiyuan, who approached, also gave a thumbs up. Luck, it's all about luck. The Mountain King was simply countered by its type. Chuckling, the little chubby boy stroked the head of his Pokémon, and although his words were modest, the pride in his tone was unmistakable. However, it was not long before the strength of the challengers escalated. Those in the latter part of the examination had become commonplace, and the number of those capable of injuring the chief examiner's Pokémon steadily increased. His ranking swiftly declined to 9th, then 16th, and finally 23rd. At last, it was the turn of Zhao Yiyuan, who held the 3rd rank in Class 1. Though his hair had been dyed back to black, he still sported his deliberately styled side bangs. Just watch, Zhao Yiyuan. This time I will be first. He flicked his hair and dramatically enlarged his Pokeball. Go, BB Bird. With a swift motion, a flash of red light erupted, revealing a medium-sized bird Pokémon adorned with a crimson crown and tail feathers, hovering in midair. BB Bird, now appearing with renewed vigor, spiraled excitedly in the air, showcasing its strength to the fullest. BB Bird. It is indeed BB Bird. Moreover, its strength has advanced to the novice level. This fellow truly knows how to keep a secret. How beautiful, I want one too. Chapter 40. Full marks for first place. It is worth noting that just the other day, everyone was training together, and Zhao Yuan's Pokémon was still in its initial form, Pidgey. Now, after just one day of vacation, it has evolved and its strength has escalated to the novice level. It is simply more astonishing than a rocket launch. It is impossible. Just 2 days ago, this Pidgey strength level was merely 14, still a step away from the threshold of the novice level. Even Zhao Yiyuan, who had been self-assured, appeared taken aback. The panel before him displayed the outrageous level data of BB Bird. Pokémon, BB Bird, level 18, moves, tackle, proficient, sand attack, novice, gust, proficient, quick attack, novice, whirlwind, novice, detect, proficient. In just one day, it had remarkably gained 4 levels and evolved. It is essential to understand that in the later stages of the internship, specifically after reaching level 11, even if one were to absorb a subpar energy crystal daily, it would take several days to advance a single level. Otherwise, there would be no students in classes 2 and 3 still stranded in the mid-internship phase. Even those who managed to break through are merely at the level of 11 or 12. This is largely due to the fact that most students at 3rd high school cannot afford to spend 1,000 Alliance coins daily on their Pokémon. In truth, had it not been for Zhao Yiyuan's unexpected fortune, combined with his solid foundation and consistent top performance, often earning rewards from his homeroom teacher, he would not have persevered for even a month. Nevertheless, the resources at his disposal are nearly exhausted. Zhao Yuan's family is relatively well off compared to those around him. Yet such miraculous elixirs cannot simply be procured by a small supermarket owner. The youth, filled with doubts, gazed solemnly at Arena 2. Undeniably, the BB Bird is indeed different from the Pidgey. At this moment, it is far ahead of its peers. Meanwhile, the chief examiner at Arena 2 no longer wore an easy expression. His original ace, the Arbok, had already been rotated out for rest after multiple battles, leaving on the field a typically supportive Jumpluff. Beneath its pale yellow flowers lay a round, green body, quite adorable. However, with its elementary strength, coupled with the precise control of the 3 powder moves, it had already dispatched 4 of the students' Pokémon. Pokémon Jumpluff, level 21. Moves, photosynthesis, expert, bounce, expert, tail whip, expert, tackle, expert, fairy wind, expert, sleep powder, expert, seed bomb, expert. To be honest, upon seeing the move set of this Jumpluff, Zhao Yiyuan felt a stir of excitement. His second Pokémon after advancing to the rank of junior trainer could very well include Jumpluff as a candidate. After all, not only does it possess the 3 powder control moves, but it also has self-recovery capabilities. As a grass-type Pokémon with a gentle disposition, it is certainly more economical compared to others like Butterfree, which also utilizes the 3 powder moves. Its lower battle prowess is not a concern, as the primary offense could be entrusted to his Rattata. BB Bird, unleash Gust. On the field, the initiative was granted to Zhao Yiyuan as the student. The BB Bird, upon receiving the command, immediately flapped its wings vigorously, sending a powerful gust directly towards Jumpluff. The lightweight Jumpluff was swept off balance, experiencing a tearing pain across its surface. Being a grass type, it was severely disadvantaged against the flying type energy. Use Fairy Wind to counter. With a determined cry, Jumpluff illuminated with a pink glow. A gentle pink breeze surged forward in response. Unfortunately, before the flying type Pokémon, this feeble wind was utterly trivial, easily negated by the BB Bird's ferocious gust. However, It at least granted Jumpluff a moment to breathe, revealing a flaw in the omnipresent Gales. Now unleash Seed Bomb. Without a moment to catch her breath, the mouth of the shuttlecock flower puffed slightly. Whoosh! A barrage of green energy seeds was launched forth. Dodge it, BB Bird. However, the aerial advantage allowed BB Bird ample time to evade, ensuring that not a single seed from the rapid-fire barrage found its mark. Keep up the wind. Zhao Yiyuan thought with a faint smile, intending to employ the same tactic once more. Soon, the howling winds rose again, plunging the shuttlecock flower back into a dire predicament. This scene of a student overpowering the assessment officials garnered significant attention, even eliciting smiles from Principal Liu and Director Qin up on the platform. Indeed, I recall this student is named Zhao Yiyuan. In just a month, he has managed to evolve Bobo into BB Bird. Upon hearing the principal's words, Qin Shan promptly chimed in. Yes, this child can be a bit arrogant at times, yet his performance has consistently remained stable. Oh, to what extent? Second in the grade. He has maintained that position for over 2 years. Hearing this, Principal Liu stroked his sparse crown and chuckled. Well, this perennial second should finally reclaim the top spot this time. With that, he pointed towards the second arena. Inside the venue, amid the roaring winds, the shuttlecock flower could no longer endure. With a thud, it fell to the ground, its eyes swirling, clearly having lost its combat ability. Zhao Yiyuan actually defeated the examiner. Incredible, truly deserving of the title BB Bird. The referee, momentarily taken aback, finally announced loudly, the victor is student Zhao Yiyuan. Haha, I knew I was the strongest. With a flourish of his hair, Zhao Yiyuan appeared exceedingly pleased, akin to a triumphant monarch. Upon returning to his team, he even cast a provocative glance at the astonished Zhao Yiyuan. Unbeknownst to him, the young man's astonishment stemmed not from Zhao Yuan's victory, but from the tuft of white feathers adorning BB Bird's tail. The Pokémon Encyclopedia, initial version had mentioned that, akin to the flames on Charizard's tail. The coloration of BB Bird's tail feathers also symbolized vitality. Typically, they are a vibrant orange-red. If they fade to a lighter hue or white, it indicates a depletion of life force. The presence of that white tuft suggested that this BB Bird had expended a considerable amount of its vitality. Meanwhile, Lung Ruining and the chief examiner, standing on the opposite side, had not observed this detail closely, resulting in a perfect score being awarded without hesitation. A score of 100. Astonishingly a full mark. This surely secures the top position. The announcement on the large screen sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. This only inflated the pride of the youthful dreamer, while the BB Bird perched on his shoulder shook its feathered crest in delight. BB. The arrogant expression of the creature mirrored that of its trainer, embodying the very essence of confidence. Others gazed at this Pidgey with fervent envy in their eyes. It is worth noting that the graduation requirement for the third high school is to possess a Pokémon that has reached the novice level and to pass combat assessments. While this particular instance benefited from a type advantage, it is undeniable that the Pidgey has already demonstrated the strength necessary for immediate graduation. Chapter 41. What rare skill has been learned? Next up, Zhao Yiyuan. Following Zhao Yuan's impressive performance, the subsequent contestants, while showcasing their abilities, adhered to a more conventional approach, with most being defeated by the examiner's Pokémon after merely a few rounds of engagement. The highest score was achieved by the second-ranked Genie, who earned 94 points with her Houndour, which had reached level 13 and learned Bite. This formidable attack significantly enhanced its combat prowess. With curious gazes directed his way, a boy clad in a school uniform and wearing a stern expression slowly advanced. As the top student in Class 1, all other battles had concluded by the time it was his turn, and the emergence of a dark horse from his class had drawn a considerable crowd. Go, Rattata! A flash of crimson light erupted, and the impatient little creature, confined within its Pokeball, promptly appeared on the right side of the arena. Rattata, with blood surging with excitement, it fixed its battle-ready gaze upon its opponent, a Tangela. Conversely, the Tangela, adorned with blue tendrils, exhibited utter disdain, its azure vines dancing whimsically around its form. Engaging with these novice-level Pokémon was a task it found exceedingly effortless. Pokémon, Tangela level, 20 moves, Root, proficient. Bind, proficient. Sleep Powder, proficient. Vine Whip, proficient. Absorb, proficient. Toxic Powder, proficient. Bind Tight, proficient. Growth, proficient. After reviewing the creature's data panel, one must concede that this Tangela indeed possesses a basis for its arrogance. Although it is of a lower level than the nearby Jigglypuff, its true combat capability likely surpasses that of its counterpart. Why don't you take the first move? The examiner said casually. Initially cautious due to the previous mishaps of his companions, The recent victories over several elite students had restored his sense of superiority. To him, this top student was merely a novice trainer with a common Rattata, posing no real threat. In response, Zhao Yiyuan on the right did not hesitate and commanded his Rattata. Quick attack. Rattata. Onlookers merely witnessed a purple blur that swiftly traversed nearly 20 meters, appearing directly behind the Tangela. Goodness, how fast! Exclaimed a spectator. Can quick attack be this swift? The astonishing speed even astonished Director Qin Shan, who was observing from a high platform. This is a mastery-level quick attack. As the head of the senior year, he was not only responsible for the humanities, but also for the realm of magical creatures. Although his prowess was merely that of a mid-level trainer, his keen insight was undeniable. What? The term expert level jolted Principal Liu from his previous state of disinterest. To his astonishment, another dark horse had emerged. How intriguing. With renewed enthusiasm, he fixed his gaze upon the unfolding scene. In the arena, the small Rattata, infused with dark-type energy, was poised to strike with its teeth. At that critical moment, the seemingly oblivious Tangela suddenly summoned a multitude of its vines. Alarmed by the impending danger, the Rattata swiftly darted out of the encirclement using its hastily augmented speed. This setback elicited a slight shake of the head from the observing Lung Running. She was well aware of the formidable power behind Rattata's quick bite combo, which could inflict severe damage on novice Pokémon. If it had managed to secure the upper hand, defeating the opponent would have been a mere formality. Alas, the adversary was Tangela. Haha, young one, you truly startled me. But have you forgotten the knowledge imparted in school? The vines of Tangela are part of its very being. When necessary, they serve as its eyes. The youth, Tangela's trainer, expressed his smugness, reveling in the opportunity to mock from a place of knowledge. Unfortunately for him, he was met with the composed visage of the young boy. Now, use Icy Wind. Upon hearing the command, Rattata's eyes gleamed with cunning as a faint blue icy energy enveloped its body. With a swift opening of its mouth, a chilling gust of white vapor surged towards the mass of vines converging together. The struck Tangela felt its tendrils losing sensation rapidly, as a frigid energy voraciously invaded its form. Quick, use root. The once self-satisfied youth's expression shifted dramatically. Yet, such a glaring vulnerability was utterly fatal for the swift Rattata. Once more, unleash a full-force quick bite. At this command, the little creature firmly grounded its limbs, a soft white glow emanating from its body as it gathered energy. Charging towards the frozen cluster of vines. A sharp crack resonated as the ice shattered, along with a multitude of ensnared tendrils that splintered upon impact. With a pained cry, Tangela could no longer endure and succumbed, losing its fighting capability. I declare the victor to be student Zhao Yiyuan. The referee, caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events, excitedly announced the outcome. This astonishing scene left the spectators in utter amazement. Another victory, and with a mere novice Rattata. Was this truly the same Rattata, or was there something distinctly different about it? The students observing could hardly believe their eyes. Yet the more experienced teacher Lung and Director Qin Shan atop the platform discerned a glimpse of the underlying truth. Not only has this prodigious talent achieved mastery in electric techniques, but the chilling winds of ice have also reached a level of proficiency. This little Rattata exhibits an astonishing understanding of ice attributes. Could it perhaps be descended from an ice-type spirit? While astonishment lingered, the scores still had to be assigned. Theoretically, defeating the examiner warranted a perfect score. Thus, the young man's final rating was also 100, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Yuan's name. Indeed, it was also 100. Would that not result in 2 first places? How would the rewards be allocated? As the audience gazed upon the screen displaying the 2 names tied for first, murmurs filled the air. Surely not. I speculate they will have to battle it out. Who do you think is stronger? In my opinion, it must be Pidgey. After all, Rattata cannot fly and cannot approach. Upon hearing someone praise Pidgey, a nearby trainer, who also had a Rattata, bristled with indignation. Please, the performances in 2 battles will reveal the truth. Pidgey simply plays the kite and exhausts its opponent. But Rattata has directly defeated that vine monster. Get lost. Your Rattata can't even fly. It struggles to land a hit. What good is being small and powerful up close? Humph, a coward that only knows how to hide in the sky. Chapter 42. The reappearance of words. These discussions were not lost on Zhao Yiyuan, who overheard Zhao Yuan as well. Humph. He grasped the Pokeball at his waist, tossing it in the air with a dangerously glinting gaze. He had presumed victory was assured, only to discover that the little mouse had also bested the examiner. Nevertheless, the first place was rightfully his. Just as Zhao Yuan prepared to charge forward to challenge Zhao Yiyuan, a deep male voice resonated from the stands. Well, well, well. I did not anticipate that this session would yield two dark horses. The students below turned their attention to the podium, where Principal Liu and Director Qin Shan had risen from their seats, their faces beaming with delight as they announced, I declare that Zhao Yiyuan and Qin Shan are tied for first place. The school will grant another first-place reward. You two must continue to strive and bring glory to our institution in the forthcoming tri-school examination. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiyuan, who was about to rush out, was rendered speechless. He intended to challenge Zhao Yiyuan, and what was the principal thinking? Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken. Outwardly, he bowed in gratitude towards the podium. Though his personality leaned towards the dramatic, he still recognized whom it was wise to provoke and whom it was not. Thank you, Principal. In contrast, Zhao Yiyuan's gratitude was far more heartfelt, his grip on the Pokeball visibly relaxing. It was important to note that the battle arenas at their school were devoid of the extravagant design seen in televised competitions, lacking elaborate water or rock terrains. In other words, little Rattata finds himself devoid of any leverage in this situation. The prospect of utilizing the wall to leap into the air and strike, as he did previously, is utterly unattainable. Thus, if he is to engage, he harbors a sense of uncertainty, relying solely on the hope that BB Bird will err and present an opportunity. However, relinquishing the choice to the adversary is undoubtedly a foolish decision. Therefore, securing 1,000 alliance coins without conflict brings considerable joy to Yuan. Consider yourself fortunate. When it came time to claim the reward, Zhao Yiyuan, as per usual, issued a harsh remark. The youth, however, took little heed of it. Pokémon, little Rattata, gender, male, type, normal, ability, guts, level, high intermediate, 13. Moves, tackle, 349, 1000. Tail whip, 258, 1000. Quick attack, 5426, 10000. Focus energy, 1102, 10000. Bite, 1142, 10000. Pursuit, 168, 1000. Ice wind, 1054, 10000. Inherited moves, none, although little Rattata is not yet a match for BB Bird. With a bit more time, once quick attack reaches its zenith, the explosive speed achieved in that instant could very well allow him to bring it down, even from midair. Observing the progress on his move list, Yuan felt a flicker of fervor in his eyes. Mastery of a move not only significantly enhances its efficacy, but also reduces its energy consumption by half. After training for over 20 days, little Rattata had barely pushed his progress beyond the halfway mark. This is partly due to training Ice Wind and solidifying his other moves. Yet achieving a few hundred points of proficiency each day over such a lengthy period underscores the difficulty of reaching mastery, even as he sensed his own growth. Little Rattata was on the verge of exhaustion. Fortunately, he had learned Ice Wind from that Iron Claw lobster, providing a refreshing change of pace. After claiming the reward, the upcoming challenge tournament bore little relevance to him, perhaps due to both having defeated the assessment officer and the stipulation that a failed challenge would result in a forfeiture of half the reward. Neither Yuan nor Zhao Yiyuan received a challenge. However, those ranked from 25th to 20th were indeed challenged, for even the lowest performers had managed to enter the top tier. A month had already enlightened the other students regarding the disparity in resources between the elite class and the others. Notably, the chubby Lu Fei ranked 29th, allowing him to challenge the two at the bottom. Utilizing a sweet fragrance, he ultimately triumphed over the 25th ranked B Drill, securing the last position. Yuan, we're in the same class again. How wonderful. You're the class monitor, you must look out for me. I've made it to the elite class. My father will surely reward me. The excited chubby boy chattered incessantly as he walked home alongside the youth. After school, the two of them walked together, fearing that Zhao Yiyuan might once again attempt to ambush them for a duel. After all, the novice Pokémon now possessed a certain degree of lethality, and the trainer of Pidgey was merely an easily excitable adolescent enthusiast. Oh, Yiyuan. There's Zhao Yiyuan ahead. At the phase reminder, he caught sight of Zhao Yuan's figure at the corner. However, it seemed that Zhao Yuan's intention was not to confront them, but rather to engage in conversation with a man clad in a black trench coat, who handed him something before departing from the opposite side. Zhao Yiyuan, you're now beneath my thumb. I'm off to the Pokémon Center to advance to a novice trainer, so I shall not entertain you any longer. With that, he feigned indifference, flicking his bangs as he strode past the two. Yiyuan felt quite awkward and speechless. It was entirely Zhao Yiyuan who had been speaking to himself. How insufferably arrogant. All because he had acquired the Pidgey Yiyuan had discarded, and his family happened to have a bit of money. Beside him, the chubby boy wore a face full of indignation. All right, we've arrived. I'm heading off now to Fei. With a smile, the boy turned left and disappeared around the corner. See you tomorrow, Yiyuan. Defei waved as he turned right, unaware that after turning into an alley, Zhao Yiyuan did not head home, but rather ventured in the opposite direction. I must not have seen incorrectly. There was indeed a character beneath that man's trench coat. As he swiftly navigated the streets, the blood-red symbol replayed in his mind. Could it be that Team Rocket truly exists in this world? With this thought, his pace quickened. Having lived here since childhood, accompanying his grandfather through the streets, he was well acquainted with the paths. Thus, after only a few turns, he spotted the trench-coated man once more. Tall and slender, his face obscured by a black mask. It was difficult to discern his features. However, the way he occasionally surveyed his surroundings revealed a certain unfamiliarity and wariness towards the area. Cautiously tailing him, Yiyuan utilized his knowledge of the terrain to remain undetected. Ultimately, he witnessed the man enter a dilapidated old house on Huli Street, adjacent to Inping Alley. The living conditions there were marginally better, yet due to its geographical placement, it was a melting pot of diverse populations, surpassing Inping Alley in complexity. Knock, knock, knock. The man arrived at a crumbling wall and rapped rhythmically on the door. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing another masked man. Yiyuan observed their lips move for a few moments before they both stepped inside the room. Chapter 43. For Team Rocket, for Boss Sakaki. Inside the old house at 145, Huli Street, three men clad in uniforms were engaged in a hushed discussion. Tianfu, how is your progress on that front? Upon hearing the inquiry, the man known as Tianfu, sporting a fringe, drew back his face mask and responded, I ventured to the street dedicated to Pokémon supplies. This world indeed possesses Pokémon centers and shops. However, their totems differ from those of the Kanto Alliance. Moreover, certain items within the Pokémon stores exhibit slight variations. The individual in charge of the Pokémon Center is not a member of the Joy family. Nodding in acknowledgement, the man seated in the prominent position turned to another and inquired, And you, Xinting? My lord, Xinting began, I have traced Ahao's whereabouts through the local ruffians. In fact, a few days ago, that gang sought me out, seemingly recognizing our Team Rocket insignia. He gestured towards the large emblem emblazoned on his attire. This indicates that we must exercise caution and disguise ourselves, as it appears that other members who left the base have drawn attention. After a moment of contemplation, Tianfu signaled for him to continue. According to their statements, Ahao has been detained at a security facility akin to our Kanto police precinct. Yet, like the Pokémon Center, it lacks any members from the Junsha family. Fortunately, I have learned from them that Ahao is likely suffering from amnesia, which alleviates fears of exposure. Additionally, I have gained control over this group of ruffians, utilizing them to expedite our familiarization with this area. I have also secured the owner of a small supermarket, who can provide us with financial resources in the short term. His son is currently preparing for a college entrance examination, which seems to be a method employed in this realm to cultivate trainers. At this juncture, Xinting raked his fingers through his hair, still perplexed by the concept of the entrance examination. I have given this young lad a token of goodwill. Through him, we may more easily discern the operations of the local Pokémon Center and security facility. Excellent work, Xinting. I shall commend you for this achievement. The man in the prominent position praised, satisfaction evident in his tone. Thank you, Captain Shinya. Xinting exclaimed, bowing with enthusiasm. In Team Rocket, accolades are a rare treasure. As a mere foot soldier, to earn such recognition simply by assessing the surroundings feels extraordinarily effortless. Once he had resumed his seat, Captain Shinya spoke once more. Now, you two must continue to investigate the circumstances of this region. Additionally, seek out the whereabouts of our other teammates. Our squad, including myself, consists of 11 members. Excluding the captured Ahao and the unfortunate deaths of Zhao Yiyuan and Yamakian in the spatial turmoil, there should be 5 others who have emerged. We must locate them, as this will significantly bolster our strength. Understood. Both men nodded in agreement, and the squad leader extended his hand. In response, the 2 team members swiftly placed their right hands atop one another, chanting softly, For Team Rocket, for Lord Sakaki. The indistinct shouts caused the boy, who was cornered against the wall of the house, to break into a cold sweat. Hurry up, little Rattata, he whispered to his vigilant companion, and together they hurried back along the path. As they ran, the boy's mind felt as muddled as glue. Thoughts flitted through his head, pondering whether he should report to the police and inform Sister Weiwei. Images of familiar characters from his previous life, such as Akai, Shigeru, Satoshi, and Kasumi, flashed through his mind. He realized that no matter the version, Sakaki was always involved, leaving him uncertain about which fragmented world of Pokémon from Blue Star he had merged with. Upon returning home, before even opening the door, he caught a whiff of savory dishes. While not particularly enticing, the aroma gradually calmed his racing thoughts. Similarly, little Rattata, after twitching its nose, wore a serene expression. The two exchanged glances, and the small creature swiftly leaped onto the boy's shoulder, returning to its usual demeanor. "Creak. I'm back, Grandpa." Upon hearing this, the elderly man inside the wooden house turned, his face lighting up with a smile. "It's good that you're back. Quickly wash your hands and come eat. Today I bought fresh grass carp and made a delicious fish soup." "Okay," he replied promptly, leading little Rattata to the faucet to wash their hands before filling their bowls with food and sitting down at the small table. "Here you go, Zhao Yiyuan, this is yours." After serving his grandson a bowl, the old man also prepared a smaller bowl for the little Rattata, who was still focused on devouring its meal. "This is yours, little Rattata." With grains of rice still clinging to its mouth, the small creature wagged its tail and let out a cheerful sound. Although it had consumed decent food at school, it had developed a habit of eating at home over the past month and a half. Naturally, it didn't eat much, but rather cherished the time spent training with its trainer and grandpa. The little mouse reveled in the tranquility of the moment, enjoying an atmosphere devoid of concerns. After dinner, while washing the dishes amidst the clattering of water, Zhao Yiyuan had a realization. "As long as I continue to develop steadily, I will grow stronger. The rocket team and otherworldly visitors are far removed from my reality. If the sky were to fall, there are still tall figures to support it. There's no need to overthink." With this thought, he quickly washed the dishes and returned to his room, retrieving a somewhat cracked and worn-out smartphone from his backpack. The remnants of a pink sticker on the screen indicated that the phone had originally belonged to a girl. Indeed, this was a gift from Lu Weiwei. The intern police officer, who had mentioned it was an old phone she replaced years ago, intended for timely communication should there be information about any criminal accomplices. She had also explained that it was subsidized by the station for 300 yuan. Recalling the moment she took out the reimbursement form, carefully trying to explain without hurting his pride, a faint smile crept onto the boy's face. As a person reborn into this world, he naturally could not refuse this kind gesture, thus he accepted it. After all, possessing a smartphone with internet access proved to be immensely beneficial. Not to mention, various fundamental training videos could be viewed for free. Both Rattata and he derived substantial advantages from this. After all, a teacher cannot provide guidance at all times, and these instructional videos addressed that issue effectively. Returning to the matter at hand, after retrieving his phone, Zhao Yiyuan glanced at his grandfather, who had already retired to bed, and stealthily approached the window to dial a number. "Beep, beep, beep. Hello? Is this Zhao Yiyuan? It's rare for you to use your phone to call your sister." In an apartment, Lu Weiwei, who was applying a facial mask, spoke with evident surprise. Chapter 44, gradually clarifying the threads. "Weiwei sister, I have significant news to report." Feeling somewhat awkward at the teasing from the girl, Yiyuan preferred to develop quietly without becoming entangled in any chaotic matters. Thus, after acquiring the phone, he had primarily utilized it to seek basic training materials, seldom engaging in conversation with the original owner. Even when Lu Weiwei reached out, their exchanges were brief, often concluding with, "I'm off to train my Pokémon. I'm helping Grandpa sort through scrap. I'm going to take a shower. Let us chat later, Weiwei." These phrases swiftly wrapped up their discussions. Initially, Lu Weiwei felt frustrated, believing Zhao Yiyuan lacked social understanding. However, after secretly observing his life during patrols, she realized these were not mere excuses, and her irritation dissipated. Indeed, some individuals labor tirelessly each day for their sustenance. They hardly possess the luxury to lie in bed playing games or engaging in idle chatter. "What significant news could you possibly have? Omping Alley is a key area for my patrols, and the petty thefts have significantly reduced." In response, the girl lounging on her soft mattress lifted her delicate white feet, adjusting to a more comfortable position before replying. "It's about the accomplices from the last mysterious attack on me. Today, after school, I saw a man dressed in a similar red coat." "What?" The voice from the receiver grew noticeably louder, followed by a rustling sound. "Hold on, Yiyuan. I'm going to turn on my computer to take notes. Please articulate everything you saw and know, word by word." In her pink room, Lu Weiwei promptly tore off the facial mask she had just applied, issued a quick reminder, and switched on her recording device while powering up her computer at the desk. "All right, Weiwei sister." After responding, the young man felt a sense of relief wash over him. It seems the higher-ups in the Dongxiao Alliance must also be aware of Team Rocket. That influential figure who came to Omping City must have relayed information. Otherwise Weiwei's sister wouldn't be so solemn. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lu Weiwei's voice resonated through the phone once more. "Okay, Yiyuan, you may begin." "All right." After acknowledging her, he gradually began to recount his observations. "This afternoon, around 5:40 p.m., as I was leaving school, I spotted my classmate Zhao Yiyuan at the corner of Ningping Street and Xinwen Street. He was accompanied by a man clad in a black trench coat. I observed that the man handed Zhao Yiyuan something, and it was only when he reached into his coat pocket that I caught sight of a prominent red emblem. Subsequently, relying on my familiarity with the surroundings, I trailed him and witnessed him entering a property at 145 Hooley Street. They were exceedingly cautious. Upon opening the door, the man did not immediately enter but instead peered around, exchanging a few words before stepping inside. In recounting the events, I, Yuan, adhered to the principle of honesty, sharing everything, including my suspicions regarding Zhao Yiyuan. After all, that Pokémon was rather peculiar. Naturally, I admitted to having ulterior motives. It is undeniable that a Pokémon of such rudimentary capability, like BB Bird, would undoubtedly be at the top of the advanced class, and consequently, the privileges he enjoyed would inevitably diminish. Perhaps Zhao Yiyuan was indifferent to a few mediocre meals or an additional energy crystal, but he certainly cared. Not to mention, upon discovering the connection between Team Rocket and Zhao Yiyuan, my doubts about him had significantly intensified. I initially thought that a trivial conflict among children would not escalate to such perilous levels, yet it seemed that matters were not as I had imagined. Of course, I did not suspect Zhao Yiyuan, this overly dramatic youth, having pressed him for over 2 years and shared the same school for so long. I was relatively familiar with his character and disposition. Hence, it could not be him. It must have been Zhao Yuan's father, the supermarket owner. Contemplating this, my gaze deepened in the dim moonlight, taking on a more sinister hue. In my previous life, similarly isolated, I had navigated the shadows of society and had encountered numerous dark affairs. From my grandfather's hospitalization and the trade-off for preferential treatment to the sudden ambush at night, I seemed to have uncovered a thread of connection. Feeling the boy's inner fury and murderous intent, my Pokémon, Rattata, who had been training, turned around, expressing a hint of concern with a call. What happened to the trainer? Its small head was perplexed. Nothing had occurred. So why was Yuan suddenly so angry and filled with rage? Hey, Yuan, why have you suddenly fallen silent? Suddenly, the voice of a girl on the other end of the phone roused him from his thoughts. He looked at the little creature perched on his shoulder, its eyes brimming with concern, and smiled warmly. I'm fine, little Rattata. He gently patted the small Pokémon's head, encouraging it to continue training. Then, he picked up his phone and explained, Sister Weiwei, I apologize. My grandfather needed me. I didn't want him to worry, so I left my phone behind. Oh, that makes sense. The girl in the apartment did not doubt his explanation. She was aware of the close bond between Zhao Yiyuan and his grandfather. The elderly man always thought of his grandson, and Yuan held his grandfather in high regard. Having concluded my part, Sister Weiwei, do you have any questions? I must accompany Xialata for training. You really disregard others when you have no serious matters at hand. Sister Weiwei, you are certainly a stunning beauty. Usually, it's the boys who approach me. Upon hearing this excuse, Lu Weiwei, having finished taking notes, couldn't help but express her exasperation. Well then, farewell, Sister Weiwei. However, it was evident that Yuan had no intention of wasting time. With these few minutes, wouldn't it be more delightful to practice calisthenics again? Hard work pays off. Women only hinder my proficiency progress. Hey. Upon hearing the busy tone from the other end, Lu Weiwei, dressed in pink cartoon pajamas, displayed a fleeting look of annoyance. This fellow truly lacks romantic sensibility. I curse you to never find a girlfriend. After muttering this, she quickly transformed her anger into joy and called her master. Hello, master, it's Weiwei. Great achievements, great achievements. At that moment, Xiong, who had already fallen asleep, rubbed his temples in irritation. He vowed that this apprentice was the most challenging among the dozens he had trained. Even the smallest matters required a dramatic outcry, swinging from fervor to excessive compassion. Yet, who could blame her when she had such a remarkable cousin in Jinbo City? Thus, even when awakened from his slumber, Xiong responded as calmly as he could. Weiwei, some petty thieves and ruffians can wait. You may pass the information to old Qin, who is on duty. They will handle it. When encountering situations, there's no need to panic. We are the security team, and such occurrences will be frequent in the future. Before he could finish his sentence, a triumphant female voice resonated from the phone. Master, this time I have indeed discovered the other gang members associated with that criminal. What? Upon hearing this, Xiong's mind instantly cleared. He rolled out of bed, disregarding the scolding from his wife beside him, and hurried to the bathroom, pressing for details. Weiwei. This is no joke. Do you truly have significant information about them? Of course. Sensing her master's seriousness, the girl grew animated. Master, do you remember Zhao Yiyuan? He encountered a companion of that criminal. This afternoon, after school, he saw a classmate. After briefly recounting the situation, Lu Weiwei eagerly urged, Master. Let us depart quickly and apprehend all these lawbreakers in Huli Street. Sister Lin at the top is quite concerned about this matter. The opportunity to achieve merit has arrived. I am already waking up my spirit. As she spoke, she patted the head of her gloomy black Luja beside her. Hurry, bark a few times, black Luja. Though fierce in appearance, it exhibited no temper in the girl's hands. Woof, woof. Upon hearing this, she immediately called out twice to indicate her alertness. Get lost. To her surprise, a reprimand from the bear team came through the phone. Lu Weiwei, have you learned everything I taught you and passed it on to the dogs? I'm driving to your house. Bring the prepared statement and come with me to the security office. Report to Commissioner Lin through the channels there. With that, the call ended. Master, just as Weiwei was about to negotiate, she found herself listening to the monotonous beeping of a disconnected call. What's the deal? Everyone is so cautious. What if the criminals escape in the night? She grumbled to Black Lu Jia, feeling frustrated as the reality of her internship as a policewoman starkly contrasted with her imaginative ideals of life in the security office. It wasn't he supposed to be all about following procedures and being tedious? With this thought, she tightened her grip on the dog's head a little more. Wang Wu. Black Lu Jia gazed up with teary eyes, appearing both comical and endearing. Although it could easily break free, it didn't dare, for this was its trainer. Moreover, it had to respond affirmatively, acknowledging that what the trainer said was indeed correct. Deep down, it felt relieved that its trainer's master was persuasive. Otherwise, it would have foolishly charged in again, inevitably facing another round of severe reprimands. The bold suggestion from its trainer reminded it of the hardships experienced during simulated training back in university. Meanwhile, having prepared himself in his security uniform, the bear team bid his wife farewell, citing an urgent task, and headed downstairs to drive off. Glancing at the time, which was not yet 11 p.m., he took out his phone to dial a number. Accompanied by a soothing melody, the call was quickly answered. Hello, is this Captain Bear? Is there something you need from me? Commissioner Lin, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. We have news about Team Rocket. My apprentice received a report indicating that the suspect was seen wearing a uniform, along with a base. I'm heading to the security office. I intended to confirm the information before reaching out to you, but since it's still relatively early, I decided to make this call. As he spoke, Captain Bear's demeanor was serious, his heart racing with tension. After all, the person on the other end was an elite trainer from the League's Special Affairs Department. Very well, Captain Bear. I will also head to the security office to gather information directly from your apprentice. I'll arrive in about 40 minutes. So please wait for me. With that, the call was abruptly disconnected. Taking a deep breath, a grave expression crossed the face of the middle-aged man. It seemed that the matters involving Team Rocket were quite significant. He hoped they wouldn't bring substantial trouble to the small city of Onping. His awareness of the organization stemmed from local turmoil, yet he hadn't anticipated the League's special agent would take such a keen interest. An unconfirmed message necessitated an immediate response. It is noteworthy that this is an elite-level trainer, and the strongest guardian of Onping City, a mere third-tier town, possesses such prowess. They first arrived at the base of Lu Weiwei's building, where she had already donned a blue-black security uniform, clutching a computer in her hands. Master, spare the trivialities. Get in the car. As soon as her impetuous apprentice spoke, Captain Xiong understood her intent and immediately adopted a stern demeanor, prompting her to enter the vehicle. All right then. For the young woman, her master's imposing square face certainly held a degree of intimidation, leaving her reluctant to voice further objections. With a decisive click, she opened the door and obediently took her seat inside. Upon arriving at the security office, the gatekeeper, Old Qin, was taken aback, pondering why the two had voluntarily chosen to work overtime. However, after a brief whisper from Captain Xiong, he promptly tidied up the meeting room. Old Xiong, is this for real? Your female apprentice isn't exaggerating, is she? After cleaning up, the perspiring old officer took a few sips of water and inquired softly, a hint of concern in his voice. It appears to be genuine. On the way here, I reviewed the record. It was detailed and logical. No high school student could fabricate that. If that's the case, we might be on the verge of something significant. Just don't forget your brothers. As he spoke, Old Qin's eyes sparkled with envy. After all, the internal memo from Commissioner Lin had indicated that anyone with information would receive a generous reward from her personally, an elite-level trainer. Even a mere snippet of information could leave these intermediate trainers salivating. The wait was not prolonged. Approximately 5 minutes later, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, a striking woman with a high ponytail entered. She was clad in a fitted suit that accentuated her slender waist. If Zhao Yiyuan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize her as resembling Lin Yan, the woman who had previously distributed initial Pokémon at the third high school. The distinction lay in the fact that the woman before them exuded greater maturity, her figure beautifully developed, with a curvaceous form that contrasted with Lin Yin's more authoritative demeanor. Of course, the badge emblazoned on her chest commanded respect and prevented any lingering gazes. Commissioner Lin. Commissioner Lin. Both Captain Xiong and Wei Wei, waiting at their seats, immediately rose to greet her. She nodded, pulling out the chair at the head of the table and taking her seat. I apologize for disturbing your evening. Let us proceed swiftly. Please show me the records and recordings. You're too kind. Wei Wei, hand them over. With that, Captain Xiong nudged his apprentice with his elbow. Oh, right. For the first time being so close to an elite-level trainer, the young woman quickly opened her computer and retrieved the records. In doing so, she also seized the opportunity to clearly discern the name inscribed on the 5-star badge, Lin Shui. Chapter 46. The Transformation of the Hidden Dragon. Indeed, you have performed admirably. After reviewing the transcript prepared by Lu Weiwei, Lin Shui nodded in acknowledgement before addressing Captain Xiong beside her. Captain Xiong, could you urgently investigate the local household registration records? Please retrieve the detailed information on Zhao Yiyuan and his father. It is imperative to ascertain whom they have interacted with and what activities they have engaged in over the past month. Understood. Old Xiong immediately stood up, assuring her. Rest assured, the higher-ups will not overlook your contributions. Given this information, both of you are guaranteed a third-class merit award. And should we follow the clues to apprehend any significant targets, a first-class merit is not out of the question. Thank you, Commissioner. The mention of a third-class merit made the two men visibly excited, and they saluted with enthusiasm before hurriedly making their way to the data room. They were prepared to work through the night, fueled by determination. Once they had left, Lin Shui, standing tall and composed, also exited the police station. Commissioner, do you require our assistance? Inquired Old Qin and another officer, but she politely declined. No need, just focus on your duties. Having turned down their kind offer, she drove her private vehicle to Hooley Street, swiftly locating number 145. After cautiously circling the area, she indeed uncovered a troubling situation. Within a dilapidated rental unit, 3 Pokémon were on high alert, guarding the premises. With her elite-level prowess and extensive experience, she noted that the 2 lower-tier Pokémon and 1 mid-tier Pokémon inside remained oblivious to her presence, allowing her to discern their details. There was an Abai monster, an Aritos, and a Zubat, all organized with meticulous care. Muttering to herself, she flicked her wrist, summoning a chameleon dragon to her side. Its body was adorned in green and yellow hues, featuring wavy red stripes around its waist, resembling the desert lizards of the A3 region. Upon its emergence, the creature's form began to darken, blending seamlessly with the surrounding night. Chameleon Dragon. Please infiltrate this dwelling and gather intelligence regarding the number of individuals inside and the strength of their Pokémon. The Chameleon Dragon nodded at its trainer before swiftly disappearing into the air. This innate ability, known as color mimicry, allowed the Chameleon Dragon lineage to remain undetected even by elite trainers once they reached advanced levels. Rustling sounds echoed as it boldly entered through the chimney, encountering the web spun by the Aritos along the way. However, utilizing its petite frame and remarkable flexibility, it deftly navigated through the gaps. Once its vision cleared, it beheld 2 individuals slumbering on the sofa, alongside an Abai monster and an Aritos, both of which emanated an aura of basic energy levels. With a disdainful flick of its tongue, the shape-shifting dragon boldly approached the 2 individuals, committing their appearances to memory. It then shifted its gaze to their belts. Noticing an additional Pokeball, through the slightly transparent wall of the ball, it discerned the presence of a Cacturne and a Rattata inside. Utilizing its modest psychic abilities, it penetrated the ball's barrier to ascertain the power levels of both Pokémon, which were at an elementary stage. Having gathered the necessary information on the 2, the shape-shifting dragon proceeded into the open room, familiarizing itself with the layout while also searching for any other inhabitants. As a member of the League's Special Affairs Bureau, the shape-shifting dragon exhibited a commendable level of professionalism. However, upon surveying the area, it found nothing of note aside from some refuse, leaving only the closed bedroom as the last unexplored territory. Yet, the noise of opening the door would be too conspicuous, prompting it to reconsider and instead slip out through the window where an Arbok lay coiled. The proximity allowed the large purple serpent to catch a faint scent. Blinking in mild curiosity, this movement rendered the shape-shifting dragon tense, rendering it motionless, for while it had rendered itself invisible through optical manipulation, it had not truly vanished. It must have been during my rummaging that I inadvertently picked up the scent. How careless of me. With a pang of regret, it readied its right hand, prepared to strike. If all else failed, It could swiftly overpower the Arbok, a higher-level Pokémon against a lower one, especially at such close range. It felt confident in subduing it with a single blow. Fortunately, the Arbok merely assumed it was yet another peculiar scent emanating from the strange city, shaking its head and yawning before resuming its rest. Since accompanying its trainer to this unfamiliar region, it had encountered numerous unknown stimuli, leading it to become rather indifferent to such distractions. Seizing the opportunity, the shape-shifting dragon leapt from the window, cautiously approaching the closed bedroom door. Soon, it discovered a half-open window, facilitating ventilation. With a swift motion, it infiltrated the room, scanning its surroundings, and soon spotted Captain Naya reclining on the bed, accompanied by a Weezing resting nearby. This Pokémon was of intermediate strength. After carefully searching the room for any significant information and finding none, it exited through the window and hurried toward Lin Shue's hiding place. Although it had observed a rather unique communicator on this individual, it refrained from acting until receiving explicit instructions, not wishing to raise any alarms. Upon returning to the security office, the shape-shifting dragon relayed its findings to its trainer. As the intelligence had been provided by the bear team's master and apprentice, they were also present. However, their eyes reflected not only confusion but also envy. This is one of the hallmarks of elite trainers, their mental connection. It is well known that the rapport between a trainer and their Pokémon deepens as their emotional bond strengthens, yet barriers of language continue to persist. Having been a trainer for over a decade, the bear team still finds it challenging to comprehend the language of the Great Dane, relying solely on its barks and gestures to grasp its general meaning. Similarly, Lu Weiwei shares this predicament. In fact, even the chief and deputy chief of the security office, who are seasoned trainers, face the same difficulty. The language of Pokémon varies significantly due to factors such as species, region, and heritage, compounded by the fact that humanity has only recently begun to engage with Pokémon for a little over a century, leaving no proficient professors of Pokémon language. In contrast, Pokémon only need to understand one human language prevalent in their environment. This disparity often leads to amusing misunderstandings between trainers and their Pokémon in daily life. However, elite trainers no longer experience this dilemma, as the emotional bonds forged from weakness to strength elevate alongside the Pokémon's life stages, bestowing upon the trainers a profound telepathic connection. Of course, such gifts are rarely cultivated without early nurturing. Chapter 47. The student surpassing the master on a new day at the security office. Lin Shui entered the Omping security office bearing the emblem of the Special Affairs Bureau. After a half-hour discussion with Chief Gao, various teams received orders to fully cooperate with Commissioner Lin. At the brief meeting, nearly every team was assigned tasks. The patrol team, which included the bear team and Lu Weiwei, was tasked with covertly monitoring Zhao Yiyuan, his father Zhou Guoping, and any unusual activity at 145 Huli Street. However, none of this concerned Zhao Yiyuan, who was engrossed in training his small Rattata in their yard during the day off, significantly increasing his skill proficiency. Yet, upon returning to school on Monday after the break, he was surprised to discover that Zhou Yuan was absent. This was particularly notable as it was the first day of the new key class. Not to mention, Zhou Yuan was widely acknowledged as the top student. And given his boastful nature, he would hardly miss such an opportunity. Yiyuan, do you think that unfortunate fellow is just late? To be late on the first day of the restructured class. Surely he doesn't believe that his recent display would spare him from the teacher's scrutiny? The chubby boy standing beside Yiyuan asked with a hint of schadenfreude. Having served as class monitor for the past month and been responsible for roll call and organizing the line, he still held the attendance sheet until a new monitor was announced. Uncertain, Yiyuan mused that given Zhou Yuan's personality, it was indeed plausible for him to engage in such self-aggrandizing behavior. He made a note beside Zhou Yuan's name, sharing a moment of glee. However, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Weiwei has already taken action? Just then, DeFei remarked, "Well, Yiyuan, you're still the class monitor this week." Haha. As he spoke, the soft sound of footsteps echoed, and soon, Teacher Lung, clad in a black and white professional outfit, approached from the Pokémon training hall. "Teacher, for Class 1, 25 were expected, but only 24 are present. Zhou Yuan is absent, and the reason remains unclear." After returning the attendance sheet to Teacher Lung, he loudly reported the situation. "I see, I understand." Unexpectedly, Lung Runing merely nodded lightly and dismissed him. Once he stood in his designated spot, she began to explain. Zhou Yuan will not be attending for the next few days due to a family incident. So this week's class leader will still be Zhao Yiyuan. Some of the newly arrived students might be unfamiliar with the rules. So I shall reiterate, before I give a formal command, you may challenge for the position. If successful, the class leader's role and its associated privileges will be yours. However, should you fail in your challenge, your resources will be halved for the week. So, does anyone wish to challenge? As Teacher Lung spoke, the youth's gaze swept across the other 24 individuals, particularly focusing on several newcomers. Although their rankings were not impressive, the prospect of another match was quite bothersome, as it would waste valuable training time. It would be preferable if no one were foolish enough to misjudge their own capabilities. Fortunately, there are not many overly ambitious individuals in this world. Thus, after Teacher Lung posed her question 5 times, no one stepped forward to challenge. After all, Zhao Yiyuan's little Lotta had decisively defeated a novice spirit. Without a flying type advantage like a BB bird, they certainly would not seek unnecessary trouble and risk a beating. Very well, I declare that this week's S-class leader remains Zhao Yiyuan. Congratulations. With that, applause resonated throughout the hall. Following this minor interlude, everyone resumed training as per Teacher Lung's instructions. Aside from the few newcomers who were somewhat out of their depth, the majority quickly adapted to the routine. Panting heavily, even Lu Fei, who ranked at the bottom, gritted his teeth and persevered. He kept pace with the physical training, running while offering encouragement. Witnessing the plump trainer's determination, the little walking grass seemed to be infused with renewed energy. Its scruffy head perked up, and it resumed its activities on the treadmill. For ordinary spirits like them, no matter how high their energy levels, without a robust physique, they were merely FA-aids. Therefore, physical training for spirits was a mandatory course. Those who failed to complete it would face harsh reprimands and would need to make up for it even after attending cultural classes in the afternoon. Of course, Teacher Lung mentioned an exception. If your spirit happens to be of the psychic type, then this training is unnecessary. After all, in gaming terms, they are noble and powerful mages. However, this had no relevance to the reserve trainers of Omping Third High School. Among the 105 trainers, not a single one possessed a spirit with a secondary psychic attribute. Once training concluded, Teacher Lung called Zhao Yiyuan to her private training room. "Bring forth your little Rattata," she said. "All right," he responded, though uncertain of the teacher's intentions. Trusting her, the boy pressed the button on the Pok ball. With a pop, Rattata, who had been napping, appeared on the ground. The little creature was diligent in its training, only taking a brief 5-minute respite in its ball during the walk to the cafeteria. It blinked its eyes in confusion but quickly adjusted its posture upon seeing its teacher, Lung running. "Rattata," it exclaimed, looking quite energetic. The swift change in demeanor elicited a chuckle from Lung running. Bending down, she gently stroked Rattata's head, and as it relaxed, she spoke softly. "Yuan, your Rattata truly possesses remarkable talent. If I am not mistaken, it has already mastered the ice-wind technique taught by the Crawdont." Hearing this, the boy standing on the floor felt a surge of surprise. His expression momentarily troubled, but he quickly regained his composure and replied, "Yes, Teacher Lung. Rattata may indeed have some talent for ice-type moves. It executes ice-wind with remarkable fluidity." Aware that exaggerating would be futile, he modestly downplayed the little creature's aptitude, attributing it to its ice-type connection. While still somewhat extraordinary, he believed it was not excessively monstrous. Receiving an affirmation from Teacher Lung, her hand momentarily stilled in its caress. Though she had suspected as much, the confirmation sent waves of astonishment through her. It was known that the Crawdont had merely practiced the technique to proficiency, and within less than a month, Rattata had surpassed its mentor. Notably, Rattata was a normal type, unlike Crawdont, which had a significant affiliation with water types and their ice moves. Hence, Lung Runing regarded Rattata with a complex gaze, predominantly astonished. Chapter 48, The Rare Technique. Ice Beam in the face of Lung Runing's astonishment. Zhao Yiyuan was at a loss for words and could only stand beside Rattata, grinning foolishly. Observing this, Teacher Lung could only remark that those who work hard are favored by fate. Before continuing, "Yiyuan, I have called you here to teach Rattata how to evolve Ice Wind into Ice Beam. Consider this as an early lesson for this month's individual technique class." With that, she flipped her palm, and with a swift motion, the formidable Crawdont appeared in the arena. Having overheard their earlier conversation, Crawdont regarded Rattata with a complex expression. Meanwhile, Rattata was quite excited, rushing over to Crawdont and chattering animatedly. The two Pokémon exchanged a few words, and then Rattata suddenly puffed out its cheeks and released a soft breeze, imbued with a frosty aura, directed toward the target. With a series of cracking sounds, frost began to cover the practice target. Upon witnessing this, the lobster master gently patted the little Rata on its body, recognizing that in terms of this particular technique, he was indeed outshone by his young apprentice. In other words, this little Rata had truly mastered the frost wind to an impressive degree, leaving the lobster feeling rather humbled. After all, who truly belongs to the waters. Meanwhile, Zhao Yiyuan pondered for a moment before finally inquiring, Teacher Long, has something significant happened with Zhao Yuan? He hasn't been here all month. It was important to note that the opportunity to learn rare techniques each month was granted to the designated class leader. And since Lung Runing had asserted it, Zhao Yuan must still hold that position this month. However, Zhao Yuan's Pidgey was undeniably stronger. Previously, in front of the entire class, Teacher Lung had mentioned that Zhao Yuan would only be absent for a couple of days, allowing him to assume the role of class leader for this week. In response to this query, Lung Runing did not give a direct answer. With a sigh, she replied, Yuan, the students from Omping 3rd High School come from similar backgrounds. So if any strangers approach you offering valuable potions, do not accept them. If you do, please inform a teacher or the local authorities immediately. This statement sent a jolt through him, making him realize that it must be related to the call he had made to Sister Weiwei earlier. Of course, he maintained a facade of confusion and responded, Understood, teacher. Nodding, Lung Runing continued, The information is still being controlled. As a senior trainer and Zhou Yuan's homeroom teacher, only the principal has divulged a bit of news. Just know that Zhou Yuan's situation is now under the full jurisdiction of the local authorities and prominent figures from the province. It seems unlikely that he will be able to attend school normally during this time. However, to prevent any leaks from our school, I had to speak in such a manner within the class. Besides that, I do not wish to hinder your progress. Since it is certainly yours, I would like to teach you early. This will also help solidify little Ratta's understanding. Therefore, please refrain from discussing this matter with others in the class. Understood. Thank you. Teacher. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiyuan immediately assured her, his youthful, serious face breaking into a smile. Observing the boy's innocent grin, Teacher Lung patted his shoulder and led him to the teaching target, saying, All right, this time I will teach you the Ice Beam. Although it is classified as a rare technique, little Ratta has already mastered the prerequisite skill, Frost Wind. The only thing lacking is the final touch. So it is not considered a violation. Rattata, hearing that they would be learning this technique, both the boy and little Ratta felt a surge of excitement. He had initially wondered what rare technique he would learn, but he never expected Teacher Long would teach him Ice Beam, which meant the possibility of advancing to the Storm technique might also be within reach. This was indeed an ultimate skill of the Ice type. Furthermore, Ice Beam would further enhance little Ratta's aerial or long-range attack capabilities. The Frozen Wind, to be candid, is executed by the little Rattata. Even when mastered, its range remains rather limited, and its speed is not particularly swift. As previously mentioned, it resembles a gentle breeze. This limitation is inherently bound by the physical stature and elemental attributes of the Pokémon, rather than merely the proficiency and control. After all, this is reality, not a game. In the gaming realm, a level 100 Caterpie could potentially defeat a level 40 Dragonite with a single collision. But such an occurrence is utterly impossible in reality. Although the power of the move is rated at 40 under equivalent conditions, a colossal Pokémon like Onix would undoubtedly display greater strength than a Caterpie. This exemplifies the disparity of reality. Similarly, even if Rattata has mastered the Frozen Wind, it would still likely be outmatched by a Pidgey in a duel. The latter, being a specialist in wind, airflow, and flying type abilities, would effortlessly evade the feeble speed of the Frozen Wind. However, the situation changes significantly with the Ice Beam. With this in mind, after a couple of coughs from Teacher Long, the youth and Rattata listened with heightened seriousness, and he discreetly pressed the recording device he carried. Zhao Yiyuan was acutely aware that neither he nor Rattata were unusually gifted prodigies. It was improbable that they could grasp the concepts after just one or two explanations. Yet, to maintain his persona and avoid raising suspicion, he had to record the classroom content to study diligently later. Fortunately, once the foundational knowledge was acquired, they could practice to enhance their proficiency, and thus far, they had not encountered any obstacles. The principal difference between Ice Beam and Frozen Wind lies in their methodology. One concentrates energy while the other allows for energy dispersion. Therefore, Rattata, you should first attempt to concentrate the Ice-type energy with the help of the Crawdaunt. As he spoke, a small ice orb materialized before the Crawdaunt with a crisp sound. Rattata, understanding the task at hand, nodded and began to channel the energy trajectory of Frozen Wind to summon the Ice-type energy. Gradually, layers of frost appeared around its body, culminating in the formation of an ice orb larger than itself. The contrast between the two was striking. Noticing the disparity, Rattata felt a bit embarrassed. In a moment of distraction, the large ice orb shattered with a resounding crack, sending a shiver of cold air that made Zhao Yiyuan tremble. It's so cold. Rattata, you need to focus. I understand. I will do my best. The little creature assured, giving itself a determined shake before turning back to seek guidance from the Crawdot. Throughout this endeavor, Rattata attempted several more times, yet it only managed to reduce the gaps in the ice orb's formation without any significant change in size. Chapter 49. I will definitely protect my trainer. Every day, Teacher Lung dedicated an hour and a half to instructing Yiyuan in the art of Ice Beam. And after 3 or 4 days, he finally grasped the basics. Unbeknownst to her, however, upon returning home each evening, the young boy and his small Lapras would meticulously review recordings and practice for several hours, which ultimately led to their success in mastering the initial stages of the technique. Once he had a foundational understanding, the subsequent progress was more manageable. Although he could not practice during class hours due to confidentiality, he was fortunate enough to be the class monitor, allowing him access to the training room typically reserved for those at the bottom of the rankings. Thus, within the last 2 days of that week, he polished his skills to a proficient level, nearing mastery with just 300 more experience points to go. He was preparing to continue his practice on the day of the break, aiming to achieve full mastery, when an unexpected phone call interrupted him. Ring, ring, ring. Hello? He answered, puzzled, as a familiar female voice resonated from the other end. Hello, is this Yiyuan? It's your sister Weiwei. Yes, what's up, sister Weiwei? He responded, not surprised by the caller's identity, as this number was known to only a select few. His curiosity lay in why she was calling him out of the blue. Well, Yiyuan, would you be interested in earning some extra money? Extra money? The boy's expression of confusion deepened. Did the local security office really need an apprentice trainer to assist them? At that moment, Lu Weiwei, comfortably soaking in her bathtub, replied with a contented murmur before elaborating. You are quite familiar with the surrounding streets. To be cautious, the security office plans to station personnel at every entrance and exit of Huli Street. We need someone local like you to guide us and check if there are any hidden passages. Additionally, if you wish, you could also stand guard at an entrance like the auxiliary police. This operation against the wrongdoers is being led by our deputy chief and several captains, so there shouldn't be any issues. Standing guard at the outer entrances requires minimal effort, and you'll earn 300 alliance coins, plus additional compensation for your guidance, totaling a comfortable 500. How does that sound? Isn't your sister treating you well? Thank you, Sister Weiwei. When do we go? The allure of 500 coins was undeniably enticing, and he understood that this was Weiwei's way of looking out for him. Otherwise, such guiding tasks could be easily assigned to any local resident, and given the reputation of the security office, they might not even offer payment. I'll pick you up at 8:30 tonight. Just take me on a tour, and I'll draft a map to submit. Tomorrow around 1 p.m., I'll have you assist as part of the outer perimeter team. All right, I'll be waiting for you, Sister Weiwei. With that, the young woman rose from the bathtub and promptly ended the call. As a renowned beauty during her university years, she wouldn't allow a young man the chance to hang up on her again. As the moment unfolded, Yuan stood in the open space, his face adorned with a myriad of questions, pondering the whereabouts of Zhao Yiyuan, who had not graced their presence for an entire week. Perhaps I shall inquire about him on the journey. With this thought, he halted the training of Little Rattata. No further training is required, Little Rattata. We are set to assist Sister Weiwei shortly. Upon hearing this, the little creature, its whiskers dusted with frost, nodded in agreement and lay down to slowly recuperate its energy. Under the serene moonlight, a collection of frozen plastic containers exhaled wisps of white vapor. With an abundance of plastic bottles and jars at home, as long as their material remained unchanged, they could be sold. Thus, they had all been repurposed as training targets for Little Rattata. Once Little Rattata had revitalized itself, Yuan attended to his personal hygiene, wiping away the perspiration from his brow before approaching his grandfather's room. Knock, knock, knock. After hearing the sounds of stirring from within, he called out, Grandfather. Sister Weiwei has introduced me to a rather easy job. She wants me to accompany her to Huli Street. Surely there is no danger involved, right? Rest assured, Grandfather. Sister Weiwei is an intern police officer and a mid-level trainer. I am merely guiding her, so everything will be fine. Moreover, Little Rattata is here to protect me. Its combat prowess is formidable. Upon hearing this, Little Rattata perched proudly on his shoulder, puffing out its chest to display its muscles. Puff Rattata, I am a mighty force. Very well, as you embark on the path of a trainer, I cannot oversee you for eternity. Off you go, but do remember to return early. With a fond glance at his grandson and his partner Little Rattata, the elderly man nodded with a smile. Having experienced the tumultuous times of his youth, he understood that trainers inevitably face danger, thus refraining from further admonishments. Thank you, Grandfather. I shall ensure my safety. This response momentarily caught the boy off guard. Yet he still offered a promise before heading to the street corner to wait. The lanes of Omping County were too narrow for comfortable turns. Before long, accompanied by the glow of two bright headlights. A modest sedan worth just over 100,000 yuan came to a halt in front of the young man. With a soft hum, the windows slid down, revealing the charming visage of Lu Weiwei. "Get in, Yuan." "All right." Having done this before, he opened the door and settled into the passenger seat. "Hello, little Rattata. It has been a while. You've grown considerably stronger." Upon his arrival, the young woman greeted the little creature perched on his shoulder. "Puff Rattata." No one is immune to flattery, and little Rattata was no exception. Upon receiving compliments, it promptly flashed a smile. With a click, the seatbelt was fastened, and the car turned towards Huli Street. The distance between Huli Street and Omping Alley was not far, and within just a few minutes of driving, they arrived at their destination. As they were tasked with creating a map of the entrances and exits, it was necessary to leave the vehicle parked by the roadside, opting instead for a pedestrian approach to meticulously chart the pathways. With an existing city map at their disposal, their primary objective was merely to annotate and illustrate a few side streets, rendering the task relatively effortless. The rhythmic sounds of footsteps and the gentle strokes of brushes filled the air as the night deepened, leaving only the two of them in the dimly lit path. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhao Yiyuan parted his lips and inquired, "Sister Weiwei, are we indeed going to confront that group of rogues? What about my classmate Zhao Yiyuan and his family? I heard from our homeroom teacher that he hasn't attended school this week." At this, Lu Weiwei, who had been engrossed in her drawing, paused momentarily to glance at the expressionless youth before responding. "Yes, you are currently regarded as an auxiliary personnel for this operation, so you are entitled to know. The capture operation will indeed be executed tomorrow. As for your classmate and his father, they are both implicated in this affair." Chapter 50. The spirit is a miracle currently. They are both under the control of our security personnel. Tomorrow, they will play the role of bait, luring two of the criminals in different directions for a coordinated ambush. The strongest among them, a mid-level trainer, will be subdued by the deputy director. Upon hearing Lu Weiwei's plan, Zhao Yiyuan nodded, sensing an undertone of disproportionate response. The girl ahead, sketching and observing, seemed to perceive his thoughts and remarked, "Does it not feel somewhat excessive? After all, it's merely 2 juniors and 1 mid-level. Yet, we are mobilizing such considerable police resources, even involving a senior officer and possibly multiple seasoned mid-level trainers for the ambush." "Indeed, it does evoke that sentiment," the youth replied, initially reluctant to delve deeper, but curiosity compelled him to listen further. The female officer, with a subtle tilt of her alabaster chin, leaned in and whispered, "Yiyuan, I'll let you in on a secret, although I'm not supposed to. Those individuals are members of a highly dangerous terrorist organization. If they possess the means to grant your classmate a life-altering drug, they undoubtedly have access to even more potent and plentiful substances. Moreover, this is occurring within the city limits. Without deploying overwhelming force to suppress them, should those criminals unleash chaos, the casualty count would be unimaginable. You are in your senior year, and you must have studied the 417 massacre, yes? The images in your textbooks were sanitized for public consumption." At this point, not only did she shudder involuntarily, but Zhao Yiyuan felt a tremor coursing through him as well. The 417 massacre, which transpired 40 years ago, stands as one of the most humiliating episodes in the Dongxiao Alliance's recent history. The official narrative attributes the devastation of Xijing City to a conspiracy between infiltrating terrorists and outsiders, along with wild spirits, culminating in the city's near annihilation. It took 3 days of relentless burning to cleanse the city of the corpses, and for those 3 days, the clouds above were shrouded in darkness. It is essential to recognize that, for decades ago, the city of Xijing boasted several professional trainers and a reigning champion, firmly establishing itself as a first-tier metropolis. Yet, even after the passage of 40 years, it has not fully recovered. Only recently has it managed to ascend from the ranks of a 4th-tier town back to that of a 3rd-tier city. Upon reflecting on this, it seemed that a distressing memory crossed Lu Weiwei's mind, prompting her to hastily amend her statement. Moreover, it is rumored that the banned substances in their possession possess significant research value. Therefore, it would be prudent to swiftly eliminate these 3 wrongdoers, allowing us to retrieve some valuable samples. Zhao Yiyuan, should fortune favor you, and you manage to procure even 1 or 2 vials, I shall recompense you with 5,000 alliance coins per vial. The policewoman grinned, gesturing with her open palm. "Do we still have a chance to seize the reward? According to the configuration of the Public Security Bureau, it shouldn't be our responsibility to intervene," Zhao Yiyuan exclaimed, his eyes lighting up, followed by a moment of puzzlement as he scratched his head. "Perlada." Meanwhile, the little Rattata perched on his shoulder could hardly contain its excitement upon hearing the mention of such a fortune, its eyes sparkling as its tiny paws fidgeted restlessly. 5,000. That S equivalent to 5 precious crystals. It would take ages for Zhao Yiyuan and grandfather to earn that much. I must work hard to obtain those 5,000. Hey, Zhao Yiyuan, have you forgotten the phrase on the cover when you first studied Pokémon? How could you, the academic prodigy, overlook it? She affectionately patted the little Rattata's head, wearing a mysterious smile. Pokémon are indeed a miracle. This reminder triggered a realization in the young boy's mind. Indeed, a miracle. Therefore, one should never underestimate any Pokémon, even the seemingly useless Magikarp, as it may unexpectedly evolve into a formidable Gyarados in the next moment. The deployment of auxiliary officers to guard all critical routes was intended to prevent any miraculous occurrences to the greatest extent possible. When you venture into the wild in the future, you must remain vigilant and cautious. Understood, I shall take heed, Zhao Yiyuan replied, bowing solemnly. Enough of that, you little rascal. Why do you always carry yourself like an adult? It's quite dull and overly formal. Lu Weiwei, feeling slightly flustered by Zhao Yiyuan's earnestness, urged him to move on to the next street. After thoroughly surveying the surrounding terrain and seeing Zhao Yiyuan safely home just past 11 o'clock at night, the policewoman reminded him of the time before she drove back to her own residence. Rest well, little Rattata. You must conserve your energy for tomorrow's mission. No sneaking off for extra training tonight. Perlada. The little Rattata felt somewhat embarrassed, having been caught once again in its attempt to practice secretly. It remained oblivious to the fact that trainers are often rewarded by diligence. The boy would check his progress each morning, well aware of whether the little Rattata had been sneaking off to train at night. Thus, after a simple wash, both the boy and his mouse lay down on the bed. With a mind untainted, the young Rattata, who practiced diligently every day, swiftly drifted into dreams. The gentle rhythm of its breathing accompanied by the muffled sounds of the energy crystal beneath it seeped forth strands of energy, which were absorbed to enhance Rattata's vitality while alleviating the physical soreness from intense training. In truth, had it not been for the daily provision of an energy crystal, even an extraordinary creature like Rattata would find it impossible to endure such rigorous training every day. A portion of the energy was also utilized for bodily repair. Otherwise, its level would have surely reached the 15th tier, on the verge of a breakthrough, rather than languishing at the 13th. Although still at the top of the class, it was no longer the pinnacle, as peers like Jean E.'s Hyena, Li Ji's Monkey Monster, and Zhao Yuan's Bobo had all attained level 14 prior to the monthly examination. Rattata slept soundly, but Zhao Yiyuan tossed and turned in his bed. The thoughts plagued him. Will the elves truly perish, even lead to death? Are the photographs from decades past authentic? Despite being reborn, the most harrowing reality he had witnessed in either life was the scene of a car accident. Now, he was on the brink of engaging with terrorists in a life-or-death confrontation. The complexity of his emotions rendered sleep elusive. Tomorrow's battle would undoubtedly differ from the usual contests they observed, fraught with bloodshed and violence. After all, the rocket team would certainly not wish to be captured. Fortunately, in this mission, he was merely a precautionary measure, likely to avoid a fatal clash with those desperate individuals. Yet, what if he did find himself in such a scenario? After all, protagonists in cross-dimensional tales often come with a penchant for trouble and an aura of conflict. Lost in thought, the young man eventually succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon awakening the next day, he was surprised to find it was already past 9:30 a.m., his first instance of neglecting morning practice with Rattata. Chapter 51. The Mission Poo Rattata. Rattata. Upon seeing his trainer awake, the diligently training Rattata rushed over, its voice filled with joy. What is it, little Rattata? Poo Rattata. Under its guidance, the boy ventured outside to an area where rubbish was piled, only to discover a corner filled with frozen plastic cans. While he pondered this, the little creature opened its mouth, and with a rush of cold air, a blue-white beam shot forth with remarkable speed, striking the wooden stump. With a series of cracking sounds, the large stump was swiftly encased in ice. It was evident that Rattata had mastered the freezing beam. Overjoyed, he opened his panel to check the freezing beam, only to find it had recently achieved a breakthrough. Mastery of Frozen Beam, 100-310000. After calculating the time, it seems the little one has risen early and practiced for over 3 hours. Thank you for your hard work, little Rattata. This move can be set aside for now. Remember not to reveal it in front of Teacher Lung. We still need to continue practicing quick attack. After lifting Rattata from the ground and affectionately nudging it with his cheek, Yiyuan spoke. Rattata was quite pleased to have such intimate contact with its trainer and nodded in agreement upon hearing these words. Having been in human society for over a month and interacted with many peers of its kind, Rattata was acutely aware of its exceptional progress. Thus, it wholeheartedly agreed with Yiyuan's advice to conceal its talents. After affirming, It bounded from the boy's embrace and prepared to practice quick attack. Although it was still less than halfway to perfecting the move, that meant over 4,000 repetitions, enough to master the 4 newly learned techniques, so practice must be prioritized. Rattata was also quite curious about mastering advanced techniques. Quick attack proficiency level 1. Quick attack proficiency level 1. Quick attack proficiency level 1. After Yiyuan completed his morning routine and consumed the 2 eggs left by his grandfather, he noticed little Rattata was still diligently practicing. Having achieved a proficiency level that was half of mastery with quick attack, the execution of the move was fluid and graceful. Upon closer observation, one could see that Rattata's running distance during the move was almost precisely measured. Alright, little Rattata, let us take a break from practice for now. Even though Sister Weiwei mentioned there is hardly any danger, we must still be prepared for any eventuality. After Rattata completed a round of 20 repetitions, the boy called for a halt. Rattata, feeling that its trainer's words held merit, nodded and quietly began its recovery. At noon, the boy and his mouse shared a lunch and took a short nap for an hour. When Lu Weiwei arrived to pick them up, both were in exceptionally good spirits. You're not nervous at all, Yiyuan. This surprised the young policewoman driving the car. Nervousness is futile. I simply aim to adjust my state to its best. As he spoke, the boy pointed to his right leg, which was gently shaking with a slight movement. Haha, I thought you always wore a serious and indifferent expression. Yiyuan. This revelation lightened the girl's mood considerably. After all, Lu Weiwei had been a well-known prodigy during her school years. Yet witnessing Yiyuan's unwavering focus and perseverance made her feel somewhat inadequate. He resembled a dedicated automaton. However, through this small gesture, that feeling of inferiority was significantly alleviated. After a brief conversation lasting less than 10 minutes, accompanied by a sharp screech of brakes, we arrived at our destination. This is where I shall leave you. Your location is a right turn at the next intersection, down the 3rd path. There is already an auxiliary police officer waiting there. I have informed him to keep an eye on you, I said. Thank you, Sister Weiwei, he replied politely before he walked away with his small Rattata. After navigating through an intersection and making a right turn, he spotted a man of approximately 30 years old squatting on the ground, smoking. Are you Zhao Yiyuan? I am Qian Ming, your partner for this assignment, the man declared upon recognizing the youthful visage of the boy and extending his hand. Hello, Brother Qian. I appreciate your guidance, Yiyuan responded amicably. Haha, this task is quite simple. Just pretend to be a passerby and collect some easy money, Qian Ming replied. By the way, let me introduce you to my companion, the Great Hound. He then produced a Pokeball from his casual attire, releasing a spirited Great Hound that silently barked in greeting. Pokémon Great Hound level 23. Moves: Bite, skilled; Tackle, skilled; Howl, skilled; Scent Detection, skilled; Dark Pulse, skilled. Upon reviewing the moveset, it was evident that this Great Hound surpassed the typical specimen in strength, particularly with its rare move, Dark Pulse, which requires special training to acquire. Additionally, Yiyuan noticed another Pokeball at his waist, but respecting the unspoken boundaries, he refrained from probing further. This Rattata is my initial partner, Yiyuan introduced. Pooch, Rattata. The little creature squinted its eyes and greeted in response. Hello, little Rattata. I have heard from Weiwei that you recently triumphed over a novice Pokemon. Quite impressive, Qian Ming remarked, his eyes sparkling with interest. Indeed, everyone is inclined to befriend a prodigy. The two then engaged in light conversation, occasionally strolling along the path to avoid appearing too conspicuous. Fortunately, the bustling streets of the city in the afternoon provided ample cover, rendering them relatively unnoticed despite their aimless wandering. Meanwhile, in Huli Alley, under the covert control of the Security Bureau, Zhao Yiyuan and his son entered room 145 while wearing masks. Knock, 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 a rhythmic tapping echoed, followed by a creaking sound as the door swung open. What brings you here, old Zhou? And why have you brought your son? The doorkeeper, Shin Tendu, inquired with surprise upon seeing them. Lord Tendu. It's like this. Last time, Lord Shinya expressed a desire for initial and intermediate energy crystals, as well as medium-quality Pokemon feed. I have managed to clear a substantial amount of stock and gathered 200,000 in funds. Everything is prepared, so I have come to deliver the Pokemon resources. Zhou Yuan explained. Oh, where are the goods? Upon hearing this, Shin Tendu's eyes brightened, and he immediately glanced outside, though he saw nothing at all. The 2 delivery vehicles are stationed at the alley, and due to the considerable volume of goods, compounded by the difficulty of navigating the vehicles here, we must resort to using handcarts to retrieve them. After hastily providing this explanation, Zhou Guoping wore an apologetic smile. Chapter 52. Encirclement. Is it not possible for them to come in? Upon hearing this explanation, A flicker of wariness crossed Xinting's eyes. However, after surveying the throngs of people on the street, he felt reassured. Indeed, typical transport vehicles cannot navigate such corners. This thought swelled his pride once more. Truly, it is an obscure and dilapidated place, where even spatial backpacks are not commonplace. It is worth noting that in the Kanto region, as well as the metropolitan area, trainers are often equipped with spatial backpacks, albeit in varying sizes. Even the smallest can accommodate the load of a pickup truck. Sir, how about we trouble Lord Tianfu once more to accompany me? You can follow my son to retrieve the most essential energy crystals. After all, those items are exceedingly valuable, and only your presence guarantees their safe transport. Ha ha ha. Very well, old Zhou. Just wait a moment. I shall summon that lazy Tianfu. Flattered by the praise, the man's demeanor brightened considerably. With a decisive click, he closed the door behind him and made his way to the study, where Tianfu, with his fringe neatly styled, was fixated on the computer screen, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Ha ha ha. The level of Pokémon in this place may be lacking, yet their aesthetic sense is quite pronounced. As he gazed at the provocative images on the screen, he instinctively reached down. However, just as he selected a video and pulled out a tissue, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. Tianfu, stop filling your head with such filth every day. Come out and help me fetch the Pokémon food and energy crystals. Old Zhou has sent 2 truckloads, but the vehicles cannot enter. Cursing under his breath at the interruption to his revelry, Tianfu hastily shut down the computer, adjusted his trousers, and stepped outside. Xinting, do not act as if you are issuing orders to me. You are merely an ordinary team member. Why? Does your Ariados wish to spar with my Jengar? Or do you think you can rely on that cacturn that has only recently achieved its basic form? How dare you? The disdainful remarks prompted Tianfu to instinctively reach for a Pokeball to settle the score. However, before he could utter a word, the captain, drawn by the commotion, intervened. Enough with the banter. The resources we are retrieving are for everyone's benefit. Tianfu, you shall accompany Xinting. With the captain's decree, any lingering reluctance Tianfu harbored dissipated. He could only nod in agreement. The hierarchical structure within Team Rocket is rigidly observed. Without keeping Zhao Yiyuan and his son waiting for long, the door creaked open, revealing the 2 men now clad in athletic attire, who promptly set off to collect the delivered supplies. Along the way, Tianfu continued to grumble incessantly. The captain is merely your cousin. What else with the arrogance? As I prepare to report to the squad leader about the discovery of a new land, Tianfu, who has been incessantly grumbling, fails to notice that as he ventures deeper, the flow of people around him diminishes until silence envelopes him. Suddenly, he looks up. What is happening? No sooner has he uttered these words than his body instinctively rolls sideways several meters. In the spot he had just occupied, a charred gray-black mark is starkly evident, and he can still feel the lingering heat radiating from it. Protect me. Without further ado, he tosses 2 Pokeballs. Ariados, Cacturn. The 2 Pokémon position themselves, one to the left and the other to the right, shielding their trainer. In their original Kanto region, members of Team Rocket do not enjoy the same privileges as those trained by the League. The harsh jungle law of survival of the fittest prevails. Thus, Tianfu reacts with remarkable swiftness. However, the disparity in strength, coupled with having lost the initiative from the outset, proves detrimental. Jia, upon hearing a sharp cry from a bird, Cacturn is suddenly slammed against the wall with a resounding thud. Cacturn, racked with unbearable pain, struggles to rise but trembles uncontrollably. At that moment, Tianfu finally identifies the culprit, a large beak Pokémon, entirely orange-yellow, adorned with a vivid red crown. Judging by its spinning form, it is clear that the attack that incapacitated Cacturn was a direct hit, leveraging type advantages and level enhancements, leading to a devastating blow. Yield without resistance. Tianfu of Team Rocket, come back with us and disclose everything you know, the confident Captain Sheen suggests, patting the head of his black Lugia, hoping to persuade this member of a feared organization to divulge more information, thus earning him considerable merit as a captain. Yet, the only response is a disdainful scoff. Huh? Do you believe victory is assured? As he speaks, Tianfu swiftly administers 2 potions into the mouths of Ariados and Cacturn. Roar. The effects of the potions manifest rapidly, and within moments, both Ariados and the near-fallen Cacturn exhibit fierce red eyes, emitting terrifying roars. Their energy levels surge dramatically. Black Lugia, unleash your flames. Captain Sheen, observing the situation, dares not delay further and immediately commands, woof. A roaring inferno shoots forth at an astonishing speed. However, unexpectedly, Cacturn recklessly positions itself directly in front of Ariados and Tianfu, willing to take the brunt of the attack. Dig, take me away, Ariados. Seizing the opportunity, Tianfu urgently instructs his Ariados ally. Hearing the command, the Elitios suppressed the tears of grief for its fallen companions. In a swift motion, it ensnared its trainer with silk and summoned yellow energy of the ground type from its forelimbs. Amidst the resounding sounds of burrowing, its figure quickly vanished. Damn it! Captain Qin's expression darkened as he witnessed the gaping hole left by the enemy's disappearance, realizing that he might be facing a significant embarrassment. Despite having a type advantage and being an intermediate facing a novice, he had failed to secure a swift victory. Naturally, escaping was not an option, having decided to engage. The police force had anticipated the possibility of an underground retreat. Therefore, he promptly retrieved his communicator and called out, "Underground team. Be advised that the suspect known as Tianfu has escaped into the underground with an Elitios. Commence immediate capture." Upon receiving the order, the officers who had been lying in wait at various sewer entrances sprang into action. One by one, the Diglets burrowed into the ground. Before long, accompanied by the rumbling vibrations of the earth, a battered Elitios was forced to emerge from the depths. That location was less than a few dozen meters from where Zhao Yiyuan stood. Chapter 53. Divergence of the path. In that short distance, the current situation was clear. The Elitios appeared grievously wounded. One of its back limbs had a broken joint, from which green fluid slowly oozed. Its once sharp horn was now shattered, and its body bore numerous wounds of varying severity. Witnessing itself encircled by 5 Diglets, its cries were both mournful and helpless. Having consumed a vitality-draining potion, its strength had surged to an intermediate level, which should have allowed it to overpower any single Diglet. However, the foes coordinated effortlessly, 5 against 1. They chose to harass from underground, waiting for the Elitios to reveal a vulnerability before launching a full assault. With its trainer as a burden, the Elitios could not avoid exposing its weaknesses. Thus, it was not long before it was forced to flee from the underground, its body seriously injured. At that moment, it was merely sustaining itself through the activation of its latent life potential. In contrast, the 5 Diglets surrounding the Elitios had sustained only minor injuries, hardly significant. Sharpening their claws, they were filled with an exhilarating combat fervor. Equally eager were the police officers hastening to the scene. Kill. Attack. Diglets. Under the commands of their respective trainers, the 5 Diglets moved in a blur, white light materializing around them. With the sounds of blades piercing flesh, the Elitios and Tianfu, clinging to its back, could utter no words before collapsing into a pool of blood with a resounding thud. Take him away. Ensure he doesn't die. Witnessing a powerful intermediate Pokémon being overwhelmed and slain, Zhao Yiyuan and Yiyuan were left in shock. Indeed, it is remarkable how the synergy among Pokémon can reach such extraordinary heights. With a nod of agreement, the little creature acknowledged this revelation. Though it was confident in its ability to confront challenges beyond its level, witnessing the battle-scarred, yet formidable Ariados had instilled a trace of trepidation within its heart. To its astonishment, within less than a minute, that fierce Ariados was jointly subdued by the Macamp, which it felt certain it could defeat. It seemed a bit startled, wouldn't you say? Beside them, the assistant officer Qianming appeared to have anticipated this very scenario. Extinguishing his cigarette, he smiled and remarked, "You should recall from your history textbooks in your first and second years that over a century ago, long before the emergence of Pokémon, our armies employed a variety of battle formations, evolving from the ancient era of cold weapons to the age of firearms. So why should Pokémon not utilize formations to enhance their combat prowess? As beings of high intelligence, capable of understanding commands and coordinating effectively, they arguably possess an innate suitability for battle formations, even surpassing that of human soldiers." Upon hearing this, the young man seemed to have a fleeting epiphany. Lowering his gaze in contemplation, he realized that he had perhaps been overly simplistic, attempting to apply the individual heroism prevalent in anime and games directly to reality. It is undeniable that with the advent of extraordinary Pokémon, individual might can indeed overshadow collective strength. After all, it is the very reason why high-level trainers hold such special status and privileges, be they elite trainers, professional trainers, or even the esteemed champions. However, the power of unity should not be underestimated. In fact, it can surpass that of any single individual. Do we not see that the Dongxiao Alliance remains the highest governing body? Of course, if we were to live under a monarchy, it would imply that individual power had eclipsed that of the collective. Yet, even in the realms of anime and games, such a scenario has not materialized. They too are governed by alliances, with structures akin to councils and presidencies. Therefore, does this imply that those elite and professional trainers, as well as the illustrious champions within our alliance, have indeed strayed from the right path? It is only through complementary attributes and mutual cooperation among Pokémon that a trainer's combat effectiveness can be maximized. After a moment of deep reflection, the youth raised his head once more, a look of confusion adorning his features as he inquired, "Have you truly considered this deeply?" Ming, somewhat taken aback by the unexpected question, awkwardly rubbed his nose. His original intent had merely been to assist Zhao Yiyuan under Lu Weiwei's instructions, guiding him to understand the strength of official institutions, ideally encouraging him to apply to the police academy. Lu Weiwei, an intern officer, is unwaveringly loyal to the nation and the Dongxiao alliance. With a particularly astute Rattata by his side, coupled with the diligent efforts of both Boy and Pokémon, it was certain that he would excel in the college entrance examination. Such talent should be dedicated to the service of the nation and the alliance. Returning to the main topic, after a brief touch of his nose, Ming gazed into the eyes of the boy before him, steeling himself to respond. 1 yuan. I merely wish to share my insights. Consider them as mere points of reference, if you will. When it comes to matters concerning the path of trainers, I, as a novice, have only garnered a modicum of understanding due to my experiences within the security system. Rest assured, Brother Qian, Zhao Yiyuan readily assured him. Very well. After a nod and a sigh, Ming, a 30-something auxiliary police officer, fondled his Pokeball and remarked wistfully, "In truth, for ordinary trainers like us, who lack a prestigious background and possess only mediocre talent, discussions about specialization versus complementarity are essentially meaningless. I can scarcely afford to raise Pokémon. At the age of 32, I have managed to cultivate merely 2 Pokémon adequately." As he spoke, he opened his palm to reveal a large hound and another Pokeball. It was then that the boy discerned that the second Pokeball contained a beginner-level Spearow. Pokémon Spearow, level 22, moves Quick Attack, Expert, Peck, Expert, Wing Attack, Expert, Fury Attack, Expert, Double Team, Expert, Tailwind, Expert, from the moveset. It was evident that this Spearow had indeed been acquired at considerable expense. After all, moves like Double Team and Tailwind are not part of the inherent lineage of Spearow. It was no wonder that a police officer, akin to a civil servant in his previous life, could only manage to care for 2 beginner Pokémon. Unbeknownst to Ming, the boy's thoughts drifted elsewhere. The officer appeared to be ensnared in memories. Though I have yet to reach a crossroads, it is fair to say that most novice and even intermediate trainers tend to follow a complementary path. With no alternatives available and relying solely on one's own capabilities in the early stages, one must maximize the battle potential of their team to forge ahead. Otherwise, I fear I might not even gain entry into the security station, let alone gradually accumulate resources to teach them more useful and powerful moves. Chapter 54. A familiar scent, Brother Qian. You are already quite remarkable. Observing the auxiliary officer's melancholic demeanor, Zhao Yiyuan offered a comforting word. I apologize for my lapse. Adjusting his glasses, the officer quickly regained his composure. I suppose my life's focus will likely remain that of an intermediate trainer. However, you, Yiyuan, are different. Though I do not understand why Lu Weiwei holds you in such high regard, it is clear that you and your little Rattata possess extraordinary qualities. Hee Rattata. Upon hearing this, the boy exchanged a knowing glance with his Rattata, both sharing a smile without further elaboration. I'm merely diligent and hardworking. His explanation was abruptly halted by Ming's gesture. I do not wish to pry into your backgrounds. Let us return to the topic of the paths ahead. With that, he cleared his throat and continued his discourse. The specialization in one path tends to yield stronger individuals. I typically handle civil records. So I am aware that in Omping City, 70 of the registered elite trainers and above have chosen the path of specialization. However, this route is often susceptible to targeting in its early stages. Encountering opposing attributes or even being defeated by those of a higher level is quite common. Consequently, among this 70, the majority come from affluent backgrounds or have benefactors, allowing them to traverse the phase of weakness and power more swiftly due to their superior resources. It is no wonder that there are numerous formidable trainers in specialization. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiyuan murmured thoughtfully. Indeed, however, I have inadvertently heard from Gao that for specialized trainers, being an elite is merely the beginning. They remain vulnerable to targeted counter-tributes. It is essential to start forming team strategies with countermeasures. Without that, one cannot hope to ascend further. After saying this, Ming pointed towards the direction of Huli Street, which was emanating a powerful energy wave. Buzz, puff, roar. Undoubtedly, the small commander of Team Rocket stationed at Huli Street has resorted to performance-enhancing substances. Otherwise, the energy fluctuations of high-level Pokémon would not be so pronounced. However, observing that others around were not rushing to assist, It seems he is already at the end of his rope. This only deepened Zhao Yiyuan's confusion, as he did not understand the sudden shift in Qianming's focus. Soon, the auxiliary officer's voice rang out again. Our precinct's Gao has been stuck at this stage for over a decade. The intricacies of this matter are beyond my comprehension as a junior officer without connections. Oh, I see. You were merely expressing your lament. In that case, it's nothing to worry about. Qianming, feeling somewhat disheartened, was quickly offered a bottle of water by the youth. Yes, I just bought this from the nearby vending machine for 25 alliance coins. Gaining knowledge is worth it. The parched auxiliary officer took a few sips and continued. In any case, among the strong individuals I have encountered in recent years, the majority belong to the specialization path. Those who utilize complementary attributes and prearranged combinations of Pokémon tend to reach only the elite level, and even then, it was an already retired university professor who achieved that. He paused, leaving the rest unspoken, but the youth understood that Qianming's inclination was towards specialization. Nevertheless, although specialists have reached professional and champion levels, it seems there are no trainers who have ascended beyond that. This thought led Zhao Yiyuan to inexplicably recall a certain passionate fool from an anime, whose journey as a master seemed to traverse multiple attributes with various Pokémon. While the youth reminisced, the small Rattata perched on his shoulder suddenly twitched its ears and nose. Per Rattata, I believe I can scent one of my kin. Leaping back to the ground, little Rattata sniffed the air intently, its eyes gleaming with clarity. It had not been mistaken. The scent belonged to its kin. With this realization, it swiftly darted back to its trainer's shoulder, emitting soft cries. Pooh Rattata, it chirped, gesturing towards the drain along the path. Such unusual behavior had already caught Qianming's attention. What's the matter, Yiyuan? Has your Rattata made a discovery? As he spoke, his fingers pressed down slightly, and with a whoosh, a well-built German shepherd materialized beside him. Regardless of the circumstances, Qianming had served as an auxiliary police officer for several years, and his Pokémon had all passed rigorous canine assessments. Thus, after taking a few sniffs, the German shepherd also discerned the metallic scent of blood wafting from the drain. It seemed that the Rattata documented in the files had emerged from that very sewer. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Yiyuan did not hesitate to share the information gleaned from little Rattata with Qianming, leading him to this conclusion. Unfortunately, his German shepherd and Pidgeotto were too large to access the narrow drain. Even if they could squeeze in, they would likely be unable to maneuver effectively, rendering their efforts futile. Consequently, he could only report the findings. Hey, Captain Lee, at the exit of Road 3, the escaped Rattata has appeared in the sewer over here. Please dispatch the underground team for support. Received, received. Be mindful of the Rattata's energy signature. Captain Lee, who was in pursuit of the Rattata, understood the configuration of the team on Road 3. An auxiliary officer lacking underground operational capabilities paired with a high school student was hardly an ideal combination. Thus, he refrained from issuing any orders to intercept. Although this Rattata could not dig tunnels, it had ingested performance-enhancing substances, dramatically increasing its strength. And driven solely by the instinct to flee, it had indeed managed to escape. In the maze of streets, particularly through the smaller conduits, pinpointing its location became exceedingly challenging. However, the Public Security Bureau had made ample preparations. The Rattata would not be able to elude capture for long. In fact, Captain Li was already compressing its range of movement. Otherwise, Zhao Yiyuan and Qianming would not have encountered each other in this vicinity, which was relatively close to the main battleground. On the other hand, Qianming, who had silently instructed his German shepherd to follow, felt a pang of regret. What a pity it was that he would not be able to claim the credit for this capture. This Rattata had already been severely weakened by Captain Li's team, and after being under the influence of performance-enhancing drugs for so long, it was only a matter of time before it emerged from the ground. His German shepherd would undoubtedly secure it. With that, he thought he might earn another opportunity to learn a new move. Rubbing the dog's head, a look of wistfulness filled his gaze. Is capturing this Rattata really worth something? Zhao Yiyuan, sensing an opportunity, inquired. He was in need of money. Moreover, he was confident that little Rattata could hold its own. After all, the creature within, although it is an evolved form, possesses merely rudimentary strength and is already considerably injured. Chapter 55. My Rattata, is its evolved form so weak? Upon hearing this question, the imposing canine handler, Qianming, did not hesitate to respond. Such a terrifying organization's Pokémon is undoubtedly far more valuable than the petty thefts of common criminals. Within our ranks, each one is worth 100 merit points. However, he abruptly recognized the gravity of the situation, turning his head to promptly amend his statement. 1 point. You mustn't be foolish. No matter how formidable your Rattata may seem, it is still merely a trainee level and has not yet tasted battle. Sending it into the sewer would be tantamount to a death sentence. Money can be earned later. Regrettably, what greeted him was the embarrassed expression of the youth, alongside the shadow of a Rattata that had already lost most of its tail. Goodness, are you all reckless? Upon witnessing this scene, Qianming couldn't help but exclaim, then immediately seized the communicator, urging the underground team. Hurry, you must move faster. My partner has sent a trainee-level Rattata in there. What? Speed up, diggersby. Dig with all your might. Hearing the urgency in his communicator, Zhao Yiyuan felt a mix of concern and guilt. He explained, Brother Qianming, I am not being reckless. My Rattata actually possesses basic combat capabilities. During the last monthly exam, we even defeated a beginner Pokémon belonging to an examiner who has spent years adventuring. Not a mere sheltered flower. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, Qianming's heart eased slightly. But he quickly issued a new command. That does not justify sending a student with a trainee-level Pokémon into danger. Command your Rattata to try to lure the Rattata to the surface. If that fails, simply impede its progress. Absolutely avoid direct confrontation. Understood, Brother Qian. The youth readily complied, seizing the moment as his Rattata had just entered the sewer to relay the instructions. There was no concern whether the opposing Rattata would hear. Judging by the accelerating pace of the formidable canine, it was evident that the Rattata was already aware of the pursuers behind it. Rattata. In response, the small Rattata chirped back, bringing reassurance to Qianming's heart. After all, this was a person entrusted to him by the alluring female officer in their unit. Should anything unfortunate occur, he would be utterly at a loss. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the moment the Rattata descended, Yiyuan had already issued a command to resolve the matter swiftly and eliminate the Rattata before the Diggersby squad arrived, thus claiming the reward for himself. Moreover, he had specifically stated that any subsequent developments would take a back seat to this command. Therefore, the Rattata did not heed the secondary command and dashed towards its kindred with unwavering resolve. Perhaps it was due to the severe injuries and the exhaustion of its latent potential that the little creature, after utilizing its agility twice, managed to catch up with the bloodied and desperately fleeing large rat. Rattata, sensing the movements behind it and the unmistakable hostility, the fleeing Rattata turned its head, casting a fierce glance. Upon realizing that it was merely its devolved form, the little Rattata, a flicker of derision gleamed in its eyes. How audacious for an apprentice-level Rattata to dare pursue. It was a perfect opportunity for vengeance. With this thought, Rattata exerted a slight force in its hind legs and, with a swift motion, opened its jaws wide to bite at the little Rattata. Unfortunately, what awaited it was not the panicked expression of the little Rattata, but a beam of white light shooting forth from its mouth. The overly confident Rattata, suspended in midair, had no leverage to escape and could only watch helplessly as it was struck, a chilling sensation permeating its entire being. Soon enough, it was encased in ice, crashing down onto the ground with a thud. Rattata, is it truly that feeble, even in its evolved form? What a disgrace to our rodent kin. The swift freezing beam had swiftly dispatched the foe, leaving the little Rattata somewhat astonished. Running to the side of the ice block, it tapped lightly, and upon seeing that the Rattata inside showed no response, it finally felt at ease. Then, circling around to the back, it exerted itself to push. The rolling ice block quickly reached the sewer entrance, only to become lodged there, unable to escape. Rattata. With no other option, the little creature could only cry out loudly. That was the voice of the little Rattata, over by the sewer entrance. Upon hearing that sound, Yuan and Qian immediately followed the call. There, beside the filthy iron bars, stood a dirty little Rattata, proudly displaying itself before a massive ice block that was twice its size. Rattata. Upon seeing its trainer and those who had previously underestimated its combat prowess approach, it eagerly tapped on the ice block, its face beaming with pride and excitement. To think it could use Ice Beam. Yuan, this little Rattata truly is astonishing. With a decisive clank, the iron bars were opened, and after retrieving the ice block and the little Rattata, the veteran auxiliary officer still could not believe his eyes. It is important to note that Ice Beam is a rare-level move, a formidable ice-type technique that many water and ice-type Pokémon have yet to master. And now it had manifested in an apprentice-level Rattata, tapping on the still-chilled solid ice. He was certain that this little Rattata had indeed mastered Ice Beam at a proficient level. Otherwise, it would not have frozen so solidly. No wonder Lu Weiwei was inclined to extend a favor to this little one, even persuading Captain Xiong to make an exception. The long-standing question seemed to have found its answer. He turned to the youth who was assisting the small Rata in regaining its composure. After a moment's hesitation, He spoke up. Yuan, I have an unusual request. Upon hearing this, the young man lifted his gaze, already aware of what Qianming was about to propose. Yet he refrained from interrupting. I wonder if you could part with this Rattata. Rest assured, I would not let you suffer a loss. According to the usual practice, a delinquent's Pokémon of such a low rank typically commanded a bounty of around 5,000 credits, as their limited abilities rendered them easy to apprehend. I will offer you 8,000 alliance credits. What do you say? Having swiftly articulated his offer, Qianming affectionately patted the head of the large hound beside him, lamenting. In my line of work, while safety is assured, I rarely accrue significant merits. Thus, I shamelessly make this request. That is quite all right, brother Qianming. If you need it. Take it, the young man replied, not hesitating to accept the offer. Though uncertain about the fairness of the price, he trusted that, as an official and a colleague of Sister Weiwei, he would not be taken advantage of. Thank you, brother Yuan, Qianming said, handing over his phone, which displayed a payment code. Without pretense, Yuan promptly completed the transfer of 8,000 alliance credits with a quick beep. Chapter 56. Zhou Guoping with Yuan receiving the additional funds and Qianming obtaining the merit he sought. Both emerged victorious from the transaction. Following this agreement, their camaraderie deepened. With a sharp crunch, the large hound and the small Rattata bit through the ice, causing the latter to collapse, drenched, onto the ground. Its eyes, previously frozen and immobilized, finally closed. Were it not for the slight heaving of its chest, Qianming might have believed the Rattata had succumbed to the cold. Truly remarkable, he exclaimed, once more giving the youth a thumbs up. As a seasoned officer with several years of experience, he understood the implications of this event. In truth, the Rattata should have lost its fighting capability when the chilling wave overtook its upper body. Yet the speed of the freezing was so rapid that it could not even register a reaction. It was only logical, after all. Being merely an exhausted and severely injured novice Pokémon, it stood no chance against the formidable ice beam. Even a trainee-level Rattata would have been sufficient to overpower it. Someone's coming, brother Qian. The youth smiled at the compliment, then turned his gaze to the left. The ground was rumbling, and with a sudden sound, a sandy Pangoro emerged. Following closely was a security officer clad in a deep blue combat uniform. Upon spotting the duo hoisting a large rodent, he immediately called out, Minggu, it's Lin Ji. Just in time, please take this Rattata inside. Recognizing his friend, the auxiliary officer passed the Rattata forward. All done. In response, the team member known as Lin Ji glanced around at the lingering frost that had yet to melt, his expression unwavering as he accepted the task. With a resounding clang, he secured the lock of the capture cage. Although he too was a novice trainer, his inclusion in the Special Operations Squad was not solely dependent on his possession of a sand shrew. It also stemmed from his wealth of experience. Furthermore, having felt the chill when he had taken the Rattata, he was acutely aware that it was an ice-type move that had bested it. Given that his elder brother, who had previously mentored him, would never employ ice-type moves with either his Arcanine or his Fiero, the identity of the true victor was quite evident. Reflecting on this, he cast a curious glance at the youth beside him. Noticing Zhao Yiyuan's lack of reaction and the smile that graced his lips, he surmised that the two must have reached some form of tacit agreement. Yet, why reveal it? There was no advantage in doing so. Thus, after securing the Rattata within the cage, the trio exchanged light-hearted banter as they made their way back. The communicator had already indicated that the operation was concluded. As a high school student merely contributing to the numbers, Zhao Yiyuan had no intention of returning to the precinct with the other officers, and instead took the initiative to bid farewell at the intersection. Having trained for an entire afternoon upon returning home, he savored dinner, and with a chime, the promised reward from Sister Weiwei arrived. Simultaneously, the phone rang persistently. After completing a set of frog jumps, the youth wiped the sweat from his brow and answered the call. He speculated that it pertained to the recent operation. Indeed, due to time constraints earlier that day, he had not gleaned any substantial information, only that the overly ambitious Zhou Yiyuan had sustained serious injuries from a member of Team Rocket. Hello, Yiyuan. Big news, big news. It involves you. Upon answering, he was greeted by Sister Weiwei's ever-energetic and melodious voice. What is it, Sister Weiwei? The youth's tone remained calm. There was little choice. If one had been subjected to exaggerated openings a dozen times, one would respond similarly. Honestly, Yiyuan, you're becoming increasingly unexcitable. The girl lounging on her pink bed muttered before launching into her bombshell revelation. Your grandfather was injured by thugs. It was no accident. What? The moment he heard this, Yiyuan, who had been doing one-handed push-ups, immediately straightened up and stepped aside. The Rattata, perplexed by this sudden change in demeanor, paused in its training. It recalled that its trainer never interrupted practice unless it pertained to matters concerning his grandfather. With this thought, the small Rattata contemplated rushing over, but was halted by a UNS wave. "It's all right, little Rattata. Focus on your training." After covering the microphone and reassuring the little creature, he retreated into his room alone. The Rattata, its eyes flickering with concern, obediently returned to the pile of bottles to continue its practice. Beneath the cunning light of the moon, a swift violet shadow gracefully darted through the crevices of a plastic bottle. The flicker of an electric spark signified a sensitivity that far exceeded the average of its kind. However, little Rada was acutely aware of its own limitations. Otherwise, Yuan would not have to bear the burden of unspoken fury alone. As the bond between them deepened, Rada began to sense the emotional turmoil of its trainer. Though the house was silent, the transmitted anger remained palpable and unyielding. Influenced by this surge of emotion, Rada trained with fervor. Just as a child from a humble background learns responsibility, so too did this Pokémon strive for greatness. As an intelligent being, akin to humans, it understood its family's plight, residing at the bottom of the social hierarchy. It recognized that what it consumed and utilized amounted to more than what Yuan and his grandfather earned in a month, perhaps even more. Thus, it resolved to meet these expectations with unwavering dedication and strength, vowing to assist Yuan and his grandfather. Meanwhile, in the small room of the wooden cabin, the young man's chest heaved with each breath after hearing the full account from Sister Weiwei. The weight of his heavy breaths echoed through the air. "Hey, Yuan, calm down. Take a deep breath," urged the voice of the girl beside him, emanating from the damaged phone. After several deep inhalations, he gradually regained his composure. Life had proven to be more absurd than any script. The most improbable scenario he had previously speculated upon had turned out to be the truth. Through inquiries with members of Team Rocket, as well as past interrogations of Zhou Guoping, the father of Zhou Yiyuan, he uncovered the truth behind the assassination plot. The earlier Team Rocket member had indeed been hired by Zhou Guoping through a local thug. Initially, the incident had been an accident, but subsequent infiltration by 3 other members of Team Rocket led to the subjugation of the thug gang, ultimately revealing Zhou Guoping as the financier, thereby establishing their connection. Zhou Guoping's motive, as Yuan had suspected, was to secure better resources for Zhou Yiyuan. It seemed to be his obsession. Such a person was truly terrifying, defying all reason. Once he composed himself, he picked up the phone again and said, "Sister Weiwei, I'm fine now. I just want to confirm, did Zhou Guoping really escape?" Chapter 57. Kill, kill, kill. Upon hearing this question, the girl, who had been lying on her bed, stiffened momentarily, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, yet she replied, "Yes. It appears that he took advantage of the chaos during the ambush on Tianfu to escape using a gas grenade. This was our oversight. We never anticipated he would dare to flee at such a time. However, the Security Bureau is conducting night raids to apprehend him, and there are personnel assigned to protect both you and your grandfather. Please, be cautious in the coming days." "Okay, thank you, Sister Weiwei." The boy, relieved to know that hidden sentinels would be guarding him, breathed a sigh of relief. The obsessive madman harbored a certain fear deep within his heart. After all, individuals of such a nature cannot be understood through conventional reasoning. So, Zhou Yiyuan has indeed met his demise? Yes, it is confirmed. He passed away at 6:34 p.m. due to severe injuries at the First People's Hospital. The same fate befell that little bibbard, drained of its blood by the large-mouthed bat, dying on the spot. With this confirmation, Yuan's heart felt a twinge of discomfort. Frankly, he bore no ill will towards Zhou Yiyuan, this delusional youth, as their conflicts were largely confined to the realm of student rivalry. Moreover, it was evident that this individual merely sought to attract attention through his unconventional antics, possessing a fundamentally good nature. Perhaps this inclination stemmed from his early loss of his mother, a void of maternal affection. Perhaps he will be buried in a public cemetery. "Sister Weiwei, I wish to pay my respects to him," he said with a sigh. This statement left the young girl, who was immersed in her yoga practice, momentarily stunned. A flicker of confusion passed across her pure and beautiful face, but she nodded in agreement, replying, "Very well, it is not far. I will have a colleague who is on watch escort you to the hospital. It should take about half an hour. Thank you." After engaging in light conversation, the call concluded with his announcement that he was going to take a shower. After tidying himself up, he called upon the still struggling little Lada, and together, they awaited by the door. Fortunately, their grandfather had grown accustomed to their late-night training sessions, so the sound of the door did not disturb him. Upon entering the vehicle, the protector assigned to him was a nearly 40-year-old auxiliary police officer who seemed taciturn. Apart from a brief greeting at the start, he remained silent throughout the journey. merely waiting at the hospital entrance after delivering the youth to the First People's Hospital. Thank you, Wu Gu. A simple exchange of pleasantries. And Zhao Yiyuan proceeded alone toward the morgue. Zhao Yuan's body was tied to a fugitive on the run, and previous intelligence indicated that this fugitive held a deep concern for his son. Thus, two auxiliary police officers stood guard at the entrance of the morgue. Dressed in light blue uniforms, they stood rigidly even in the empty environment. As the boy approached, the officer on the right extended his hand and blocked his path, stating, "You cannot enter freely here." In response, the youth produced his identification card, saying, "Hello, I am Zhao Yuan's classmate, Zhao Yuan, here to see him. Sister Weiwei has also given her consent." "Ah, it's you. You may proceed," the officer replied after glancing at the ID and confirming his identity. "Thank you." With a word of gratitude, he pushed open the door, and the first sight that greeted him was the corpse covered with a white sheet. Beside it, on a smaller gurney, lay another body, similarly draped in a white cloth, which, judging by its size and outline, was likely the bibbard he had once missed. With a sudden rustle, the white cloth was lifted, revealing the youthful face of Zhao Yuan, marked by a hint of defiance. However, with his eyes tightly shut, he could no longer exhibit the once proud glimmer that used to shine in them. Although the corpse had been attended to, Yuan discerned that the fatal wound was located in the abdominal region, where a multitude of sutures sprawled up to his chest. Additionally, there were numerous small lacerations surrounding the body. Was it the air blades or air slashes unleashed by the Zubat? Indeed, trainers are the greatest vulnerability of Pokémon. After a moment of reflection, he covered the body once more and turned his attention to the corpse of the Pidgey, deprived of its life essence. The Pidgey appeared as if it were a desiccated husk, a truly horrifying sight. Its once beautiful and sleek feathers were now withered and dull. And with the motion of lifting the white cloth, a plethora of lifeless feathers fell away. Upon closer inspection of the wounds, he noted 4 gaping holes on the neck and abdomen, remnants of dried blood still evident. The Zubat's maw was disproportionately large compared to the Pidgey, explaining the stark contrast in the size of these punctures. Piplup, reflecting on the moment he had been ensnared by that gaping mouth, the small Rattata, which had been quietly resting on the boy's shoulder, trembled in fright. To be caught in such a massive jaw, drained of all blood, it was a terrifying thought. Sighing, Yuan gently patted the Rattata, remaining silent as he draped the white cloth back over the body. Confronting death had once again shaken his spirit, granting him a clearer perception of this world. Beneath the facade of peace, turbulent currents seethed. This incident had occurred within the city, under prepared circumstances. What if it had transpired in the wild, or worse, if one were unexpectedly drawn into a hidden realm? How many lives would be lost then? As the boy pondered these thoughts, across town, in the northeastern corner of Anping City, Zhou Guoping, in a state of disarray, knelt on the ground, his face contorted with anguish. "Ah, Zhao Yuan, my little Yuan." Through the enormous projection in the square, he had received the devastating news of his son's demise. An overwhelming tide of regret and fury surged within him. Regret for having brought his son into this perilous world, and anger directed at the authorities for failing to safeguard his child. Why didn't they save him? Why didn't they save him? He was just a child. Surely, the Alliance possesses Pokémon capable of healing. Why didn't they save Zhao Yuan? In his murmurs, a fierce and defiant resolve etched itself upon the middle-aged man's face. Gas. The Pokémon beside him felt a wave of trepidation wash over it, reminiscent of the time when the trainer's wife had perished in the wild. No, this was even more frenzied, more furious. Gas. The intensity of Zhou Guoping's wrath swiftly permeated its being. Though its strength was minimal, their decades of companionship had forged a profound connection, allowing them to share their innermost feelings. Thus, at this moment, Vassal shared a singular thought akin to that of Zhou Guoping: to eliminate the individuals at the security office, to dismantle this treacherous alliance. They had clearly promised that as long as he cooperated diligently, his son would remain unharmed. Now that Zhao Yuan had perished, he was left utterly alone. What was there to fear? What was there to hope for? Ha ha ha, Zhao Yuan, you too have departed. Chapter 58. Originally, Zhao Yuan could have lived a life filled with joy. As the month drew to a close, a plea for support was made to the benevolent patrons who might have idle votes to spare. In the days that followed, Zhao Yiyuan opted to attend school alongside his close friend Lu Ji, for the wanted criminal mentioned in the news had yet to be apprehended. Although Anping City was merely a third-tier locale, it still loomed large for an individual, a sprite. Thus, despite the local security office having coordinated with several other precincts for a thorough search, little news emerged in the following days. After all, Zhou Guoping was a native of the area. If he chose to blend into the bustling, chaotic crowd, it would indeed take time to locate him. Moreover, a petty criminal like a novice trainer hardly warranted the full force of the city's law enforcement. At third high school, within the Pokémon training hall, it was quite the revelation that Zhao Yiyuan's father was a wanted fugitive of a terrorist organization. Indeed, it made sense why that fellow often appeared carefree and unruly. It was evidently an inherited trait. The little BB bird must have consumed some illicit substance to achieve its evolution. During the break, fervent discussions erupted among the students. Thanks to the television news coverage, detailed information about Zhao Guoping's appearance and background had become widely known. Naturally, as classmates, some recognized his identity, and the news spread rapidly. In their minds, this conveniently explained why Zhao Yiyuan had not attended school. He must have been discovered and covertly detained by the security office. Thus, Zhao Yiyuan was undoubtedly the class leader now. Such is the nature of luck. Initially anticipating a fierce clash, it was regrettable that such excitement would not unfold. As conversations wandered, some turned their focus to the diligent young trainer still engaged in practice. It was clear that, even during break time, Rattata and he continued with their basic training. Zhao Yiyuan himself was performing stretching exercises from the calisthenics routine. He had discovered that these movements not only strengthened his muscles, but also alleviated fatigue, making it an opportune moment to practice together. His proficiency in the calisthenics had enabled him to realize this benefit. Meanwhile, Rattata was practicing the tail whip move, resting with its body sprawled on the ground. Yet its slender tail wagged animatedly towards the target. Tail whip proficiency, 745-1000. They were nearing mastery with this move, through diligent training. They had found that honing techniques to perfection was indeed the most cost-effective choice. With a proficiency level of 1000, and under the normal conditions for a Rattata, one could anticipate an approximate gain of 20 points per hour, requiring merely 2 days. Even with time divided for practice, it would take at most 10 to 15 days. The reward? A nearly instantaneous casting speed for techniques, with energy consumption reduced to 70% of the original. Quite a bargain indeed. Though Zhao Yiyuan was aware of the murmurs surrounding him, he remained indifferent. As long as he reaped the benefits, that was what mattered. In contrast, the plump boy sprawled on the ground expressed his irritation. Yiyuan, why don't you say anything? Even if Zhao Yiyuan comes back to life, what does it matter? Your Rattata has already mastered Ice Beam from Teacher Long and trains diligently every day. The Pidgey is no match for it. It's only fitting that you lead the class. Upon hearing this, the equally exhausted Oddish nodded in agreement, gazing at the still wagging Rattata with admiration. In recent days, they had sparred privately, and even with the boy intentionally holding back, Oddish had been defeated within a few turns. Thus, they held the most credible opinion on Rattata's prowess. There is no need for that. Instead of sulking, you should join me for training. As the principal party involved, Yiyuan remained unconcerned. After all, he had secured all the advantages. What did it matter if those at the bottom voiced their opinions? It wouldn't cost him anything. No. I'm far too tired. The now slimmer boy quickly waved his hands in refusal upon hearing the suggestion to train together. He truly felt daunted. After all, how could Zhao Yiyuan's stamina be so extraordinary? It was worth noting that Teacher Long's training regimen was not solely for Pokémon. The aspiring trainers who had never engaged in physical conditioning, were also a focal point, while others, including himself, struggled daily to complete their physical training. Often exceeding the allotted time, Yiyuan consistently finished first and even added extra to his routine during free time, remarkably intense. Of course, when compared to Rattata, which was truly extraordinary, it seemed trivial. Every time Lu Fei encountered Rattata, it was invariably engaged in training. It was unclear why it exerted itself so vigorously. Before long, the 20-minute break swiftly passed, and with a beep, Lung Running, clad in sportswear, appeared punctually at the front of the line. Zhao Yiyuan, assemble the team. We will now commence climbing training. Understood. With the sound of hurried footsteps, the previously disordered crowd swiftly formed a neat line. Likewise, the Pokémon stood silently, properly aligned before their trainers. Over a month of training had instilled in them an understanding of discipline. Having become trainers, they naturally would not oppose the courses that facilitated their growth. The scene shifted. Unbeknownst to anyone, Zhao Guoping had stealthily returned near the vicinity of Third High School, having undergone a transformation. In recent days, the relentless pursuit has transformed the once robust Zhao Guoping into a gaunt shadow of his former self. With sunken eyes and pronounced dark circles beneath them, his stubbly beard and shaven head rendered him unrecognizable, even to acquaintances who once knew him as the jovial proprietor of a small grocery store. Cursed be those hunting dogs who thrive on public resources. As he touched the blood-stained bandage on his arm, a fleeting glimmer of ferocity crossed his gaze. Zhou had initially harbored hopes of escaping Anping City, but the unending chase had extinguished that aspiration. The gas bomb, having grown complacent for too long, was far too feeble to breach the barricades. Hence, in these final moments of his life, he resolved to fulfill his son's wishes and impart a profound lesson to those deep blue hunting hounds. Zhao Yiyuan, may you accompany my son to the grave. He has long wished to surpass you. If you do not descend, how can the competition continue? With this thought, a cruel smile crept across the middle-aged man's face. Beside him, the gas bomb gritted its teeth, eyes brimming with determination. The evening swiftly approached, and with the ringing of the school bell, the previously tranquil institution erupted into joyous commotion, akin to boiling water. Classes were dismissed. Finally, school was over. Let us head to the basketball court. A chorus of youthful exuberance filled the air as groups of teenagers exited the gates, their laughter echoing. Unbeknownst to them, in the shadows lurked a pair of venomous eyes, fixated upon their revelry. Why should Zhao Yiyuan be dead while you continue to live so joyfully? Zhao Yiyuan could have experienced this happiness too. Chapter 59. The gas bomb will accompany its trainer until the end, now somewhat deranged. Zhou Guoping's eyes burned with a crimson hue, fueled by an urge to annihilate everything around him. Yet, he ultimately managed to stifle this impulse, panting heavily in the process. Come back, gas bomb. With a swift motion, he recalled the similarly red-eyed gas bomb into its pockball and lowered his hat, masquerading as a parent arriving to pick up students. He hurried inside, and the security guard merely glanced at him, offering no further scrutiny. After all, such occurrences were commonplace. Parents often entered the school to collect their children, and he was not the only one doing so. Tap, tap, tap. In the classroom of Class 3A, Zhou Guoping arrived to find only a handful of high school students scattered about amid disordered desks. The textbooks, Pokémon Breeding Theory, 3 years junior, 5 years intermediate, comprehensive energy explanations for all attributes, brought a wave of nostalgia to his eyes. Zhao Yiyuan had once taken meticulous notes on these very texts. Instinctively, he glanced toward the left front, recalling that spot as Zhao Yiyuan's seat. Alas, all he beheld was a clean, empty desk and chair. With the passing of individuals, it was only natural for this place to be cleared. In truth, the top spot had already been taken from Class 2 to fill the quota of 25 in Class 1. However, the belongings had yet to be moved. The empty seats seemed to taunt Zhou Guoping, a stark reminder that his son was no longer alive, intensifying the fierce expression on his face. Yet, he swiftly composed himself, murmuring, Zhao Yiyuan, your father's promise will soon be fulfilled. With that, he adjusted his cap once more and turned towards the Pokémon training center. He had overheard in casual conversation that Zhao Yiyuan did not return home immediately after class, but instead opted to practice at the training facility. As the class monitor, Zhou Guoping had extra time each month to utilize the training room, and with Xiao Lada enjoying a decent meal, it was perfectly arranged. As he ambled towards the training center, he noticed the glow emanating from a room around the corner on the second floor. How diligent! A smirk of disdain crept onto his lips, as the murderous intent within him could no longer be concealed. After all, his son was meant to be the class leader. These resources were rightfully meant for Zhao Yiyuan. Zhao Yiyuan, you wretched parasite. With a creak, he pushed the door open and swiftly ascended the stairs, flipping his palm. In an instant, a gas bomb materialized beside him, its eyes blood red, and its form swelling with energy, readying itself for a full-force explosion. Gas bomb. Despite being influenced by its trainer's mindset, the gas bomb was taken aback, even gripped by a tinge of fear. A full-force explosion consumed not only energy, but also its very life. Even the lowliest of creatures strive to survive. How much more so for a being of higher intelligence? Thus, the gas bomb hesitated. Fear not, gas bomb. I will accompany you to the end. Together, we shall find a Liang and Zhao Yiyuan. As he stroked the gas bomb's body, a mix of heartache and resolve washed over Zhou Guoping. After all, the gas bomb had been by his side for over 20 years. The thought of commanding it to launch a self-destructive attack filled him with reluctance. Gas. It seemed to comprehend its trainer's internal struggle, and the hesitation in its expression swiftly vanished, replaced by a genuine smile. Gas. Energy began to surge throughout its entire form, inflating it to an ever-increasing size, even emitting a strange sound from its purple body. Yet, the smile remained on the gas bomb's face, as if it had been transported back to the day its trainer turned 18. Gas bomb, my name is Zhou Guoping. From this day forth, I shall be your trainer and comrade in life and death. I look forward to our journey together. The boy, with a buzz cut and an appearance that seemed fierce yet shy, had appeared before it without warning. At that time, it did not comprehend the concept of life and death together. It only knew that its caretaker had instructed it to heed the words of the trainer. Thus, it readily acquiesced. Subsequently, they shared countless experiences, witnessing their trainer grow, marry, and have children, which filled it with joy. Therefore, it silently vowed, Xiao Ping, I shall accompany you until the very end. With that final thought, it devoted its vitality to the trajectory of the impending explosion, its gaze growing increasingly dim. As it sensed the waning flicker of its life force, Zhou Guoping sadly caressed its uneven, purple body. Then, he approached the door of the training room and knocked. Knock. Knock knock. Who is it? Zhao Yiyuan, drenched in sweat within the training room, felt perplexed. Logically, everyone should have departed by now. Even the cleaning staff would know he would handle his own tidying up. Why was there someone knocking? Zhao Yiyuan, open the door. I am a teacher from the second year. Your homeroom teacher, Mr. Long, has entrusted me with something for you. Initially, the boy perceived nothing amiss and wiped his face with a towel, preparing to answer the door. However, at that moment, his little Rattata suddenly cried out. Pooh Rattata Rattata. It called out, simultaneously casting a fearful glance toward the entrance. There is an immense and unstable energy there. The boy, possessing a profound bond with his little Rattata, vaguely grasped the meaning behind its cry. Thus, the steps he had intended to take forward halted abruptly. Upon reflection, that voice seemed somewhat familiar. As a perennial top scholar, even if he had attained his status through relentless practice, the enhancement of his cognitive abilities would not regress. Therefore, strictly speaking, through his diligent efforts, Zhao Yiyuan had fundamentally altered his innate conditions and had become a genuine genius scholar. His memory was no exception. Although uncertain, the person outside appeared to bear a resemblance to Zhao Yiyuan, the middle schooler who incessantly boasted. Moreover, who would suddenly arrive with a colossal and unstable energy to seek him out. Contemplating this, Zhao Yiyuan's expression turned cold, and he promptly halted the training of his little Rattata. Come here, little Rattata. Upon hearing the command, the little creature scurried over. Zhao Yiyuan then called out again to the figure outside. Teacher, I am engaged in mechanical training and cannot be disturbed. Please leave the item at the door. I will retrieve it in no more than 10 minutes. There are hardly any people left in the school, so there is no need to worry about it going missing. That won't do. Mr. Lung specifically instructed me to deliver it personally. It seems rather valuable. If it gets lost, I, as an ordinary teacher, cannot afford to compensate for it. Please open the door quickly. Do not delay my departure. As Zhao Yiyuan observed the individuals outside, reluctant to depart and persistently urging him to open the door, he could not help but let out a cold chuckle, feeling an overwhelming sense of certainty within himself. In Chapter 60, The Explosion Teacher, I truly cannot leave. Please just place it at the door. I will come to retrieve it shortly. With that, Zhao Yiyuan activated the nearby exercise machine, adjusting the power to its maximum setting. The deep rumble resonated throughout the room. He had resolutely decided against stepping outside. After all, the entrance to the training room was secured with a complex lock, and the construction materials were designed to withstand extraordinary energy, preventing any leakage. In essence, as long as he remained indoors, those outside could not gain entry or pose a threat to him. Moreover, he had discreetly grasped his phone and dialed the emergency services. The phone rang with a persistent tone. Zhao Yiyuan, what are you doing? Hurry up and come out to get your things. It will all be fine. Despite the clamor of the exercise equipment, Zhou Guoping, having been pursued for days, was acutely attuned to any disturbance and had heard the phone ringing. It's nothing, teacher. I'm just calling Teacher Long to explain the situation. You can leave it at the door. Rest assured, if anything occurs, you will not be held responsible. He feigned calmness, all the while discreetly messaging Lu Weiwei. Dear Sister Weiwei, I am on the second floor of the training hall at the school. A man resembling Zhou Yuan is at the door, claiming that Teacher Long has something for me. My little radar seems to sense some danger. It appears wary. At that moment, Lu Weiwei, idly passing time at the security office, brightened at the message. She quickly responded. It is highly likely to be Zhou Guoping. Yiyuan, keep him occupied. I will arrive shortly. Additionally, try to contact your homeroom teacher. She is a senior trainer and should be able to assist you directly if she is nearby. Dear Sister Weiwei, I do not even have her number. After sending a message of exasperation, Zhao Yiyuan had no choice but to engage in a feigned conversation. Hello, is this Teacher Lung? Oh, she is not available right now. She is taking a shower? Are you her partner? It's nothing serious. Just the teacher mentioned that he has a valuable item for me on Teacher Lung's behalf, and I wanted to confirm. What else could he do? Who would inquire about their teacher's private number while studying? Thus, he resorted to idle chatter to buy time. Outside, Zhou Guoping, having overheard fragments of their conversation, was thoroughly alarmed. The knocking on the door intensified with urgency. Hurry up and come out, Zhao Yiyuan. I have matters to attend to. What are you disturbing teacher Lung for? Just retrieve the item. Realizing his words held no weight in front of the rightful owner, and seeing that the young rascal refused to open the door, he swiftly produced a small spherical device from his pocket, emblazoned with the word danger. This was an explosive device, a fusion of technology and mysticism, akin to a grenade, and strictly regulated as a prohibited item. Ever since the Team Rocket members had approached him, Zhou Guoping had gone to great lengths to procure a few for self-defense. On the path of escape, 2 explosive spheres had already been used, leaving only one in hand. You forced my hand, you little wretch. He muttered under his breath before tearing open the seal of the explosive sphere and retreating alongside the gas grenade, accompanied by the urgent beeping of alarms. A thunderous explosion ensued. The boy, instinctively dropping to the ground, felt a wave of heat wash over him, accompanied by a twinge of pain throughout his body. Ha ha! You little brat, if you want to open the door, I'll make you. Amidst the boisterous laughter, Zhang Guoping straightened his hunched form abruptly, the red alarm blaring incessantly. There's a situation at the training hall. Hurry over. There's still a student in there. Quick, quick. Upon hearing the long-dormant alarm, the security guards still present at the school hesitated for a moment before sprinting toward the chaos. However, even with flying-type spirits, they would not arrive in time. The man, in his 40s, acutely aware of his predicament, made a decisive resolution. Gas grenade, a grand explosion. Let us go together. Ha ha. A flash of red light illuminated the scene as the gas grenade, already primed, detonated with a resounding boom. A terrifying white light surged outward in an instant. Use the freezing beam against me. Fortunately, he and little Lotta had taken refuge behind the equipment, granting them a few precious seconds. However, escaping was out of the question. So Zhao Yiyuan gritted his teeth and issued a self-rescue command. Little Lotta. Upon hearing this, the little creature did not hesitate. Its mouth opened wide, and a beam of white light struck the boy's body. The chilling cold swiftly enveloped him, freezing his form at an astonishing speed. Come back, little Lotta. With his last ounce of strength, the boy recalled the bewildered creature, securing it behind him as he faced the impending white light with calm resolve. The surface of his still unfrozen body began to feel the searing sting of heat. He could only hope that the ice would shield him from the majority of the intense heat and shrapnel. Otherwise, he would have to rely on the next life. I wonder how my grandfather will manage then. With little Lotta behind him and the protection of the Pokeball, he hoped to survive. In the final moments of losing consciousness, Zhao Yiyuan thought of his most cherished family and companions, while also hearing the assailant's maniacal laughter echoing. Ha! I'll be waiting for you down here. When he regained consciousness, he found himself amidst a pile of rubble, surrounded by scattered stones and yellow sand. What is this place? Did someone rescue me? Confused, Zhao Yiyuan instinctively reached for his lower back and felt the reassuring presence of little Lotta's Pokeball. Come forth. Little Lotta. As the sound of Lotta echoed, the petite Rattata directed an irate shout at the young trainer. It is our duty as Pokémon to protect our trainer. Such behavior renders Rattata utterly useless. This truly infuriates me. All right, little one, I acknowledge my mistake. I promise to ensure you stand before me next time. Zhao Yiyuan quickly responded, attempting to placate the agitated creature. The Rattata seemed quite satisfied with this display of contrition, nodding in acceptance and assuming a demeanor that conveyed forgiveness. By the way, Rattata, you must be more observant than I am. What exactly transpired earlier? Why did we suddenly find ourselves here? Who came to our rescue? The boy hastily shifted the topic, eager for answers. Lotta, purr. In response, Rattata appeared at a loss for words, continuously vocalizing while standing upright and gesturing with its paws. Chapter 61. Transported to the wilderness? Through a mixture of surmises and deductions, Zhao Yiyuan began to grasp the essence of Rattata's expressions. When the blinding explosion of light shattered the ice, a black hole had suddenly opened above them, drawing them in. And upon awakening, they found themselves in this unfamiliar place. Lotta, Rattata nodded with a smile upon hearing the boy's words, finally comprehending the situation. Engaging with humans was quite exhausting. Why couldn't trainers understand their language? Then we still have no idea where we are? Zhao Yiyuan inquired. Lotta. This remark momentarily stunned the little Rattata, leaving it with an awkward expression. Fortunately, Zhao Yiyuan did not dwell on the topic. He patted his shoulder, inviting the little creature to climb up, and together they began their ascent towards a nearby hill. He had observed that this location was the highest point in the vicinity, and reaching its summit would provide a clearer view of their surroundings. It was imperative to ascertain their position. If they were within a mountainous area controlled by the Alliance, the situation would be manageable. Although wild Pokémon might roam, they were generally tamed by the Alliance and were not particularly aggressive. As long as he could locate the local forest ranger squad, he would be able to return to Omping City without incident. However, if they had been transported to a desolate wilderness, caution would be of utmost importance. The Pokémon there were not only exceedingly territorial, but also quite aggressive, posing a significant threat that could easily overwhelm an inexperienced trainer. Even if Rattata possessed basic combat abilities, it would not suffice. In such a scenario, Zhao Yiyuan's primary concern would be survival. Be careful, Rattata. Stay vigilant and observe our surroundings. He reminded the drowsy little creature as they walked. Perlata? Rattata responded with a puzzled yawn. Why should we observe our surroundings? Aren't we in a safe city? The environment of the hillside did not evoke tears from the city-dwelling little Rata. There was nothing amiss. Previously, Yuan had taken it to the Rockery Park, and it had seemed perfectly fine then. Little Rata, we are quite possibly in perilous wilderness now. It is your time to protect me. Upon witnessing this scene, the young lad could only smack his forehead and clarify the situation. Rata, protection. This is my forte. At last, it's my turn to act. The excited little Rata leapt off Yuan's shoulder in a swift motion. It began to survey the surroundings, adopting a stance akin to that of a vigilant guardian. This sight elicited an involuntary chuckle from the ever-tense Zhao Yiyuan, though he refrained from intervening. After all, he himself lacked experience when it came to reconnaissance. He could not compare to a Pokémon endowed with extraordinary abilities, and he could only place his trust in little Rata. Thus, after traversing half the distance without incident, both the boy and the mouse began to feel fatigued. Rata. The little Rata pointed to a protruding rock and scampered over to take a seat upon it. Wait a moment. However, as it settled down, Zhao Yiyuan, well-versed in Pokémon lore, sensed something amiss. The outline bore a resemblance to something he recalled when suddenly a twist of fate occurred. Hey-cha! The very rock upon which little Rata had perched erupted from the ground, delivering a punch that sent it sprawling. Rata. The unsuspecting little Rata was knocked to the ground. It was a Geodude. Are you all right, little Rata? Upon recognizing the round, gray-brown creature with only 2 arms, Zhao Yiyuan rushed to its side, concern etched on his face. The startled Geodude refrained from further aggression, instead hovering in place and emitting a loud cry. Hey-cha, hey-cha. At its call, the ground trembled. Hey-cha, hey-cha. In a flurry, 3 nearly identical Geodudes emerged from the earth, gathering around the first. Casting wary glances at the uninvited human and the little Rata, 2 of them are at the novice level, while the other 2 are trainees. Thanks to the detection feature of his golden finger, Zhao Yiyuan quickly assessed the strength of the 4 Geodudes. Pokémon Geodude, level 19 moves, Tackle, Skilled, Transform, Beginner. Rollout, Skilled, Rock Throw, Beginner. The strongest among them was the first, while another was at level 17 and had yet to learn Rock Throw. The remaining 2 were at levels 12 and 13. Rata. On the ground, the little Rata, having been knocked aside by a punch, regained its composure, nodded at Yuan, and glared furiously at the opposing Geodude. Why did you suddenly strike me? Hey-cha, hey-cha. Confronted by the taunts of a novice mouse, the small Geodudes paid it no heed. After issuing a few intimidating cries, the leader was enveloped in a golden-brown aura of rock-type energy. In an instant, several fist-sized stones manifested before it and hurtled toward Rattata and Zhao Yiyuan. Quick dodge. Seeing the Geodude inadvertently target itself, Zhao's heart sank. It wasn't due to a fear of the sluggish assault. In truth, evading such elementary rock falls posed no challenge for him and Rattata. Rather, this incident confirmed their perilous situation. They had indeed stumbled into the true wilderness. Otherwise, the wild Pokémon controlled by the League would never directly attack humans. Use Ice Beam. We must eliminate the leader first. While speculations ran through his mind, the immediate priority remained to subdue the 4 adversaries. Thankfully, Rattata had learned Ice-type moves. Rattata, without hesitation. Upon receiving the command, Rattata gathered ice energy the moment it evaded the falling rocks. With remarkable precision, 3 beams of blue light shot forth in rapid succession. Hey-cha! Of the 3 Geodudes struck, only 2 of the weaker ones managed to shriek, while the novice one remained oblivious, frozen in place before it even realized what had transpired. Hey-cha! This unexpected turn startled the lone surviving Geodude, prompting it to discard the mud it was holding and flee. On the other side, Rattata had expended considerable energy firing 3 ice beams, leaving it momentarily unable to pursue. However, thanks to its rigorous training, it quickly regained its breath. Lightning fast, pursue it, and finish it off with Ice Wind. Upon seeing Rattata recover, Zhao Yiyuan immediately issued another command. Rattata. With a swift whoosh, Rattata surged ahead, positioning itself before the fleeing Geodude. Opening its mouth, it unleashed a chilling gust of wind. Hey cha! The Geodude shivered, promptly losing its ability to fight. Chapter 62, A Familiar Face. A penny or two is never too little. Go Pokeball. Instinctively, Zhao Yiyuan hurled the Pokeball in his hand. Wait, no, that's Rattata's. Yet, as soon as it was thrown, he realized he didn't possess any spare Pokeballs himself. According to league regulations, only trainers of the novice rank could apply for a second Pokeball. Thus, in a reflexive act, he had released Rattata's ball. To his surprise, the thrown Pokeball collided with the Geodude leader's body with a resounding thud before dropping to the ground. Oh no! The young boy then realized that the forms of the small Geodudes lying on the ground were rapidly fading. No wonder the Pokeballs passed right through them. At that moment, the little Rattata, with a face full of resentment, retrieved its Pokeball. Why throw my ball? If it breaks, where will Rattata sleep? Apologies, dear Rattata. Mere instinctive reaction, he murmured softly. Pointing towards the dissipating Geodudes, Zhao Yiyuan quickly redirected its attention. Rattata, noticing the gesture, curiously looked over, its expression transforming into one of astonishment. The Geodudes have turned into light, he observed as, after a brief moment, the four fallen Geodudes had scattered into sparkling particles and vanished entirely. No, that's not right. We are not in an empty wilderness. Watching the four Pokémon dissolve into light, Zhao Yiyuan felt as though he had grasped something significant. He furrowed his brow and began to recall. Firstly, the particle transformation of Pokémon was undoubtedly incorrect. The book Fundamentals of Pokémon Biology had stated that Pokémon are life forms akin to animals and plants, experiencing life, death, emotions, and ailments. Upon death, they do not simply dissolve into particles, but rather leave behind a physical body. In fact, the corpses of certain Pokémon could even be used in medicine to create precious items. The current scene of particle dissolution resembled something out of a game. Oh, the game dungeon. Suddenly, he remembered the old teacher's tales of the illusory realm. In such realms, unless one gains the master's acknowledgement, acquiring legendary beasts or divine objects would be as ephemeral as mirages, mere illusions. The behavior of those Geodudes clearly indicated this, and upon reflection, their actions seemed rather stiff, standing idly and foolishly allowing Rattata to strike. So, where was the master of this realm? What were their regrets or wishes? Having roughly deduced his surroundings, Zhao Yiyuan stroked his chin, his expression still grim. The illusory realm. If it could not be unraveled, he would be forever trapped within, with so many unknowns. How could his spirits possibly rise? Just as he was engulfed in confusion, a thunderous roar resounded, and the ground quaked violently. What is happening? Rattata. The boy and the mouse quickly huddled together, observing the trembling earth around them. Suddenly, a colossal gray serpent-like creature adorned with rocky horns emerged before them. Its body composed of smooth, gleaming stones, each measuring 3 to 4 meters in width. Truly a giant. The Onyx. What a terrifying Onyx. Zhao Yiyuan could hardly mistake the identity of this Pokémon. Onyx, a rock-type Pokémon, was so massive that even a mere shift underground could cause the ground to tremble. What a colossal beast it is. Although, when categorized by attributes, it can be easily vanquished by certain types of Pokémon. In the tangible world, a larger physique often signifies greater endurance. Thus, it is utterly implausible for a grass-type or water-type Pokémon to engage in battle with a formidable Onyx of the same caliber and conclude the skirmish in mere moments. Conversely, should the Onyx land even a single strike on such petite Pokémon, it could very well drain them of their fighting spirit. After all, the sheer mass of this creature is not to be trifled with. Naturally, a larger body also necessitates a greater intake of sustenance, leading to a consumption of resources that far exceeds that of ordinary Pokémon. The resources required to nurture a single Onyx could likely suffice to cultivate a dozen or more Geodudes, unless one hails from a wealthy lineage. Even a fortunate encounter in the wild would not inspire one to attempt to capture. At this moment, the man perched atop the Onyx's head seemed to have taken notice of the young boy sprawled on the ground nearby. Wait, Onyx! Roar! At the sound of his command, this massive creature obediently halted, tilting its head in confusion. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Yiyuan activated his special ability to glean the Onyx's fundamental information. Pokémon Onyx, level 55, moves, tackle, mastered, rock slide, mastered, bind, skilled, Euroball, mastered, stone edge, skilled, dig, skilled. Undoubtedly, this is the most formidable Pokémon he has ever witnessed in his 18 years. At level 55, it undoubtedly embodies the essence of an elite powerhouse. This far surpasses Teacher Lung's Swampert, and its aura is distinctly different from that of high-tier Pokémon. It is truly terrifying. Even the small Rattata trembles in fear. In its frantic cries, the onyx emanates a sense of existential threat that the high-tier Swampert could never impart. While he remained momentarily dazed, his mind in a state of bewilderment, a tall, robust figure suddenly materialized before him. "Little guy, who are you? How did you end up at my Moonlit Mountain dojo?" Moonlit Mountain? Initially, Zhao Yiyuan failed to grasp the significance of the name, but upon its utterance, a jolt of realization surged through him. Moonlit Mountain. He abruptly looked up to see a man before him, clad simply in a light brown short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Under the sun's radiant glow, his bronzed skin shimmered, exuding an aura of health. What caught the eye most, however, were his nearly imperceptible slanted eyes, complemented by a thick, spiky mane of hair. Zhao Yiyuan instinctively exclaimed, "Brock. How do you know my son's name? Is my son the one who sent you to find me? But you seem rather weak. How did you manage to trek up Moonlit Mountain?" Upon hearing this name, the man's expression grew even more perplexed, his squinted eyes reflecting curiosity as he inquired further. "No, that is not it. That doesn't seem right." Upon further scrutiny, Zhao Yiyuan realized his error in identifying the man before him, though he bore a striking resemblance to Xiaojang. The lines on his face and the composed demeanor he exuded betrayed his age, lacking the vigor of youth. Coupled with his earlier words, the man's true identity became evident. "You must be Mr. Wuning. I am Zhao Yiyuan, hailing from Anping City." After confirming his identity, Zhao Yiyuan promptly bowed in respect. Chapter 63. Uncle Wuning. I met Xiaojang during a tournament at the dojo. His initial Pokémon, Onyx, was indeed formidable and imparted much wisdom to me. To earn Mr. Wuning's trust, Zhao Yiyuan voluntarily revealed Xiaojang's starter Pokémon. Oh, as expected, upon hearing this, Wuning's eyes narrowed, and the skepticism on his face diminished significantly. Such knowledge was not common. The outside world largely believed that Xiaojang's initial Pokémon was the often visible Geodude. Thus, they assumed the shallow gray dojo was weak, unaware that Onyx was Xiaojang's trump card. However, even if their dojo served as a training ground for novice trainers, could a mere beginner-level Rattata truly compel Xiaojang to deploy Onyx? The thought caused the man to feel a mix of relief and apprehension. "Mr. Wuning, I assure you, I speak no falsehood." Sensing danger, the young boy hastily gestured, simultaneously commanding his Rattata, "Use Ice Beam." Rattata, despite trembling in fear before the imposing Onyx, the little creature summoned its energy and opened its mouth. A beam of white light shot forth, striking the stone wall with a cracking sound as ice formed. Witnessing this display of power, Wuning felt a shiver of surprise. While it might seem trivial to him, it was undoubtedly lethal for Xiaojang's newly trained, beginner-level Geodude. No wonder it could force Onyx into action. As you can see, the boy continued, "My Rattata has a slight edge in Ice-type proficiency, allowing for this fortunate outcome." That is hardly a slight edge. Yiyuan, although I am unfamiliar with your city, with the potential of your Rattata, it won't be long before you make waves in the league competitions. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. With that, Wuning suddenly patted the boy's shoulder in a friendly manner. The weight of the gesture nearly caused Yiyuan to lose his balance, yet his regular training had prepared him to withstand it. Though he couldn't suppress a sharp intake of breath. My apologies. But Yiyuan, I must say, you possess quite a robust physique." With the confirmation of identities, Wuning's demeanor softened considerably, and he, a distinguished elite trainer, even took the initiative to apologize. "It's quite all right, Mr. Wuning. I regularly engage in physical training. Furthermore, the formalities of addressing me as Jun feel overly distant. As an elder, simply calling me Yiyuan or Xiaoyuan will suffice." Rubbing his shoulder, he seized the moment to forge a closer rapport. Embracing the leg of an elite trainer is hardly shameful. In reality, countless individuals struggle to achieve that. Very well. I shall call you Xiaoyuan. And please, no need for formalities, just call me uncle." Perhaps it is due to the knowledge of the initial Pokémon that Wuning is convinced of the profound bond between Zhao Yiyuan and himself. Thus he is eager to foster a closer relationship. "All right, Uncle Wuning." Upon hearing this, the youth readily complied, the words flowing effortlessly from his lips. "By the way, Xiaoyuan, what brings you here?" After altering the mode of address, Wuning inquired about the matter at hand. This question prompted Zhao Yiyuan's mind to race. According to the anime's narrative, he certainly could not disclose that he had been guided here by Xiao Gang. After all, Xiao Gang was entirely unaware of his father's whereabouts. Otherwise, he would not be struggling to maintain the gym while simultaneously caring for 9 younger siblings. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but quietly criticize the Wuning couple for their parental ineptitude. How could they abandon their children and career so irresponsibly? Of course, The youth remained oblivious to the fact that the Deep Gray Gym is one of the 8 major gyms of the Alliance, boasting a robust background, making it far from easy to collapse. This was also the reason Wu Ning felt at ease leaving, since he couldn't attribute his presence to Xiao Gang's guidance. He could only claim that he had stumbled here by chance. However, how could he concoct a plausible excuse to gain the most advantage from this newly met uncle? To avoid keeping Wu Ning waiting too long, he quickly replied, "Uncle Wu Ning, I came here to train with my Rattata. There are quite a few ground-type Pokémon around the rocky areas of Moonview Mountain. Initially, I was merely at the foot of the mountain, but I stumbled upon a rather promising sand shrew, and in my excitement, I ventured deeper. Thankfully, I encountered you." Wu Ning, hearing this, took it at face value. The unexpected adventure into the unknown is precisely the romance of a journey. "Very well, Zhao Yiyuan, I shall take you out shortly. However, remember to keep this a secret from Xiao Gang. I am still undergoing special training, and if I fail to achieve a breakthrough, I would be too embarrassed to face the children or bring their mother back." "Oh, thank you, Uncle Wu Ning." With such a declaration from someone of his stature, a mere novice like him dared not voice any dissent, so he nodded in agreement. Yet this also provided a hint to Zhao Yiyuan. Could the wish within this illusory realm be to assist Uncle Wu Ning in achieving his breakthrough? Surely not, surely not. Contemplating the rule that one cannot exit the illusory realm without completing it, the youth displayed a wry smile. While he was not well versed in the latter installments of the anime, he was relatively familiar with the plot and setting of the first installment in the Kanto region. According to the storyline, Wu Ning did not return to the gym after a strength breakthrough. Rather, it was due to Ash's influence. Moreover, even after the conclusion of Xiaojiang's journey through the Johto region alongside Ash and Misty, the passage of 2 seasons has not been kind to our poor Uncle Wu Ning, who remains vanquished by his wife, Xiaomi. The gym has undergone a transformation, and in the end, it was his son who restored the honor of the Rock Gym. In other words, it took only a few years for Xiaojiang to surpass Wu Ning. If we were to rank their combat prowess, it would be Xiaojiang's mother, Xiaomi, followed by Wu Ning. Thus, Uncle Wu Ning, is there any hope for you? Observing the man, brimming with confidence and eager to continue his training, the young boy felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. He certainly did not wish to remain trapped in this illusory realm for eternity. Sensing the gaze of someone behind him, the man, mistakenly believing it was due to his own formidable presence, turned with a radiant smile and called out, "Zhao Yiyuan, if you're interested in my training, feel free to join me. I can offer you some guidance." "All right, thank you, Uncle Wu Ning." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiyuan, who had been silently criticizing in his heart, sprang into action, swiftly pursuing with his Rattata. Of course, no matter how weak Wu Ning might be, one must consider who he is being compared to. After all, he is a distinguished elite, far surpassing even the highly sought-after teacher at the school. Not to mention, Wu Ning is the esteemed gym leader of the Dark Gray Gym, possessing a wealth of inherited knowledge that is beyond the grasp of an ordinary elite trainer. It would be sheer folly for a trainee-level reserve trainer to reject the guidance of such a prominent figure. Chapter 64. The decision to confront Zhao Yiyuan when digging. Ensure that your Rattata does not rely solely on its claws. It must harness energy. Understood, Uncle Wu Ning. Parada. On the expansive rocky beach, a burly man resembling a hedgehog was instructing a boy clad in a blue and white school uniform, along with his Rattata. One could see that the little creature's claws were now caked with dirt. Yet, both Zhao Yiyuan and Rattata were filled with excitement. "Come on, Rattata, you're almost there." Parada. After all, Uncle Wu Ning is one of the 8 gym leaders of the Alliance. His understanding of rock and ground type moves far exceeds that of an average elite trainer. Under his tutelage, Rattata had never felt so intelligent. All it needed to do was follow the advice given by the nearby Doug Trio. Pokémon Doug Trio level 51 moves: Swords Dance, proficient; Sandstorm, proficient; Mud Slap, proficient; Dig, mastered; Cut, proficient, under the watchful eye of the young boy. The true capabilities of this Doug Trio were laid bare. The alert Doug Trio, upon realizing it was being cared for by a trainer, raised its paw in a friendly gesture. "Thank you, Doug Trio, for your assistance." Although elite trainers surely enjoy the finest sustenance, to express his gratitude, Zhao Yiyuan took an energy bar from his backpack that he had prepared for himself and offered it to the Pokémon. The creamy chocolate flavor is quite delightful. Cuckoo sniffed the air and detected nothing amiss, prompting the happy Sandslash to accept it eagerly and pop it into his mouth. It had been a long time since he had tasted sweetness, and he felt a surge of happiness. After all, while rock and ground-type foods are abundant in energy, they lack in flavor. It seemed to him that Uncle Wu Ning and the sprites under his command appeared much more animated than the others. Observing the diverse expressions of Sandslash, The young boy silently pondered whether this was the privilege of being a protagonist in a secret realm. After training for another 2 hours, little Rattata finally succeeded in gathering ground-type energy at the tips of his claws. With a soft pop, he effortlessly sliced through the earth and burrowed in. Parada, Rattata, he exclaimed, joyfully leaping out from another spot. I've finally learned it. Seeing this, Sandslash, as the mentor, nodded in approval. He thought to himself that perhaps this little Rattata wasn't as clever as the trainer had claimed. After all, he had taught for quite some time. Yet, Sandslash kept his thoughts to himself. As the dig move appeared on little Rattata's move panel, Zhao Yiyuan felt a wave of joy. As long as he had learned it, the rest would be merely a matter of diligent practice. He and little Rattata were never afraid of hard work. However, after the moment of joy passed, he turned his gaze to the other side of the basin, and his expression grew solemn. There, a colossal onyx was rampaging through the mountains, creating a thunderous cacophony. It was evidently Uncle Wuning training with the onyx. Yet, with Zhao Yiyuan's limited knowledge of Pokémon, he had no idea what they were training for, let alone how he could assist. Even if he were to ask Sandslash, it would remain silent. It was understandable, as this was their first meeting. And even with the connection through Brock, Wuning would not divulge his exclusive training methods. However, this left Zhao Yiyuan feeling helpless. If history were to follow its original course, this special training would undoubtedly end in failure. Then he and little Rattata would be trapped in this illusory realm until they were completely assimilated into nothingness. Shivering at the thought, Zhao Yiyuan hurried to Sandslash's side. Sandslash, is Uncle Wuning trying to help Onyx break through? Cuckoo. Sandslash, who was currently instructing little Rattata on how to dig more efficiently, nodded immediately. When do you think it will end? I'll go search for wild fruits and vegetables to cook. Cuckoo. Is it when the sun is about to set? Cuckoo. Receiving an affirmative response, Zhao Yiyuan decided not to disturb any further and instead began to search for edible wild fruits and vegetables nearby, as previously mentioned. Having faced failure once, he no longer harbored the hope of extracting any training insights from the mouth of Uncle Wuning. Instead, he resolved to wait until the training concluded, at which point he would share the details of Onyx's potential evolution over dinner. This was the only method Zhao Yiyuan could conceive for a swift enhancement of Onyx's prowess. Surely, evolving into Steelix would elevate its strength to the requisite standard. This evolutionary path, emerging in the second generation, likely remained unknown to Uncle Wuning, who was still entrenched in the training phase at Mount Moon. As evening approached, the little Rattata had practiced its dig technique over 50 times. Come over. It's time for dinner, little Rattata, called the young boy, busying himself by the iron pot. He then turned to the side, addressing the king of the mountains. Could you please fetch Uncle Wuning? I've prepared dinner. With a nod, the king of the mountains promptly burrowed into the ground, making his way to the other side of the basin. Once Zhao Yiyuan had cooked the wild vegetables he had foraged, Uncle Wuning arrived, looking somewhat disheveled and visibly disheartened. The day's training had yielded minimal progress. For an ordinary elite trainer, such stagnation would be expected. After all, the elite level was a pinnacle that most Pokémon could scarcely hope to attain in their lifetimes. Yet, Uncle Wuning was no ordinary trainer. He was one of the longest-serving gym leaders in the league, an expert in rock-type Pokémon. The resources and knowledge he had at his disposal were beyond the imagination of common folk, yet for reasons unknown, he remained trapped at this plateau. Nevertheless, being a mature adult, he composed himself in front of his junior and boisterously exclaimed, Haha, Yiyuan. Your culinary skills are far inferior to those of my wife and my eldest son, Xiaojing. Admittedly, Xiaojing was quite the cook. However, I did manage to gather some wild vegetables and fruits nearby. A vegetable soup is nourishing and healthy. You should give it a try. The slightly embarrassed boy exchanged a few words before handing over a bowl of soup. All right, let me taste it. Uncle Wuning took the bowl, blew on the hot liquid, and began to gulp it down. Seeing this, Zhao Yiyuan also served himself a bowl and took a couple of sips. The flavor was passable, considering the wilderness offered little in the way of seasoning. In truth, had it not been for the terrifying presence of the king of the mountains and Onyx, he would have struggled to gather the wild fruits and vegetables. Chapter 65, The Wealthy Trainer, Yiyuan. I've heard from the king of the mountains that your little Rattata is indeed clever. After mastering dig, it has made remarkable progress. Sipping his soup while observing the little mouse munching away, Uncle Wuning wore a look of surprise. Haha, diligence compensates for lack of talent. Little Rattata and I have grown accustomed to training with our utmost effort each time. Thus, we constantly push ourselves to the limit. With a light-hearted chuckle, the young trainer gently patted the back of the little Rattata, who had eaten in a haste and was now struggling with a burp, patting its belly in discomfort. Both sides were exerting themselves to the utmost. Meanwhile, Wuning, holding a soup bowl, appeared lost in thought. Born into one of the 8 prestigious lineage dojos, he had access to resources and education that other trainers could scarcely dream of, and he considered himself diligent. However, did he truly delve into the depths of his own potential each time? Or was he overly reliant on so-called secret techniques and tools? As the haze of confusion deepened in his eyes, he suddenly smacked his thigh with determination. Let us train again, Onyx. This time, let us discard some of those tricks and the heavy stones we've been carrying, and attempt it with our own understanding and all our strength. Onyx, currently munching on a massive metallic ore, blinked in bewilderment. What was the trainer saying? The sudden shift in thought was a bit hard to follow. Yet, upon gazing into the trainer's eyes, which sparkled with resolve and fighting spirit, it too rose up to respond. Roar, I believe in you, trainer. With that, it shook its body, causing several boulders the size of human heads, glistening with a brownish-yellow hue, to tumble down. Let us go, Onyx, roared the trainer. Together, they ventured into the mountains for training, discarding their burdens. From a distance came a voice. Thanks, Zhao Yiyuan, I think I've grasped something. Additionally, could you please check my things along with Pangoro? Hey, Uncle Wuning, wait. I still have something important to say. This left Yiyuan, who had just turned to discuss the Steelix, utterly bewildered. What had he said to reach such enlightenment? Even the original owner hadn't understood anything. With a resigned glance at Pangoro beside him, he found the creature equally perplexed and helpless. They then moved the large boulders to the cave entrance. Kuga. Noticing the gleam in Yiyuan's eyes, Pangoro quickly called out, his expression wary, standing guard over the boulders protectively. No, Yiyuan reassured. Pangoro, I'm just marveling at how much these must be worth. With an awkward smile, he withdrew his hand to avoid any misunderstandings. Of course, Wu Neng was quite affluent. Raising his claws, the Mountain King wore a proud expression. Being a favored spirit among the wealthy was indeed a form of happiness. Otherwise, even with talent, one could not ascend to the elite rank so swiftly. But when would I be able to leave? After moving a few hard stones, the youth sat on the ground, a look of melancholy on his face. Gazing at the moon rising high above, he couldn't help but think of his grandfather. If grandfather knew that I had been swept into the illusory realm and couldn't return, he would surely be beside himself with worry. I wonder how the flow of time in this illusory realm compares to the real world. I hope it stretches out, allowing him to remain unaware for a while longer. Suddenly overwhelmed by sadness, little Rattata scurried up onto the youth's shoulder, nuzzling against him. Come on, Yiyuan, you must cheer up. I, Mouse, will always be by your side. Ha, little Rattata, your whiskers are tickling me. Observing this familiar scene, the Mountain King guarding the hard stones was transported back to its days as a mountain mouse, remembering how it had grown, trained, and progressed alongside Wu Neng. This child shares a profound bond with his companion. With that thought, it waved its paw and effortlessly sliced off a stone the size of a coin. Is this for me? The youth, still playing with little Rattata, expressed surprise at the small stone being offered to him. The Mountain King nodded with a proud, haughty demeanor. It's merely a fragment of a larger stone, Wu Neng mind. Since you desire it so much, take it, humph. All right, thank you, Mountain King. Why refuse a gift that comes so easily? Although it might not be possible to take it out, it was uncertain how long he would remain in this illusory realm. And within it, such an item could prove useful. Learning more rock-type techniques from the Mountain King and Wu Neng would also be advantageous. Meanwhile, as Zhao Yiyuan pondered how to approach Wu Neng regarding the steel snake, a crowd had gathered around the partially collapsed Pokémon training gym in the real world. Teacher Long, Grade Director Qin Shan, and Principal Liu, among others, had arrived at the scene. The school's security personnel, along with the head of security, were on the outskirts, receiving a torrent of criticism. Officers from the Public Security Bureau had also arrived, with Deputy Director Gao appearing furious alongside a woman, none other than Lin Shui, the elite special envoy from the provincial government. Her expression was equally grim. Deputy Director Gao, your Public Security Bureau truly has brought shame upon Mayor Anping, a fledgling fugitive, having forsaken the path of a trainer. And an utterly ordinary gas bomb managed to evade capture within your precincts for 2 whole days. Astonishingly, it returned right under your noses, infiltrated a school, and detonated it. Lin Shui was certain that unless she could apprehend a significant target from Team Rocket this time, such an incident could jeopardize her mission, rendering any rewards unattainable. And she would likely face disciplinary action. Yes, Commissioner Lin, it is indeed our precinct's negligence, he replied. Upon returning, I shall lead the drills and submit a report on our failures to the organization. He absent-mindedly stroked his thinning hair, lamenting that he might never shed the title of deputy in his lifetime. Chapter 66. The cutie poo-poo pig is truly dashing. You ought to be grateful that student is unharmed. Otherwise, it would not merely be a matter of a faulty report. I have heard that child is not only the top student from 3rd high school, but also our informant. If he were to perish, it would be a significant blow to the precinct and the alliance. Even I could face demotion or suspension. As she spoke, Lin Shui's icy visage betrayed an unintentional glimmer of hope. She was not exaggerating. With the impending college entrance examinations, the nation had increasingly prioritized the assessment of Pokémon studies in recent years. At such a critical juncture, if Zhao Yiyuan were to die, she would undoubtedly bear responsibility. Yes, our team is diligently searching. At that moment, the deputy director, deeply frustrated, cursed the subordinate who had suggested a long-term strategy to catch big fish, the very individual previously tasked with dealing with Tianfu, Captain Qin Liang. Send your Houndoom into the fray and deploy all the canine Pokémon in your unit to find him. He bellowed furiously into the walkie-talkie, cutting off any response before hanging up. Meanwhile, on the western side of the school, Qin Liang wore an expression of resignation. Go on, Houndoom. Seek out the owner of this scent. He patted the Houndoom, which was directing other canine Pokémon, as he joined the search party. The blasted Pokémon training facility had been searched thoroughly, uncovering the dismembered remains of the suspect, Zhou Guoping, yet failing to yield any clues regarding Zhao Yiyuan, not even a fragment of clothing. The surveillance footage of the school revealed no records of his entry or exit. Hence, it was surmised that he remained within the school premises. The nature of his condition, whether injured or hiding, was still uncertain. After all, it was impossible to ascertain the twisted thoughts of Zhou Guoping, a man with a pathological obsession for paternal affection. Although current leads suggested the most likely scenario was that Zhou Guoping had dragged Zhao Yiyuan into a self-destructive act, one could not dismiss the possibility that he might have tortured the student before detonating himself as a provocation against the alliance. Interrogations of Zhou Guoping had revealed he possessed strong reactionary tendencies. Yet, surely, there would be no oversight in this matter. With such thoughts, the man's gaze turned malevolently toward the officer assigned to surveillance, Shaoli. This caused a chill to run down the spine of the latter, prompting him to hastily continue searching the vicinity with the large wolfhound. Indeed, Zhou Guoping had vanished under his watch. The original plan was to divide the operatives into 2 groups, an overt team to exert pressure on the suspect, compelling him to instinctively seek refuge, while a covert team would meticulously investigate the individuals the suspect had interacted with. If the rocket team had any substantial assets hidden within Omping City, this bait might lure them out. After all, Zhou Guoping had previously supplied several waves of resources to the rocket team, making it plausible that he was still concealing something. The covert operatives were to closely scrutinize the suspect's contacts, and to make the bait more enticing, the overt team intentionally allowed the suspect to slip from their grasp. Unexpectedly, after being led near Huli Alley, the covert operatives found themselves thoroughly bewildered by a suspect who had skillfully evaded them in circles, akin to a bowl of beef noodles. Such negligence could not go unpunished. Shaoli understood that he could only hope the student was still alive. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face dismissal and imprisonment. An hour had passed, and the search teams returned to their positions. Have any clues regarding Zhao Yiyuan been discovered? Lin Shui, with arms crossed and piercing eyes, scanned the surrounding squad leaders and the chief. Those who met her gaze, whether human or spirit, unavoidably lowered their heads, and the outcome was evident. This left the intern policewoman at the back of the line with reddened eyes. Oh, master, could it be that Zhao Yiyuan has met a grisly fate? He had worked so hard, and he had a grandfather with whom he shared a deep bond. Why was fate so unjust? Softly weeping, Lu Weiwei could not bear to imagine the despair that would envelop the elderly man upon learning of his grandson's tragic end. Perhaps he would even contemplate taking his own life. Life was already so arduous for them. Why did misfortune insist on pursuing them relentlessly? Oh, Zhao Yiyuan, your death is so tragic. Sister will ensure you have a beautiful burial. Wiping her tears, the young girl resolved to use her monthly salary to provide a proper burial for her unfortunate brother. Hey, stop it. This prompted team leader Tian, who had been listening increasingly intolerably, to interject softly. Do not let it be known that I trained you. Do you not understand that the absence of information is the best news in this situation? A living person disappearing without a trace leaves only one possibility. What possibility? As Lu Weiwei blinked in confusion, the deputy chief Gao had already provided the answer. It appears he may have been drawn into a hidden realm. That seems to be the only explanation, as it is inconceivable that he would leave no trace. Omping City was not powerful enough to transport individuals away using superpowered spirits. To ascertain the truth, we might need to invite Professor Mao from the Spirit Center to assist us. As she spoke, Lin Shui retrieved a communicator emblazoned with the emblem of Huagua from her waist. With a series of beeps, the call was successfully connected, and shortly after, the image of an elderly professor, bespectacled and etched with deep lines of wisdom, appeared on the screen. "What brings you here, Shui? I thought you would visit me now that you're in Omping City." Just as he finished speaking, the screen was interrupted by the appearance of an enormous pig-like creature. With its large black ears and two glistening black orbs atop its head, it was unmistakably a rare pure psychic-type Pokémon, Poo Pig. Upon seeing the beautiful figure on the screen, the psychic pig's eyes sparkled with excitement as it happily grunted and danced about. "It's been a while, Poo Pig." Lin Shui chuckled softly at the familiar visage of the pig, before adopting a serious tone. "Professor Mao, I am currently at the third high school in the city. There are reports of students potentially being trapped in a secret realm, and I need your expertise on site to confirm the situation. I appreciate your assistance." "Oh, within the city, you say? How unusual. I shall be there shortly." With that, the screen went dark. "Let us go, Poo Pig. I'll introduce you to Lin Shui." Poo Pig gave a cheerful grunt. The elderly professor quickly changed into casual attire and beckoned the eagerly awaiting Poo Pig. The duo swiftly made their way to the elevator. Ding! Upon reaching the entrance of the Pokémon Center, they found police officers already waiting, having received orders to assist. "Good day, Professor Mao." "Hello there." Although the male officer had been on the job for several years, this was his first encounter with a genuine psychic-type Pokémon, causing him to steal glances at the rearview mirror during the drive. "Indeed, Poo Pig, I shine wherever I go." The pig, feeling rather self-assured, raised its head proudly, casting a glance of disdain and excitement at the elderly man beside it. "All right, Poo Pig, I promise to venture out more often." The professor, feeling the weight of the pig's gaze, quickly reassured it. "Humph, naturally, the charm of a handsome pig must be showcased." With a victorious grin, Poo Pig fell into a contemplative state. Being the offspring of the elders' generation of Pokémon, it was inherently free-spirited. However, this did not imply a lack of effort. It was still only at the intermediate level. Once it reached advanced status, or even elite, it would possess the ability to teleport others, granting it the freedom to explore wherever it pleased. Soon, after a drive of about 10 minutes, they entered the school grounds. Exiting the vehicle, the professor and Poo Pig found themselves encircled by a throng of police officers. "Professor Mao, Poo Pig." Upon their arrival, Lin Shui shed her typically aloof demeanor and stepped forward to greet them warmly. "Good day, Professor Mao." "Hello, Poo Pig." The deputy chief, standing nearby, quickly echoed her greeting. As the second-in-command of the League's enforcement agency, he was well aware of the elder's identity. Although his strength was merely on par with that of a senior trainer, their statuses were entirely different. After all, Professor Mao was a prominent figure in the realm of Pokémon academia, and one of his research achievements was the Pokémon feed that benefited society as a whole. "Shui, where did you conduct your investigation?" "I wish to take a look," he stated directly, nodding at the two. "Right at the Pokémon gym. Allow me to escort you there," she replied. "Very well." Just as the trio was about to set off, however, the Poochyena suddenly halted. "Pooh." The creature's large black ears perked up, as if it had sensed something. "What is it, Poochyena?" Lin Shui inquired, recalling the rumors about this particular Pokémon's extraordinary talents. But upon approaching it, she realized that it was merely admiring its reflection in a small puddle. "Poo, I truly am quite handsome." This left the woman momentarily taken aback, quickly reminding her of another rumor. Every pure psychic-type Pokémon possesses a certain form of mental affliction. The defining trait of this Poochyena was its narcissism. "Let us go?" Poochyena, frustrated, she swatted its head, pulling it back. Poo. "Woman, do not presume that such antics will capture the attention of Lord Poochyena. My ambitions extend to the entirety of the forest, and I shall not be detained by a mere tree." Perhaps due to its psychic abilities, Lin Shui comprehended the Poochyena's sentiments, which left her both amused and exasperated. Fortunately, the distance was short. Within a few steps, they arrived at the Pokémon Training Center. Still in the midst of cleanup, Professor Mao had already set up his instruments on the ground. "Poochyena, come here," he called to the still proud creature, which obediently bounced to the center of the equipment. For serious matters, the earnest little pig was quite compliant. Afterward, the elder rummaged at his waist, producing an old luxury ball that rested in his palm. "Old friend, I shall trouble you once more." With that, he pressed the switch, and with a swift motion, a red light flashed, revealing a black and red, doll-like psychic golem adorned with a ring of eyes beside the Poochyena. "Distribute power equally with Poochyena." Upon acknowledging, the psychic golem glowed with a blue luminescence, enveloping the motionless Poochyena. Soon, two spheres of light, one blue, the other purple, merged in the air. This illustrated the fundamental distinction between pure psychic type Pokémon and semi-psychic types. Pure psychic energy was typically purple, while semi-psychic energy manifested as blue. However, if one possessed sufficient strength, even semi-psychic Pokémon could elevate their psychic essence to purple. Regrettably, advanced Pokémon had yet to reach this threshold. Nonetheless, in terms of overall capacity, the psychic golem evidently surpassed the Poochyena by a significant margin. As the two luminous spheres merged and divided evenly, it became evident that the strength of the psychic golem had waned, while Poo-Poo Pig ascended to the realm of advanced spirits. Poo-Poo. Once again, the immense power coursed through it, leaving its trotters in a state of sheer ecstasy. All right, Poo-Poo Pig. Utilize your mystical space to assess whether there are any spatial discrepancies in this area. Professor Mao hastily commanded, fearing that Poo-Poo Pig might succumb to its old narcissistic tendencies. Poo-Poo, slightly irked by the interruption, pouted and closed its eyes, sending waves of light radiating outward. Soon, an ethereal, lavender-hued space enveloped the entire training hall, pulsating with rippling waves. Remarkable. This is indeed on par with the dragon and ghost types, the psychic realm, exclaimed the onlookers, with many officers displaying expressions of awe. Even the typically composed Deputy Chief Gao and Teacher Lung Runing found their pupils constricting in astonishment. Upon channeling their strongest spirits into the scenario, they realized that conventional methods were utterly ineffective against Poo-Poo Pig. Despite being in the same tier, the disparity between ordinary attributes and formidable ones was glaring. In fact, even Lin Shui, an elite trainer, couldn't help but touch her Pokeball, sensing an instinctive danger emanating from the pseudo-advanced Poo-Poo Pig. Poo-Poo. Meanwhile, Poo-Poo Pig, engrossed in its task, paid no heed to the unacquainted humans around it. Otherwise, it would surely have indulged in its usual arrogance. The borrowed power was not inherently its own, necessitating utmost focus to maintain it. After a brief wait, Poo-Poo Pig suddenly opened its eyes wide. Poo-Poo. Found it. In an instant, it darted to the left, exerting its right paw with precision, and with a swift motion, the spectators observed the strange black ripples manifesting. Professor Mao immediately recognized this unusual sign. Indeed, Shui, we have stumbled upon a secret realm. Upon scrutinizing the spatial ripples, it was evident that this was an illusory secret realm. Professor Mao, is there a way to extricate the students who have been drawn inside? Deputy Chief Gao inquired urgently, cutting in before the thought was fully articulated. The elder merely rolled his eyes in response. Deputy Chief, our research on secret realms has only just begun. We have yet to fully grasp the patterns of their emergence. Do you truly believe anyone in the Alliance is capable of such a feat? Yes. I was merely worried about that, student, Gao replied, feeling rather embarrassed and hastily admitting his folly. The elder, unfazed, continued his exposition. An illusory secret realm can only be unraveled by those who enter it. Observing the frequency of the ripples, the time dilation appears to be approximately 1 to 20, meaning that for every day that passes here, 20 days elapse there. A student unprepared for such an ordeal, if they remain trapped for 20 days, the likelihood of their return diminishes significantly. With a sigh, the elder paused, his expression laden with unspoken concerns. Chapter 68. The Mouse and the Art of Ninjutsu. Very well. We shall maintain our vigil for a day. I kindly request the school to inform his family of his safety. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui sighed and instructed Principal Liu, who stood behind her. Thank you, Teacher Lung, for your assistance. As the homeroom teacher, Lung Runing was well acquainted with Zhao Yiyuan's family situation, knowing that he had only a solitary elderly relative at home. Silently, she took out her phone and stepped aside. The elderly man at home, who had reheated the meal several times, exhibited evident signs of anxiety. Upon hearing the ring of his old mobile phone, he grasped it eagerly. Hello? Is this Zhao Yiyuan's grandfather? Yes. Who is this? Upon hearing the mature voice on the other end, the old man was taken aback, quickly inquiring. Greetings, Grandpa Zhao. I am Yiyuan's homeroom teacher. With the upcoming tri-school examination, Yiyuan is staying at school for specialized training and will not return home today. I am reaching out on behalf of the school to inform you. Oh, I see. Thank you for letting me know. Please take good care of our little Yuan. Rest assured, Grandpa Zhao. I will. Heaven knows how she, as a teacher, managed to suppress her own guilt while comforting a grandfather who was consumed with concern for his grandchild. Yet, the situation remained precarious. Whether driven by personal motives or external pressures, she felt compelled to keep this information under wraps for the time being. Fortunately, the incident occurred after school hours, sparing other students from any knowledge of it. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to keep the news concealed. Director Qin, Please have the teachers from all grades issue a notice to inform parents that the school will temporarily renovate the training hall, resulting in a day of suspension. Upon returning to the group, she overheard Principal Liu giving instructions to the grade directors. Understood, Principal. I will take care of it immediately. Simultaneously, Lin Yu was issuing directives to Deputy Director Gao. Discreetly deploy a second team to monitor this situation around the clock. Report any anomalies to me at once. Additionally, ensure that the paparazzi at the school entrance are kept in check. It is imperative that this news does not leak. Understood, understood. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Deputy Director Gao hurriedly set off to relay the orders. Before the situation could escalate into a genuine scandal, everyone hoped to contain the matter. If, after a day, the student returned unscathed, it would be the best outcome, allowing all parties to pretend as though the scandal had never occurred. Meanwhile, within the ethereal realm, Zhao Yiyuan found himself trapped for over 10 days. During this time, he had contemplated directly revealing the evolution of the steel serpent to Uncle Wuning upon their next encounter. Alas, Wuning, having attained enlightenment, was wholly absorbed in training and had returned only once during that span. Despite Zhao Yiyuan's several attempts to reach out, he received no response, which left him feeling profoundly disheartened. The sole gain from this experience was the acquisition of 2 additional techniques from the Onyx, namely the Shadow Clone and Substitute. The offensive moves were already sufficient for his needs, prompting him to specifically seek guidance on evasive and defensive maneuvers. Among these, the 2 techniques demonstrated by Onyx were particularly esteemed, and he diligently mastered them through relentless practice. After approximately 10 days of training, he achieved proficiency in both. Shadow Clone Proficiency, 456-1000, Substitute Proficiency, 789-1000. Furthermore, the digging technique he initially learned had also reached mastery. Digging Mastery, 102-510000. In truth, his ambition in mastering these 2 techniques was significant, since the substitute could embody the attributes and status of its original, achieving great mastery or even perfection. When combined with a similarly advanced Shadow Clone, could it not yield results reminiscent of the Shadow Clone technique from a certain fire ninja? This notion was not mere fanciful thinking. While observing Onyx's autonomous training, Zhao Yiyuan noted that its Shadow Clone had attained mastery, and in actual combat, it had created confusion between reality and illusion through its remarkable speed. Each clone appeared genuine, exhibiting its own demeanor and actions, yet ultimately, the illusion remained just that, inflicting damage only from a singular source. After all, the Shadow Clone was merely a phantasm, but what if this clone were replaced with a substitute? Would the outcome differ? In the ethereal realm, no one could provide him with an answer to this query, leaving him to experiment on his own. Fortunately, mastering such an exceedingly challenging technique might pose difficulties for an ordinary individual. However, for the diligent little Rattata, it merely required a few more days of practice. Yet, if this continued, he would inevitably grow accustomed to life within the realm, perhaps to the point of forgetting that he was not a native of this world. Casting a glance at the tirelessly training Rattata, Zhao Yiyuan couldn't help but smile wryly. He sensed that his subconscious was increasingly accepting of this world. Initially, he perceived the wild Pokémon as vacant and robotic, but that feeling had since dissipated. This, he surmised, was the assimilation effect mentioned by the old teacher in class. However, should he interrupt Uncle Wuning's training? Listening to the rumbling sounds and witnessing the dust clouds stirred by the colossal serpent in the valley, he resolutely abandoned this thought. If Uncle Wuning were in a normal state, he might have called a halt, but after observing for the past 10 days, he was certain that both Wuning and the Onyx were far from normal. It was likely that not long ago, they had been severely shaken by aftershocks. Just as the youth lamented his day, a sudden exclamation of excitement echoed from the distant valley. Roar! There, within the valley, a massive, menacing Onyx was howling towards the sky. Perched atop its head, in tattered clothing and squinting, Wuning was laughing heartily. At last, they had broken through. Onyx, we have succeeded. Roar! Rushing back, Wu Neng and his Onyx embraced one another, sharing in the joy of the moment. The Onyx, now at level 57, radiated an aura of power. In the span of a mere 10 days, it had ascended 2 levels, its presence considerably intensified. One must not underestimate these 2 levels. In this brief period, it was hardly enough time for a mere Rattata to gain a single level, while Onyx stood as a formidable elite Pokémon. Thank you, Zhao Yiyuan. As you often say, it is through our own strength that Onyx and I have taken this significant step towards becoming a gym leader, Wu Neng exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he patted the shoulder of the approaching youth. Gym leader? What level is that? I recall that the next tier above elite is termed professional, Zhao Yiyuan pondered, feeling a mix of curiosity and discomfort from the firm pat on his shoulder. Chapter 69. The key to breaking through in a few years, after stepping into the realm of gym leaders. I should be able to elevate myself to a true gym-level trainer. At that point, I can genuinely uphold the rock-type gym, making friends like Xiao Mi and Xiao Gang proud, and compelling other gym leaders within the alliance to take NI by City seriously. With this thought, Wu Ning's expression turned resolute. He was determined to become a genuine gym-level trainer, rather than a mere parasite living off the legacy of his ancestors. Wu Neng, do you wish to grow even stronger? Zhao Yiyuan inquired. He was aware that Onyx could evolve into a Pokémon known as Steelix through a metallic coating. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yiyuan spoke of Steelix without hesitation. Days had passed, and he felt compelled to return home, anxious about the potential consequences for his grandfather should he stay away any longer. His sole focus was to fulfill Wu Ning's aspirations and escape the illusory realm. However, the expression on Wu Ning's face was one of bemused amusement. Zhao Yuan, you claim you are not from any prominent gym or family. Yet the name Steelix is not commonly known to the average person. What? Wu Ning, you know about it? Why didn't he use simply? At this revelation, the youth could no longer maintain his composure, his face a canvas of astonishment. If Wu Neng was aware, why had he not allowed Onyx to evolve? Surely, harnessing that evolutionary power would have propelled its strength beyond measure. Haha, Zhao Yuan, what are you thinking? I am the heir of one of the oldest gyms in the Kanto region, a rock-type gym at that. How could I possibly be unaware of such matters? The middle-aged man chuckled heartily before continuing with narrowed eyes. You have yet to reach that level of understanding, and I do not wish to burden you with complexities that may hinder your growth. If I were to hastily evolve Onyx to attain gym status, it might forever remain incapable of reaching the true gym level in its lifetime. My foundation lies with the Onyx, if it cannot overcome the gym. Even if my other Pokémon succeed, I cannot truly be regarded as a gym trainer. However, you have already achieved success, haven't you? Confused, Zhao Yiyuan understood that the man had indeed broken through. So shouldn't the secret realm be shattered, releasing me? Uncle Wu Ning, your wish has been fulfilled. Yes, I have succeeded. But this is merely the first step. To gain genuine recognition from others, being a provisional gym leader is insufficient. Only by becoming a true gym-level trainer can I assure Xiaomi and Xiaojiang that they have a dependable husband and a formidable father. With a hint of melancholy, Wu Ning prepared to continue training while in a good state. Unbeknownst to him, these words left the young man utterly stunned. What nonsense! One must break through to gym level. Provisional gyms are merely fortuitous encounters. How did Uncle Wu Ning arrive at such a conclusion? Should I really spend every day feeding him motivational platitudes, hoping for a sudden epiphany? If this continues, he may well become assimilated by the secret realm himself. Just as despair began to creep into Zhao Yiyuan's heart, he suddenly noticed that the man across from him had produced a pocket watch. With a snap, it opened to reveal a scene of happiness, a young Wu Ning smiling joyfully, cradling several infants. Rest assured, Daddy won't let you down. This murmured utterance sparked a moment of clarity in Zhao Yiyuan's mind. Daddy? Father? The manifestation patterns of the illusory secret realm? In an instant, he felt transported back to a previous lecture. With his reading glasses perched on his nose, Professor Gu spoke slowly. After numerous statistical studies of the illusory secret realms, certain patterns had emerged. It was observed that the protagonists of these realms were likely to be attracted to individuals who shared similar emotions, ultimately drawing them into the secret realm. In simple terms, like attracts like. Yes, like attracts like. As these four words flashed through his mind, combined with Wu Ning's evident concern for his family, Zhao Yiyuan finally grasped why he had been ensnared within the illusory secret realm. The true entity the realm sought to attract was Zhou Guoping, this emotionally obsessive man. His guilt and affection for Zhou Yuan were the genuine reasons behind the realm's manifestation. However, he had detonated himself along with a gas bomb, causing the realm's absorption to occur a moment too late. So it was thus. Zhao Yiyuan realized he must resolve the familial bond. Yet he had been an orphan since childhood, having never experienced paternal or maternal love. Did this imply that in reality, a new day had already passed halfway? After lunch, Lu Weiwei sat in the car, her grip on the steering wheel tightening unconsciously. This was the conjecture formed by Commissioner Lin and Professor Mao after analyzing all the evidence. Though it was highly plausible, it remained just a hypothesis. Moreover, although Yuan is exceptionally intelligent and lacks parents, he is cherished by a loving grandfather, which surely instills in him a profound sense of family affection. He may emerge from this predicament at any moment. Captain Xiong, seated beside him, discerned his apprentice's distress and quickly offered words of comfort. No, it is entirely my fault. I should not have brought a student along for this mission, or else such an incident would not have occurred. If Zhao Yiyuan truly cannot emerge, how shall I face his grandfather? At this juncture, the novice female police officer, newly inducted into the workforce, fell into a deep pit of self-reproach, regretting her impulsive and reckless decisions for the very first time. She could scarcely fathom how to confront the elderly man living beside the garbage dump, who had always relied on Zhao Yiyuan. Enough, Wei Wei, this is not your fault. Do not bear the entire burden of blame upon yourself. The man, recognizing the girl's troubled mindset, forcefully pulled her closer, admonishing. Even had you not involved Zhao Yiyuan in this mission, Zhou Guoping would have set his sights upon him regardless. Zhou Guoping, for the sake of his son, has already taken action against Zhao Yiyuan and his grandfather. Surely, you are aware of this. These words silenced the girl, who could only weep quietly. Tears streaming down her face, for understanding was one thing, but accepting it in her heart was altogether another matter. Meanwhile, within the ethereal realm, the youth who had uncovered the key to the conundrum hastily called out to Wu Nong, who was preparing to continue his training. Uncle Wu, actually, Xiaojing has shared numerous stories about you with me. Is that so? The child must harbor resentment towards me for being so inept. Allowing Nibi City to be looked down upon by other major cities, even being dubbed one of the easiest places to earn badges in Guangdong. Pausing to touch his spiky hair, the middle-aged man spoke with a tone that attempted to mask his inner turmoil. Seeing this, Zhao Yiyuan quickly interjected, "No, Uncle Wu. Xiaojing is truly proud to have a gentle and family-oriented father like you, and he understands your desire to explore and hone your skills. But please do not forget, the Rock Gym in Nibi City is your home, and your family awaits your return." At Omping City's third high school, within the newly reconstructed training facility, Director Qinshan marveled at the remarkable efficiency of the He family. Indeed, old He, your family's quality of work is impressive. The training facility, once in ruins, had been entirely restored with alloy steel plates, and the wooden structures had been refurbished. Look at us. Our muscles are not merely for show, boasted Howley, puffing out his chest with pride. However, amidst their mutual flattery, the air above suddenly vibrated violently. Without warning, a ragged figure plummeted from the heights. Ah, get out of the way. In an unexpected turn of events, Director Qin found himself struck without any forewarning. Ouch, that hurt. My sincerest apologies. As Zhao Yiyuan and little Rattata, having finally freed themselves from their predicament, rose swiftly, they were greeted by the sight of the unfortunate individual beneath them. Qin, Director Qin, I truly apologize, it was unintentional. Witnessing his trainer's frantic apologies, little Rattata rubbed its head and quickly joined in, clasping its tiny paws together. Pooh, Rattata. The mouse did not mean to. It's quite all right, it's quite all right. You must be Zhao Yiyuan. With the assistance of his companion Lao He, Director Qin regained his footing and glanced at the now beginner-level little Rattata beside the boy, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes. Emerging from the illusory secret realm undoubtedly conferred significant benefits, leading to an expected breakthrough in strength. Yes, indeed. Lao He, you may return now. We have some matters to address at the school. The project funds will be transferred to your account this week. Observing the boy's acknowledgement, Director Qin chose not to respond immediately, but instead instructed his old friend to withdraw. All right. The middle-aged man, donning a red safety helmet, gestured for Howley and Wanli to follow him out. With the training facility in such disarray, it was evident to someone like him, who had long been involved in construction, what had transpired. However, wise individuals refrain from prying without cause. It suffices to receive what is rightfully theirs. Shortly after his departure, hurried footsteps echoed at the entrance of the training hall. Zhao Yiyuan, leading the charge, was the tearful intern policewoman, followed closely by several others, including Principal Lu, Teacher Lung, Captain Xiong, an unfamiliar yet striking woman, and an elderly gentleman observing him with curiosity. I am so sorry, Zhao Yiyuan. It is such a relief that you are back, otherwise, I would not know how to face your grandfather. The boy, feeling somewhat suffocated amid the peaks, immediately struggled to lift his head upon hearing the mention of his grandfather. By the way, does my grandfather know? How long has it been? I recall being inside for nearly 20 days. 18 hours and 37 minutes. Chimed in the elderly gentleman clad in a white coat, providing a remarkably precise answer before Lu Weiwei could respond. Indeed, we have yet to inform your grandfather. Wiping her tears, the young woman quickly added, This is Professor Mao, an expert in secret realms. He informed us that the time flow in the realm you entered is approximately 120, which is why we advised waiting. As for your grandfather, the school issued a notice that today the Pokémon department is engaged in intensive training, so he remains unaware to spare him unnecessary worry until the situation is resolved. Hearing that it had been less than a day, the boy felt a sense of relief wash over him. All right, thank you, teacher. Thank you, Professor Mao. He was acutely aware of his grandfather's condition. The old man cared solely for him, his only grandson. If he were to find out about this matter, it would likely lead to his immediate distress. Thus, maintaining secrecy was the wisest course of action. All right, Zhao Yiyuan. Why don't you head home and tidy up a bit? Later, Lu Weiwei will accompany you to the Public Security Bureau. The Alliance requires a report on the events in the illusory realm, and it holds significant value for Professor Mao's research. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, the elegantly attired envoy, dressed in a neat suit, took the initiative to speak. This caused a stir in the young man's heart. As a plethora of dark thoughts involuntarily surfaced, receive a legacy for nothing? Pulling a fast one. Do they expect me to surrender everything to them? Although Zhao Yiyuan's internal struggle remained hidden from the others, those engaged in this line of work instinctively read expressions. Thus, next to him, Lu Weiwei quietly reassured. Don't worry, Zhao Yiyuan, the alliance is quite fair. She gently tapped his back with her finger, signaling him to acquiesce. Very well. Trusting her, coupled with the alliance's commendable reputation over the past 18 years, he nodded in agreement. Then we shall meet at the Public Security Bureau. Handsome. With a friendly wave, Lin Shui, accompanied by Professor Mao, stepped into the car. Yiyuan, the school will also compensate you, so don't fret. Just go for now. After offering their words of encouragement, Teacher Lung and Director Qin discreetly departed as well. In the vastness of the world, the alliance government held paramount authority. Inside the vehicle, Lu Weiwei elaborated, Zhao Yiyuan, rest assured, the nation has only recently stabilized its development. The alliance would never engage in such short-sighted actions. Each year, numerous individuals are drawn into the illusory realm, and with such a large pool, there are bound to be fortunate souls who emerge victorious. Whether it be grand fortunes or minor opportunities, the alliance will not delve too deeply into the specifics. In fact, what they prioritize is the identity of the individuals you encountered and the names of the locations. After all, those who serve as protagonists in the realms are, at the very least, elite trainers. Understood. This discourse eased the anxious heart of the young man. Although the rewards from Uncle Wu might seem trivial to the elites and gym leaders, for a novice trainer with no background and no one to rely on, they were indeed substantial. He had no need to worry about the repercussions. Upon returning to Anqing Alley, he spotted an elderly man, dressed in patched clothing and simple attire, peering anxiously at the alley's entrance. Go on, Zhao Yiyuan, your grandfather is very worried about you. The considerate young woman parked the car by the roadside, concerned that the old man might overthink the situation. All right, then please wait for me a moment, Weiwei. He opened the car door and jogged to the entrance of the alley. Upon seeing the surprised expression on his grandfather's face, a twinge of guilt welled up within him. Grandpa, I'm not a child anymore. Why are you waiting for me at the entrance? He feigned annoyance, striving to plaster the broadest smile on his face. Oh, little Yuan, where are you off to for training? Even DeFei, that child, never got this dirty. Moreover, DeFei mentioned he hadn't seen you. Aren't you in the same class? Grandpa initially considered calling your teacher but hesitated, fearing that upon seeing his grandson unscathed, his anxious expression would completely relax. As he pulled the young boy back home, his incessant chatter continued unabated. Chapter 71. Inquiry and Transaction. Yes, Grandpa, do not worry. I am no longer a child. I will be more careful next time. Grandpa, you should eat as well. Although the elder was somewhat talkative, Zhao Yiyuan found it endearing and responded earnestly to each admonition. After enjoying a warm dinner and washing up with hot water, he took his little Rattata and returned to the intersection. Sister Weiwei, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? I brought you some pork belly with preserved vegetables. It's delicious. Humph, I suppose you do have a bit of conscience. After waiting in the car for over 2 hours, Lu Weiwei was indeed hungry and eagerly grabbed the large pancake to eat. The tempting aroma was so enticing that even the little Rattata perched on his shoulder began to drool. Haha, I wouldn't forget you, little Rattata. Observing this, the boy performed a sleight of hand, producing a small pancake the size of his palm from his left hand. Pooh, Rattata. The excited little creature immediately accepted it and began munching away. As a rodent-like sprite, it wasn't gluttonous. It merely wished to gnaw on something, and naturally, it was better if it was edible. However, after a couple of bites, the attentive little Rattata realized that Yuan had seemingly forgotten to buy it something. Thinking of this, it promptly tore off half of the small pancake it held in its paws. Pooh, Rattata. Yuan, eat pancake, eat pancake. I have already eaten. Before he could finish his sentence, the pancake was stuffed into his mouth. Go ahead, eat, let us share. Lu Weiwei, who was driving, smiled at this heartwarming scene. Upon arriving at the police station, Zhao Yiyuan was led into a small, enclosed conference room. Inside, only a beautiful female envoy and Professor Mao were present. "Hello. Student Zhao Yiyuan, please take a seat." As the door swung open, Lin Shui, seated beside him, smiled and motioned for him to sit down. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Shui, an envoy from the Provincial Office of the Alliance Investigation Bureau, and also an elite trainer. This is Professor Mao, a senior trainer and a renowned expert in the academic field. The Pokémon feed sold on the market and the foundational Pokémon breeding knowledge you've studied owe much to his contributions." Upon hearing this, the young boy, who had just taken a seat, immediately stood up and respectfully bowed. "Hello, Professor Mao." "Hello, Envoy Lin." He was genuinely surprised to discover that the young woman before him was an elite trainer, reflecting on middle-aged men still holding elite-level battle skills. He seemed to comprehend why the other party was often referred to as a termite. The profound heritage of the 8 illustrious families in the Kanto region undoubtedly surpasses the resources available to Lin Shui. It is indeed somewhat perplexing that he remains caught in the realm of elites. Nevertheless, one cannot deny that Wu Neng is truly a commendable man, deeply caring for his family. Recalling the poignant image of Uncle Wu Neng weeping bitterly while holding the young Xiao Gang in the secret realm, the youth nodded silently in agreement. After a brief introduction, the trio resumed their seats, and Lin Shui straightforwardly inquired, "Yiyuan, please elaborate on your experiences encountered in the illusory secret realm." She continued, "Vivi should have informed you that the Alliance rewards crucial information. Thus, we hope you can share your insights candidly. This is vital for our understanding of the Pokémon world, so please do not omit any significant figures or locations." Professor Mao, sitting nearby, echoed her sentiments. "Very well," Zhao Yiyuan replied and began his narration. "The place I was in is called Moonview Mountain, and the protagonist of the secret realm is Wu Neng, the rock-type gym leader of Nibi City." "Wait, you say he is the rock-type gym leader of Nibi City?" Professor Mao, upon hearing this name, interrupted with palpable excitement. "Yes, indeed. Unbelievable. I can hardly fathom it." With confirmation, the elderly professor, in his 70s, sprang from his seat like an exuberant child. "This is one of the oldest of the 8 illustrious families in the Kanto region. Good fortune indeed, Yiyuan. You have stumbled upon incredible luck." His eyes sparkled with fervor as he gazed at the youth. "What? The legacy of the 8 families?" Lin Shui, who was previously perplexed, now shared in the fervency of the moment. As an elite trainer and a member of the Alliance's investigative bureau, she was well aware of certain insider details. The 8 gyms in the Kanto region hold significant stature in that world, and for a student to inherit the legacy of a gym leader holds boundless potential. He must be recruited into the investigative bureau. "Please, do share the details of your daily experiences," Professor Mao urged, once he had settled back into his seat. His excitement barely contained. In truth, during the time Uncle Wu Neng was active, although he held the title of gym leader, his strength was merely at the elite level, leading to disdain from others. Upon hearing that a gym leader possessed only elite-level strength, the fervor in the eyes of both listeners dimmed slightly. After all, an elite is merely an elite and cannot be compared to a gym leader who occupies a professional tier. If that were the case, his value would be considerably limited. Nonetheless, both remained silent, continuing to listen intently. "I initially believed that to unravel the mysteries of this secret realm, it was necessary to elevate Uncle Wu Neng's strength, which is why I found myself unable to exit. Eventually, through a fortunate circumstance, I stumbled upon his pocket watch and, reflecting on Zhou Guoping's prior behavior, I deduced that emotions were the key to breaking the impasse." Then, he spoke for over an hour. Aside from some information regarding the proficiency panel and the progress of Little Rada's moves, he divulged everything else. Professor Mao interjected with a couple of questions along the way. However, he spoke nothing but the truth, making it easy to respond, and his logic was sound. As the recording concluded, Lin Shui posed a final question. "So, Zhao Yiyuan, would you be willing to share with us your gains from the illusory realm, and are you open to an exchange with the Alliance? Rest assured, we will ensure that you do not suffer any losses." As she spoke, her pristine and captivating visage bore a serious expression. At that moment, she represented not merely herself, but the integrity of the Dongxiao Alliance. "Naturally, I owe my opportunity to become a trainer to the Alliance and the nation, thus I am inclined to share." Almost instantaneously, Zhao Yiyuan acquiesced, a conclusion he had contemplated throughout the journey. While the elite-level knowledge he had acquired was indeed invaluable, one must also consider the risks involved. If his entrance into the illusory realm remained a secret, he would certainly choose silence and quietly amass his fortune. However, from Sister Weiwei, he learned that nearly all the teachers at the school, the local authorities, and the security personnel were aware of the matter. The situation was too intricate to ensure that everyone would remain tight-lipped and free from greed. Hence, exchanging with the alliance was tantamount to acquiring a protective talisman. If a good citizen like him were to be coerced shortly thereafter, what would become of the alliance's reputation? Furthermore, according to Sister Weiwei, the terms offered by the alliance were quite fair. Chapter 72. The alliance is indeed generous. Zhao Yiyuan's willingness to exchange stemmed not only from a desire for a protective charm, but also primarily for Little Rattata. Little Rattata's evolution was singular, occurring only at level 20. After assisting Uncle Wu in unraveling the illusions, he shared a wealth of knowledge, emphasizing the significance of evolution for Pokémon. It represented a leap in life. The more prepared the evolution, the greater the potential to enhance Little Rattata's innate qualities, even leading to a metamorphosis. Frankly speaking, the young man was acutely aware that Little Rattata was merely an ordinary Pokémon, without the assistance of a golden finger in proficiency. It could very well be stuck at level 89. Given this opportunity, he naturally wished to make the most of it. Moreover, the evolution ceremony required substantial funds. Even if one wished to delay evolution to accumulate potential, purchasing evolution stones was imperative. The costs could soar into the hundreds of thousands, a sum far beyond the means of a high school student. Thus, he had no choice but to engage in trade with the alliance. Before long, the youth seated in his place rummaged through his belongings, and soon, a fist-sized hard stone emerged. This is a high-grade item, the hard stone. It was astonishingly large, ample enough to be divided into two standard sizes. Upon seeing this item, Lin Shui recognized it at a glance. I hope to exchange for a mid-level Everstone suitable for my Rattata and a high-level silk scarf. However, as a novice student without any background, aren't you concerned about attracting unwanted attention with such valuable items? Moreover, a high-level silk scarf could prove burdensome for your Rattata. Upon hearing this request, Lin Shui readily agreed, but soon playfully teased, It seems that the esteemed dojo master did not elaborate sufficiently. Noticing the boy's astonished expression, Lin Shui crossed her arms and, with a confident smile, proceeded to explain, since you learned from him that items possess varying levels, you should understand that this is because Pokémon harness the latent power within these items to enhance their abilities. Therefore, the effects of a basic item are optimal for a beginner Pokémon, yielding only half the effect for an intermediate Pokémon, and proving utterly ineffective for an advanced one. Yes, I understand that. The boy nodded in agreement. So, if you grasp this principle, why do you struggle to comprehend its reverse? With a playful flip of her hand, Lin Shui continued, if an energy item exceeds one's level, it would be akin to a child wielding a heavy hammer, making it quite easy to injure oneself. Hence, this is not comparable to purchasing larger clothing for a child. Ah, I see. Zhao Yiyuan quickly grasped the point, though he was momentarily at a loss, his usually composed demeanor betraying a hint of confusion. With a soft laugh, she reassured him, all right, I won't tease you further. I can approve your request. I will issue you a voucher that you can use at the Pokémon Center to exchange for the appropriate level of items. You will take a basic item now, and when you reach the intermediate level, you can return the original item for an intermediate one, and so forth, until you reach the advanced level. This way, you will avoid unnecessary loss and maximize your benefits. Thank you, Commissioner Lin. Zhao Yiyuan expressed his sincere gratitude, genuinely satisfied with the arrangement. However, that is not all. In truth, this still falls short. The price of advanced items is several times that of basic and intermediate ones. Not to mention that the Everstone is among the least valuable items. Do you have any other requests? I hadn't anticipated the League's generosity. The boy momentarily faltered, but soon, he recalled the poor living conditions he shared with his grandfather. After some contemplation, he ventured, could I request a property? My grandfather and I are currently residing at the end of Omping Alley. It would be ideal if a more relaxed job could be arranged for him, as he cannot remain idle. Also, I hope a suitable reason can be found to keep my grandfather unaware of my involvement in the illusory realm. As he spoke, Zhao Yiyuan's voice gradually diminished, a lingering sense that his requests might have been excessive gnawed at him. Would they truly decline? However, the reality proved his concerns to be unfounded. The housing prices in this world were not nearly as extravagant as those in his previous life. After a brief contemplation, Lin Shui nodded in agreement. Certainly, I will arrange for the local law enforcement to take care of it in the coming days. Thus, the value of that hard stone was duly exchanged. After carefully tucking the stone away, she returned to her seat, her enthusiasm unabated. Although the million-dollar items were valuable, to an elite-level trainer, they were merely that, items. At her current stage, knowledge reigned supreme. While the attributes might not align perfectly, the legacy of the 8 prominent families from that realm promised to offer her some assistance through associative learning. Similarly, Professor Mao, who had remained silent until now, was also fixated with fervent eyes. Though he had long ceased to concern himself with strength, the legacy held a wealth of information about that particular world of Pokémon. Under the scrutinizing gaze of these two formidable figures, Zhao Yiyuan could only manage a wry smile. Commissioner Lin, I indeed possess a legacy pertaining to the rock and ground types, but it is limited to advanced trainers. At this juncture, the young man couldn't help but recall the moment of the rift in the secret realm, when Uncle Wu had appeared bewildered and desolate. As if awakening from a beautiful dream, it became clear to him that he wished to pass on his own legacy. Yet, despite his all-out effort against the Onyx, he was unable to withstand the encroaching mists, ultimately leaving behind several sizable stones, once elite level, reduced to mere remnants. Only a fist-sized stone was transmitted to him, accompanied by a radiant light that encompassed the entirety of the Advanced Disciple's legacy from the Rock-type gym. The term Advanced Disciple corresponded with what we now recognize as an advanced trainer in the contemporary world. This situation elucidated the profound heritage of the 8 families within the league. There were scarcely a handful of advanced trainers in Onping City, all of whom were middle-aged individuals in positions of authority, yet in the NI by gym, they were merely disciples. Nonetheless, for a young man still at the novice level, this represented an extraordinary opportunity, provided he had sufficient resources and time to nurture rock and ground-type Pokémon. Ascending to the rank of advanced trainer would be well within reach. Regrettably, knowledge could not substitute for resources, thus it remained just a thought. Upon hearing that the legacy pertained only to advanced trainers, a flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Shue's eyes. She had hoped to leverage her position to gain insight into the legacies of other elite trainers. To her surprise, the knowledge left by Wu Neng was limited to the advanced tier. Quickly tell me, Professor Mao urged, unfazed by the limitations. His only interest lay in obtaining information about the Pokémon world. The distinctions between advanced and elite were of no consequence to him. Chapter 73. A saying from the bear team. Unsure whether to share with a cheerful expression, Zhao Yiyuan exited the conference room. His spirits lifted as he clutched the plate nestled in his bag. The inheritance of the advanced disciple of the Rock Gym has bestowed upon him a set of mid-level attributes that may appear to be a loss at first glance. However, beyond this, Professor Mao has also pledged to devise a specialized training program tailored to the needs of little Rattata, continuing until it reaches an advanced level, and has ultimately provided a generous sum of 500,000 in cash. This is indeed a valuable arrangement. After all, Professor Mao is a renowned breeder, and having him create a targeted training regimen is a privilege that even the most talented individuals from major cities may not be able to secure. Moreover, the knowledge of rock and ground types has not vanished from his mind. It remains applicable should he choose to nurture Pokémon of those types in the future. It is merely bound by a confidentiality agreement, preventing casual dissemination. Zhao Yiyuan, come for a late-night snack. Just as he reached the duty room, the robust bear team member, clad in a blue shirt, called out. Beside him, Lu Weiwei, fanning herself after a spicy dish, chimed in, Zhao Yiyuan, come eat some crayfish. I bought a lot. All right, he replied, pushing the door open and stepping inside. Despite the ecological chain of Blue Star collapsing rapidly over a century ago with the sudden arrival of Pokémon, the process of natural selection has allowed some ordinary flora and fauna to survive. Furthermore, humans have consciously cultivated common species, ensuring the continuity of most original species. Parada. Upon seeing food, little Rattata, who had been quietly resting in its ball, eagerly jumped out. Here, I have one for you too, little Rattata, the girl said, scooping a bright red crayfish from the pot and handing it over. Parada? It looked curiously at the crayfish in its paws, then opened its mouth and took a decisive bite. The fresh and spicy broth invigorated little Rattata, raising its tail in excitement. Ha ha ha, that is not how you eat it. You need to peel off the shell. Noticing this, Zhao Yiyuan took the crayfish in hand to demonstrate. Unfortunately, lacking hands, little Rattata struggled to peel the shell, and after several attempts, it still couldn't extract the meat completely. Parada, frustrated, it took a bold bite into the head of the crayfish. Who cares about peeling? Only trainers with poor teeth would fuss over such details. I'm little Rattata, my teeth are razor sharp. I'll eat it with the shell, humph. Resolute in its decision, little Rattata abandoned the effort to peel and quickly devoured the crayfish. Little Rattata, save some for me. Haha, its teeth are indeed very sharp. Parada. After feasting, the 5 pounds of crayfish were consumed completely. After several moments of hesitation, the bear team leader finally mustered the courage to speak. Yiyuan. Uncle Bear knows I shouldn't ask this, but I can't help feeling a bit dissatisfied. Upon hearing this, the boy, who had been lying alongside little Rattata, straightened slightly, letting out a sigh within. He had anticipated that such matters were unavoidable. After all, human connections have always been intertwined with interests. Go ahead and ask. Uncle Xiong. Very well, I shall boldly inquire. Rubbing his hands together, the burly man spoke softly. Zhao Yiyuan. What attribute does the inheritance you obtained from the secret realm possess? Rest assured, I understand the rules. I am aware that after trading with the Alliance, it cannot be disclosed further. However, if the attributes align, could you assist Uncle Xiong in discerning it? You will not suffer any loss. This caused the girl, who had turned away, to twitch her lips slightly, yet she ultimately remained silent, as if she had not heard. Initially reluctant to be drawn into this, she felt obliged to respond to the request since Captain Xiong was her mentor, who had taken good care of her since she joined the team. Thus, she could not resist and ordered a serving of lobster to set up a late-night gathering. After all, her mentor was indeed advancing in age. Without some fortuitous opportunity, he might merely remain a captain and a mid-level trainer for a lifetime. With Sister Weiwei's goodwill in play, it was indeed difficult for the young man to decline, especially since Captain Xiong was a prominent figure in Omping City. After some contemplation, he replied, Uncle Xiong, you overestimate me. What guidance can I provide? Let me examine your Pokémon for corresponding attributes. If they match, I will certainly share what I know. A straightforward answer was impossible, as interests stir the heart. The more people who know, the greater the risk. All right. Captain Xiong had no objections to this, reaching into his waist and placing 3 Pokeballs on the table. Sister Weiwei, you should bring out your Pokémon as well. We might as well take a look together. After all, whether it was 1 or 2. The observation remained the same, prompting Zhao Yiyuan to call out to the somewhat bashful female officer. No need. I only have 1 fire-type Houndoom, which you have seen before, Zhao Yiyuan. She waved her hands repeatedly, returning to fiddling with her buttons. Well then, a fire-type is indeed irrelevant. Seeing this, the young man did not press the matter further and turned his attention to the 3 luxurious balls on the table. The one on the right was a great hound, a dark-type Pokémon he had often encountered. He had nothing to say about it. The middle ball contained a Noctowl, which generally related to flying-type attributes. Pokémon Noctowl, level 30, moves mastered, Brave Bird, Hypnosis, Peck, Psybeam, entry level, Dream Eater, Detect, Echoed Voice. Since little Rattata had advanced to the beginner level, Zhao Yiyuan noted that the moves were categorized more systematically, based on mastery levels. Although it possessed a general attribute, he had yet to examine that particular aspect. Furthermore, the inherited general type legacy he had obtained was only at the intermediate level. It might very well be something Captain Xiong had already seen. Thus, he skipped over the Noctowl and turned his gaze to the leftmost Pokeball. Donka, level 32, moves proficient in Fire Fong, Thunder Fong, Round, Heavy Tread, entry-level Knockback. Malevolent Pursuit, Round. Upon inspection, a rare Pokémon was discovered. After all, it is the team captain, and years of experience have imparted a certain depth of knowledge. His extensive understanding of ground-type Pokémon is firmly embedded in his mind. How about this one, Uncle Bear? If it's convenient. Could you release it for me to observe? No problem. Let us head to the training room at the precinct. Upon seeing Donka, a fleeting smile crossed Xiong He's face. This was his most powerful Pokémon, and should it evolve, its combat prowess would experience a significant enhancement. Although the Great Hound was his starter Pokémon from the Police Academy, its potential was limited, and its aptitude was rather ordinary. The Night Owl, while seemingly capable of psychic abilities, was only at a half-baked level, merely able to bully lower-tier Pokémon and serve primarily as a reconnaissance tool rather than for battle. Chapter 74. I truly adore trainers. Arriving at the back of the precinct, one could observe an expansive courtyard partitioned by fences. Even in the dead of night, the sounds of Pokémon training resonated. Great Hound, Shadow Ball, Woof Woof, BB Bird, Raging Storm. Entering an empty area, Xiong's right hand flipped, and with a swift motion, a half-human tall, black-brown armored, tusked elephantine Pokémon materialized before everyone. As soon as it appeared, it let out an excited cry and began to dart around energetically. The heavy thuds of its footsteps were particularly pronounced in the stillness of the night. Donka settled down. Witnessing this scene, Xiong He's stern expression was filled with helplessness. This Donka was the last Pokémon he had trained, and he had invested considerable effort into it, yet its exuberance and vivacious nature were undeniable. It was better if it remained silent, but as soon as it shouted, Donka found its target. With a thunderous charge, it barreled forward, eyes filled with affection, akin to a heavy-duty truck hurtling towards him. Hey, don't come at me like that. The burly Xiong instinctively sidestepped. Then, with a resounding crash, Donka collided directly with the specialized fence, bending the alloy barrier with sheer force. Gulp. The impact left Zhao Yiyuan and Lu Weiwei nearby swallowing hard. If it had struck a person, it would undoubtedly result in severe injury, and that was without any energy-based moves. Seeing its trainer evade, Danka, which had been so exuberant, instantly looked dejected, crying like a 300-pound child. This left Xiong He feeling somewhat resigned. All right, Danka. I wish I could catch you like I did when you were a little one, but you've grown up now. How could my body possibly compare to this alloy fence? Gently patting the aggrieved Dunkar, he offered further comfort. Don't listen, lamented Dunkar. Wah, my trainer doesn't he love me anymore? I don't want to grow up. Shaking his nose, Dunkar still felt quite wronged. Helpless, Bear Team could only cast an apologetic glance at Zhao Yiyuan before continuing to softly soothe him. This scene prompted the young boy to stroke his chin, gaining some insight. Yet he refrained from speaking, seizing the opportunity to observe Dunkar's developmental condition. Indeed, his limbs were robust, his fangs sharp and gleaming. Though the armor he wore shone brightly, its thickness seemed uneven. Thanks to the knowledge imparted by Uncle Wu, his perspective had vastly improved. To outsiders, Dunkar appeared to be thriving and healthy, yet he was able to identify several flaws. After a span of 10 minutes, Bear Team returned with the still huffing Dunkar. Given that this was a Pokémon raised since childhood, it would hardly throw a genuine tantrum and was still willing to obey. Yiyuan, could you take a good look at him for me? I've already discussed it with Dunkar. Upon hearing this, Dunkar lifted his nose, offering a friendly greeting. Hello there, Dunkar. After responding, the boy crouched down, scrutinizing closely, occasionally reaching out to touch. Although feeling somewhat peculiar, Dunkar endured under the trainer's command. After a thorough observation lasting about half an hour, Zhao Yiyuan had formed some preliminary thoughts. I've discerned a few things. They may not be guaranteed to be useful, but Bear Team, consider this merely a suggestion. What? You figured it out already, Zhao Yiyuan? Upon hearing this, before Bear he could respond, Lu Weiwei gasped in astonishment. She couldn't discern anything herself, merely sensing that this Dunkar had been well cultivated by the master, his eyes bright, and his physique strong. Indeed, just a few suggestions, ultimately. You must weigh them for yourself, Bear Team. It's fine, Zhao Yiyuan, go ahead. The determined man waved his hand, signaling the boy to speak freely. Over the years, he had dedicated the best and most resources to Dunkar. Logically, having absorbed so many energy-rich items and undergone extensive training, with Dunkar's potential, he should have reached a higher level by now. However, the reality was that he had yet to even touch the threshold of advancement. All right, then I shall speak. With his master's permission, he began. In fact, Dunkar's habit of running laps upon emerging, aside from being lively, likely stems from an accumulation of energy that needs to be released. Bear Team, you have been providing him with high-quality feed and even energy crystals, haven't you? Although phrased as a question, the boy's tone was exceedingly assertive. Yes, that is correct. Upon hearing this, Bear he nodded. Logically, Dunkar should have already advanced to a higher level, considering the substantial nourishment he had received. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the directness of the remarks, the usually composed Duanjia lowered its head, its right foreleg shyly tapping the ground with a soft thud. Indeed, as Zhao Yiyuan continued, the crux of Duanjia's issues seemed rooted in its mentality. The reaction it exhibited after dodging during the previous encounter with Xiong Team revealed its sensitivity to being unheld by its trainer. Now, as its strength has grown, it appears to resist any form of intimacy, fearing that as its power escalates, your demeanor may become increasingly aloof. Am I not correct, Duanjia? Having had its thoughts laid bare, the robust Duanjia felt a wave of humility wash over it. Observing the Duanjia, which he had nurtured since its infancy, Xiong he quickly grasped the validity of Zhao Yiyuan's insights. Xiong Team, I trust you understand the significance of emotions. A fragile mother can summon extraordinary strength to lift a truck weighing over a ton when her child is trapped beneath it. In Pokémon battles, even when a creature is spent, it can rise anew and continue to fight under the encouragement of its trainer. These instances illustrate that emotions can indeed transform into formidable power. This sentiment resonated deeply with Xiong Team and Lu Weiwei, who nodded in agreement, having witnessed numerous such cases in their frontline experiences. Therefore, Xiong Team, if Duanjia itself resists its evolution, no matter how superior the nourishment you provide, it will instinctively suppress its energy. This ties back to my earlier statement. Its running in circles upon emergence was merely a means to expel excess energy. Ah, Duanjia, why did you not confide in me? Understanding the rationale and breaking through the metaphorical barrier, Xiong he swiftly connected the dots regarding Duanjia's peculiar behaviors. Duanjia, I apologize. I genuinely cherish you. My avoidance of your embrace stemmed from a desire to reassure you. Moving forward, I will be more open. Chapter 75. Nurturing and innate potential. Having resolved Duanjia's most pressing issue, Zhao Yiyuan refrained from further discourse. Though the knowledge bestowed upon him by Uncle Wu revealed additional shortcomings in Duanjia's upbringing, he did not feel compelled to assist someone who was merely an acquaintance, not quite a friend, in cultivating an exceptional Duanjia. Indeed, according to his mental repository, the nurturing condition of a Pokémon can be categorized into 5 tiers: poor, average, good, excellent, and outstanding. As per the recorded teachings, these classifications are crucial determinants of a Pokémon's potential for advancement. A poor classification signifies that, regardless of inherent talent, such a Pokémon, having been poorly nurtured, is unlikely to surpass the initial stages of development in its lifetime. The ordinary state is the condition for the majority of Pokémon, where adequate nourishment ensures basic nutritional intake, thereby allowing them to meet this threshold. For instance, the students in classes 2 and 3 at 3rd high school predominantly exhibit average developmental levels. This entails normal growth, reliant on the gradual accumulation of time to enhance their innate potential to its limits. In contrast, well-developed Pokémon, such as my own Rattata, benefit from a more abundant supply of energy resources, facilitating their accelerated growth and enabling them to reach their innate potential limits at a swifter pace, with a slight possibility of surpassing these limits. The next echelon of excellence pertains to Pokémon nurtured under specialized training programs. Examples include the Dunsparce from Bear Team and Vivi-S Houndoom, which, under the guidance of esteemed mentors, have managed to unlock a significant portion of their physical potential. Such Pokémon not only progress rapidly, but also possess a considerable chance of transcending their innate limitations. However, as evidenced by Lu Weiwei's singular focus on training a single Houndoom, even trainers with notable backgrounds find it exceedingly challenging to cultivate Pokémon in this manner. Had it not been for Zhao Yiyuan's recent acquisition of 500,000 and Professor Mao's provision of a training plan, he would scarcely have dared to entertain such aspirations. As for the pinnacle of excellence, this involves the near-complete realization of potential. For Pokémon at this cultivation level, leveling up becomes as effortless as consuming food and water, with nearly 100% success rate in surpassing their innate limits and even elevating their thresholds. Correspondingly, the costs associated with such training are astronomical. Zhao Yiyuan has only witnessed this level of development in a few Pokémon under the care of Uncle Wu Nong. Regarding the concept of innate potential, even within the Pokémon world, its classification lacks precision. Nonetheless, there exists a broadly recognized differentiation encompassing base stats, individual values, and effort values. Indeed, these terms echo those from Zhao Yiyuan's previous life in gaming. Regardless, the Pokémon realm serves as the origin of Pokémon, where humanity's research into these creatures has evolved over millennia, far surpassing that of Blue Star. In essence, base stats determine the upper limits. Individual values assess whether a Pokémon can reach this limit, and effort values dictate the speed of reaching it. Naturally, Pokémon themselves are miraculous beings, and this framework applies primarily to standard scenarios. Those experiencing unique fortuities or exceptional training may indeed break through these limits. Among these 3 values, effort values cannot be quantified, as they stem from the combined diligence of trainers and Pokémon, yielding subjective feedback devoid of any measurable metrics. After all, reality diverges from gaming. As for individual values, according to the knowledge inherited in my mind, they can be measured, but this requires Pokémon to cooperate with various scientific instruments to complete the necessary tests and comparisons. Undoubtedly, the recently acquired 500,000 cannot withstand tumultuous fluctuations. Thus, individual values remain beyond Zhao Yiyuan's measurement. Only the concept of base stats, which refers to the upper limits of innate abilities, serves as a vague reference for him. These values can be broadly classified into 4 categories. The lowest tier encompasses those with values of 200 or below, such as the abysmal weak-dinged fish, which possesses a base stat of merely 175. Ascending slightly, we find the Sun Seed at 180, while the notoriously weakest Pokémon in the Dongxiao Alliance, the Magikarp, fortuitously sits at a base stat of 200. Creatures within this category, barring evolution or unique opportunities, find their potential nearly locked at the most rudimentary level. Those with base stats ranging from 200 to 300 are confined to intermediate status. In the range of 300 to 500, most are classified as advanced. However, one cannot dismiss the possibility of individuals with exceptionally high values and dedicated efforts breaking through to elite ranks. For those exceeding 500, the upper echelon denotes gym leaders or professional tiers. For instance, a pseudo-divine creature with a base stat of 600 assuming it is not poorly cultivated, presents an uncertain upper limit, with the lowest threshold being that of an advanced trainer. Thus, little Rattata, we must strive even harder. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, gazing at the little one who had already drifted into slumber, the youth murmured to himself. With a base stat of 253, little Rattata theoretically can only reach an intermediate level, which elucidates his need for an intermediate evolution stone. In contrast, the evolved Rattata boasts a base stat of 413, placing it in the moderate category of 300 to 500. While ascending to advanced status is certainly feasible, achieving elite status proves to be more challenging. At that moment, the slumbering little Rattata emitted a sound, perhaps in response to the youth's hopes or reminiscing about the delectable spicy crayfish. Time passed swiftly, and following the incident, due to Zhao Yiyuan's own cooperation and the suppression of power by the authorities, the third high school emerged scandal-free. Naturally, in light of such events, the school was required to offer compensation. Fortuitously, the local police station, under Lin Shui's directive, sought to provide Zhao Yiyuan with new housing. Thus, an agreement was swiftly reached. The school, under the guise of rewarding and nurturing talent, granted him the complimentary rental of a small teacher's apartment building. In reality, the property deed bore his name. Moreover, his grandfather was also absorbed by the third high school, assuming the position of a formally recognized doorkeeper. Students and teachers alike respectfully addressed him as Zhao Grandpa, and not only was he held in high esteem, but his duties were also light, yielding a greater income than his prior endeavors in scavenging. This brought a smile to the elderly man's face daily, and he often reminded the youth to study diligently and strive for progress in order to repay the school. To this, Zhao Yiyuan readily assented. After all, the school also provided unlimited access to the training facilities during his time there. How could one not exert oneself for the sake of proficiency? Over the course of these past 2 months, both little Rattata and he had undergone a remarkable transformation. Sprite, male Rattata, type, normal, ability, grit, strength, initial, 21. Learn moves, mastered quick attack, 1002, 610, 0000. Critical bite, 1052, for 10, blizzard, 1000, 210, 0000. Focus energy, 100, 121, 0000. Proficient in dig, shadow clone, substitute. Ice beam, icy wind, ambush, bite skilled in tackle. Tail whip, inherited moves. None. The presence of 4 mastered moves within a mere initial level sprite would undoubtedly lead anyone to exclaim that it is extraordinary. Chapter 76. The unforeseen tri-school joint examination. Ever since the school lifted the time restrictions for Zhao Yiyuan, coupled with the newly relocated faculty dormitory adjacent to the campus, he now dedicates a total of 8 hours daily to the training room, in addition to his classroom sessions. Were it not for Professor Mao's designated nurturing plan, which mandates ample rest, he could easily extend his hours in the training facility to over 10 each day. It has previously been noted that, due to the exceptional environment of the training room, Rattata's efficiency there is thrice that of its ordinary state, averaging a remarkable 60 proficiency points per hour. This amounts to a staggering 480 points per day, sufficient for it to accumulate 30 to 40,000 proficiency points over the past 2 months. The majority of this gain has been attributed to focus energy, quick attack, critical bite, and blizzard. Critical bite was a move that Rattata mastered upon breaking into the initial stage. Excluding other instructional moves, this technique stands as the most powerful, side effect-free skill available to its lineage. The reckless charge learned at level 30-something carries a drawback. Undoubtedly, focus energy, quick attack, and critical bite have become Rattata's signature trio of attacks. In any monthly assessments, even seasoned initial-level trainers invited by the school find it impossible to withstand these 3 strikes. In a single round, they are left incapacitated. This has consequently elevated the school's regard for him, with Professor Mao providing nourishment for the nurturing plan at half the market price. Furthermore, Blizzard, the formidable ice-type move, was learned from Teacher Long. The significant disparity in skill has rendered other students devoid of the courage to challenge him, thus naturally granting Zhao Yiyuan the exclusive right to learn a rare move each month. Nonetheless, Blizzard, being a high-caliber technique with a power rating of 110, has exhausted the privileges for rare moves over the course of 3 months, despite the benefits of expedited access. Certainly, exchanging 3 rare moves for 1 ultimate technique is a tremendous bargain. As the sole ultimate technique mastered by Rattata, it must be honed to perfection. After all, mastering a technique not only reduces its energy consumption to about half of the original, but also amplifies its power by 15 times. Even though Rattata remains at the initial stage, a full-force blizzard can engulf the entirety of the battlefield. As for the remaining mastery of techniques, attaining a proficiency value of 1000 can be achieved by dedicating a portion to practice. Among these, the ninjutsu technique Shadow Clone technique remains elusive. Though both the Shadow Clone and substitute techniques have been mastered, their execution still appears somewhat rigid. Recently, considerable effort has been devoted to honing these two techniques. At 7 p.m., within the 3rd High School's Pokémon training facility, the command was given, "Little Rattata, use Shadow Clone technique." With a bright burst of energy, a vibrant purple-furred little Rattata swiftly conjured a clone. The two Rattatas then darted in opposite directions, both visibly surrounded by a faint white energy aura. It was a synchronized attempt at a tackle. However, after only a few paces, a discernible disparity became apparent. The left clone appeared dazed, its pace gradually slowing after covering a certain distance, and its energy began to dissipate. In contrast, the original Rattata exhibited no such issues. Ultimately, after approximately 5 meters, the left clone abruptly vanished in a puff of energy. Seeing yet another failure, little Rattata's expression was tinged with disappointment. "It's all right, little Rattata. Since we can't combine these two mastered techniques, let's focus on perfecting each one." The boy, who had been diligently recording the training, set down his pen and offered encouragement. "Per Rattata, yes, I will surely strive to improve." If others were to overhear this exchange, they would likely find it amusing. After all, perfected techniques are regarded as ultimate moves even by advanced, elite, or professional trainers, far beyond the scope of someone who has only been a trainer for less than 6 months. Yet, with 4 perfected techniques under its belt, little Rattata brimmed with confidence. "All thanks to my exceptionally gifted trainer." In a well-equipped training room, focused practice can elevate a technique to perfection in roughly 20 days. Perhaps for the next round of technique learning, I should have little Rattata explore psychic abilities. It feels as though there is a flaw in the mental control aspect. Conversely, the boy, who had meticulously documented several pages of data, remained less optimistic. An observer has clarity. The Shadow Clone technique was his suggestion, coupled with the general type heritage provided by the League. Thus, Zhao Yiyuan keenly sensed that even if the Shadow Clone and substitute techniques were perfected, there might still be a gap. Controlling them through psychic abilities could yield better results. After all, mental strength is a fundamental trait in all creatures, merely varying in intensity. As he concluded a night of training and opened the door to the training room, a figure emerged from the dimly lit corridor. With the distinct sound of high heels echoing, a woman in a black teacher's suit, her hair elegantly styled, approached with a warm smile, clapping her hands. "Yiyuan, even in a first-tier city like Hangzhou, I have yet to encounter a trainer as dedicated as you. No wonder you and little Rada can maintain such outstanding results. Teacher Long, I have no other reliance. The only thing I can depend on is my effort." In response, the young boy scratched his head and smiled shyly. "Puff Rada Rada. Indeed, the mouse works exceptionally hard." Little Rada, on the other hand, reveled in the praise, holding its head high and calling out loudly, "Teacher, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Were you waiting specifically for me?" After returning the little creature to its luxurious ball for a proper rest, the young boy took the initiative to inquire. Otherwise, he would usually be the only one left in the training hall, handling the closing and locking of the doors himself. "Yes, indeed. Yiyuan, you should be aware that the tri-school joint examination is approaching," Teacher Lung remarked, brushing aside her bangs. "Yes, I will certainly strive to do my best, teacher." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiyuan felt a flicker of confusion. Hadn't the schedule already been set and mentioned previously? "I came to discuss this matter with you. There has been a change in the tri-school joint examination. The theoretical examination for the Pokémon subject remains unchanged, and given your usual performance, I am not concerned. However, the rules for the battle elimination have altered. Initially, it was supposed to be a single match determining the victor. But now it has been changed to allow the use of 2 Pokémon. Only when both Pokémon are rendered incapable of battle will it be deemed a defeat. Why is that? In our school, aside from a few exceptional cases, it seems no one has a second Pokémon." Zhao Yiyuan's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this last-minute rule change. It is important to note that with the resources available at 3rd High School, it is already a significant achievement for students to nurture a single Pokémon. Moreover, most of the students' families lack the means to cultivate a second Pokémon. Chapter 77. Let us conquer a city. I have already inquired above. It appears to be related to reforms in the college entrance examination. Teacher Lung, whose expression mirrored Zhao Yiyuan's dismay, began to elaborate on the reasons. In the future, the field practice classes for the senior year will need to be conducted earlier and will be extended in duration. This means that you fledgling trainers will spend more time in the wild. In the wilderness, possessing 2 Pokémon is the minimum requirement, one for combat and the other for personal protection. After all, trainers, even with tools at their disposal, are still far too fragile compared to Pokémon. The specifics were not elaborated by the municipal leaders, but it seemed this decision originated from the headquarters of the League and would be implemented resolutely. This was also the reason behind the sudden alteration of the rules for the midterm tri-school joint examination. Is that so? Realizing that there was no room for negotiation, Zhao Yiyuan's face took on a more serious expression. Theoretically, a novice trainer could go to the Pokémon Center for certification and obtain a second Pokémon slot. However, considering family circumstances and personal capabilities, most students would not immediately seek to nurture a second Pokémon. However, this does not apply to the prodigies and affluent second-generation students of First High School. Originally, after the middle school entrance examination, Zhao Yiyuan's remarkable results would have secured him a place in the prestigious number 1 middle school. However, the enticing offer from number 3 middle school, which included 3 years of tuition waiver and scholarships, led him to opt for their institution. Historically, the so-called elite class at No. 3 could only be compared to parallel classes at number 1, and may even fall short in overall performance. Students from the latter, even in parallel classes, typically begin nurturing their second Pokémon upon achieving the rank of novice trainer. Therefore, it is indisputable that this rule greatly favors the students of number 1. While Zhao Yiyuan possesses confidence in his own abilities and those of his Rattata, the prospect of facing 2 opponents introduces considerable unpredictability. However, Yiyuan, there is no need for excessive concern. I have come to discuss matters regarding your second Pokémon. Leaning against the wall, Lung Runing found it rare to witness such an expression from her promising prodigy. With a chuckle, she concealed her earlier discomfort. Teacher, you really are something. At over 40 years old and still, before she could finish her remark, her ear was playfully tugged, causing her some discomfort. Oh dear, I apologize, teacher. No matter how much one trains, an ordinary person cannot compare physically to an augmented advanced trainer. Zhao Yiyuan, how much do you dislike your teacher's age? Upon hearing the youth's concession, Lung Runing, having been struck by the age-related comment, released her grip and turned to the matter at hand. Though you may not yet be aware, news of the college entrance examination reforms will likely be announced within the next couple of days. To accommodate students like you, who will be affected by this mid-course adjustment, the Education Bureau has allocated a special fund to assist ordinary families in acquiring a second Pokémon. Naturally, this requires excellent academic performance and a stamp of recommendation from the school. For you, this should pose no difficulty. The school has already planned to provide you with the maximum possible subsidy. While it may not be feasible to acquire the 3 legendary starter Pokémon, you can still apply for aid to obtain rare and powerful species such as the Rhydon, Ponyta, or Scyther. As she spoke, she retrieved a Pokémon catalog, flipping to the middle pages and handing it to him. Teacher, as a student, I really don't want to take on a substantial loan, he muttered, yet his hands honestly accepted the catalog featuring subsidized Pokémon hatchlings. Others don't even have this opportunity. Or you might also consider these Pokémon. As she continued, Lung Runing turned the pages, revealing images of Geodude, Sandshrew, Diglett, and Onyx. The prices were generally affordable, and with his savings combined with the subsidy, he could easily make a purchase. Of course, each of these was an exceptional specimen within its category, possessing practical inherited moves. For instance, the Diglett showcased on the front page was noted for inheriting a rare move, Razor Claw, boasting a power of 75. Generally, an ordinary specimen could be acquired for a mere few thousand. How intriguing. These rock and ground-type offspring indeed present the highest cost-effectiveness for you. Although the news regarding his acquisition of a prestigious rock-type inheritance has been shrouded in secrecy, there are indeed no impenetrable walls in this world. After all, many are aware of his successful emergence from the secret realm. For these individuals, while they may not possess intricate details, they can certainly surmise a few things. For instance, the ever-supportive teacher Lung Runing, under the youth's revealed demeanor, has gleaned more insights, understanding that the inheritance he obtained leans towards rock and ground attributes. His deliberate display of certain aspects is merely to augment his own value. Otherwise, how could he possibly secure the maximum subsidy allotted by the school? While perusing the pamphlet, he observed that the subsidy for ordinary students was less than a quarter of his own. Teacher Long, I shall return and contemplate this matter. I truly had not considered it. It came as quite a surprise. After flipping through a few more pages, Zhao Yiyuan ultimately grasped the pamphlet firmly in his hands. Indeed, that is reasonable. After all, there are still 2 days left this week. Yiyuan, take your time to ponder it thoroughly. Just as she consented and prepared to depart, As if struck by a sudden thought, she turned and spoke again. Yiyuan, if you are confident in securing first place in the upcoming tri-school examination, there is no need for such inner turmoil. I neglected to mention that the rewards for the examination have also been revised. Anyone placing in the top 3 will receive a commendable Pokémon egg. The first place, in particular, will yield a dragon-type offspring with pure blood lineage from the 3rd generation. Moreover, it possesses ground attributes, aligning perfectly with your interests. So be sure to exert your utmost effort. With that, she departed with purposeful footsteps. As a seasoned trainer who guides Zhao Yiyuan's training daily, it is inconceivable that she would not notice the subtlety with which the little Rattata concealed its prowess. Although unsure of the extent of its hidden abilities, the portions displayed thus far are certainly capable of outmatching seasoned junior trainers in the monthly assessments. Perhaps with a little more pressure, it might even clinch the coveted first place. Reflecting on this, a knowing smile graced her dignified visage. Yet, a sense of impossibility lingered. Had the rules remained as the previous one-on-one format, there might have been a glimmer of hope. However, with the current stipulation permitting 2 Pokémon, could the little Rattata truly outmaneuver and defeat the top students from the 2nd and 1st schools? She is well aware that the 1st school boasts more than 1 fully evolved starter Pokémon, and the 2nd school does as well. After all, Omping City is home to hundreds of thousands. Affluent elites undoubtedly reside here. Could a mere commonplace Rattata truly conquer the entire city? The very thought seems preposterous. Yet unbeknownst to Teacher Long, the young man in the corridor of the training room was silently clenching his fists. First place in the examination, you say? Little Rattata, let us embrace this honor as we welcome our new companion. Buzzing under the moonlight, the Pokeball at his waist trembled violently, seemingly responding to the trainer's anticipation. Chapter 78, The Arrival of the Second Pokémon. Of course, while putting on a brave front, one must still prepare for all eventualities. Upon returning home, Zhao Yiyuan cleaned up and lay on his bed, opening the booklet. He had already contemplated a few alternatives. The armored rhinoceros, Pidgey, Diglett, Sandshrew, and the coal turtle were among his considerations. These selections closely aligned with what Teacher Long had recommended, indicating that she had genuinely taken his needs into account. Considering the imminent outdoor survival class, for his second Pokémon, the young lad had 2 primary directions in mind: reconnaissance and tank roles, while also ensuring they possessed adequate strength. When it came to tank roles, turtle-type Pokémon, particularly those of the ground and rock types, were undoubtedly at the forefront. On the other hand, reconnaissance naturally called for flying-type Pokémon, and Pidgey, as a domestic bird capable of evolution, stood out for this very reason. Furthermore, Yiyuan harbored a lingering sentiment regarding the Pidgey he had lost at the beginning of the school year. Witnessing the withered body of the Pidgey in the morgue had left a bitter aftertaste in his heart. He forwarded his selections to Teacher Long, and on a new day during class training, she shared this news, which elicited a wave of murmurs. Could it be? The outdoor survival class begins on April 1st? Doesn't that mean we'll be heading outdoors right after the joint examination? Indeed, my Pokémon hasn't even reached the basic level yet. How could I possibly gather resources to nurture a second Pokémon? Teacher, how does the subsidy policy work? Amidst the clamorous discussions, the chubby Lu Fei squeezed through, wearing a similarly worried expression. Yiyuan, have you decided on your second Pokémon? I've just managed to scrape together some funds for my Mewtwo to evolve it into a basic Pokémon, all for the joint examination. Now, where will I find the money for a second Pokémon? The Mewtwo beside him also drooped its head. Pokémon Mewtwo, level 16, moves skilled in Stun Spore, Acid, Absorb, Sweet Scent, Poison Powder, and Entry Shadow Clone. A glimmer of insight sparked in Yiyuan's eyes as he observed Mewtwo's status panel, eliciting a slight smile. Mewtwo had been well nurtured. Although his study of nurturing knowledge lacked a focus on grass types, he was able to discern that this Mewtwo was in excellent developmental condition. You might consider another grass-type Pokémon. The resource consumption is low, and you already have some experience. However, ensure its role does not overlap with Mewtwo's. That is precisely what I was thinking. I'll discuss it with my parents. With the subsidies and student loans, I'll manage somehow. Lu Fei continued, what about you? Teacher Lung mentioned that those who rank in the top 3 in the joint examination would receive excellent Pokémon egg rewards. That should be your goal, right? As he spoke, Lu Fei glanced at the little Rattata still diligently training, his eyes filled with admiration. Such hard work. No wonder this little Rattata is so formidable. Indeed. But now that the rules have changed, I'm uncertain if I can achieve that, so I must prepare for multiple outcomes. At that moment, Lung Runing on the podium had resolved most of the students' queries and called out loudly, today, you have 1 day to consider. Before the bus for the tri-school joint examination tomorrow, you must submit your intention forms to me. Do you understand? Understood, replied the two who had come to their senses in unison. After distributing the intention forms, Lung Runing beckoned Zhao Yiyuan over. Come here for a moment. Help me take these things to the office. All right, teacher, he responded readily, collecting the documents from the podium and following her. Upon arriving at the office and placing the documents on the desk, just as he was about to leave, Lung Runing called out to him. Wait a moment, Yiyuan. What is it, teacher? Zhao Yiyuan asked, puzzled. To his surprise, Lung Runing rummaged in her pocket and produced a red and white Pokeball. This was originally meant for my own use, a Shelmet at the novice level. You can borrow it as your second Pokemon for now. The information on the Pokeball has been erased. It is currently in a state of release. I have already discussed this with it, and it will obey your commands during the competition. All you need to do is take this Pokeball to the Pokemon Center to register its information. As she spoke, she handed the ordinary red and white ball to him. Teacher, Zhao Yiyuan felt a surge of emotion, momentarily unsure whether to accept it. Go on. Take it. The elimination round is tomorrow. Although it remains a one-on-one battle, the competition data cannot be altered afterwards. Therefore, you must have 2 Pokemon before the competition begins. Otherwise, you won't have another chance in the official matches. However, after the competition concludes, you must go to the Pokemon Center to deregister the information and release the Shelmet. After imparting this final instruction, Lung Runing placed the Pokeball into the young man's hands. You must take good care of it these few days. Yes, rest assured, teacher. I will ensure it is well fed. With the Pokeball in hand, refusing it would have seemed ungrateful. Having lived 2 lives, Zhao Yiyuan had long surpassed the age of pretense. While he had confidence in his Rattata, who would refuse an extra layer of insurance, especially when it was offered freely. Moreover, if he could do this, wouldn't the second-generation trainers from the second and first schools with backgrounds also be able to? With this thought in mind, he directly asked, Teacher, do the others also? Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Lung Runing nodding. Indeed, those students with connections, who lack time to train a second Pokemon, will also borrow in this manner. After all, the rewards for the top placements in the joint examination this year are significantly higher than in previous years. A dragon-blooded Pokemon hatchling, even if not used personally, can be exchanged for considerable resources. Therefore, Zhao Yiyuan, there is no need for you to be overly proud or concerned about face. Many top students are doing the same. For you, securing tangible benefits is paramount. I understand, teacher. Understanding the heartfelt concern of Lung Runing, Zhao Yiyuan nodded emphatically and placed the Pokeball into his backpack. All right, do take good care of the Shelmet these next few days. Although he had resolved to lend it out, a twinge of reluctance lingered in his heart. Thank you, Teacher Lung. After bowing respectfully once more, Zhao Yiyuan exited the office and proceeded towards the Pokemon Training Center. Daily additional training had become an unwavering part of his routine, and since the Pokemon Center was open 24 hours, he could always register his training afterward. However, on his way, he glanced at Shelmet's information. Pokemon Shelmet, level 19 moves, Withdraw, Ice Shard, Protect, Tackle, Supersonic, and Ice Wind as a novice move. Upon seeing Protect, a glint of interest sparked in his eyes. This technique was renowned for its perfect defense, yet he wondered if Shelmet, with its innate understanding of bloodline techniques, grasped the principles well enough to teach it to Rattata. Chapter 79, Shelmet, just like that. Upon arriving at the training center, he took the key from the supervising teacher and skillfully unlocked the door. With a creak, he stepped into the familiar and bright training room. Come forth, Rattata and Shelmet. Accompanied by 2 flashes of red light, the 2 previously unacquainted Pokemon materialized on the floor. Rattata, exclaimed Yiyuan, is this our new companion? The first to react. Rattata was visibly excited, gazing at Shelmet's purple, hardened shell with eagerness, cautiously inching closer to touch it. However, it was startled by the sudden emergence of the pitch-black face from within Shelmet's shell. Rattata, don't scare me. Seeing its prank succeed, Shelmet was delighted, playfully waving its pink tongue outside. Its comical demeanor elicited giggles from the frightened Rattata. All right, let us make introductions. Rattata, this is Shelmet, a companion temporarily lent to us by Teacher Long. The rules for the tri-school joint examination had changed. In the main competition phase, victory was no longer determined by a single match, but required defeating 2 of the opponent's Pokemon. Thus, Teacher Lung had kindly provided them with a formidable ally. Upon being addressed, Shelmet greeted Rattata amicably with a flick of its tongue. Rattata, understanding the situation, Rattata took a few steps closer, responding in kind. Although it was a pity they were not fixed partners, this Shelmet, with its long tongue, seemed quite intriguing. Suddenly, Rattata was caught off guard as Shelmet playfully licked it, causing another startled reaction. Rattata, I almost began to doubt you were just a long tongue. As Zhao Yiyuan chuckled in amusement, he crouched down and introduced himself. Greetings. Daisbei. I am Zhao Yiyuan, a student of Teacher Lung. I hope to rely on your guidance in the days to come. As he extended his hand naturally, he suddenly remembered that Daisbei possessed neither hands nor claws. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, he felt a cool sensation in his palm. Startled, he realized that it was Daisbei's long tongue that had licked him. After this unique and light-hearted introduction, they formally commenced their training. However, before that, he needed to clarify a question. Daisbei, could you demonstrate the move guard for me? Despite feeling puzzled as to why they needed to use a defensive move without any attack, Daisbei, recalling the instructions from its trainer to comply in the following days, agreed. Soon, a soft purple glow enveloped Daisbei, coalescing into a faint green shield that surrounded its form. Observing the intricate patterns on the shield, Zhao Yiyuan curiously poked at it. Though it appeared thin, it felt as solid as a concrete wall, resisting any pressure he applied. Little Lotta, give it a try, but hold back and use Ice Beam. Lotta. Upon hearing the command, Little Lotta wasted no time. It opened its mouth and unleashed a frigid beam of white light at remarkable speed. Whoa! Daisbei's eyes widened in astonishment. If it wasn't mistaken, that Little Lotta had actually executed Ice Beam. Oh my long tongue. Who is truly the water-type Pokémon here? Reflecting on its own novice attempts at Ice-type moves, Daisbei felt a crushing wave of embarrassment wash over it. The Pokémon stood frozen in place. Grateful that the protective shield still held, but it soon shattered with a loud crash. Nevertheless, it had successfully withstood the Ice Beam, a feat that was indeed impressive. With a gulp, Zhao Yiyuan eagerly inquired, Daisbei, do you grasp the principles behind using this guard move? Could you perhaps teach Little Lotta? Rest assured, we will assist each other. Little Lotta will also share the knowledge of Ice Wind with you. Lotta. Yes, indeed, I am quite adept at Ice-type moves. Unfortunately, faced with the eager gazes of both trainer and Pokémon, Daisbei's large eyes reflected confusion. The principle behind using guard? What is that? Why must I understand this? Isn't it sufficient just to know how to use it? Seeing Daisbei's bewildered expression, Zhao Yiyuan understood the answer. Undeterred, he pushed Little Lotta forward and addressed Daisbei once more. How about this? Daisbei, could you explain to Little Lotta the energy flow involved in using this move, along with any sensations you might experience? Please share as much as you can. Nodding slightly, the trainer found the student peculiar, yet the shelter began to speak. First, one must gather energy from the shell, then channel it through the shell's patterns. The small Rattata, feeling a headache, patted its own head. A shell? I don't have a shell. Patterns, what are those? I really don't understand. Overwhelmed, it turned to look at Yuan with tear-filled eyes. Please let me train Yuan. I can't keep up with this. Understanding the little Rattata's plea, the youth sighed, feeling somewhat defeated, realizing that it was impossible to gain knowledge for free. Clearly, Shelter's technique was a bloodline move that could not be taught. Then, Rattata, you should go and train, he said. Upon hearing this, the little creature seemed to be granted a reprieve. With a swift dash, it vanished from sight. Shaking his head, the boy turned to the still bewildered Shelter and said, Shelter, I'm sure Teacher Lung has assigned you your usual training tasks. You should follow your regular training regimen. With a compliant Shelter began its training. Water swirled around it, propelling its body forward, albeit with low efficiency. It was a water jet, designed to help Shelter overcome its mobility issues on land. Indeed, a high-level trainer was truly remarkable. Observing its training, Zhao Yuan quickly grasped the situation and took a stance beside it. He exclaimed, initiating a series of punches. This was a set of martial arts passed down from the rock gym disciples, known as the Rolling Stone Fist. It was effective for honing one's physique and building strength. In fact, according to the teachings, mastering it could elevate one to the ranks of fighters, with a body comparable to that of fighting-type Pokémon. Having witnessed Uncle Wu's extraordinary physique, the boy was convinced of this truth. Chapter 80. Rattata. The newcomer isn't quite up to par, thankfully just a temporary worker. From the legacy inherited from Uncle Wu, along with his inherent talent, Zhao Yuan acquired more insights regarding trainers beyond the advanced level. Initially, he had harbored doubts. Given the extraordinary power of Pokémon, it was manageable at the beginner level, but at advanced levels and beyond, ordinary spectators required technological means to slow down the action to comprehend it. Could trainers truly make a difference? Or were ordinary trainers gradually becoming redundant, perhaps even a burden? Now it became clear, humans could indeed cultivate their skills. Just like the radio calisthenics practiced since childhood, reaching mastery had its own mystical qualities. However, in the world of Pokémon, it remained the case that Pokémon were the main protagonists. Although humans can deepen their bond with Pokémon and harness their powers for training once they reach the novice level, as articulated by the Rolling Stone Fist, achieving mastery in this art is comparable to the capabilities of an average mid-level fighting Pokémon. Within the Nibi Gym, even the most ordinary of disciples possesses Pokémon that exhibit such prowess. However, this physical aptitude is sufficient for trainers to discern the dynamics of battle and to command effectively, while also retaining the ability for self-preservation, thereby avoiding fatal repercussions from residual energies. In the realm of Pokémon, where energy is more abundant, one must cultivate a deeper bond with their Pokémon to gain the strength necessary for training. This notion is even more pronounced in Blue Star, a world primarily defined by technology. According to Master Lung Running, in Blue Star, only those who attain the status of advanced trainers and possess a sufficiently profound emotional bond with their Pokémon can achieve the manifestation of foreign power and engage in training through such means. Of course, there are exceptionally rare geniuses and individuals with unique constitutions who manage to accomplish this when their Pokémon reach intermediate strength. This is precisely why Zhao Yiyuan has concealed the Rolling Stone Fist, refraining from practicing in public. Even within this training room, he meticulously ensured that there were no hidden cameras before daring to practice. After all, a tall tree attracts the wind. With the diligent blessings of his fortuitous abilities, he has managed to initiate the Rolling Stone Fist at the novice level. Name: Zhao Yiyuan. Age: 18. Occupation: student. Skills: mastery of high school Chinese, 156410000. Mastery of high school mathematics, 262510000. Mastery of basic Pokémon studies, 105410000. Mastery of Pokémon materials, 106410000. Initial mastery of Pokémon breeding theory, 352410000. Mastery of the third set of radio calisthenics, 675410000. Proficiency in advanced rock type inheritance, 6541000. Mastery of intermediate general type inheritance, 154610000. Initiation of Rolling Stone Fist, 15100. It is clear from his status panel that he has indeed initiated the Rolling Stone Fist. The general type inheritance provided by Commissioner Lin has also reached mastery during this period, especially with the assistance of Professor Mao. However, he lacks sufficient foundational strength in advanced rock-type inheritance, as he has not practiced with rock-ground Pokémon, thus hindering his progress towards proficiency. Regrettably, while he has made an entry into the initiation, the limitations of his environment and the strength of his Rattata render his internal energy, or the power Zhao Yiyuan whimsically refers to as inner qi, woefully feeble. Techniques such as flying leaf and qi release are beyond his reach, merely granting him a slight increase in physical strength. Moreover, his appetite has increased, and his physique seems to be undergoing a gradual second development, slowly catching up to some of the athletic students in his school, albeit still within the realm achievable through relentless training by an ordinary individual. Having already established a regimen of daily exercise, Zhao Yiyuan's gradual changes have gone largely unnoticed. Even if someone were to observe this swift and increasingly robust youth, they would merely remark on the impressive dedication of the young man. Time swiftly passed. The self-trained Shelmet gazed in astonishment at the still training Rattata and Zhao Yiyuan, its large eyes wide with disbelief. How could they still be awake? It was well past the hour. Unable to comprehend the situation, Shelmet felt reluctant to rest alone. After all, it was the Pokémon of this young instructor. How could it bring shame to Lung Running? Thus, it gritted its teeth and continued the training. Wasn't it merely a matter of effort? How could a teacher yield to students? With this thought in mind, Shelmet soon exhausted itself to the point of fainting. Oh no! How terrifying! Thankfully, I have only been with this fellow for 2 or 3 days. Any rational being knows that suddenly escalating one's training regimen to several times the usual amount yields little benefit and can easily lead to physical harm. Rattata and Zhao Yiyuan had gradually pushed their limits through consistent training to sustain their high-intensity regimen. Consequently, the unusually fatigued Shelmet was quickly noticed by the active Rattata. Rattata! Rattata! Yiyuan, our companion has fainted. The sharp cry drew the attention of the boy who was performing pull-ups. What the heck? He exclaimed, hastily descending from the bar and rushing over with healing spray in hand. Shelmet! Shelmet! Are you all right? He called out, spraying the healing potion liberally onto its purple shell. This was Lung's Pokémon. Having only been entrusted to him for less than half a day, it had already trained to the point of unconsciousness. If anything happened, he wouldn't know how to explain it to Lung Running. Fortunately, the high-quality healing spray, worth 1,000 yuan per bottle, proved effective. The exhausted Shelmet quickly regained consciousness. Realizing it had pushed itself too hard, embarrassment flooded its face, and it even contemplated closing its shell. It felt utterly ashamed. "Are you all right, Shelmet?" the boy inquired. Yet, under his questioning gaze, Shelmet reluctantly opened its shell, revealing an awkward yet polite smile. This eased Zhao Yiyuan's worries. "That's a relief. Shelmet, you don't have to force yourself to train alongside Rattata and me. What works for us may not suit you. Complete the daily tasks assigned by Teacher Long, then return to your Pokeball to rest." Upon hearing this, Shelmet, having endured painful experiences, quickly agreed. It then gently nudged the offered Pokeball and vanished inside with a flash. "I can't compete. I truly cannot. I concede," Shelmet thought. "After all, it is Lung Runing who will bear the embarrassment, not me." As Zhao Yiyuan stored the Pokeball, he comforted the worried Rattata. "It's all right, Rattata." Shelmet simply overexerted itself. Pilata was somewhat taken aback. This companion seems to be lacking. Fortunately, they are only a temporary partner, incapable of putting in the effort to train. Unlike me, Shushu, a true embodiment of diligence. "All right, let us train for another hour." Pilata, "No problem at all. I, Shushu, absolutely adore training." Chapter 81. The third high school is full of weaklings on a new day. Early in the morning, the three classes of the senior high school Pokémon department, under the guidance of their respective homeroom teachers, made their way to the Onping City Exhibition Center. With hundreds of trainers from the third high school alone, and even more from the first and second high schools, it was unsuitable for any single institution to host the event. Thus, the exhibition center in the city was chosen. From the adjacent bus, one could faintly hear the homeroom teacher of Class 3 of the Pokémon department loudly reprimanding several students. "I will say this once more. If you are not committed to the path of a trainer, you might as well submit your request to withdraw from the class. Look at yourselves. 3 months have passed, and your skills remain at the late apprenticeship stage, rendering you unqualified to participate in the joint examination. You will only be spectators. I hope the outstanding peers who perform well in this examination will serve as a wake-up call for you." The Ministry of Education has issued a reform notification. Following the joint examination, we will swiftly transition to outdoor practical courses. This carries a risk of fatality, and I do not wish for the third high school's mortality rate to be concentrated in Class 3. These words caused many students, who held Pokeballs but were only half listening, to change their expressions. They truly had not been aware of this news. They were astonished to learn that the outdoor practical training, which typically began in the last month of the year, was now commencing 2 months early and would continue indefinitely. "Well, what? Teacher Lee, when did this news come out? I had no idea." "Indeed, this is treating our lives as a mere joke." A cacophony of voices erupted, prompting Teacher Lee on the bus to shake his head and raise his voice. "As students preparing for this year's college entrance examination, you should be paying attention to the news from the Ministry of Education. Moreover, this reform has garnered the approval of 90% of universities nationwide. In other words, the majority of your peers have already met the minimum requirement for outdoor training, a Pokémon of at least basic strength. If you do not keep up, you will be eliminated by the reformed system, or worse, you may simply lose your lives." How could this be? How infuriating. If only I had known. In Class 3, the atmosphere immediately grew somber, a cloud of regret settling over them. In truth, Zhao Yiyuan's generation had the fortune of experiencing 15 years of stable development, which allowed a complacent mindset to take root in the hearts of these young trainers, leading to the emergence of some who treated training as a pastime. However, the push for reform from above had struck them like a thunderbolt. As the bus engine roared to life, regardless of the thoughts swirling within, they embarked on their journey to the exhibition center. "Yuan, what do you imagine the wilderness to be like? Do those wild spirits truly harbor an aversion towards humanity? Is it conceivable that we might lose a classmate?" It seems that the words of Teacher Lee from Class 3 have greatly unsettled the chubby Lu Fei. As the vehicle embarked, he gazed at the walking grass within the Pokeball, his expression clouded with confusion. Naturally, to Fei, the wilderness is distinct from urban life. It is the abode of the spirits. As Zhao Yiyuan spoke, his eyes appeared somewhat vacant, as if recalling the previous journey to Moonview Mountain. Although that was merely an illusory realm, with spirits that seemed rather abstract, it was indisputable that upon seeing him, a human susceptible to their whims, these wild spirits would not hesitate to act. After all, our encroachment into the wild, clearing forests and capturing creatures, equates to an invasion of one's home. Not to mention the theft of their offspring. If you were in their position, would you harbor any fondness for such a race? Have we truly been so malevolent? Lu Fei was taken aback by this interpretation, astonished to learn that trainers could embody such roles. "Don't let him lead you astray, Lu Fei." At that moment, a cool, feminine voice interjected, revealing Teacher Long, who had turned to face them at some point. Adjusting her glasses, she elaborated, "It is undeniable that we are currently in this phase, which is why most wild spirits exhibit considerable hostility towards humans. However, according to the relics unearthed and the records of secret realms, most spirits ultimately manage to coexist amicably with humanity. The relationship between trainers and spirits is one of mutual fulfillment. For instance, dragon-type spirits, which have lengthy developmental cycles and lifespans, require the assistance of trainers to evolve, a process that could span decades without such support. Consequently, some powerful dragon breeds may willingly entrust their young to a worthy trainer. Conversely, insect-type spirits, with shorter developmental periods and lifespans, risk extinction without trainers to cultivate strong individuals within their species in a brief time frame. Indeed, I had my suspicions, Yuan. You truly have a talent for misleading me." Upon hearing the teacher's explanation, Lu Fei's senses returned to normal. "Haha, I was merely jesting," he replied. Teacher Lung's words were indeed accurate. Amidst the profound implications of Lung Running's statements and the chubby one's complaints, Zhao Yiyuan chuckled awkwardly and promptly admitted his fault. Yet, he understood deep down that even in a harmonious coexistence, human nature necessitates a dominant role, much like the protected animals of the past. Only after conquering the natural world do we make efforts to safeguard it. He speculated that the educational reforms by the Bureau likely arose from issues encountered during this conquest, prompting a stricter selection of the next generation of trainers. Decisively shifting the conversation, it was not long before they arrived at the convention center. As they disembarked, their eyes were met with the sight of a colossal, semicircular hall. Above, the gilded letters proclaiming Onping City Convention Center stand prominently. "This is indeed the exhibition center. We will also come here for our college entrance examinations in the future. It is vast and beautiful." The third high school is situated the farthest from the convention center, in the most secluded area. The accompanying teachers have gone to coordinate schedules with representatives from other schools, allowing the students some freedom to explore the vicinity of the venue for the time being. They are all adult Pokémon trainers, soon to embark on practical field classes. Thus, unlike typical schools, there is no need for teachers to supervise them. After all, if they lack this much self-discipline, how can they expect to venture into the wild? It would be better to dissuade them altogether. Otherwise, they would merely become another casualty. In reality, nearly all the students remained nearby, congregating in small groups, curiously inspecting their surroundings, as many had never visited this expansive and impressive venue before. Just then, a disdainful male voice pierced through the air. "Who are you talking about? Who's spewing nonsense?" A few hot-headed individuals cursed in response, scanning their surroundings. Before them stood a boy with a buzz cut, dressed in a light yellow suit-style uniform, strutting with an air of arrogance. Chapter 82. How Ran, you certainly know more than the rest. I speak of you, the insignificant students of third high school. Every year, you merely serve as support, not even making it into the top 10, let alone the main competition. What? You can't handle the truth about your own incompetence? He nonchalantly tossed a Pokeball in his right hand, the emblem of First High School embroidered on his chest, clearly identifying him as a student from Onping City as First High School. Do you dare to come up and fight? I want you to kneel and call me grandfather. Though many in the crowd shouted boisterously, none dared to suggest a Pokémon battle. This was due to the menacing gaze of a fierce-looking blue crocodile that stood before the boy, eyeing the crowd with hostility. The blue crocodile, the evolved form of the small alligator. If it were merely an evolution, the onlookers would not have been concerned. After all, some Pokémon can evolve even in the later stages of their training, and most beginner-level Pokémon have already undergone evolution. However, this creature held another distinction. It is one of the officially recognized water-type starter Pokémon. The so-called starters are those Pokémon deemed by the League to possess superior potential and combat ability among known species, categorized into 3 elemental types: water, fire, and grass. These types are generally well-suited for novice trainers. Of course, there are nuances among the starters. For instance, the small alligator and the leaf Pokémon are somewhat less favorable compared to their counterparts, Squirtle and Bulbasaur, despite all being categorized as starters. Although most people are unaware of the reasons, the differences in application criteria and pricing make them apparent. Consequently, the second-generation starters are often the preferred choice for many middle-class families. After all, no matter how inferior a starter may be, it is still a starter. Their combat power is undeniably exceptional. With its red triangular crown, sharp teeth, and robust blue crocodilian form, it certainly commands respect. With a cursory glance, Zhao Yiyuan quickly recognized the creature as a well-developed blue crocodile. After all, those who could afford to purchase from the prestigious 3 families would undoubtedly have ample resources at their disposal. At that moment, the boy who released the blue crocodile stood with his head held high, exuding an air of arrogance as he brazenly proclaimed, "What's the matter? Are you too intimidated by my Pokémon to battle?" So-called trainers, engaging in one-on-one duels. Such rural high school students truly lack refinement. His haughty demeanor provoked visible ire among most students from the third high school. Meanwhile, a boy and a girl concealed beneath a pillar on the second floor of the venue observed the scene with an air of indifference. "Brother Howard, is everything truly all right?" If their teacher suddenly returns, and Yuan Yi gets dragged before Teacher Wu for engaging in an unauthorized duel, there could be serious repercussions, perhaps even disciplinary action. She expressed with concern. Rest assured, Teacher Wu and the others are currently occupied with arranging the schedule alongside the teachers from third high school. With so many individuals, it will be quite some time before they can organize everything. Moreover, do you really believe that our little antics go unnoticed by Teacher Wu? In response, the boy known as Howren, a handsome youth with tousled hair, revealed a knowing smile. The principal of third high school had gone to great lengths this time, not only recalling the previously resigned Teacher Long, who had advanced to a senior trainer, but also securing additional resources from the Provincial Education Bureau. He was all in. If this year's results were still unsatisfactory, his position would be at stake. In truth, he had no choice but to fight. According to my aunt, there were those in the province eyeing this cushy position. His tenure had been marked by mediocre performance, and numerous past misdeeds had resurfaced. If this year's college entrance examination yielded no remarkable results, his fate would be sealed. Wow, Brother Howren, you truly understand so much. No wonder you are the top student of our first high school. Upon hearing this, a demure girl with long hair cascading down her back and bangs adorning her forehead gazed at Lin Howren with starry-eyed admiration, inching closer to him. Students entering the first high school in Onping City were either genuine prodigies or individuals of considerable wealth. Lin Howren was undoubtedly among the elite. Not only did he possess exceptional talent as a trainer, but his family, the Lin family, was also renowned in Yujin province. However, he was not a direct descendant, merely a branch of the Lin family in Onping City, thus lacking the resources to enter the provincial key school. With a light chuckle, Lin Howren embraced the renowned class beauty beside him, choosing not to elaborate further. The top student of humble Onping City mattered little to him. He, Lin Howren, was destined to shine brilliantly in the college entrance examination 3 months hence. Even if he could not gain entry to the provincial key school, he would still surpass those direct descendants. Outside the venue, in an open area, a boy ranked among the top in Class 2 stepped forward, seething with anger in response to the arrogance of the first high school. "I will battle your blue crocodile. Let one match decide the victor." As he spoke, he swiftly retrieved the Pokeball from his waist. "Bravo, Sun Yiming. Go on, defeat that arrogant little brat." Unfortunately, Zhang Yuan, standing opposite him, merely shook his head. "I see your school badge indicates you are a student from Class 2 of third high school. Though I, Zhang Yuan, may be just an inconspicuous member of Class 1. I belong to a key class. If you wish to fight, let those from your prestigious class step forward. This is a battle of equals, pawns against pawns. Thus it is fair. Or is it that everyone from Class 1 of third high school is merely a coward?" Ha ha. As he mocked, the blue crocodile before him cast a provocative glance toward Zhao Yiyuan and the others, emitting a threatening growl. This incited considerable anger in the chubby boy beside Zhao Yiyuan, who was ready to charge forward and challenge it to a duel. "Don't be impulsive, Dafei. You're not its match." "Why not? My walking grass possesses a grass type, which counters water types." The chubby boy, momentarily bewildered by the large hand gripping his shoulder, sensed that his desk mate's strength had increased. "Your walking grass has yet to evolve, and its moves are rather limited. I'm not trying to discourage you, but at this stage, you may not stand a chance against Sun Yiming." Though he spoke these words, Zhao Yiyuan had indeed seen the blue crocodile's stats, which prompted him to restrain the chubby boy from rushing out as cannon fodder. Pokémon, Blue Crocodile, level 19 moves, proficient water gun, bite, grasp. Icy Wind. Not only does it boast a formidable level of 19, but it has also learned Icy Wind, a move specifically effective against grass types. Currently, any walking grass facing it would be akin to delivering a meal. Meanwhile, the belittled Sun Yiming could no longer contain himself. "Damn, you look down on me. I have indeed defeated several from Class 1. As he spoke, a flash of red light erupted. Sizzle, a bee drill, towering at half a man's height with sharp, elongated stingers, appeared before the blue crocodile. He was not exaggerating. With his fully evolved form, Beedrill had indeed triumphed over several of the weaker members of Class 1. Alas, the monthly assessments consider not only practical combat, but also potential and developmental factors. Thus, his score was somewhat lower, preventing him from advancing to Class 1 during those evaluations. Oh, is that so? Then let us engage in a little play. The blue crocodile readied itself for battle. Chapter 83, 2 rounds agrew. Upon hearing the trainer's command, the blue crocodile immediately glared fiercely at the opposing Beedrill. Sizzle. The Beedrill, not to be outdone, raised its twin stingers in defiance. Frankly, Zhao Yiyuan, as a spectator, held little faith in their prospects. Pokémon, Beedrill, level 16, moves, proficient, twin needle, poison sting, basic fury attack, charge beam. String shot having just crossed the threshold into the novice level, none of its moves exceeded a power of 40. How could it muster the courage to confront the blue crocodile? Of course, the battle must be fought to ascertain the outcome. At least the Beedrill possesses one advantage: it can fly. The fact that Sun Yiming can defeat several students from Class 1 indicates he is not without merit. Once both parties had assumed their stances, he promptly commanded, Beedrill, ascend and launch a poison sting attack, with a swift beat of its wings. The Beedrill took to the air. How naive, shouted Zhao Yiyuan. Blue Croc, unleash ice wind. Upon hearing the command, Blue Croc opened its mouth, and a sphere of white light materialized before it. It then unleashed a chilling gust. Alas, Sun Yiming's Beedrill was merely an ordinary specimen, its speed insufficient to evade the disruptive currents of the ice wind. Frost began to accumulate on its wings, causing its altitude to plummet rather than rise. Now, charge in and bite. Seizing the opportunity, Blue Croc lunged forward with astonishing speed, its gaping maw poised to strike. Dodge, Beedrill. Yet the divine technique failed to manifest. And with a sickening thud, Blue Croc's sharp teeth pierced through the Beedrill's body. With a mournful cry, the Beedrill's eyes spiraled, signaling its loss of combat capability. Zhao Yiyuan's expression revealed a disdainful glimmer of humanity as he forcefully flung the defeated creature aside with a resounding thud. Beedrill. Alarmed, Sun Yiming rushed to assess its condition. Fortunately, despite his boastful words, Zhao Yiyuan was cautious enough not to escalate the situation, allowing Blue Croc to show restraint. The Beedrill had only sustained minor injuries and was merely exhausted. A bit of healing potion and some rest would suffice for recovery. No need to visit the Pokémon Center. Is this the prowess you claim can vanquish Class 1? It appears rather unimpressive to me. It couldn't even last 2 rounds against my Pokémon. Perhaps you should return to where you came from, as you are truly wasting everyone's time. Zhao Yiyuan's face was adorned with a mocking smirk, his gaze toward the crowd dripping with contempt. How trivial it is to have defeated a mere Beedrill. Allow me to challenge you. That creature hardly represents Class 1 of your school. From within Class 1, a handsome boy with natural curls stepped forward. A flash of red light at his waist heralded the arrival of a spirited and eager Monferno in the clearing. Come on, he beckoned confidently. Even Lin Howard, who had been observing from the sidelines, nodded in approval at the sight of this Monferno. Indeed, we are finally witnessing a respectable Pokémon. I told you, with such an investment, Third High should boast more than just a Beedrill. Pokémon, Monferno, level 20, moves skilled in Karate Chop, Focus Energy, Desire, and Knock Off. Also possesses the basic moves Glare and Earth Throw. In fact, upon viewing Monferno's stats, Zhao Yiyuan was equally taken aback. Level 20 has ascended another rank compared to several days ago, and in addition, has acquired a new technique for delivering strikes. It seems he has compensated for the previous lack of long-range attacks. Muttering to himself, he glanced excitedly towards the open ground, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. He firmly believed that this well-developed monkey would sufficiently challenge the blue crocodile to reveal its true prowess. However, just as the two sides were poised to engage, a figure in the distance suddenly bellowed, "What are you doing? The exhibition center prohibits private battles, you know." A burly man in a security uniform, accompanied by a large wolfhound, hurried towards them. "Forget it, Yuan-yi, let us get out of here." Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Howard, positioned beneath a pillar on the second floor, promptly communicated through his device. Having observed the monkey, he had formed a general understanding of the third high school's competence. It was significantly stronger than in previous years, yet not enough to threaten his standing. After all, the competition rules had changed to allow for 2 Pokémon. Moreover, the trainer of that monkey, along with most of the crowd, possessed only a single Pokeball at their waist. In the afternoon, when Director Qin Shan and the others returned and learned of the incident, they berated the 2 instigators without mercy. Impressive, Sun Yiming. Feeling heroic and mighty, are we? If you had truly won, that would be one thing, but to be dispatched in just 2 rounds, how can you not feel ashamed? And do you, Li Fan? Did you think they were here merely to provoke you and showcase their presence? They were here to gather intelligence. The reprimanded duo hung their heads, too intimidated to retort. Meanwhile, Teacher Long, standing beside Zhao Yiyuan, observed her students being chastised. Since they had erred under the authorities' gaze, they deserved such a scolding. Yiyuan, what do you think of that student from first high this afternoon? She quietly inquired of the boy beside her. Well nurtured and skillfully coordinated. He ranks at least in the top 10 of our class, perhaps even higher, the boy replied after a moment's contemplation. This elicited a bittersweet smile from Lung Running. I inquired, and that student is named Zhang Yuan, ranked lower in the key class at first high. This revelation startled Zhao Yiyuan. He had not anticipated such an outcome. Yet, he quickly rationalized it, considering that Anping City is a metropolis with a population in the hundreds of thousands. The offspring of affluent and formidable trainers predominantly reside in first high. For them, a few million for a top-tier Pokémon might seem substantial, but to those individuals, it represents merely a year's or even half a year's income. Investing such resources to provide a child with a solid foundation is undoubtedly worthwhile. Thus, it is quite normal for first high to possess multiple top-tier Pokémon, even achieving excellence in training. Rest assured, Teacher Long, I have confidence in myself and little Rattata, Zhao Yiyuan declared with unwavering conviction. Very well, that is reassuring. The teacher believes in you. On the other side, within the ranks of Class 1, Zhang Yuan and Lin Haoran were being questioned by their supervising teacher. So, have you gathered any intelligence? The teacher inquired. Sir, please don't punish us, Zhang Yuan replied, astonished at the thought of facing consequences. In response, Teacher Li shook his head, opting not to delve into explanations for the thick-headed student, and instead turned his attention to the proud pupil, Lin Haoran. Sir, I have been observing closely. Class 3 has improved significantly compared to previous years. But they do not pose a threat to us. The top 3 positions are undoubtedly ours. Chapter 84. Let's go. Class 3 is not trash. A brief trial quickly passed, with no one harboring thoughts of pursuing the matter further. After all, the rules of the wilderness and the secret realms were far more brutal than this trivial examination. If one was foolish enough to reveal information, they could only blame themselves. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, under the leadership of the Anping City Education Bureau, the 20 designated battle arenas commenced the elimination rounds in earnest, with the weakest participants being novice trainers. Those who did not meet this standard were relegated to the sidelines as spectators. Among the over 100 students in Class 3, 74 met the criteria, while Classes 2 and 1 had 153 and 185 respectively, totaling 412 participants. 4 elimination rounds were held, ultimately narrowing down to 26 competitors who would engage in formal 2-on-2 matches. A place in the main event guaranteed a reward of 20,000 yuan, double that of previous years, signifying the Ministry of Education's serious commitment to cultivating genuine young trainers swiftly. In Arena Number 6, Zhao Yiyuan from Class 3 faced Huang Yi from Class 2, each commanding a single Pokémon. A loss was declared when one side's Pokémon could no longer battle. Both competitors simultaneously dispatched their Pokémon in an aggressive mode. As the referee's voice echoed over the loudspeaker, Zhao Yiyuan observed his opponent clad in a similarly blue and white uniform. Though not as exquisitely tailored as Class 1 suits, it was a marked improvement over the outdated attire of Class 3, with a fitted waist and shoulders, presenting a spirited young male student who grinned widely, seemingly relieved to have drawn a weak competitor from Class 3. Go Rattata, go Bibarel. With 2 flashes of red light, a purple mouse and a beaver-like Pokémon materialized on the battlefield. With their brown and black, fluffy coats and small eyes, they appeared somewhat adorably clumsy. However, the Bibarel's large tail was indeed impressive. Zhao Yiyuan immediately glanced at his opponent's stats. Pokémon, Bibarel, level 17 moves, rollout, water gun, tackle, growl, defense curl. How surprising. A girl like you doesn't know how to chain rollout? Clearly, your practice has been insufficient. Upon reviewing the statistics, the young man felt a surge of joy. Nothing extraordinary, merely the average caliber of Class 3. This would be simple. As the referee's words faded, commands from both sides were issued in near-perfect synchrony. Little Rattata, Plan Number 1. Big Tail Weasel, use the water gun. In this assault mode, it all depends on who acts faster. Pooh Rattata. Clearly, the swift little Rattata, with a flash of lightning, was quicker. Just as Big Tail Weasel opened its mouth and gathered its water ball, a purple figure darted past, delivering a sharp pain to its tail. Weasel. The pain interrupted its move. How could it be so fast? At that moment, the trainer of Big Tail Weasel watched in disbelief as little Rattata clamped onto its tail. Big Tail Weasel, shake it off. Before he could finish his command, little Rattata, releasing its grip, delivered a powerful strike, sending Big Tail Weasel flying with a resounding thud. Weasel. This caused Big Tail Weasel to cry out again, collapsing onto the ground, rendered unable to battle. with Big Tail Weasel incapacitated. Zhao Yiyuan from 3rd High School emerged victorious. The somewhat dazed referee paused for a moment, then quickly announced the result. With mastery of the electric flash combined with proficient Fong strikes, 3rd High has produced a genius this time. Upon reflection, he recognized the essence of the so-called Plan Number 1. It was undeniably effective. Typical novice Pokémon could not withstand it. Big Tail Weasel. Meanwhile, the stunned Huang Yi tearfully picked up Big Tail Weasel to seek assistance from the sidelines. Zhao Yiyuan, you may take a 10-minute break or choose to proceed immediately. As the referee in blue smiled and addressed him, Zhao Yiyuan was taken aback. He hadn't heard this rule before. He had assumed he would waste 40 minutes. This rule allowed him to finish early and see how strong the top students from other schools were. I choose to proceed immediately. Very well. The referee had no objections. That little Rattata had only expended a bit of energy and sustained no injuries. He too would opt for an immediate continuation, freeing up time to observe the matches of others and gather intelligence. Contestant 246 from 3rd High School, Qianning, please proceed to arena number 6. Upon seeing his opponent clad in the same school uniform, Zhao Yiyuan nearly exclaimed in disbelief. The second round was going to eliminate someone from his own school? It was known that 3rd High already had the fewest participants. It felt rather unfair. Across from him, Qianning wore a similarly grim expression. While others were unaware of Zhao Yiyuan's prowess, being from the same school, he was well aware. How could he possibly compete against Zhao Yiyuan? Yet, to forfeit without a fight? That thought was quickly discarded. How could such a person be considered a competent trainer? Please, both sides, send forth your Pokémon. Go. Little Rattata. Go, Bada Butterfly. The re-released little Rattata bore a somewhat resentful expression. Parada, what on earth? Why must I, the little mouse, go in and out again? It's quite troublesome, isn't it? This left Zhao Yiyuan feeling somewhat awkward, but rules are rules, and there was no way around it. Pokémon, Butterfree, level 16, moves String Shot, Tackle, Sleep Powder, Hypnosis, Telekinesis, Gust. Undoubtedly, this was a Butterfree that barely met the competition threshold. The only remarkable move, Telekinesis, seemed to suffer from either temporal constraints or inherent limitations, perhaps indicative of its novice level. Zhao Yiyuan surmised that it must be a matter of talent, as the mental capacity of bug-type Pokémon typically fails to support multiple uses of telekinesis. The match commenced. Butterfree, take to the skies and use Sleep Powder. Upon hearing the command, Butterfree had barely flapped its wings and ascended less than a meter when, whoosh, a beam of white light struck its body directly. Amidst the crackling sound of ice forming, Butterfree hadn't even registered the attack before it succumbed to incapacitation. To everyone's astonishment, this little Rattata possessed an ice beam, indicative of a higher mastery level. The referee, taken aback by the swift turn of events, stood momentarily dumbfounded. Butterfree, however, the anxious shout from the opposing student snapped him back to reality, prompting him to announce promptly, Butterfree has lost its fighting capability. The victor is Zhao Yiyuan from 3rd High School. Only after the referee declared the outcome did Qianning retrieve Butterfree into its Pokeball. You did wonderfully, Butterfree, he whispered in consolation. As he descended from the arena, he suddenly called out to the boy across from him, Zhao Yiyuan, give it your all. Show them that our 3rd High is not to be underestimated. To his surprise, there was someone cheering on the spot. Yet, upon meeting Qianning's earnest gaze, Zhao Yiyuan nodded and replied loudly, all right. Chapter 85. The roster. Regardless of the situation, Zhao Yiyuan was still a member of 3rd High School, and frankly, the treatment he received there was quite commendable. Therefore, it was only fitting that he exert himself to elevate their reputation. In the subsequent 2 battles, he opted not to request any breaks and proceeded directly into combat. His opponents were merely ordinary students from 2nd High School, a Fluffy Mareep and a Jigglypuff. Both under level 20, possessed no remarkable moves. Thus, under the mastery of his Rattata's quick attack, they had no chance to respond and were defeated within 2 rounds. In truth, this was the greatest strength of his strategy. With absolute speed, he crushed his opponents, eschewing any flamboyant tactics. Either they were faster than him, or they would simply endure a beating. The Rattata, having already achieved significant mastery of quick attack, indeed possessed a velocity that these ordinary Pokémon could only dream of. Zhao Yiyuan, congratulations on advancing to the main event. Here is your identification tag. Take good care of it. Please arrive at the venue promptly at 9 a.m. tomorrow for the commencement of the matches. At that moment, the beaming referee handed him a tag. Number 11. Gazing at the sign above, Zhao Yiyuan momentarily found himself in a state of bewilderment. Ah, this is the term denoting your advancement to the finals. Zhao Yiyuan, I kindly remind you that in the finals, one must not be complacent. While there may not be many prodigies in one school, when gathered together in Anping City, they become numerous. Therefore, every match in the finals requires utmost caution and unwavering effort. Thank you for your reminder, sir. In response, Zhao Yiyuan nodded appreciatively, securing his identification card and expressing his gratitude. Sir, do I appear that old? The nearly 30-year-old referee touched his face, a shadow of despair crossing his brow. Meanwhile, Zhao Yiyuan, having exited the competition arena, promptly returned to the spectators' seats. He had initially intended to wander to other arenas, but was intercepted by the staff. It soon dawned on him that he had been overly optimistic. They were not about to permit a participant with no further engagements to meander around the competition area. If he wished to watch the matches, it could only be from the audience. With 20 venues to choose from, he returned to his designated spot. Zhao Yiyuan has returned. How did it go? What position did you secure? In the seating area of the first high school, Director Qin Shan and Teacher Lung eagerly inquired upon the return of the top seed. They harbored no concerns regarding Zhao Yiyuan's qualification, even if the youth had feigned modesty. The fragmented display of his combat prowess assured his place in the finals. I received number 11, teacher. Zhao Yiyuan did not hold back, honestly revealing his identification card. 11. What a pity not to make it into the top 10. However, this is not a complete measure of strength. Keep pushing forward. The teachers expressed their unwavering belief in him. Upon hearing this ranking, the educators felt satisfied. Their internal estimations had placed him at the tail end of the top 10. And this outcome was quite close to their expectations. Do not underestimate this ranking. Remember, there are also elite students from the key classes of both the first and second high schools. In previous years, none from the third high school had made it to the finals. Thus, securing even one spot in the top 10 this year would significantly enhance their reputation and provide commendable results to present above. The remaining 2 spots in the finals would undoubtedly be contested by the top 5 students from Class 1, such as the formidable Jean Yi, known for her fierce Rottweiler, and Li Fan, who had recently faced reprimand. Truly remarkable, Zhao Yiyuan. We have only just been eliminated, while he has managed to advance by eliminating others. That little Rattata possesses an extraordinary level of comprehension. They are also striving hard. After taking his seat, the other eliminated students in the back began to discuss animatedly. However, he paid them no mind, focusing intently on the grand battles unfolding in the arena. Regrettably, the view was quite dispersed, and the seating position for the third high school was less than ideal, allowing him only a vague glimpse of the action. He couldn't even discern the techniques employed. Yet, it would be unfair to say he gained nothing. At the very least, he witnessed several rare and powerful Pokémon. Apart from the laurel leaves and a few unfamiliar Pokémon from the Royal Trio, there are also formidable bug-type contenders like Beedrill and Scyther. Is Yuan merely observing his opponents? Take a look at this. This is a compilation prepared by several of our teachers, featuring a list of advanced candidates and some notable exceptional students. Just as he was troubled by the insufficient distance, unable to even see the panels, a fragrant breeze wafted in. Dressed in professional attire and adorned with exquisite makeup, Lung Runing suddenly approached and handed him a notebook. Oh, thank you, teacher. Thank you for what? The school relies on you to bring glory. The principal and the others wouldn't have bothered to gather such intelligence before. To this, the young man could only respond with an awkward chuckle as he flipped open the booklet. The first thing he saw was a striking young man in a bright yellow suit, handsome and exuding an air of arrogance. Name, Lin Howard. Age, 18. Strength, beginner trainer Pokémon. Charmeleon, second Pokémon unknown, possibly psychic type. Upon seeing this first entry, Zhao Yuan's pupils constricted, and he immediately inquired, Teacher, is there anyone in Anping City who can acquire a pure psychic type Pokémon? This was indeed unexpected, although Rattata is swift. It cannot surpass the instantaneous power of psychic energy. The outcome against such Pokémon is uncertain. In response, Lung Runing nodded, then shook her head, replying, This student comes from a prominent background, belonging to the Lin family in Yujing Province, which has many skilled practitioners of psychic types. Though he is merely a branch family disciple, the probability of obtaining a pure psychic Pokémon is low, yet acquiring Pokémon like Kirlia or Munna, which possess secondary psychic attributes, remains feasible. The information at First High School is tightly guarded, and we have not managed to investigate further. Thus, we can only speculate. However, I observed his match earlier, and that exceptionally developed Charmeleon alone would rank among the top 5 on this list. Coupled with the potential psychic Pokémon, it rightfully places him at the forefront. Is that so? It seems that even a third-tier city harbors hidden talents. After hearing this explanation, Zhao Yuan stroked his chin, completely retracting any sense of pride he had. He initially believed that with 4 advanced moves, he could conquer any challenge. but now it appears fortunate that he borrowed Lung's Lickitung as a safeguard. Well, you really need not concern yourself too much with this individual. Noticing the seriousness on her prized student's face, Lung Runing smiled reassuringly, continuing, "This person seems somewhat out of reach for us. He should be ranked in the province if that psychic Pokémon is indeed authentic. After all, it is said that the Lin family branch in Onping City holds high hopes for this student. Your goal should be to at least secure a place in the top 5. Looking further down, the competition is not as formidable." Understood. While he superficially acknowledged her words, he etched Lin Howren's name into his memory and continued to peruse the booklet. Chapter 86. My Jade and Blue Floral Lady Cup to everyone's surprise. The second contestant was not from the first high school, but rather a student from the second high school. Name, Sun Ro. Age, 18 Strength. Beginner Trainer Pokémon, Abalong. Shaveling, her father is a disciple of the inner circle of a martial arts dojo. The photograph depicts a demure girl with shoulder-length hair adorned with a butterfly hairpin. Yet unbeknownst to many, she is a prodigious martial artist in her own right. At this moment, the voice of teacher Lung resonated in the background. This girl is the top student from second high school. Do not be fooled by her seemingly fragile demeanor. She is a dual red belt holder in both karate and taekwondo. Her approach is somewhat akin to that of Yiyuan. She perseveres and crushes her opponents with sheer strength. Whether it be Abalong's quick punches or Shaveling's powerful kicks, none of the Pokémon in the previous 4 elimination rounds could withstand them. In truth, had it not been for Lin Howren, who countered her with overwhelming prowess, this young lady might have been a strong contender for first place this year. As teacher Lung spoke, a hint of disappointment flickered across her face. Being a woman herself, she admired the diligence of this earnest girl. If only she could train alongside Zhao Yiyuan. Meanwhile, the young man felt a sense of relief deep within. He was unperturbed by the prospect of raw strength. After all, could this girl possibly master her skills to the extent he had? Unlikely, absolutely improbable. It is worth noting that even Uncle Wu, an elite-level trainer, had not achieved such a feat. If she truly reached that level, she would have long since been taken under the wing of the dojo master, rather than remaining in Onping City. After all, to train a fighting-type move to perfection in just over 3 months indicates an extraordinary talent in martial arts. Surely, she would be sought after as a disciple. As he continued to peruse the list, he soon encountered Zhang Yuani, who had previously issued a challenge. Name, Zhang Yuani. Age, 18 Strength. Beginner Trainer Pokémon, Blue Crocodile, second Pokémon unknown, presumed to be a water type. His father is a leading tycoon in the local aquaculture industry. Upon closer inspection, he noted that those who made the list almost always possessed either a starter Pokémon or a rare one. Unbeknownst to him, both first and second high schools were equally astonished by his inclusion. Name, Zhao Yiyuan. Age, 18 Strength. Beginner Trainer Pokémon, Little Rattata, second Pokémon unknown. Presumed to be a water type, an orphan, the top student from third high school, mentored by the advanced trainer, Lung Runing, who specializes in water types. How can this be? Teacher Lee, surely this is not fabricated information from third high school? A non-evolved Little Rattata could ascend to the top rank and advance ahead of schedule? Zhang Yuani exclaimed, tugging at his hair in disbelief. The most intolerable fact for him was that this Little Rattata ranked higher than his Blue Crocodile. He found himself ranked at a mere 17th. As an exemplary student, the 4-round elimination process is inherently subject to human manipulation, allowing for the possibility of covert operations. Based on the information entered prior to the competition, measures are taken to avoid clashes between formidable contenders, leading to the early elimination of certain trainers who are clearly deemed filler. This practice is acknowledged by all 3 schools. Although the third high school has historically been relegated to the role of mere filler, lacking any notable achievements, they hold no authority to dictate the rules. Thus, they are aware of this unspoken rule, yet find themselves powerless. In fact, the opponent Zhao Yiyuan faced in the first round, a student from the second high school, was expected to allow him to progress through 2 rounds. In other words, within the artificially influenced system, Zhao Yiyuan was merely a first-round participant. Unexpectedly, he underestimated the prowess of this seemingly inconsequential Little Rattata. It was precisely due to his performance in the first round that he sailed through the subsequent rounds, facing opponents of mediocre strength, thereby ensuring his effortless advancement. When questioned, Teacher Lee exhibited a hint of disbelief. Although it is often said that there are no weak Pokémon, only weak trainers, the factor of innate talent cannot be disregarded. Thus, possessing a strong Pokémon is immensely beneficial for a novice trainer. The fact that an ordinary, ubiquitous Little Rattata could outshine so many rare Pokémon undoubtedly indicates exceptional qualities. However, the preliminary information revealed limited insights. Hence, he refrained from responding immediately. Instead, he greeted the head of the department accompanying him and discreetly made his way to the restroom, where he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello? Before long, a voice emanated from the phone. Hello, old Zhou. This is Li Weihua from High School 1. I need to clarify something. Is there an error in the information regarding the student Zhao Yiyuan from High School 3? Can you confirm that the Pokémon he used is an unevolved Rattata? Upon hearing this, a director sipping tea on the third floor of the exhibition center chuckled softly. He had been anticipating this call. Teacher Li, I can unequivocally inform you that when my judges submitted their results, I was equally astonished. However, that is the truth. Moreover, the judge did elaborate on the extraordinary qualities of this little Rattata, which indeed justifies its ranking. Calmly responding, Director Zhou poured himself another cup of tea. Well then, old Zhou, I wonder if you could provide me with more detailed information about Zhao Yiyuan? Ideally, I would appreciate it if that judge could recount the 4 battles over the phone. Of course. We have been partners for many years. Such a minor request is easily accommodated. In fact, I had already recorded the judge's account while asking him to recount the battles. However, that might be somewhat inappropriate. Just as he finished speaking, the teacup he held in the office crashed to the floor with a loud bang. Oh no, my exquisite white jade floral cup. Teacher Li, your phone call is quite inappropriate. I was so engrossed in our conversation that I failed to notice my beloved cup shattering. Ah, truly. Gazing at the ordinary shards of glass strewn across the floor, Director Zhou's rotund face was etched with sorrow, as if the broken vessel were a priceless antique. Damn, that insatiable old fool. Upon hearing this, Teacher Li, seated on the toilet, cursed inwardly. He had already provided the necessary funds for the clandestine list, and logically, the detailed information he sought should have been within reach. Yet, it was evident that this soon-to-retire elder was intent on squeezing out another sum. He contemplated hanging up, but, glancing at the resolute young face on the list alongside the unremarkable little Rattata, he gritted his teeth and replied, My apologies, Director Zhou. My concern has led to this mishap. That being said, I recall a shop beneath the Jingyuan Bridge that offers a lovely set of porcelain cups at a reasonable price. I shall purchase a set tonight to make amends. Ah, Teacher Li, you're being too formal. There's no need. A mere set of teacups, I assure you. It's not a significant matter. Chapter 87. The Chattering Sparrow and Little Rattata. In the first match, he faced an evolved Tylo, deploying the move Quick Attack followed by a decisive tackle, swiftly defeating his opponent. In the second match, having sacrificed a set of teacups, Teacher Li successfully acquired the recording. Upon listening to the recording, his gaze sharpened significantly, and he murmured to himself. The several hundred yuan spent on those teacups was indeed worth the 30,000 service fee. As a teacher at the finest high school in Omping City, particularly as the head of a key class, his insights and abilities were exceptional. Cold Runing, who had recently been promoted to a senior trainer, appeared as a mere junior in his presence. Although he had not witnessed the battle firsthand, after listening to the recording, he had nearly deduced the level of mastery exhibited by the little Rattata. With proficiency in Quick Attack, Ice Beam, and competent usage of Tackle and Bite, if such skills were present in a senior, or even a mid-level Rattata that had been stagnant for years, they would not be surprising. A couple of proficient moves could indeed be honed through sheer time and effort. However, the fact that these abilities manifested in a little Rattata that had been trained for merely 3 months was rather alarming. No wonder this little Rattata had achieved such a standing. Returning to his seat at the first high school, he quietly conversed with the director. Director, that Zhao Yiyuan's little Rattata is likely an exceptional case of remarkable aptitude. I procured a set of teacups and inquired with old Zhou to ascertain the mastery level of its moves. Among them, 2 are proficient, Quick Attack and Ice Beam. Furthermore, we cannot rule out the possibility of other proficient moves. After all, it is entirely typical for the knockout rounds to conceal certain elements. Though the third high school has not procured a list in several years, it is certain that they have done so this year and are well versed in its intricacies. It is likely that they will not allow Zhao Yiyuan to exert his full strength. The final remark, though couched in terms of estimation and possibility, conveyed an unmistakable certainty. The middle-aged man with a buzz cut, seated in the director's chair, nodded and replied, First, let us inform Howren and the others. Then, Teacher Li, please relay this information to the second high school without charge. I recall that there is a boy ranked 18th over there, whose flying speed is quite exceptional among his peers. Let us arrange for Zhao Yiyuan to face him in tomorrow's opening match to gauge the potential of this young prodigy. Subsequently, we will plan a targeted strike, as there are orders from above that no student from the third high school is to place in the top 10 during this joint examination. He absent-mindedly touched his buzz cut, subtly indicating above. Understood, Teacher Lee responded with a nod. It is rumored that the individual from the provincial office, who intends to support the third high school, shares a favorable connection with the leadership behind the first high school, hence the necessity for concerted efforts. As long as no student from the third high school secures a spot in the top 10 of the joint examination, the provincial maneuvers can become even more aggressive. Soon, Teacher Lee relayed the information to Lin Howren and the others. Unsurprisingly, all who heard the news displayed expressions of disbelief. Is this true? Can a mere Rattata possess such remarkable comprehension of techniques? Gazing at the sizable head of the blue crocodile within the Pokeball, Zhao Yiyuan found it hard to believe. Fear not, Teacher Lee. A mouse is still a mouse. Even if it possesses hidden mastery of techniques, I can still emerge victorious. In contrast, Lin Howren, after a moment of surprise, felt his confidence return as he caressed the second Pokeball at his waist. No one could usurp his throne as the best. At 9 o'clock the following morning, Zhao Yiyuan and Jean Yi rose early and coincidentally met downstairs while having breakfast. Yiyuan, are you nervous? Asked the girl with a graceful appearance and a high ponytail, as she munched on a purchased bun. Before he could respond, she answered herself, you're definitely not nervous. After all, you are so much stronger than I am. Reflecting on the previous day's fourth elimination match, she added, it was too perilous. If that Pidgey hadn't carelessly attacked with its wings at the last moment, I would have surely lost. Listening to her rambling, Zhao Yiyuan felt a bit exasperated. After 3 months in the same class, he had not realized that this typically aloof girl harbored a penchant for chatter. However, he understood that Jean Yi was merely seeking conversation to alleviate her own anxiety, so he responded with non-committal affirmations. Upon arriving at the venue, the young girl shot him a sharp glare. Where's your decorum? I'm not lacking in looks either. Why treat me with such indifference? As usual, the leaders commenced with an opening address, but the number of attendees remaining in the arena had dwindled significantly. Among the 26 individuals who advanced, only 2 hailed from the third middle school, while the first middle school contributed 16 and the second middle school 8, revealing a stark contrast. Give it your all. Zhao Yiyuan and Jean Yi. The teacher, Mr. Long, concluded his remarks, and the competition officially commenced. At 9:30, the first match featured Zhao Yiyuan from the third middle school against Cheng Fei from the second middle school. Please, both contestants, proceed immediately to Arena 1. Upon hearing the announcement, Zhao Yiyuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated being called for the first match. Nevertheless, he considered it advantageous to finish early and observe the other competitors' performances. With this thought in mind, he made his way toward Arena 2. At 9:30, the second match showcased Jean Yi from the third middle school facing Zhang Yuan from the first middle school. Contestants, please proceed immediately to Arena 2. Just as Zhao Yiyuan took a step, the name of Jean Yi echoed in the announcement for the concurrent match. This revelation caused a grimace to cross Qin Shan's face in the audience. If it had been only one student, it could have been dismissed as mere coincidence. But with both competitors called at the same time, it was evident that an agreement had been reached between the first and second middle schools. As the grade director, he was closely aligned with Principal Liu. Should Principal Liu be replaced, he too would likely face dismissal. Thus his expression was understandably troubled. However, the order had been established, and all he could do was silently hope for the best from these 2 students. Upon arriving at Arena 1, Zhao Yiyuan noticed a student with a distinctive watermelon-shaped head already waiting there, tossing a Pokeball with a mischievous expression. What if you're adept with advanced moves, Rattata? I can fly? Having received intelligence from his teacher beforehand, he felt confident. Each contestant could utilize 2 Pokémon, and a defeat would occur only when both Pokémon of a team were rendered unable to battle. Both sides would send out their Pokémon simultaneously in an aggressive mode. After a brief explanation of the rules, both competitors nodded, and the referee continued. Please release your Pokémon and take your positions. Go Spearow. Go Rattata. Zhao Yiyuan had reviewed his opponent's profile and understood that Spearow was the strongest. However, he felt no fear. With a sharp cry, the Spearow, adorned with a crimson crown and vibrant orange plumage, materialized in midair. Observing this bird, reminiscent of a phoenix, Zhao Yiyuan felt a pang of admiration. It was undeniable that the name Little Phoenix held its merit. At the intermediate level, Spearow was indeed considerably more formidable than its rival, the Pidgey, known for their fiery temperament and aggressive nature. Spearows had a distinct advantage in the early stages compared to other avian Pokémon. Their only drawback was their less than stylish appearance. Disregarding aesthetics, they represented an exceptional value among flying companions and were a favored choice among the average populace. After all, they could be ridden, making them superior to those that merely scurried along the ground. Pokémon Spearow, level 21, moves, skillful aerial ace, quick attack, tailwind, Beginner S-Lear. Fury attacked before Zhao Yiyuan could fully comprehend his opponent's statistics. The referee's voice resonated, announcing the commencement of the match. Let the battle begin. Ice Beam. Use Tailwind. The commands from both trainers almost synchronized, yet the flapping wings of Spearow afforded it a slight advantage. In an instant upon hearing the command, the previously fluttering wings of Zhou Wei manifested wisps of white, flying-type energy. A gentle breeze materialized, propelling it forward. However, the ice beam from Rattata was already on its way. With the assistance of the tailwind, Spearow narrowly evaded the frigid assault. In the stands, the teachers from both First High School and Second High School wore solemn expressions. Indeed, the ice beam was executed with mastery. Fortunately, Spearow had utilized tailwind a moment earlier. Otherwise, should it have been struck, even if it did not lose its combat capability, a fallen phoenix is no more than a chicken. With this thought, they continued to fixate their gaze on Arena 1. As for Jean Yi, the underdog contestant ranked 25th, they merely glanced at her before diverting their attention. Although the large hound was impressive, it was no match for the blue crocodile, as long as Zhong Yuani did not err. The second contestant from Third High School was virtually assured elimination. Meanwhile, within the arena, upon witnessing the dissolution of the ice beam, Cheng Fei's spirits lifted, and he promptly issued a counter-command. Hurricane. Counterattack. Hearing the command, Spearow, feeling significantly lighter, flapped its wings once more. A powerful wind began to gather around Rattata in a specific pattern. Although Hurricane was classified as a dragon-type move, nearly all avian Pokémon could learn it, as it fundamentally utilized the force of wind. Rattata, being diminutive, was buffeted by the fierce winds, forcing it to dig its claws deep into the ground to avoid being swept away. Rattata dig. Hide underground. Rattata. Indeed, Yiyuan was quite astute. The little creature, pondering its next move, immediately summoned earthy energy from its claws and swiftly burrowed into the ground. This left Spearow, which was about to converge the hurricane, utterly flabbergasted. How? How did it manage to evade underground? How could it possibly strike that little mouse now? Referee, it's being evasive. The bewildered Spearow looked to its trainer, uncertain of what to do next. It had no other pinpoint ranged attacks at its disposal. Even if it did, targeting that hole would likely miss. Only a fool would remain hidden underground. Observing its Pokémon, Cheng Fei found himself at a loss as well. Spearow, soar above and wait for that mouse to surface. In formal competitions, it is imperative for a burrowing Pokémon to surface within a limited time frame. Otherwise, the match cannot proceed. Thus, within 30 seconds, little Rattata must emerge at least once. Naturally, Zhao Yiyuan would not allow them to wait that long. As little Rattata poked its head out of the hole, it immediately unleashed an ice beam. Soon, a nondescript mouse head appeared abruptly on the previously smooth ground, with a small blue ice sphere positioned at its mouth. Whoosh! It shot directly into the air. Jia! The startled Pidgey quickly evaded, fortunate that the tailwind advantage was still in effect, allowing it to narrowly escape. However, several seasoned teachers in the stands shook their heads in disapproval. Cheng Fei had lost. Why? Some students, perplexed, inquired directly. The Pidgey only needed to evade in the air. Flying is an innate ability of bird Pokémon. In contrast, little Rattata expended energy using Ice Beam. Thus, even if it continued to exhaust its energy, Pidgey would ultimately prevail. In response to the question, the teacher sharply tapped the student's head. Think carefully. You must consider the situation thoroughly. After delivering this lesson, he elaborated. Do not forget, Pidgey is currently benefiting from a tailwind, which grants it this speed. However, such advantages are time-limited. The effect diminishes over time. Oh, so that is how it is. The unfolding events indeed transpired as most had predicted. Upon realizing that the ice beam could not hit the accelerated Pidgey, Zhao Yiyuan instructed little Rattata to play a game of whack-a-mole with time. Counting silently to 27 or 28, he had little Rattata surface briefly without using any moves, just to wear them down. This strategy made Cheng Fei and Pidgey increasingly anxious. They understood that they were the ones who could not afford to stall, as the gentle breeze surrounding Pidgey was quickly dissipating. As for further enhancements, this was reality, not a game. Even if it seemed game-like, one could only benefit from such boosts a limited number of times. Such status-altering abilities typically carried restrictions, predominantly allowing only a single application. Desperate. Observing that infuriating purple mouse emerge once more to mock them, Cheng Fei gritted his teeth and commanded, Pidgey, when little Rattata surfaces again, charge in and use your strongest dive attack. Simultaneously, he shouted at Zhao Yiyuan in front of him, Hey, are you still the top student of our academy? Is this how you earned your title, by playing hide and seek? You cowardly creature, hiding in the shadows like a rat. These words caused Zhao Yiyuan's expression to turn cold, and even little Rattata, concealed underground, trembled in indignation. "Pooh, Rattata, how dare you insult my mouse? If it weren't for Yiyuan advising me to hold back, I would unleash a blizzard and turn that foolish bird into an ice statue. How infuriating." Meanwhile, the referee, rather than intervening, displayed an expression of appreciation. "Since there is no way to deal with the opponent's Pokémon, let us provoke their trainer, compelling them to reveal their weaknesses." This is a phrase that nearly every student has heard during practical lessons. However, very few are truly willing to set aside their pride for it. After all, they are young and care about their image. It remains to be seen whether the top student from Class 3 will allow his passion to overtake him, possibly choosing a head-on confrontation. With this thought, the referee regarded Zhao Yiyuan with a hint of amusement. "Do you have any pride to uphold?" Chapter 89, Idol's Burden? Can it be consumed? If Zhao Yiyuan is indeed only 18 years old, then undoubtedly, he harbors such a burden. He recalls, in his past life at that age, striving to appear cool in front of girls, even engaging in a brawl with the basketball team from the neighboring class, resulting in a broken tooth. Yet he did not shed a tear. After all, the youth must not appear cowardly. However, he has now lived 2 lives, and in this one, he has spent his early years scavenging with his grandfather. Their singular focus was survival. Image? What is that? Something to be consumed. Thus, Zhao Yiyuan made no response, allowing his Rattata to proceed according to the established rhythm. If victory can be secured with stability, why expose his strength further? In both the first and second rounds, it was their school that initiated the battle, and he did not believe there were no ulterior motives at play. Damn! Seeing Zhao Yiyuan's silence, Cheng Fei felt a pang of despair. He still needed to maintain some dignity. It was impossible for him to unleash truly venomous insults. Soon, he mentally counted to 27, and Rattata emerged from the ground once more. Rattata, tauntingly facing the oncoming Pidgey, wiggled its rear end, shaking its tail. "Come on, you foolish bird. You can't hit me." Rattata used Tail Whip. The damage was minimal, but the insult was profound. The already irritable Pidgey could not endure this provocation, let out a scream, and surged forth with increased speed. Rattata, retreat. Just as the attack was about to land, the little creature obeyed the command and dove back into its burrow. Pidgey, like a powerful arrow, struck the ground with a resounding thud, its beak failing to penetrate the earth. Now is the moment. Rattata, unleash Ice Beam. Bursting forth from the ground, Rattata glanced at the flapping Pidgey with a glimmer of mockery. "I rather enjoy this guerrilla warfare that Yiyuan advocates." With that thought, the beam shot forth, striking the helpless Pidgey with unerring accuracy. Accompanied by the crackling sound of ice, Pidgey promptly lost its combat ability. The referee immediately announced the result. Pidgey is unable to continue battling. Cheng Fei must promptly substitute his Pokémon. At this moment, not only did Cheng Fei's expression darken, but the members of the first high school also bore solemn faces. Due to their prime geographical location, the sounds from both arenas were audible to them. To be frank, had they been in Cheng Fei's position earlier, they might have retaliated. After all, they were all esteemed champions, and being insulted in such a manner without a response would seem rather unreasonable. Yet, the individual across the way appeared to have entirely disregarded the provocation. This level of composure exhibited by an 18-year-old youth is indeed remarkable. In the arena, seizing the moment, Zhao Yiyuan glanced back towards the second arena, where the results of the match were already being announced. The first high school's Zheng Yuani emerged victorious. One could see a blue and white winggull soaring through the air, embodying the essence of a champion. In stark contrast stood the dejected Genie, alongside her fainted Geodude, which seemed to be a second Pokémon temporarily lent to her by director Qin Shan. Unfortunately, fate had not favored her, as she encountered a water-type winggull, which swiftly struck her twice with Water Gun, leading to her defeat. Go Swellow! At that moment, her opponent unleashed their second Pokémon, also a flying type. However, given the way it was preening itself, it appeared to be another borrowed creature. Of course, the referee was indifferent to such matters, as long as the procedures were legitimate and passed registration checks. The second match commenced. Swellow versus Rattata. Swellow use Air Slash. Rattata, Ice Beam. This time, Cheng Fei, having learned from past lessons, took the initiative to attack. However, despite the synchronized commands, the lack of rapport was evident due to the temporary nature of their partnership. Upon hearing the command, Swellow paused to fluff its feathers before preparing to unleash Air Slash. After all, what harm could a small rodent possibly inflict upon it? I am Swellow. With an air of arrogance, Swellow turned, only to be met with an imminent ice beam. It barely had time to emit a startled cry before being encased in ice and crashing to the ground. The abruptness of the conclusion left Genie who was making her way off the stage, wide-eyed in astonishment. With Swellow rendered unable to battle, the first match was claimed by Zhao Yiyuan of the 3rd High School. Just as the referee finished announcing the result, thunderous applause erupted from the stands of the 3rd High School. Bravo, Zhao Yiyuan. So impressive. Keep it up, Zhao Yiyuan. One might mistakenly believe he had already won an award, leaving the young man somewhat embarrassed. Truly impressive. You are indeed on a different level than us. Genie, her eyes slightly red, felt a wave of happiness as she accompanied him back to their seats and suddenly declared, "Rest assured, I will avenge you." To this, Zhao Yiyuan nodded in acknowledgement, responding naturally. On the other side, during the brief interlude while others continued their competition, Teacher Li from Class 1 and the head of the grade were swiftly assessing the students available for their side. Although Cheng Fei from Class 2 had suffered defeat, he had still made a contribution. It must be said, the tactic of digging holes had truly disgusted them. Consequently, there was no longer any need to dispatch a flying-type Pokémon. The dig and ice beam combination was merely a game of whack-a-mole. To counter the digging tactic, the most effective strategy would naturally be Earthquake or its slightly less potent counterpart, Magnitude. However, most Pokémon capable of employing such ground-type moves were Rock or Ground types, which were doubly weak against Ice-type attacks. Dispatching such Pokémon would be akin to serving them up as easy prey before the advanced-level Ice Beam. Yet, finding other suitable Pokémon proved challenging. And they also had to guard against the advanced-level Quick Attack and the lethal Ice Fawn. Generally, fragile Pokémon simply could not withstand this chain of attacks. Reflecting on this, both individuals felt their heads throbbing once more. The next match must be approached with caution. After all, should Zhao Yiyuan secure another victory, he would directly ascend into the top 10, inevitably facing reprimand from the principal upon returning. Thus, left with no viable solutions, Teacher Li turned his attention to Lin Howren, who had just concluded a match. While others might be oblivious, as his homeroom teacher, he was well aware that this student harbored a hidden trump card. With his involvement, it was certain that that little Rattata could be handled. Director Lin, why not discuss with Howren about having him participate in the next match instead of sitting out to deal with Zhao Yiyuan? Unfortunately, after pondering for a moment, Director Lin decisively shook his head. Teacher Li, that won't do. Our Lin family has invested too much in Howren. He cannot afford any mishaps, nor can he reveal his capabilities prematurely. Chapter 90. Do not engage with those lacking common sense. With Lin Howren unable to participate and expose himself, the options available to them dwindled significantly. Moreover, those that could hold a type advantage were even fewer. On the other hand, the chief from Class 2, Sun Ro, possessed a type advantage. Fighting-type moves were effective against general Pokémon, but with double effectiveness. Alas, just as Lin Howren held a significant position in Class 1, Class 2 would never risk exposing Sun Ro's Pokémon in the second round. Why not inquire with Sun Ro's side? Teacher Li's suggestion was abruptly halted. That is out of the question, Teacher Li. This battle has already demonstrated that little Rattata undoubtedly possesses top 10 strength. The disparity among beginner Pokémon is not as vast as one might think. Class 2 would never risk letting Sun Ro's Pokémon sustain injuries and potentially drop from the top 3. Upon hearing this, Director Lin, with a serious expression, felt a twinge of helplessness. Who could have foreseen such an anomaly emerging from Class 3, especially when they had already imposed all possible restrictions? Nevertheless, a solution must be found. Let Zheng Yuani take the stage. The water-type blue crocodile has resistance against ice-type energy, and in close combat, the blue crocodile is also formidable. Even if it cannot secure a victory, it must strive to inflict significant damage on that little mouse. Understood? Now, he has merely entered the top 13. If he suffers a severe blow in the second match and is left unable to continue, even if he secures a victory, according to the rules, he will still be barred from the top 10. Very well, I understand. With a nod, Teacher Li approached Zheng, who had just retrieved his Pokeball from the medical team. After a brief exchange of whispers, the tall student beamed with excitement and patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, Teacher Li, I shall demonstrate that a mere mouse is just that, a mere mouse. My blue crocodile will teach him how to tuck his tail. But do exercise caution. With that final admonition, he resumed his place in the stands to watch the competition. Although Zhao Yiyuan from the 3rd High School is a dark horse, their primary rivals have never been from the 3rd School. Occupying a spot in the top 5 is the matter that requires consideration with the 2nd School. Meanwhile, in the seating area of the 3rd High, Zhao Yiyuan attentively observed the matches. One cannot deny that the gathering of senior students from across the city, all vying for superiority, has indeed yielded some formidable competitors. For instance, the top-ranking Lin Howren easily accomplished a 1 vs 2 with his Fire Dinosaur. Pokémon, Fire Dinosaur, level 23. Moves proficient in Flamethrower, Spark, Dragon Rage, Thunder Punch, Smoke Screen, and Nightshade. With an orange-red body and a fierce, horned dragon head. Its spirited gaze mirrors the fervent flames burning at the tip of its tail. Zhao Yiyuan could not help but feel a pang of envy upon seeing this fire dinosaur. Among the initial fire-type Pokémon, the one with draconic blood that can also soar through the skies, the Charizard, stands at the pinnacle, commanding the highest price. This fact is evident, for he alone among the assembled had a fire dinosaur. The other fire types present were merely the likes of Cyndaquil, two Ponitas, and a Torkoal. And it is worth noting that this fire dinosaur had mastered numerous practical and powerful techniques, such as Flamethrower, Thunder Punch, and Wing Attack, skills that, if converted to currency, would indeed amount to a veritable treasure trove. Coupled with its exceptional growth, it is no wonder it could overpower others with ease. Additionally, the second-ranked Sun Ro effortlessly secured her victory. However, she is not one to conceal her strategies, perhaps out of a desire to warm up both of her Pokémon. She had deployed her Ebawaller and Shavarang sequentially in the previous match. The rapid sonic punch and the powerful flying kick left a profound impression on the young competitor. If the little Rattata were to endure a couple of hits, it would likely lose its fighting capability. After all, mastering moves does not enhance a Pokémon's physical attributes. A fragile creature remains fragile. Of course, others also showcased remarkable prowess, such as a boy from the second school, whose Squirtle boasted formidable defense, and the bug-type fighter Heracross from the first school, whose immense strength elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. The 13th match, even as a 2 versus 2 encounter, progressed at a remarkable pace. An hour and a half later, it all came to an end. The defeated would head to the right-side venue, where the last 7 among the top 20 would be determined, while the victors would draw lots once more. This time, Zhao Yiyuan did not find himself in the first match, but rather the third. Thus he had to await his turn after watching 2 other contests. In the third match, Zhao Yiyuan faced Zheng Yuani from the third high school. Both competitors were summoned to Arena 2. Upon hearing the announcement, Zhao Yiyuan immediately rose to his feet. "Go for it, Yiyuan. We are counting on you for this match," Jean E exclaimed, her expression brimming with indignation. "Avenge me and give that blue crocodile a thorough lesson." Previously, her carefully nurtured Great Dane had fallen prey to the jaws of the blue crocodile, whose biting force was simply terrifying. The dog still lay on a medical team's bed. Having sustained severe internal injuries, it was no trivial matter that could be resolved with a mere healing bell. After all, reality was not a game. "All right, don't worry," he assured her, striding confidently toward the arena. He had observed Zheng Yuani's blue crocodile several times and had thoroughly gathered intelligence. Defeating it should pose no issue. On his way, he encountered Zheng Yuani, who maintained the same air of arrogance from their first meeting. "Hey, you must be the strongest from the third high school. Before, you didn't even have the courage to show your face." "Truly, a mouse is still a mouse," Zheng Yuani taunted. "I have no desire to converse with someone so dim-witted." What are you saying, you brainless fool?" Enraged, Zheng Yuani immediately issued a challenge for a duel between trainers. He swung his fist toward Zhao Yiyuan's face, only to be met with a steady block from Zhao Yiyuan's left hand. "Referee, I report that Zheng Yuani is attempting to engage in an illegal brawl. Please disqualify him." Zhao Yiyuan called out directly to the nearby referee. "Well, according to the rules, it should be handled this way. Why waste time and energy if one can avoid a fight?" Hearing this, the referee, newly arrived on the scene, glanced wearily toward the first high school's direction. After all, the first high school was a longtime patron, and he ought to consider the relationship with a valued customer. No, Zhao, my friend. Yuani merely wanted to give you a friendly pat on the shoulder, as boys often do to greet one another. You misunderstood." The supervising teacher, observing this scene, quickly interjected, casting a stern glare at Zheng Yuani. "Ah, yes, I just wanted to greet Zhao Yiyuan and ask him to go easy on me, haha." Zheng Yuani, realizing his blunder, quickly attempted to backtrack. Cough. The bespectacled referee cleared his throat and reached a conclusion. "All right, since it's a misunderstanding, let us not waste any more time. Both competitors, please take your positions." This relieved Zheng Yuani, who promptly withdrew his fist and moved to the opposite side. Chapter 91. Blue Crocodile Lotta 2 Pokémon will be used. After reiterating the rules and confirming that both sides were ready, the referee continued. "Please send forth your Pokémon. Go, Rattata. Blue Croc, let this mouse witness your prowess." With the flash of 2 crimson lights, the 2 vastly different Pokémon appeared on either side. Agron gazed disdainfully at the diminutive rodent, its mouth, lined with menacing fangs, opened silently, exuding an air of threat. Meanwhile, Rattata reciprocated with a fierce snarl. the mouse, am exceptionally strong. The battle commenced with an aggressive stance. Blue Croc, unleash water gun. Scheme number 1. Right from the outset, both sides launched their attacks. Blue Croc opened its mouth wide, and with a swift motion, a stream of blue water surged forth. But Rattata had already evaded its original position. In a flash, the purple figure darted across the ground like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it materialized behind Blue Croc. With a swift bite, it clamped down on its tail. Agron. Blue Croc yelped in pain, furiously shaking its tail. Incredible speed. Despite having prepared a strategy, witnessing it from the sidelines was entirely different from experiencing it firsthand, leaving Zhao Yiyuan visibly astonished. Yet, in mere moments, he regained composure and commanded, Blue Croc, use tail whip to pull Rattata closer and then seize it. Agron, hearing the command, endured the pain and began to vigorously whip its robust tail. Rattata was tossed about, feeling dizzy and disoriented, inadvertently being drawn closer to Blue Croc. A woo, a massive mouth, engulfed in dark energy, lunged toward it. Substitute. In this critical moment, Zhao Yiyuan's voice rang out. Although still somewhat dazed, the command resonated deep within Rattata. With a resounding thud, a tangible purple mouse appeared before Blue Croc, becoming ensnared in its jaws. Huh, what is happening? How can there be two real Rattatas? Confused by the genuine sensation in its mouth, Blue Croc's large eyes brimmed with bewilderment. Now's the time, let us execute the finishing move, Fang attack. Rattata, feeling a flicker of fear, immediately retaliated with a furious bite on the dazed Blue Croc's paw. Agron. This time, it held nothing back, in the blink of an eye. The close-quarters battle unfolded so swiftly that no one could clearly perceive the anomaly. Thus, under the might of the devastating Fang attack, Blue Croc felt as though its upper limb was pierced through. Agron. It clutched its bleeding shoulder, still capable of fighting. But the agony etched on Blue Croc's face was unmistakable, its right paw drooping and unable to exert force. Reality was not a game. Once the protective energy surpassed a certain threshold, it ceased to be effective. It is inconceivable that one could remain unscathed, akin to a digitized game character. As long as there exists a single drop of health, one could appear lively and unperturbed. Blue Crocodile. Upon witnessing this scene, even the most thick-skinned Zhao Yiyuan hesitated to continue the battle, his face etched with concern. Beep. Even the referee, observing from the sidelines, promptly blew the whistle for a timeout. Approaching the mangled Blue Crocodile, revealing bone through the flesh on its shoulder, he shook his head in dismay. The first match was claimed by little Rattata. Following the announcement of the outcome, he beckoned the medical team nearby. Quickly, take Blue Crocodile away for treatment. Otherwise, delaying could lead to lasting repercussions. Blue Crocodile, Blue Crocodile. Hearing the referee's words, Zhao Yiyuan lost all desire to fight. He rushed to Blue Crocodile's side, face filled with urgency, clutching an expensive healing spray, ready to apply it to the wound. However, before he could act, a female nurse intercepted him. Leave it to us, classmate. Such an injury cannot be treated directly with healing spray. If the bones are misaligned and healed as is, it will result in lasting effects. With that, she and her team lifted Blue Crocodile onto a stretcher. Thank you for your assistance, nurse, he replied, tucking away the healing spray and following closely behind. In the real world, even the most advanced healing spray is not omnipotent. Not even the priciest elite healing spray can restore severed limbs. Indeed, this notion is reflected in anime as well. If all injuries could be remedied with healing potions, what purpose would the Pokémon Center serve? Nurse Joy would merely become a decorative figure, and healing moves would be rendered utterly superfluous. Just as he was about to catch up, the referee raised a hand to block his path and inquired, Zhao Yiyuan, you still have another Pokémon. If you leave now, it will be considered a forfeit. Do you understand? Without lifting his gaze, Zhao Yiyuan replied, I forfeit. He then followed the medical team off the field. As a trainer, he understood the essence of his foundation. It was merely a simulated league competition. There was no way he would abandon his initial Pokémon. Very well. I declare that this match is won by Zhao Yiyuan from 3rd High School. Upon hearing this, the little creature, with blood still clinging to its teeth, leapt up joyfully. Well done, little Rattata. Zhao Yiyuan praised as he scooped it up, then wiped the blood from its mouth with a tissue. Little Rattata chirped happily, and together, they nonchalantly made their way back to their seats. Along the way, even the students from 1st High School and 2nd High School, who had already advanced, along with their supervising teachers, could not help but take notice. Although they could not see clearly, they could ascertain that this little Rattata had likewise mastered its signature incisors. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to breach the energy barrier of its own level so effortlessly. With merely elementary prowess, one can already possess 3 masterful techniques. This mouse, could it possibly embody the spirit of an elite? Unanimously, the gazes of all turned towards the youth, their expressions markedly transformed. Even Linhauern, who remained comfortably seated after a bye, cast a fleeting glance towards the spectacle but quickly averted his gaze once more. This mouse is indeed exceptional, yet it can never rival a dragon, nor can it ever compare to the noble essence of a higher being. Gently touching the 2 pokeballs at his waist, he maintained an air of composure and tranquility. In contrast, a serene girl from second high, with her waist-length hair and striking black eyes, was filled with a fierce determination. Such a petite Rattata was certainly worth a valiant effort from her and her companions. She believed that defeating it would undoubtedly accelerate the forging of the warrior spirits of Chevelin and Ibelon. Engaged in battle to cultivate strength, she benefited from the wise training methods of a father who was a disciple of an inner dojo. Chapter 92. Semifinals Teacher, may I battle him in the next round? Inquiring about Zhao Yiyuan's sudden disappearance, Sun Ro turned to ask. Being the top student of her school, she was privy to some insider knowledge regarding the competition arrangements. Only the beleaguered third high lacked the means to engage in any underhanded tactics. The individual she questioned was a kindly old teacher clad in a gray suit, his face adorned with a gentle smile as he replied, I'm afraid not, little Ro. According to the rules, that last round was a bye for Sun Howard. So this round is designated for you. Shaking his head, he continued, however, should Zhao Yiyuan advance another round, you will undoubtedly have your chance to face him. I see. Understood. Nodding, the girl resumed her focus on the match. Meanwhile, at third high, well done, Zhao Yiyuan. Truly, you embody the pride of our third high. Upon Zhao Yiyuan's return, even the usually stoic Director Qin displayed a radiant smile. In this battle, aside from a slight depletion of stamina, the petite Rattata had sustained no injuries, indicating that their position in the competition was momentarily secure. Yiyuan, you are exceptionally formidable. Indeed, my Pokémon is also a Rattata. Yet it feels as if we are not of the same species. When did you learn to use the substitute technique? That move is a masterstroke. Returning to his seat after addressing the myriad of inquiries from his classmates, he attentively observed the remaining battles. As the competition progressed, those still in the ring were indeed skilled combatants. The previous tail whip maneuver from the blue crocodile had sounded an alarm for the youth. Game statistics are merely data. In practical application, no technique is superfluous. Linhauern did not enter the fray. It was undeniably Sun Ro, the top student of second high, who shone the brightest from the sidelines. Although the sweeping phenomenon did not reoccur, under the rapid-fire punches of Abelong, the opposing Scyther was utterly bewildered, overwhelmed by a tempestuous assault. After barely enduring a few rounds, it succumbed to defeat. Similarly, Heracross faced Chevelin, who employed astonishing kicking techniques from various angles, rendering Heracross's brute strength ineffective, leading it to passively endure blows until it was knocked out. Thus, they solidly secured a place in the top 7. As the competition progressed to the top 4, Sun Ro had a bye, while Zhao Yiyuan faced yet another student from the first high school. The combination of Bayleaf and Pidgey fell directly to the icy beam from Rattata, resulting in their immediate defeat. With this victory, they entered the top 4, and the first high school had ceased any underhanded tactics. Now that they had reached the top 7, any further mischief would be meaningless. In the semifinals, the first match would see Zhao Yiyuan from the third high school face Sun Ro from the second high school. Competitors, please take your positions. As the semifinals commenced, Teacher Lung and Director Qin Shan expressed their satisfaction, thus placing minimal pressure on him. Relax, Yiyuan. If the situation becomes dire, simply concede. There's no need to let Rattata suffer serious injuries. This achievement is commendable, and the school will reward you upon your return. The young man nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, teacher. With that promise, Zhao Yiyuan stepped forward, mentally preparing himself for his encounter with Sun Ro. After all, it was improbable for 2 championship contenders to face each other prematurely in the semifinals, so he was likely to confront the second high school's top student, who was countered by Linhauern. He still harbored confidence in his ability to win. His gaze flickered with fervor as he glanced at the prizes displayed on the high platform. Previously, Teacher Lung had mentioned that entering the top 3 would yield a commendable Pokémon egg as a reward. Now, the prizes were revealed. The third-place reward was an electric-type Pokémon egg containing Electrike. The second-place prize was a fire-flying-type Pokémon egg for Fletchling, while the first place offered a huge ant. At a glance, the second-place prize appeared superior, yet the huge ant would evolve into a Vibrava, inheriting the dragon type. Not to mention the host had already introduced that this giant ant possessed the move Earth Power, a premium move with an impressive power of 90. Thus, in terms of development potential, the giant ant undoubtedly surpassed Fletchling and, in some respects, could rival the starter Pokémon. However, it was somewhat late stage in evolution. Following a systematic progression, the second stage required reaching level 35, the pinnacle of intermediate evolution, while evolving into the final form, the desert dragonfly, demanded achieving the advanced pinnacle. Specifically level 45. Frankly speaking, none of these Pokémon quite aligned with Zhao Yiyuan's expectations for his second Pokémon. With outdoor survival classes approaching, he required a Pokémon capable of reconnaissance and damage absorption. Rattata could adequately handle output, making Electrike a viable choice. While the small arrow sparrow may serve a scouting purpose, it lacks the capacity to absorb damage. With limited resources at hand, nurturing two fragile spirits is simply unfeasible, leaving one somewhat dissatisfied. The first large mandible ant, on the other hand, requires an extensive period of cultivation and is not the most suitable choice for a tank. Fortunately, the rewards from the top 3 spirit eggs can be exchanged at the Pokémon Center for resources of equivalent value, which include currency, items, and other spirit offspring. Thus, Zhao Yiyuan is still eager to compete. It stands to reason that the top-ranking prodigies have mostly cultivated a second spirit and are unlikely to immediately nurture a third. Moreover, these spirits may not necessarily meet their needs and could very well be overlooked. Therefore, implementing an exchange policy seems entirely justifiable. Let both contestants send forth their spirits to take their positions, the chief referee commanded, and 2 beams of crimson light flashed. Perlada, Yebiai. The poised Ibira and small Rata materialized on either side of the arena. Similar to Howley, Ibira is also a humanoid spirit, distinguished by its hands that closely resemble boxing gloves. Legend has it that within each Ibira resides the spirit of a boxing champion. Whether this legend holds truth is uncertain. But Ibira's unique talent for boxing is indeed genuine, with nearly every Ibira being a master in the art. This one is no exception. Spirit, Ibira, level 23, moves, mastered Sonic Punch, skilled in Rapid Punch, high-speed movement, Bullet Punch, Flame Punch, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Beginner Feint, Bodybuilding at level 23. It surpasses the level 21 Small Rata by 2 tiers. The Mastery level Sonic Punch, combined with high-speed movement, forms the foundation for its tempestuous punching speed. As for the Farmer's 3 punches, they are almost essential moves for fighting-type spirits. Given Sun Rose background, acquiring these 3 techniques is feasible and can effectively broaden its striking range. The match officially commences. With the referee's signal, both competitors swiftly relayed their commands. Ibira, rush in with high-speed movement. Small Rata, gather energy first. Sun Rose still intends to resolve the battle through rapid close-quarters combat. While Zhao Yiyuan has opted for a different strategy,